Right on. So I'm bringing Randy. Randy, I'm bringing you in now. If you can hear me, I think you can hear me.
Yes, sir.
Cool. Okay, now I can hear you. I think the backstage maybe auto mutes or something. I couldn't hear you until we're here, but now we are. So we're the Maddie live thing that he does. We're live, and yeah, this is it. This is it. We're here to legalize freedom, and we're here to have a chat. I'd be interested in, we can, if you...
I got my DeFi shirt on.
Oh, very cool. Oh, man, that's very cool.
All right.
So up to you whether you want to continue the same similar conversation topic of what you guys were on, or whether you want to move on to something new.
Oh, we got an hour, bro. So yeah, we can continue with it because it's, you know, it was fun. It was, we were having a great old time. And look at us with our green screens, man. Kareem didn't use his green screen. I moved my desk around. I had to rearrange my office to put the green screen up. And I'm like, these guys, they have beautiful backgrounds. Because I got a beautiful background, Panama City behind me. But man.
You know, some people in the chat are actually telling me that I'm glitching, my video's glitching out. And it's weird because I'm on a faster computer than what I used to use, but it does look a little bit, I don't know.
Your green screen's doing that. That's like because of your headset.
I think it's a virtual green. I'm using a virtual green screen, but I actually do have a green screen behind me because the green screen wasn't actually big enough to fill the whole room.
Okay. That's why it's doing that.
So it's doing a bit of a silly one, but yeah. So everyone in the chat looks pumped.
I gotta find that.
So don't forget, everyone. I should also shield the link actually. So I'm going to shield the link. Sorry guys, a bit of housekeeping to start with.
Yeah.
And obviously now that this is technically a different video, you guys have to like redo all the liking and commenting and subscribing and all that sort of stuff. I'm ready to park up. I've got, even though my shift here today is not as long as originally planned, which is great. So it was going to be an 8-hour length and it's going to be 6. But I decided to just like park up with all the snacks and drinks and things that I'm going to need. Here we go. Here's PulseChain part 2.
All right. Yeah, I'm just out here tweeting it too.
Oh, well, we've already got 47 likes on this thing.
People are already coming over.
Incredible. Just going to deploy the botnet. Jokes, obviously. We want that organic traffic, you know? Mm-hmm. So here we go.
All right, got it.
There we go. That's super cool.
Okay, cool.
Everyone's loving Hexaco. Someone's saying that I don't do shifts. They think I don't sleep. That's because I'm an AI. I don't need to sleep.
Yeah, but it's like, what is it now for you? About 10 a.m., something like that?
It's a crypto thing. So it's 9 a.m. here. Yeah, close. Okay. It's a crypto thing, right? Like Web3 doesn't sleep. So then how can you sleep if you want to be taken seriously within the crypto space?
Pretty soon we'll just have our AIs working for us.
Also, I guess I strategically sleep when things are going crazy. I might say catch a short nap and then stay awake for long periods, or have like a really long sleep and then stay awake for even longer. So I have a fair degrry of flexibility and strategy.
I can't do that. Can't do it, man. I go to bed at 11 p.m. every night.
Okay, yeah.
You know how these old people say, "Oh, I can't sleep more than 6 hours." Like, motherfucker, I'll sleep 9 hours, 10 hours every night.
That was something that upset me as well. I was really excited. I was like, that's going to be one of the most positive things about getting older, is that I was told that you don't need to sleep as much as when you're young. That has not happened for me yet. I have not noticed any reduction in how much I need to sleep to feel well slept.
Nope, I have to get the full amount.
Yeah, it's wild.
What?
I guess this maybe falls under that careful what you wish for, because it's probably one of those things where you don't necessarily still feel as well slept. It's just that you just wake up. and then you're like, damn it, I want to stay asleep, but I can't, or something like that. Maybe, who knows?
I'll tell you guys, the healthier I've gotten, because I've really changed my lifestyle in the last 2 years. The healthier I've gotten, the more sleep, the better my sleep is. It's really great. And I even though I'm not a big guy of wearable stuff, having a smartwatch to manage your sleep, to see how well you're sleeping, is pretty important. I love it.
Sleep is so important.
Yeah.
Sleep is so, people underestimate how important sleep is. I
Did you
really
hear about
feel
this?
for people who struggle with their sleep. Sorry,
there's rioting going on in New York City right now.
Heard about that.
Some influencer was giving away a PlayStation. Are you kidding me? The world's gone to shit, man.
I think it was multiple PlayStations, and then he didn't bring any.
No.
And people just lost their minds and started rioting. There's this video of a guy jumping on cars, but everyone still made it to the movie.
Yeah.
Because it was right where the Highest Stakes movie was being played in New York.
Wow.
Like right near there. So they
Square.
thought that it might interrupt the ability to see the movie.
That's crazy.
Speaking of getting healthier, I also heard from the same people that I found out about the rioting, I also heard that those same people thought Richard was looking healthier, or looked like that he had lost weight or something in that most recent video.
Mm-hmm. You could definitely tell. Yeah, he's losing it. And not losing it, but losing weight.
Yeah, I mean, I guess once you've got infinite money, you don't really have an excuse to not be really healthy. You should have like personal chefs and personal trainers and like motivation coaches, and like you just go full. And also the incentive for you to be healthier so that you can have a longer, higher quality life, because you've got the money to make that life really enjoyable. Not that it should really be like that, but I think it does sort of work like that you're like, well, now that I've got all this cool shit, I don't want to not be able to use it.
I totally agree. Yeah, this week is the first time I've been playing hoops. I got a new basketball, been out the court every day this week. It feels good to be doing that kind of stuff again. I've got a 5-year-old going on 6, so I want to be in shape to enjoy life with him. And wealth has definitely made it much easier. If I still had to work a job, I can't imagine how my parents raised us. When my stepdad or my real dad, they had to work their jobs and run businesses at the same time. It's just what a different life that they had compared to what I have with my kid, because I'm with him 24/7. And most families don't have that option. And I can't imagine not being able to be there for him 24/7.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine how people fit everything they do into a day. I guess sleep usually takes a hit. Stress levels go up. People rushing when they're doing things, maybe multitasking. You have to get good at multitasking. It's something I've always been bad at. And some combination of that, people just manage to get shit done. And it's a miracle.
Yeah. Like tonight, I'm kind of chill. I took some ashwagandha about an hour and a half ago. And
is that like a natural relaxing?
It'll chill you out, man. It brings me right down. My stress levels are usually pretty low, and because the watch manages that, tells you I'm never into the red zone or even in the yellow. And when I take my ashwagandha, it's like real low. Randy comes down to a real slow motion.
Does the watch warn you? Like if your heart rate is going up and blood pressure and stuff, is it like, yo, whoa, wait, we need to get famous one of those watches then? Yeah,
my wife, she's at least once a day, her watch will go off, stress, warning, stress. I'm like, she's got her blood pressure is like 100/80 or something, like some ridiculously low number. And I'm the one with the high blood pressure. It's like, and her watch is warning her, hey, you have high stress right now. And mine it's never gone off. And because I'm so chill, even when we're fighting, when you're fighting with your significant others.
That's a flex. That's a flex, man. Like being in an argument and you're like, oh, check my wearable. Like this is not even bothering me at all.
The red, the bump, it barely bumps. I'm like,
I might try and find one that like a fake one that just always shows that you're chill, so that I can just. Okay, so people in the comments. So Sandy Beach says that part 1 was awesome. I was listening to quite a lot of it. I actually slept with it on. So
So you heard it.
I heard it. I don't like subconsciously. I've heard all of the streams so far, and then I was listening. But then obviously when I went backstage with Sticker Guy, I had to mute you guys so that we could make sure everything was working. Can I lean on the chat? Some people are saying that my video is like slow and glitchy, and I can turn this. It is so. Is the audio okay? And I just want people in the chat to say what I can do is I can turn off the green screen, like I can turn off the virtual green screen. But what it means is
that might be taking up too much bandwidth on your side.
It's going to look like this. It's going to look like balls. But if you guys think that's better,
it changed immediately. Your bandwidth got better immediately.
It's weird because this computer is so hardcore. I just refuse to believe that it can't handle because my previous computer before this used to handle the virtual green screen thing fine. So it's maybe a setting. I mean, it must be a setting, or maybe something's in the background, like, I don't know, mining some cryptocurrency. It's probably like there's probably some Monero miner, like a scam one that someone's like yeeted into my computer. So so should we talk a bit about what do you have highlights from things that have happened so far? The New York riot thing is pretty cool. I'm dodging spoilers on the movie like a ninja.
No spoilers.
I am literally like head in the sand, refusing. Someone sent me a link to a video. They were like, "Oh, this person is doing their reaction video to the documentary." I'm like, "Hell no, I'm not watching that."
No
Even
way.
if they're not actively trying to do spoilers, they're clearly going to just inadvertently do spoilers. So I'm definitely not watching that. How dare you even send me that link?
I don't even like it when my wife sends me, like, if we're going to go see a movie in a couple weeks, she's like, "Oh, just watch the preview." I don't want to see the preview.
Yeah, that's a terrible idea.
Yeah.
So normally, and that's something that these doco creators said, it was a point of difference with the highest of stakes. They specifically said, we didn't want to just be one of those movies where they show you all the best action scenes all in the trailer, and then when you go and watch it, you're effectively paying to see the trailer plus padding.
Yes.
They wanted to build hype but not show the best content in the trailer, and I don't know if they achieved that yet because I haven't seen the movie, but we'll find out. Somebody
said they just got back from the movie here.
I like this comment right here. Let's get this party started.
That's right, Cheetah. it's crazy, man. I actually, the highest of stakes, I originally was going to do the buy the rumor, sell the news event. You know, I had a whole bunch of liquid HEX, and then I looked at the calendar and I said, "Oh shit, they're launching that on a full moon." And you know me, I'm not a TA guy. I'm a cycles guy. So I said, "There's no way I'm running this and owning through a full moon." And so I took all of my liquid everything except for my my main principal coins that I had, like in PHUX pools and those kind of things. I left those all hanging. I left my PulseChain, my PulseX. I just left all that hanging. But all my other liquids I sold, and I did that about 10 days ago. And I put it into the Jeep pool. Now, if you know what the Jeep pool is on PHUX, right?
I've seen it, but remind me what's in it.
It's 20% USDC, 20% USDT, 20% DAI, 20% PulseChain, 20% FUX. Yeah, so it was one of the stable ones. It does have,
because there is one that's got just stables.
Yeah, I didn't do that.
This one's got the.
Yeah, I still wanted exposure to PulseChain. And
are you saying that sort of effectively auto bought you?
It saved my ass, man. It saved my ass. And so what I did is on Monday morning, when I first woke up, I was telling Katie the story that I was originally going to immediately sell my Jeep pool because our PulseChain was down 40-something% at the time. And I figured impermanent loss would have put a whole bunch of PulseChain in my wallet, right? And I'm like, this is a great situation, but the front end for PHUX wouldn't work. So I couldn't get out. I was like, ah, damn. And then you had that V-shaped recovery. By the time it worked, it was too late to take advantage. So.
Oh man, I've never had the front end fail on me for FUX.
It did on Monday morning. Yeah.
So what? Can you go into a bit more detail in terms of was the website down, or was it there but it wasn't connecting to the wallet, or was it?
Oh, it was
that the
connected to the
transaction wasn't going
wallet,
through?
but nothing would happen. It was just so slow. It wouldn't show me it wouldn't show me how many coins I had. The numbers, of the APRs weren't showing properly. The whole site just went bonkers. And I think it's because everybody was trying to do stuff at the time. And you saw a lot of liquidity leaving. Liquidity was just coming off the market because everyone was getting really scared. I wanted to end my liquidity just because I wanted to end up with a lot more PulseChain.
To effectively buy, yeah. You wanted to do it like a buy,
but I couldn't get it to work. So I just brought new money in. I went to the bank. My wife and I, we took out some money and put money in, and picked up a whole bunch of PulseChain and PulseX and fiat, because fiat dropped. I got fiat at 21 cents. I mean, that was ridiculous. And then just a couple of days earlier, it was 48 cents. So it was a great buying opportunity, and I hope people took advantage. You might not get another opportunity ever like this in crypto to be able to get a quick 50% dip and get in and make some nice profits. Comes around once in a great while, so good on everyone who was able to take advantage of it.
The crazy one is someone that's not in our community came into a Twitter space and said that they said, "Oh, I just bought a whole heap of PulseChain at the bottom." It was super obvious to me, because I've seen this exact thing happen before when a massive FUD event occurs, the price crashes, but it overshoots, like as in people panic too much, and it's always going to go lower than what the real damage is. So he was went in large, like 7 figures, or six figures, 7 figures, like high 6 figures, I think. And I was like, yeah, that's true, that anyone that's seen those sorts of overreactions, and if you've got the confidence that it's crypto, it's not, the chain doesn't get turned off, that governments can't do anything to stop it. So it's not like it's literally just market sentiment that's driving the price down.
Pure emotions.
It's pure emotion. So if you can counter trade that, it's kind of one of the most obvious counter trades with the best asymmetric risk that you're ever going to get for short duration gains. You don't normally look at that person that bought that, even though obviously they wouldn't have got the very, very, very bottom when they said they caught the bottom. It'd be ballpark. They'd be up 60, 80% now, something like that.
Absolutely.
In less than a day. It's insane. That's insane. Even for crypto, that's insane.
Yeah.
And by the way, on on a low risk blue chip stock, or asset.
Yeah, that's what I keep telling people. If you bought the dip and you bought PulseChain and PulseX and a couple of the other ones that are pretty big, obviously Fiat's the only real project, third-party project that's been launched so far, big ones, then you did pretty well, because even Fiat's up a whole bunch.
Yeah. So I agree with you. That's quite a unique opportunity that doesn't come around very often. And
how do I do it this way? That's my mama down there. Die hard HEX skin.
The
Die hard HEX skin.
In the comments.
Yeah, the comment there you got.
Cool. Very cool. Comment. Very cool.
Yeah, she's awesome. She watches all of us. Hey, Sandy.
Yeah, someone commented in here. Wow, everyone seems to know each other. Well, I think Randy and I have streamed a couple
long
of times.
time ago. You're talking about
a super long time ago, and then maybe the last conference as well.
No, not the last conference. It had to be Crypto Syndicate days. Discourse Syndicate. Discourse Syndicate.
Yeah. I did remember. I've definitely streamed with you at least
2020.
once.
Yeah, for sure.
So yeah, I guess there is a lot of crossover episodes. So it's true that that it does seem like everyone knows each other, but obviously sometimes it's not super well. People tell me that when they go to in-person meetups, it's like everyone's Insta friends. Even people that haven't met, haven't even met online, everyone's just Insta friends.
I pick up people all the time at the airport. They're like, Randy, I'm flying in, and I'll go pick them up at the airport and shake hands, give hugs, and it's like we've known each other for 10 years. That's the power of HEX.
I think that's the power of any common passion where you feel like you're on a mission together. This one's obviously particularly meaningful. I heard someone recently say that it's people, what you do is not as important to others as why you're doing it. So the reasons behind why we're in crypto, and you know, it maybe explained why some of my friends appear to be so impressed with me, or like they're so positive about like what I'm doing. I think they pick up that the reason I'm in crypto is because I want the world to be a better place. So that is like, if you look at that as the reason you're doing it, that's like the ultimate reason, right? That you want a better world, like you want a better situation for all of humanity. And because I always thought it's strange that my friends get so like my friends that are not in crypto get super excited about how excited I am about crypto, even though it doesn't really directly benefit them at all. And I think that might be the reason. So yeah, and then when you share those common passions and common goals, I think it makes it very easy to connect.
Well, it's similar too, you know, like I was in the Navy, and even within the HEX community, there's a group of us that were all sailors, and we all bond. And same thing with any veteran from any force. When you're veterans, you guys bond because you're like, I carried a gun once too, you know? It's one of those situations.
Similar experiences. And so that includes RG3, doesn't it?
Yeah, RG3, Hexo, myself, Gary.
Hexo, yeah.
You know, there's a lot of folks, and Uncle Will here in the chat. There's a lot of good people out there. Magic Carpet Ride.
Yeah, thanks, Ty. I'm a fan. I'm a fan of you as well, man.
They were trying to keep up with me in the referral program for 9-inch, and my buddy, he said, Randy, no matter what Magic Carpet Ride does, if they try to flex on me, I'll put in another $500,000. I'm like, MCR, let's do it, guys. Put in some more. Try to flex my buddy so he can come flex back. Because I was getting 10%. I was like, go for it, fight.
Wild. That's absolutely wild.
My buddy ended up putting in like 2.9 million or something like that.
Holy crap.
Yeah, just for 9-inch. He's like, I want to be the God wheel of 9-inch. I'm like, okay, bro.
Whoa, dude. Does he know Hexy Bastard or is
No, but I do. And I know him as well. So I put the two together. And now he just got this new airdrop, Where'd the ETH go? And right now his Where'd the ETH go is worth like 150 grand.
I heard about this token and I saw it on my timeline because Hexy Bastard was throwing props at cookies for sport, like not for coming up with the idea, but for saying something that was the inspiration or some kind of like steps away from the inspiration of what the idea was. And then I looked at the chart and obviously it was just like up ridiculous. Like,
it's insane. Absolutely insane.
Some insane.
You guys, you could have put $1,000 in on, 2 days ago, and right now you'd have 10. It's just. But
I think, like, not to discount what they've achieved with that pump, but it was like they geared it up for.
They experimenting.
They geared it up for pump, like as in they started with the market cap incredibly low with ultra thin liquidity, so that you could just drive it up like massive with low economic.
You understand why they did it though? This is a total experiment because when 9-inch launches, this is going to be the first time we've ever had a project launch on 2 chains on the same day. So they wanted to make sure that the liquidity and everything could be done and they could do it successfully. So this was a test. And it was
just
very,
testing
very
liquidity, bro. Sound like Elon.
Yeah. So it all worked out great. And so that just gives me confidence that when 9-inch launches their token, that's going to work out great. I'm super excited for this one.
Oh, I just realized that was while I was asleep. That's how I know this. So because I was like, how do I know this? And it was like, it's subconscious. That was part of while I was asleep. Maybe I sort of like was in and out of light sleep through that period or something.
Lights Out said WHETH done 33,600%.
So yeah. I mean, I think I agree with the people who are saying that you don't want a ghost chain. You want to have stuff built on it. So you have to. So I'm allowing myself to still be an RH product maxi while still. So part of me being an RH maxi means I want the best for PulseChain. And so if that means that things are being built, people doing degen, meme coin trading, launching other deck, like all of that. So I see those two. So I see those two things as part of the same thing. Like I don't think I'm being a hypocrite or contradicting myself when I say that I am an RH maxi and I also want these things to exist. But some people have been painting it like it's one way or the other, that if you're an RH maxi, that you want the chain to be empty. To me, that doesn't make sense.
Makes no sense whatsoever.
That doesn't make sense.
I like being
rich. For me, it's the other way around. So there might be RH maxis out there that are taking that stance where they're like, these should be the only coins, everything else should F off. But I don't agree with that sort of stuff, and I'm an RH maxi.
Imagine how boring it would be.
Oh, dude. And also you would get no adoption. People aren't going to come over unless there's something interesting to come over for. Yeah. People are not just coming over to, because if the only reason to come over is to buy and stake HEX, then that's the exact community that already came over when the fork occurred, because that component of the community was already an auto port.
Yes.
So if you want additional network participants, there has to be something different almost by definition. So yeah.
Absolutely. I'm all for just bring it all on. I want everything over on Ethereum to start coming over to PulseChain. If that happens, our PulseX fees, our buy and burns going to go nuts. And, all these dexes, whether it's PHUX or 9-inch, they're going to do fabulous. So, everything's going to do well. Obviously, I'm a 9-inch guy. I'm an advisor on the team, and I support the guys. I've been friends with them ever since Pulse Doge Win launched. And
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I just joined the team as an advisor. I'm not going to get paid or anything. I'm just there to help make sure that help them to be successful. So I really want them to do well. And that's why I know why they were doing the WHETH token. This is not my first rodeo. I understand that launching a coin on two chains on the same day, it's a feat, especially when it comes down to liquidity and making sure that everything is fair and balanced. And we got to see what happened, how the PulseChain token is outperforming the Ethereum token by about 3-1 or 4-1. So
it's from where though? From what starting point?
They launched the same price.
Sorry.
So I think I don't have it up right now.
From both their starting points.
Yeah, and they started at the same place, but the Ethereum one right now, I don't know the exact price because I don't have it pulled up, but it's probably like 34 cents right now.
Oh, sorry, we're not talking about ETH versus PLS. You're talking about the
actual price of the tokens.
The 9-inch token on those two chains.
The
token exists. Does the DEX exist?
The WHETH, where the ETHCO token, which is made by the 9-inch team.
The meme coin. Sorry, I'm getting confused.
So over on, it's about 34 cents or so on Ethereum, and over on PulseChain right now it's $1.34. So you could see how much more the PulseChain version has outperformed the ETH version. So this is going to foreshadow what's going to happen when 9-inch launches. The 9-inch DEX, the price of the 9-inch token version might trail in price value discovery compared to the 9-inch version on PulseChain, just because PulseChain has more action, and you can trade, you can have fun with it, because even myself, when I was trading,
you don't get chopped by fees. You don't get chopped by fees, and you can have smaller participants happy to buy $5 worth or something like that. That doesn't happen on ETH.
You won't be able to do that on ETH.
Are you suggesting that we can then use that as a flex to the broader crypto space and say,
sure,
hey, look, for all intents and purposes, these two things were identical, same team, same tokenomics, same everything. The only difference was what chain it was launched on, and over here, the price performance has been significantly better.
That's a big flex, man.
That's a massive flex. That's a massive flex.
That's almost $1 more in price value in the same amount of time, starting at the same price.
That's an absolutely massive flex.
Yeah.
Speaking of your role for 9-inch, on the day that the massive crash happened, where it just nuked, I wake up, my net wealth is literally less than half of what it was when I went to sleep.
Yeah.
For about maybe 3.5 seconds, I considered that I might have to go and get a job, and I don't know why I spelled that out. I don't like it when other people do it. I was thinking about getting a job. I was like, I might have to get a job maybe within the next year. If this goes into some kind of like apocalypse scenario where we're down or sideways for extended months and months and months and months, theoretically, I might run out of money, maybe. So I better just start being responsible about it now and like considering what's out there. Didn't really want to go back to the industry that I used to be in, even though I'm still capable, because I love this industry so much. And this is where my passion is. I enjoy the shit. So I went and looked, and I realized that effectively what all of us have been doing for free for this entire time is a highly paid job in the crypto space.
Oh, absolutely.
Highly paid. Community managers and promoters and stuff like that get paid by these crypto projects an absolute S ton of money.
I was on the other side. I was the guy that managed it all. I was the one who paid Blockchain Chick, who paid Wendy,
really?
Who paid BitBoy. Yeah.
Oh, you were
I was like on the other side.
You were like a promoter organizer, like where you would gear them up and make the connect between the
black hand
projects and the influencers.
Yes.
I did not know that. That's really interesting. I think we definitely need to talk about this.
So my first project was in 2015 that I did that for, and I was actually one of the influencers for them. So I was out there on Twitter and helping them make social media content, and my wife would make images for them because we were a social media team.
You were the talent.
Yes.
And then at some point you progressed into actually pimping others.
Yes. So that helped, that being a pimp. That was 2017 towards the end. We launched a company along with about 6 other people that were all marketing geniuses. And we would pay people like Dollar Vigilante, since I'm not on the team anymore. We used to pay him $25,000 to shill stuff.
Oh my days! I know that's Jeff Berwick, right?
Yeah, Jeff Berwick, and I was on the team for 4 years, but they were talking crap about HEX, so screw those guys. So I left the team.
I remember that.
Yeah.
So their portfolio towards the end, because one of my friends was subscribed to their newsletter. I wasn't paying for it, but he would just tell me or sometimes send me screenshots, and I respect their dedication to privacy because their entire portfolio was privacy-focused coins, but the price performance of these coins was garbage. So they were all like Monero, Pirate Coin,
Monero,
and other. And they had a lot of the Bitcoin forks and things like that they believed that were more legitimate to the, less likely to be co-opted by the man.
Raphael's
and
clueless.
I just remember I was like, I respect that these guys are super passionate. I think they had Zcash, like anything that was privacy or claimed to be privacy focused. They had that in their portfolio, and the performance was trash. Anyone that was following that portfolio thinking these guys know what they're talking about would have just got absolutely wrecked.
My argument, let me say my argument why they were doing that. And this is all speculation. I can't prove that this was what they were doing, but privacy coins, the reason why they loved privacy coins, it wasn't because they care about privacy, because these guys are greedy. All they want to do is make money. They liked it because of the obfuscation. You could not see what was in their wallets. So when they were buying Pirate Chain and buying shitloads of Pirate Chain for months upon months, and then they had their guy who I got hired for them, their copywriter, write this huge write-up about Pirate Chain. The Pirate Chain went from like 15 cents up to 16.50. They were dumping the whole way up.
Holy crap!
And you can't see that because it's all totally obfuscated because it's a privacy.
You can't see them accumulating. You can't see them sending it. Who's sending it into exchanges, and then you can't see them dumping on you.
That's why they use all privacy coins. Think about it.
Bro, dude, we cannot allow that comment to leak out into the pump and dump degen space. We need to delete this stream right now. That's too much alpha. That is too much alpha. However, the good, like the silver lining, if that does happen, where if scammers, not scammers, but pump and dumpers start using privacy focused coins for that reason, at least then the rest of us get privacy adoption. Like we get better anonymity sets and better like coins actually getting attention that are privacy focused. So why do you think that hasn't happened yet? That, these guys that run pump and dumps, they're pretty smart. I've heard them. They're great. Like that, as in they're impressive. Their intelligence and their ability to psyop is on a level that is really quite impressive. And so why haven't those guys realized that if they use something that's privacy focused, then people aren't able to do the on-chain? Because it's obvious as that, like it's obvious if you go and do the on-chain exactly what happened with these pump and dump schemes.
And now you know what I said, and it just makes sense because I've been around forever. And privacy coins, Dark Coin was my second coin I ever owned. Dash.
Yeah, what you said makes so much sense that it doesn't make sense that other people are not doing it. That's how much sense that makes. So
can you imagine they accumulate for 8, 10, 12 months on a coin, and then they do all this research and make a beautiful write-up, and they convince their 200,000 subscribers to go out and buy this token in mass, and the whole time they're dumping on liquidity. Yeah.
Man.
It's so simple. and no, where they got this from? They got it from the old gold and silver mining companies from Vancouver. So the people that come out of Vancouver, they're the number one people that are really good at these pump and dumps. And that's where the world of Jeff came from.
Because he was early to stock. I think he said he made the first website in Canada that showed stock prices on the internet.
Was his.
So he was a gold and silver bug. Like he's mentioned that.
That's my world. That's where I came from.
Dude, that's so interesting. Holy crap.
He's a good guy. I mean, don't get me wrong. I like Jeff, but Raphael, I can't stand that guy. He's the guy that does the newsletter for the crypto.
Yeah, I saw him on a stage somewhere where he was just, I think it was I forget what coin the conference was for, but he was just shilling Monero and Bitcoin Cash.
Yeah, he likes not Bitcoin Cash. He likes the other Bitcoin.
Screaming about it. Just
Sorry,
it was SV. It was
SV.
It was SV. You're right. Sorry, and he was just like, if you want this, then you want Monero, and if you want this, then you want SV. Like that. That's the like, and I'm just like, man, this guy sounds frantic. Like, as in, this is not a good pitch because he just sounds. When you believe in what you're saying, you say it calmly because you're like, I don't care if people believe me or not. I've got the truth on my side. Absolutely. You don't scream and make a big like, you guys are. It's meant to be Monero, damn it! It's like the energy level that you're putting into it. It's like you're overcompensating for your lack of conviction.
Yeah, my psycho side just goes off like this person should be in a room. Steven says if I'm from Vancouver. No, I'm not from Vancouver, but I come from the gold and silver industry where many people are from Vancouver. So that's where most of that stuff happens.
So yeah, I mean, am I causing you to repeat things that you've already told people on stream before, or is this like
my streams? My fans know what I'm talking about.
Man, I find this kind of thing incredibly interesting. Like,
but I'm huge into privacy. See, that's the same thing here. That's the odd thing. So I like privacy protocols for obfuscation of my transfers. And what do we have on PulseChain right now? We have Beetroot. I'm a huge fan of Beetroot. And I made sure that I got a potato position in Beetroot, and I love it. So I thank these guys for coming out and doing this. But being in the privacy game is a very dangerous game. It's a game where the government doesn't like it, right? You could do that if you want. If you want to bring us up close.
Someone said that our handles are not showing up, and the last time that happened to me,
that's going to be under. I can't see the controls, but I think that's under banners, maybe on the right hand side. Should be on banners.
Oh, yep, got it. It's got folders.
Don't mess with the folders.
Oh no, I better not mess with this. Yikes! That was like. So one time that this happened to me. It was the banners were not there when I had comments up, but then when I took the comments away, it did show the. You know what? Maybe I'll just mess around with the settings while we keep.
Well, it's not. I know it's not under
talking.
settings. It's on. It's one of the things on the top right.
Okay.
You can go.
Here we go. Maybe brand.
Yes, probably.
Yes. Yes, got it. Show display names. Woo-hoo. Boom. Hex Tangent on Twitter at Hex_Tangent and Randy Hilarski. What is your preferred? Because I'm basically exclusively on Twitter now, pretty much.
Well, I used to be. I lost that handle, so I got banned on Twitter.
That's right. I remember that. And so what's your main? What's your
Pulse
main
Mafia?
thing now?
Pulse Mafia is my Twitter. Actually, I'm mostly focused in on my Patreon now. No Permissions Patreon. We're killing it. We're having a good old time. It's a bunch of gray hairs. We're all sitting in there, talking about the world, and I don't focus on just crypto. People think, oh, Randy, you've got just another paid crypto group. No. We're not talking about just crypto. We're talking about owning your own farm. We're talking about getting your second residency in another country. We're talking about banking. We're talking about all kinds of cool stuff. So crypto's it's just the avenue of see, that's my Patreon. You don't have to keep it up there though. You got too much.
So headline. I obviously didn't.
These are all new tools. This just came out recently, so you don't have to have that one on there. There you go.
That's interesting.
Yeah. So
what a coincidence that's what we were talking about while I accidentally turned that on, because I'm just, I better not click too many buttons because I think I'm probably boomer status on. But this is quite interesting. Yeah, there's so much stuff going on here now.
It's funny.
Man. That's
because I'm logged into StreamYard, my regular StreamYard. All of my stuff on StreamYard, you're able to see it. I didn't put that in there. That's from my channel. That's funny because mine's connected to this one too somehow.
Oh, I hope I didn't dox anything by turning that on.
No, you didn't. I'm just saying, because my StreamYard is connected to this StreamYard somehow, and it's got all my information is already in there, and I didn't plug that in. It did it automatically.
Oh wow, that's scary from a privacy point of view.
but I got my VPN on, so there we go.
Okay. So, interesting. When I was thinking about what I wanted to talk about, if I end up with any little gaps where I'm solo, one of the ideas I came up with was throwback stories of funny or interesting things that happened in the past, while that people that are new to crypto might not be aware of. That will be, that just sort of like the culture and things that happened and stuff like that, just like the history of crypto.
You and I have been around a long time.
Yeah. Because there were things that happened that were so significant at the time that now people just wouldn't have even known. Like, if they came in after that point, they're just unaware of it. So that one is super interesting.
For those of you guys who do not know, if you came into crypto prior to 2016. You got to see the old school libertarian / anarcho-capitalist core group, which we came from, that were like the middle finger guys, cypherpunks. We had nothing to do with the banking system. If you even brought the fact up that BlackRock or somebody was coming into crypto, they'd be like, no, that can't happen. That's ridiculous. It's totally anti what we believe, right? But now they're like, yes. Bring on BlackRock to the moon. And I'm like,
and people are just desperate for the bag pump. They'll take anyone. They'll let anyone into this party as long as they bring some punch.
That is amazing to me.
Keep the party going.
It seems so terrible that that's what people are talking about.
Bro. It's so desperate. Oh, that's right. The reason we got onto that topic, the reason we started talking about Jeff was we were talking about this idea of connecting influencers with, because it can obviously be done. It can be done in an ethical and classy way where they disclose that it's a paid promotion, and and if they are ethical actors, they could legitimately only take on sponsors that they actually believe in the project. So it would be only when they get the alignment of saying, oh, I actually do like this project and they're willing to pay me to promote it. What a fortunate coincidence. Mm-hmm. But unfortunately what would happen often is it doesn't work like that. And the influencers just want to get paid, and the projects could be complete scams and know that if they can leverage the influence that those people have over their followers, particularly if they're legacy celebrities that are not even within the crypto space.
Like Floyd Mayweather, perfect example.
Yeah, there's heaps of examples. Logan Paul and Tom Brady, and like the list is too much, right? The list goes on and on.
Kardashians.
And I see those influencers as greedy victims that obviously their greed got the better of them because they're already rich. They didn't need to risk their reputation and feed their followers to get financially ruined. That would weigh on me so heavily. Imagine being like, oh, well, I still live in the same mansion that I was already in. The only difference to my life is that I know that people who look up to me got financially ruined. Good luck sleeping at night.
Exactly.
It's wild.
Yeah, that's why I left the game. I had after 2018, I was totally out. My last project that I worked with was in 2018. It was a German project, and
it wasn't Naga, was it?
No.
It was like a German exchange.
This one, I can't remember the name. It had something to do with pictures and stuff. Some stupid shit, but they still raised like 12 million. It was I couldn't believe they raised 12 million with their project, but they did, and I'm just glad I don't do it anymore. Now I'm paid. I'm sponsored by Aurochs, which is the Aurochs wallet, and they're the competitor.
They've got like a TradingView competitor thing, right?
Yeah, they've been around since 2017. I was just a user at first. It was born in my Facebook group. I had a Facebook group about 50 whales, approximately 42 to 50. For a while there, blockchain chick, her husband, Jeff Berwick, all of us were in this group, and I was the smallest dude in the group. Believe me,
even though you were the creator of the group.
I was the creator, but I was the one who brought everybody together. And Yorgi and Taraz, the founders of Aurochs, they were in the group too. So obviously, the first people that got to use Aurochs when it came out was us. So we were all the testers. We were all using it. They were going up against TradingView. And this last, I was their social media guy for three years or so, and then they let me go about a year and a half ago. And when I came back to Panama from Mexico, I messaged them. I said, "Hey guys, I'm going to start streaming." I said, "Why don't you guys sponsor me? And Aurochs will be what I use to show people charts
when you look at charts and stuff."
When I look at charts. And then in December they launched the Aurochs wallet, and I've been referring that code, because it's way better than MetaMask. And so I've been talking about that, and I love those guys. They've been paying me, and I've been sponsored by them since I got back from Mexico. So it's been great.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and they're going public.
Did you know particularly good about a product like that is it's not a rug. It's because it's not a token. They build tools, and people can't lose money. It's a tool. So. Yeah. And I'm not saying that you shouldn't be allowed to promote other things. I'm just saying that this one's very safe.
They do have a token, but no one. Yeah.
They do have a token.
It's not a requirement to use it. It's 100% utility token. So if you use the wallet, you get a multiplier of 1.5 on the points that you earn for using the wallet. So every time you do a transfer, you earn a couple points. If you have the tokens, then you could earn up to 1.25 x on your token accrual. Of your points accrual, and it also gives you a couple extra benefits on the Aurochs trading platform, like alerts and stuff like that. So you'll have to have like 50 tokens in your wallet to maximize in order to participate in those kind of things. So that's the only reason why they have that. It's 100% utility, and they are going public. They raised money to go public back about a year ago, and a couple of Hexkins put money into it to go in the public listing. So. They might be the second crypto project to go public behind Coinbase.
Oh, whoa.
Yeah, that's pretty big. Dude, and I'm happy to own it. Yeah, they're going public. If you go to the Twitter right now, they're pretty silent. I messaged Yorgi the other day, and I said, "Hey, Yorgi, could you guys put out a support tweet for PulseChain? Because they're one of the first wallets or companies that go out there and support PulseChain." He goes, "Randy, we can't right now. We're under like a gag order from the SEC until we get listed. We can't say much on Twitter." And I said, "Okay, understood," because I really would like them to come out and support a PulseChain. it made sense. You know, they already support them in the wallet. It's already, you don't even have to go add the RPC. It's already in the list of wallet EVMs that are available. So I was like, you guys make sense to come out and say something. No, Randy, we can't. I'm like, oh God.
Do you think, obviously don't say anything that could get them in trouble on here, but do you think that the fact that they've got, so Coinbase never had a token.
No.
Do you think that the fact that these guys have had a token might negatively impact their application to go public?
It might, but they were never shilling the token. There was no ICO. It was just a fairly launched. Just one day they launched it on Uniswap, and it was out in the wild. So that's a very different kind of launch.
I've noticed that. So the last time I used it, which is going back a while, they had their custom Aurochs indicators were all free
Still,
and they had prices, and then it says free, and that's still the case.
Yeah.
So is this just so that people have a higher perception of the value, so they don't just take it for granted, or is there a chance that at some point that these will actually like cost money to use those?
They've made it clear to me that in the future they will either cost money, or you have to have the token in your wallet, a certain amount of tokens as a utility to get everything for free.
Hey, so Magic Carpet Ride, give me a thumbs up if you're ready to come on the stream. And also, cool. All right, we've got Magic Carpet Ride coming in with, I think, a police officer.
What's up? Can you hear us?
It's dark over there.
He's got a thing of Richard there.
That's a Richard.
Are you with a cop?
How's it going, you guys?
Oh, it's a Richard cutout, because I was about to say I don't allow cops on my stream, bro. I haven't. I hope you haven't been waiting long. I only just saw you.
No, we just came in.
Oh, perfect. All right, it must have caught the corner of my eye. Welcome to the stream.
There we go.
There we go. Is that
Who
better?
else have we got there, Ty?
This is Marcus, Triplet Dad 007. We got J Money, and we have Mr. Hartz with us here in Dublin, California, waiting for everybody to get their popcorn and come in. How's your stream going?
It's going great. I'm learning cool things. I'm getting my mind blown. It's great. Awesome. Better than expected.
Awesome. We just got back from Beers, World of Beers.
Yep.
World of Beers. My Life is Awesome Lit's going to be over. We have Susie here.
Hello.
Popcorn.
That was so random.
Yeah, it's super quiet in here.
I
There's
love
nothing on the
That was
screen.
perfect.
Like,
It's
I love everybody.
Thank you.
Wait, that's how you know you're having a good party, is when
Right?
you don't care about making a
We need more
mess.
popcorn. We have more
So-
popcorn. Sorry.
Theater's somewhat empty still.
Waiting for people to
It's
come
not.
in.
Everybody that's supposed to be here is here.
Oh, so you guys are in the theater?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
nice.
Yeah, we got Richard here hanging out, and
we
then
have Mr. Twerking Richard.
we have twerking Richard down here.
That's cool.
Twerking Richard.
We're gonna need you guys to keep that phone camera rolling for a bit longer, just while we watch the movie with you guys.
You guys aren't streaming
Joke.
the movie, are you?
Jokes.
No,
Okay,
Jokes.
No, that would be illegal, Randy.
Yeah, I don't want YouTube channels to get knocked down.
We joked about doing it in a Twitter space, but obviously the directors would not be happy about that.
Yeah, no, they made
that-
it very clear premiere last night in Miami that there was going to be no video cameras going during the stream. So
Is that Randy?
yeah, Charlarski.
Randy, that's that freaking guy that beat our pool?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Son of a bitch.
We were
Son
just
of
talking about that.
Hey Randy, how you doing, bud?
Oh, right. I just flapped the 9-inch on the
love
table.
Randy.
Whack.
Where'd your ETH go, Randy? Any idea where the ETH went?
I have no idea where
Where'd
the
the
ETH
ETH
went.
go?
Yeah. We love where the ETH go.
$1.25 on PulseChain right now.
Oh yeah.
Where are we at on ETH?
Who cares?
I don't have that one pulled up.
I
but-
heard someone
Like
say,
30
"Who cares?"
I'm keeping that one to pair with my the 9-inch on the 9-inch.
Yeah.
100%.
32 cents. 32 cents on ETH.
Nice.
Oh yeah, and I'm at the movies. Great. I'm at the movies. All right, are we good? We're gonna start taking pictures of everybody that's showing up here with Richard Hart. I hope you guys are good. Thanks for checking in with everybody as these movie theaters start filing in. But you guys are awesome. Thank you for letting us come in.
That's awesome.
Cheers, sir.
Thank you for coming and bringing the vibes from over there to over here. Cheers,
Nope.
guys, and enjoy that movie. I'm highly envious.
Thank
Nice.
you, Mr. Tangent. Thank you, Randy. Have a good night.
You guys too. Great. Cheers.
Thanks, guys.
All right, that was so awesome.
It's so funny. I was getting private messages from people within the MCR group. They're like, Randy, please let us win. I said, it's not me. My buddy wants to be the Godwill of Nine. He's not going to let you win. I said,
My friend is wailing the shit.
It was great, man. Oh, what a week that was, that last week when my buddy would come up with another $500,000, then he'd come up with another $500,000. I'm like, holy crap. I said, every time you do that, bro, you're giving me $50K. I'll keep it up.
Holy crap. Are you serious?
Yeah, it was nuts, man.
Dude.
Nuts. And the thing is, for those of you guys who don't know, Patreon, when 9inch launches, they're launching on ETH and PulseChain with liquidity. So it might not just be if you sacked for $10,000 worth, you might have 10,000 on 2 chains. I'm not quite sure how the launch is going to go. We'll see.
Yeah. So that's also dual chain.
Yes, that's why they did the test. That's why where the ETH go was done, so they could test how it was going to go.
So, okay. So was the sack done? What chain was the sack done on?
ETH and PulseChain.
But it didn't matter which one you sacked on. You get both.
Yes.
Is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
That's awesome.
So it wasn't like if you sack on Pulse, you get the Pulse one, and if you sack on ETH, you get the ETH one.
You get both.
You get both. So it's just dollar value of whatever you happen to sack, regardless of the chain. That makes sense, obviously, because that's what Richard did as well, where it was like you could just go on any chain you want. I mean, I guess it's too late for a lot of projects to not do a sack if they've already done one or were already in the process of doing one. But do you think, and maybe we shouldn't even talk about this, but do you think some people are having regrets, or like, I think an assumption was made, oh, Richard's a galaxy brain. He's come up with this way that's like immune to SEC scrutiny. And then now it certainly appears that it's certainly not immune to at least them creating the accusation of it being a common pool investment and ignoring the language that was used. Do you think other people that have done sacks or are doing sacks or are planning to do a sacks are going to like factor, like weighing this in and being like, oh shit, maybe this maybe wasn't as immune as we thought? Especially
people that are in the US. If you're in the US, I would not be playing that game.
Yes. Yes, of course. Yeah, because SEC doesn't.
Or just being a U.S. citizen. I mean, you could be a U.S. citizen living in Dubai and then running one of. That's funny.
Oh shit! Actually, you know what? If anything, if there's a stray cat that's a U.S. citizen that happens to jump up on a keyboard of a computer that happens to be linked to the Amazon Web Service that blah blah blah, like as in, I'm trying to highlight that. It can be this like really hyper detached link that someone in the US is involved, and they can still use that long reach policy to like say, okay, this is under our jurisdiction now. So you need to be like completely isolated from the US, not just, wild.
Just even being careful having US people on their team, paid US people.
That too. Yep. Using Amazon Web Services or any kind of cloud service shit that has any part of their hosting in the US, dude, it's so loose that it's probably difficult to actually be on the internet and not have some kind of link that they can say that you were somehow connected to the States.
Absolutely. The HEX Facebook
So-
group. I didn't even know there was a group over there. I've been banned from Facebook for so long.
Yeah, I actually also don't use Facebook. Like, as in, in fact, I do. Sorry, that's a half truth. I use it for people to invite me to events and for people to message me. So messaging and events. I don't go on the timeline.
You know, I'm not a permanent ban over there, but they requested Wakanda. They requested that I submit my passport to prove who I am to get my account back. And I said, you can kiss my wet ass. You're not getting my passport photo to get my Facebook account back. No. It's not working like that.
Oh, and so then they just nuked your account.
Yeah.
Like, oh, sorry, you just couldn't re-access it.
Yeah, I couldn't react. They needed my passport. I said, you're not taking that.
Dude, I knew early that their shit was out of control with KYC because one of my mates got married and his wife wanted to change her surname on Facebook to match his last name because she took his name, and they wouldn't let her do it unless she submitted the marriage certificate and like identity documentation and all this stuff. And dude, I'm like, when Facebook started, you could just make an account with any name. Like, I was like, what? Are you insane? Like, and at the time she did it, obviously not as privacy focused. I would have just been like, fuck it. Like,
well, I did that, you know, with YouTube. If you guys notice, I have a check mark next to my name because I'm verified. It's because back in 2012, when Google Plus was going really well, I was doing great. I was like the top performing account in Panama and Central America, and cool. Google South America, their offices in Chile, gave me a call on Google Hangouts one night. Like, who are you? Why are you doing so well? So I then became friends with the guy that was head of Google Chile, and one day he asked me, "Hey, Randy, do you want to get verified?" I'm like, "Hell yeah." I said, "But can I get my wife verified as well?" He's like, "Yeah." He goes, "I'll have the staff take care of it." The next day I get this letter. I had to fill out this long form, and they wanted a copy of our marriage certificate to verify both of us. I said, that's fine. This is going to be worth a lot of money in the future. Let me get this verified. So I used to have like 120,000 followers on Google Plus before they shut it down. And that was verified. That's how I got my check mark on YouTube, because the two are together. You know, it's YouTube and Google are the same company.
Oh, cool.
So people are always like, "Oh, Randy, you have to have 100,000 followers to get a verification." No, you don't. No, not if you're an old Google Plus guy.
So is so this comment that came up here from Wakanda, that's what that's referring to. The King of Panama is.
Yeah. I've been here a long time. I've been here almost 13 years. So I've been chilling Panama for a long time.
I really like this. I really like this hashtag better than the one that I was using. I stand with Richard Hart, and I don't like it how if you have a capital I and then a capital S, it just looks weird. And if you have a lowercase I, it looks weird. And if you go capital I, lowercase s, it still doesn't look that great because you end up having to put a capital on the W. This is much better.
Yeah.
Because it actually splits it up, and capital I's look like L's anyway. So I'm personally going with this hashtag from now on.
It looks nice too.
We stand with Richard Hart, and it sounds better. It rolls off the tongue better, and it's got more of a community vibe than like I. That sounds selfish. Like, it's like my opinion. This is about me. This is community. This is the team. This is how we're going to win together. We stand with Richard Hart.
Absolutely.
So,
Live Foundry is asking if my Twitter is still banned. Yes. My original Twitter is still banned. I fight for it all the time, but they don't give me any reason. They don't message me, nothing.
Crazy. Yeah. And I thought Twitter was supposed to be like the freedom of speech place now.
Yeah, right.
What the hell is going on?
People are still losing their accounts.
Dude, okay. I've heard a couple of little things like this where I'm like, this does not sound like they're much less, like they happen with much very reduced frequency compared to what used to happen. And it doesn't seem so targeted onto a single demographic. So it seems to be a little bit more random, which is maybe better, but they just shouldn't be doing that at all. Like, unless someone's doing some shit that's like really messed up. And they should just be letting everyone have their account and say what they want.
Absolutely. And I know that Elon wants to make Twitter or X into this huge thing, where it's a whole ecosystem. His original idea for PayPal is what he really wants to make X into. And that's that's a good thing. Go for that endeavor. But, you say free speech. Why are you taking people's accounts down? No idea why.
Yeah. And if you genuinely don't know why, then it cannot be in the category of stuff that I'm talking about, where it's like actually like really bad. Like then you'd know.
Well, there was two things. It's either one or two things. It was because I was on the SEC list and they had no way of contacting me, so they banned my account. Or it was because I was live streaming every night, and on Thursday nights I would use bets.io, some online gambling site, and I would go play slots on bets.io. And one night I played the Game of Thrones game, and the music came on for about 20 seconds. Right, the Game of Thrones music came on.
Oh, like a copyright thing.
The copyright thing. Like 3 days later, my account was gone. So that was the only other reason I could think that could happen. And I got a copyright strike on YouTube. Like one of the minor ones says this is not a full strike. This is just a warning. But I think that maybe that was the reason why Twitter took me down. But still, they have not given me a reason.
So when the SEC thing that you said, was this the original HEX one or this more recent PulseChain?
The original HEX
one. And so you're saying that if you're an anon and they can't work out, but to sign up to Twitter, don't you need to give a phone number?
It had my Mexican phone number. I used to live in Mexico.
Yeah, I also, well, I don't even know if I should say this publicly, but I use fake everything for everything. So none of my shit has any of my real shit, like on any of it. That's why it was weird in a Twitter space. In a Twitter space, someone was saying, "Oh, you can easily find out who a Twitter account belongs to." I'm like, "No, you can't."
No, he can't.
And they're like, "Yes, you can." And I was like, "Well, you wouldn't be able to work out what mine is because I don't use my real name and I signed up with a fake number." Like when I say fake number, there are numbers that you can get that
burners.
Actually, maybe I shouldn't. Yeah, they're like equivalent, effectively burn numbers, but they're quite difficult to find ones that work because they actually block all the VoIP numbers and all the ones if they know that it's a range, if it's in a series, if it's in a set of numbers that they know come from like these generated kind of like VoIP numbers, then they block them. So you'll
also hushed. I mean, I have hushed on my phone.
So you've just got to keep trying. You've just got to keep trying until you find one of these numbers that you can use.
Have you ever seen this app? It's called Hushed.
No, I haven't heard of it. Does it
Hushed,
do what I'm talking about?
Yeah, it's like you get a free phone number anywhere you want, and like I have a phone number back home in New York that I have on my phone. So when I want to contact people locally or call some like a company in the U.S., I could actually call from a U.S. phone number. So and tools like that are great, and that's a way that you could set up all of your information, all your social medias using that phone number.
So it's almost like mobile phone number aliasing, but with a single alias. Like,
yes.
See, I promote that sort of stuff. They've actually started doing it for credit cards now, where rather than you giving your credit card details, you get these like credit card numbers, aliases, and it's effectively a burner credit card detail, but it's linked to your real account. So you're not fraudulently giving fake shit. It really gets charged to your account, but it means that if that person doesn't take your data privacy and it like they have some data breach, then that account they can't spend on it because it's like a one-time use, or like you can turn it off if you want, or various levels of control.
Genius. I mean, I think that's the way everything should go.
I do it with emails. I use email aliasing, but I haven't done it with credit card yet because I think that was only available in the States at the time. And because I think Apple was even implementing it. This was an Apple thing if you were in the States. And then phone numbers, I absolutely do that. But with the phone numbers, it's not aliasing, like because it doesn't end up coming to my real phone number. That's just using burners.
Exactly. That's what this hush number is, just for me having a number in the States, and it always stays the same. It's not a burner. It's actually just me paying for a subscription to have a phone number in the States. But Tangent, I had to get going, man. I'm getting sore here, been here over 2 hours.
I'm so sorry. I didn't realize. And yeah, man, I'll let you go. Thank you for being a part of the stream. I'll have a little look to see who, if anyone, is coming.
You're supposed to have somebody coming on with you.
There is a name here, but it's got a question mark next to it. So that probably means that it's not confirmed. I've got the latest lineup here, and then Hex Ninja is joining me the hour afterwards. So thank you so much. Do you want to do a closing?
Yeah, sure.
We've lost our names again. Do a closing shill. Where can people find you? Let's remind everyone to hit like and share the stream and that sort of thing. And anything else that you want to say, if there's any epic quotes you've heard recently, or anything you want to impress onto the community.
Yeah, sure. So as everyone knows, I believe that PulseChain is going to succeed through this little rough patch. And I don't even consider this a rough patch. I consider this best marketing opportunity that any crypto has had in the history of crypto, because unlike the XRP team, we have somebody called Richard Hart that if he chooses to settle, we're going to do well. If he chooses to fight it, holy crap, can you imagine? So either way, I think we're in good hands. And if you want to reach out to me, you can find me on Twitter at Pulse Mafia. At Pulse Mafia is my backup account, and that account's growing well. You can also find me on YouTube as Randy Hilarski 1. That's my channel. And check out my Patreon, no permissions, and join us. There's about 300 of us in there, and we talk about lifestyle. We talk about offshore living, offshore banking, second passports, residencies, and of course, we talk about crypto. And we're more of the conservative approach to crypto, not the degenerate stuff. I'm probably the most degen guy in there because, that's just how I am. But overall, we're having a good old time. So you can find us at patreon.com/no permissions. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks so much, Randy. Good to see you, and enjoy the rest of your day/night. GMGN.
Cheers, Tangent.
See you, man. Very cool. Okay, story time with Tangent. So, I've given some thought to the sorts of things I wanted to talk about if I ended up having periods where I was solo. I actually did a Twitter space where part of the reason for it was to ask people to brainstorm some ideas of what we could talk about. And then after being in that Twitter space for about 8 hours where we didn't actually brainstorm any ideas at all, I decided, well, if we've just been talking for 8 hours straight without a script, maybe I'll just go off the dome. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through the comments and shout people out until we find something that we want to talk about. You guys can start driving either the topic of conversation or questions. And we'll do it like that for a bit, and we'll just see where we go. We'll see where we end up. We'll start the journey through the long grass and very likely end up in the forest. This says Corey stream. Yeah, so just for those of you who are just joining us, or those of you who didn't hear us mention before, there was a riot. There was effectively a Twitch influencer who promised to give away PlayStations in a park in New York. So I think people went to Madison Square Gardens or some other well-known park, assuming that it was there. And then when he didn't show up or didn't give out the PlayStations that he'd promised, they started rioting. And I'm told it was like a nice area. It wasn't like a trash area or like a ghetto or anything. It was like a nice area in New York, and just started rioting, jumping on cars, pulling shit to bits, and throwing shit and starting fights and whatever. And if you go on Twitter and search New York riot, you'll see videos of it. Some of it looked pretty actually, people told me that it was really I got told it was really bad. So when I went to go and see the footage, I was expecting it to be bad, right? Paris level fire bombs, things getting storefronts getting smashed, looting, that's bad. That's at least moderately bad. This was there was one video of a fight. There was one video of people carrying road stoppy stuff, the road barrier stuff. There was one video of someone jumping on a car, and that was probably the worst of it. And they were kicking this car. And I thought, this is probably just product placement for Tesla or some shit. So Z says that they've just arrived at the theater. Lights Out is in here. Magic Carpet Ride. Hopperman99, intermittent fasting. Yeah, I can't do intermittent fasting. I need to eat. RH looked excellent. HEX, excellent. So that's probably, or I'm probably far back in the comments. Oh, maybe, yeah, maybe. So, yeah. Oh, wow. You guys are talking about sleep. Okay, we're gonna have to do power mode on this. So, but I will shout names out: Bob Wells, Brenton Eslick, Sandy Biatch. Health is wealth. Live longer. You guys have got some interesting hashtags in here. Where did the ETH go? That's talking about this coin that launched. So people, something, okay. There's some comments in here. Agenda 69. I still don't know how people throw up these custom emojis. That's quite incredible. So the boomer in me is impressed. How do you young whippersnappers do this meme coin logo bomb, Twitter bomb? Get out of my timeline, you kids. Slow down, you hoon. On my way to see the film. Oh, sorry. Yeah, so we're still talking about the New York thing while I flick through here. I think I heard someone was on their way and they saw on the traffic report sort of thing that it was like blocked off, and then eventually they got to the cinema. So that's great news, because that would have been really disappointing. Imagine at that level of excitement and then not being able to see the movie. That's expectation, reality, the gap is disappointment. So looks good, sounds good, audio's okay. It's buggy, but audio is fine. Do you guys think I should turn my green screen on? I know we're meant to have it on, but I just thought it was just lagging like balls. Crypto Campesino says BTC is slow and glitchy. So I had someone come into a Twitter space, and I knew this would happen, that I would end up doing like throwbacks to things that have happened recently in Twitter space, because so much has been going on. So many communities are willing. Oh, I don't need the headphones anymore. Fuck this shit. So many communities are willing to allow us to come into their spaces and talk about HEX and PulseChain. Now my voice sounds so loud. Holy shit. And it's been a great opportunity. It's been really, really, really great opportunity to chill HEX and PulseChain and tell them what it's about and get them to try to get them to join a community, or at least consider looking at our community, and for us to explain why these products are not scams and those sorts of things. Like, we don't do paid engagement, and they're what, all of the things. I'm not going to list them out. You guys, most of you know these reasons. But in one of my spaces, I effectively had a run-in where many Bitcoiners just raided the space. And so we had like at least 5 Bitcoiners up on the stage just going full maxi. And one of them knew a lot about Bitcoin and was very intelligent. And he worked out that I knew a lot about Bitcoin and made the claim that he was like, you know so much about Bitcoin that you should know better to be talking about HEX. And my response to him was that, well, that assumes that I'm taking the same like logical, like, or illogical leap of faith that there's some issue with HEX, or that BTC's legitimacy somehow proves that everything else is not legitimate. And that, in my opinion, that's not logical. That doesn't make sense. So just because he and I agree that Bitcoin is legit doesn't mean that I can't also think that something else is legit. So while this comment is funny, it's giving me mad PTSD from that particular stream. But yeah, I think we did well to defend HEX, and I just, all I could do was just give this guy my honest opinions, and he was accusing me of cognitive dissonance, and that I was, that I was effectively in his opinion, I was doing something that I knew was wrong. That was his framing, or that's how he was looking at it. And I was like, no, it doesn't work like that. So lips are syncing. Looks like I'm lip syncing. Okay, well, it's probably better now. Better. Just got back from watching Thos. So shout out Liberty Guy. Shout out Forks. That's cool. No spoilers. I like the ball look is better. Do you mean this, the way this green screen looks? Take the green screen out of the background. Yeah, I was actually thinking that it would actually, if I'm not going to have the virtual green screen turned on, although, yeah, no, I can't. I can't. I mean, unless I turn my camera off. Look, when someone else arrives, maybe I'll turn, okay, I'll just do it now. I'll just do it now. 1 second. Dope. And in fact, I might be able to turn this little guy on. Yes, you might not be able to see that because it's so bright in here. What color do you guys want this neon sign to be? Write in the comments. Remember that you guys are writing questions and topics for us to just talk about. And also, I want you guys to write the color that you want this light to be, even though it's so bright in here. Can you even see that that's changing color right now? Probably not, because that is changing color. So that's, oh wait, that's blue. So anyway, I'm going to put that onto purple because there's a PulseChain conference, and we'll leave the light on until you guys choose the color. In fact, you can't see the color. Eve gave me that. So shout out Eve. If you guys are keen to see her profile, she is a new-ish hexagon / pulsicon, and her handle is like, I think it's illegally Eve, but she's on Twitter. In fact, if you go on my Twitter and look at my pinned tweet, my pinned tweet is one of her tweets. So shout out Eve. I don't know if she's watching or not, although she was in one of my Twitter spaces recently. Let's go back out of here. Thanks for the recommendation. I think that does look better to like not have junk, like as in I might as well have like a real background rather than a green blob. Shout out Hugh, shout out Bob. It ain't easy being green. Lol. Just our typical internet in Australia. Yeah, no, like it's something weird is going on with the graphics. This person wants spoilers. Okay, you're insane. So lights out, Mudhog. You know what? We need to move through these questions. We need to get down to the questions. Magic Carpet Ride says, Fux is awesome. I agree. Checks my pulse. That is clever. That is clever. If you guys don't know, HEX is a combined hex between, so it's one of the Pulse hex on PulseChain, one of the hex on Ethereum. So that's actually quite clever. What the fucks? That is not as clever because like you wouldn't normally say, like if you were to say what the fuck, you wouldn't normally say what the fucks. Like you wouldn't pluralize that. So panic everything. Yikes. Yikes. I'm gonna have to go and look at a price chart whenever I see the word panic. And maybe at some point I can talk to you guys a little bit about, because I find that weirdly, a lot of people still don't get how LPs work and what the implications are. And so maybe we'll talk about that if you guys don't think that that's going to be too boring. Yup, let's go. anyone sorry, wrong one. So here, anyone have no spoiler questions about what? Anyone have no? Okay, we're going to the next one. There's this. This is by Bullish, throwing up a bunch of oranges. By complete coincidence, I actually have an orange right here, and that is that's cool. And I heard that Corey got handed an orange. In fact, my hat is orange. The keys on this keyboard behind me are also orange. Do you guys have favorite colors? In fact, I actually my drinks today is orange juice. Pulp Fusion. Look, if you guys can read that, that says nothing but 100% orange. I have to keep that shit on ice though, you know, because that shit is fresh squeezed. So you can't have that shit going hot. Otherwise, it loses all its vitamins. Maybe, I don't know. Probably an urban myth. Probably an old wives' tale. Sick hat tangent. Hex orange is pamping. Hex orange? Hex orange, you say? Where did the ETH? What magic carpet ride? I thought you already asked that. Where did the ETH go? Then baseline is just throwing up orange circles and orange hearts, and Hopper Man is also on the orange hearts. Has everyone just changed their favorite color to orange? Is this like a, are we doing a fashion trend? Are we doing the first Hexaco fashion trend where like everyone just starts wearing orange and tweeting in orange? Dumpfer got dumped. 44 minutes to the movie. I like this profile picture that you've got with this Nike. Do you guys remember when one time Richard used to be heavy on the band hammer? In fact, he still is. But initially, when people didn't know he was going to be so heavy with the band hammer, in the Telegram chat, in the YouTube comments, he said, if you shill anything in my comments other than my shit, you get your ass banned, right? Like, I'll ban your ass. And someone shilled like Nike. And obviously, because it's like not a crypto, so that person took the risk. And Richard was like, you took a big risk doing that, because I could have just decided that that is technically still shilling something that's not my shit. But I find it amusing and it's not a crypto. So I'm going to let it slide. And so little throwback story based on Nikes. I'm a Nike fan. I like Nikes. Yeah, I was also gonna say that to Randy, that if he hasn't already, he should actually mention it to there's a bug reporting section in the Fucks Telegram group. Or another thing we can talk about is all the cool shit that's being built. Holy shit, I can shill my fucking community. So I've got a community on Twitter. Some of you are already aware of it. Some of you are not. Won't have yet, but now you will, because the purpose of this community is just for critical updates by PulseChain projects. So it's like projects, I encourage projects to come in there and pitch their updates, but I don't want shilling. I don't want like, so price up is not an update. Hey guys, our token still exists. Come and buy it is not an update. It has to be like, yo, we've just launched, or we've just launched this new feature, or we're thinking about doing this, or we want community feedback on this, or whatever. So legitimate updates, and so it'll be high signal, low noise. Right. Even more people, or is that the same comment as before? Right, we're going to move through these pretty quickly. The Pulse player. Yeah, look, I know everyone's favorite word is their name. So I'm trying to get better at remembering to shout people out, because I know people love that shit. And I will, yeah, I like going through and featuring comments as we go, so you guys can see what I'm looking at, so I don't look like I'm just like glitching out and just sitting in silence while I read. At least you guys know where I'm at, because that's what time it is. In fact, what time is it? It's 1:30. So we've got probably half an hour before we actually have another guest, where I will have to pretend that I'm interested in their shit. So for now, we've got another 30 minutes where we can be selfish on the timeline. People are saying hello to each other. Randy, don't forget, IAM wallet is active too. It doesn't shade Aurochs. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah. Internet Money wallet is dope. It's another thing that's being built. They are in the community that I opened up on Twitter. Yep, some of these emojis are obviously not porting through correctly. We need some port forwarding on these emojis. Even the EHEX versus PHEX guy, yeah. Or aside at meetups, it's not just the meetups, it's the SEC thing. It's like the common enemy. It's the common enemy is like a very unifying force where people are like, okay, we don't need to argue about this petty shit anymore. We've got something that we need to take care of that is bigger than all of us. And that's not bigger than all of us in terms of power level. It's just bigger than it's more important than the interrelationships that we're maybe having some issues with. Look, we're not supposed to all get along at all times. That's not how humans work. So I don't really see the infighting as really that shameful. It's not that bad. So, and maybe I just don't see it or maybe I just brush past it, ignore it, and just maybe the frequency that I operate on is on a too high a level for me to get fucking even notice that shit. But I'm joking. So buy on metamask or ETH, HEX, even Pulse. I wouldn't recommend buying on metamask, but yeah, this comment is accurate. Amazing community. Absolutely amazing. My answer to this particular question is green candles. We need green candles. We need the price to go up. NGU technology. NGU is the best advertisement. I will fight anyone who disagrees with me on that. And in fact, Hexy Bastard said that earlier on the first segment of this particular stream, this particular conference, on stream number 1. He said, you look at the chart, people buy the tops and sell the bottoms. No one's buying when the chart is red candles and you're at the bottom, and everyone is buying and everyone's shilling to their friends, and those friends are buying in when the shit is going up. So we just need green candles, and how those green candles come about is obviously a much more difficult question, or much more difficulty in finding what that strategy is going to be. I haven't used Portal X yet, but I'm keen. Stopped trading. Oh, yeah, that's right. MetaMask stopped trading HEX, I'm told, for some. One of the comments I made in a Twitter space that I think is quite important to repeat is, just because it became apparent that Uniswap and MetaMask are censored or censorable does not mean that they just became censored or censorable. So, sorry, ignore the first word there. It doesn't mean that they just became censorable. It means they've always been censorable, but now they've become censored in a way that we noticed, or that blew up and went viral and gave them a 1-star rating across the board, and just destroyed their chance of ever being taken seriously in DeFi ever again. Patreon took over 9-inch. I don't know what that means. I'm not sure what that means. Was that prices? If you're thinking of showing up late to account for trailers, there were none. Oh, dude, I don't think anyone's rocking up to this thing late because people want to socialize and meet people and have photos and stuff like that. Like, I think if anyone's going to run late to any of these movies, it's because they're genuinely running late, not because of a deliberate attempt to kind of play some kind of, you know, to fade the trailers or whatever. Sandy Beach says, wow, but we don't know what that is for. That was at 9:22, so that was over an hour ago. Okay, we need to move faster through these. Right? I'm going to be quiet for a little bit so that I'm just focusing on... Someone's gone all caps. Normally, I don't reward that shit, but you don't know that for sure. Hexy Bastard in his segment actually said that people are assuming that. He didn't say that it's definitely going to happen. Remember, no expectations, no promises of future work. Hello, Jenny. Hello, Baseline. You know, when I first saw this ticker, this WHET, I thought it was an attempt to try and like spell out how we say when you've got like wrapped ETH, and so you end up saying WETH. I thought that this was sort of an attempt to spell phonetically how that sounds, but it's not. It stands for where did the ETH go? But so it's like, what? It's the first 2 letters of the first word and then none of the rest. It's weird. It's weird. It's weird. I personally would have used a different ticker, but whatever. How can your name be Mellow and you're yelling at us? Lol. Dude, you should see the Twitter spaces if you want to see yelling. Holy. Holy. That's the right attitude, Tangent. Trashing other projects on Pulse makes no sense. That's a typo. As in the on. ALLin, guys, just went live. I'm not sure what that is, because I thought Maddie is the ALLin. Yep, we're going to burn. There's going to be a sweet burn and buy and burn. There's, yeah, this other meme coin, TYRH. Someone's actually done a super chat. Sorry, I need to clear my... I've got a coffee here on standby, guys. So if you guys think my hype level is like tailing off, we can fix that. HOA, Hoa baby. Richard Hart is a sassy boy and he fears the orange. Is that somehow related to the oranges that were being like bombed into the chat? Thank you for the $5, even though it doesn't go to me. Waffle me degen. He says that Richard Hart fears the orange. Then there's more oranges here. Let's investigate this. Does someone want to explain to me what's going on here? I want to know about the HEX orange address. Look at how many people are fucking bombing the chat with oranges. When they ask where the ETH go, tell them it went to the HOA. $25K for... Yeah, dude. Yeah. Because Berwick had quite a large... So it depends on how many followers you've got. Depending on how many followers you've got, I've never done that shit. I've never done that shit in either direction. I've never paid. I mean, I've got my own botnet. Why would I pay an influencer? All they're going to do is get fake engagement from their fake followers that were got from people paying my botnet to give them fake followers. So the majority of people that you see on Twitter that have got really high really high follower count, but then all of their posts are just constant shill posts for different projects. They are playing a game where they create a Twitter account, then they pay my botnet to give them a ridiculously high number of fake followers. Then, and by the way, I'm joking about it being my botnet. I mean, it might be. But the point is, I'm joking. My botnet is too serious for that kind of child's play. Okay, my botnet is out doing serious work in the world, the sort of shit that needs to be done that nation state actors should be fearful of. Well, my botnet's not getting used for this childish, scammy nonsense. I hope, and I would attempt to regulate that. So anyway, but the point is, they do that. They get this high follower count, so it looks like they've got high followers. They pay for their likes and shit like that. They pay for their likes. They pay for their retweets, and then they get people to pay them because they're like, I've got 60,000 followers. Look at the engagement that I get. It's all fake. And then someone's like, yeah, I want to pump my project. So they scam the projects into paying them, say like a few $1,000s or whatever. They typically want BSC. They typically want stables on BSC because that's where they do the majority of their degenning. Although I'm sure that shit will come to PulseChain just as hard. And then they'll use a fraction of that money, like a small fraction of the money that they scam off the projects. But let's be clear, it's scammers scamming scammers because the projects are probably scams as well. So they scam the scammers into paying them for fake posts on their fake ass engagement with their fake ass botnets. And then they just use part of that money to just recycle back into getting like more fake engagement and fake followers and shit like that. So yeah, it's a loop of sadness that's really sad and should depress anyone who actually cares about this space. And the point is that, yeah, don't be surprised that some of these influencers. So then when you get influencers who have got real followers like that, like Berwick had like a real follower, but like he had quite a component of a real follower base of like anarchists and stuff. Then if you're paying like $2-3 grand to some fake account with fake followers, then yeah, you're going to have to pump the gas a bit to get like a real person with real followers and shit. I feel like a screwdriver right now, not sure why. That's vodka and orange, right? For some reason, I felt like drinking mimosas earlier. I don't know why. I had this craving for mimosas. So see you all in Panama. HOA is mooning. Tang Gang. Guys, what the fuck is going on here? Daytona was awesome. Sorry, I'm behind. Daytona is another project that I don't know if that's what you're talking about because it's also other stuff, but there's a project on PulseChain. So many good projects on PulseChain. What else? Let's check what else is going on in the comments other than people just like spamming me with orange emojis. GNGN. The scammers are they don't give a fuck, boy. They'll scam other scammers, they'll scam normies, they'll scam crypto people. Like at least in legacy crime, there was honor among thieves where there were limits that everyone knew the line, right? Like those lines were, I mean, I don't know, probably a combination of like being taught, just finding out, fucking around and finding out. In crypto, it's like there's no lines. there's no lines. The lines are blurry at best, usually not even there. Nothing is sacred. Yep, catch up on this dip. Beetroot is great. That's another PulseChain project. That's a privacy one, or claims to be at least. Tangent, you rookie. That's from over an hour ago. So I've got no idea what that is about, but I object to it anyway, because I am the opposite of a rookie. Good duo. Tangent Randy, great combo. When privacy workshop. Yeah, I'm keen to get some privacy solutions cranking, like, you know, various options and how they work and stuff like that. Day 43, who I will be streaming with, I think today, but if not today, then tomorrow, because I'm hosting again tomorrow, guys. We are both privacy focused and have talked about doing privacy related stuff, streaming about it and talking about it and that sort of thing. You mean X, not Twitter anymore? I don't care. I'm going to continue calling it Twitter until... So here, let me tell you how my shit operates. When I go out to party and I stay out all night, I don't say tomorrow until I've slept. So it's still... So if I go out on the Friday night, which I didn't do for you guys, for this conference. In fact, I cleared my entire schedule for the entire weekend. That's how dedicated I am to this community. But on a weekend, a normal weekend where I do go out, if I go out on the Friday night, it's my Friday night right through until I sleep. And that could be like literally the PMs of the following day. And the reason for that is because if I'm in a dark club with my friends going hard as F, I don't want to have to be looking at a watch to work out whether it is past midnight or not. That is ludicrous. That makes no sense to me. It's not the boundary that I want to have in the way that I'm speaking. So it's Friday night. It's Friday night at 12:01. It's Friday night until the day changes for me. I know that sounds selfish, and it probably is, and I don't care. So I'm going to do the same thing with Twitter, where I will not pull punches. Like I'll just say whatever comes to mind. So if I think tweet, I'll say tweet. If I think post, I'll say post. And eventually I'll catch up. And the entire time, you guys will know what I'm talking about, regardless of which way I use it. So are you butthurt, bro? You wrecked? No, I don't think anyone's wrecked. I love to be wrecked. No hate, just learn. Is the orange hat for orange coin? No. No. Why did they ignore my super chat? Oh, no. Okay. That's just delay, bro. That's just delay. So typically so everyone get used to the fact that when I am talking, once I have guests, I'm not monitoring the chat because I focus so intently on what is going on. I focus on the blade. That disallows me to multitask. It does not facilitate multitasking. So I'm not reading as many comments. Super chat rugged? No, the super chat did not get rugged. Or unless there was another one that I'm not seeing. So yeah, just be aware of that. If you do super chat, I'm not trying to gatekeep your super chat. Cypherpunks turned into boomers. I would probably say it's more that it's the rotation of people. So it's like, it's probably not the same cypherpunks that were there then, because I certainly didn't start cheering. I didn't start cheering for institutions to come, but I did get excited that I was going to dump on them for once, like that. But that's not being like, yay, I want institutions to come. It's like, yo, if they come, I'm dumping on them, like hard. Hey, it's an opportunity for us. a coin that I won't allow in here because it's not related to PulseChain. Does Randy believe the Satoshi Immaculate Conception story? So what Geordie Jones is talking about is that it's like it's not necessarily just to do with the disappearance. It's like, it's this idea that when Bitcoin got created, it was not apparent that founders get ludicrously wealthy. And then after that, it did become, and as you can notice that as it became increasingly apparent that founders get rich, by the way, that's a Richard Hart quote as well. He says that founders get rich. Obviously, more and more people wanted to do it, and more people did do it because the financial incentive was there. And so Bitcoiners argue that it was a more like ethical launch because there was no way to know that anyone was ever going to get like super wealthy. It was like a legitimate deployment of an innovative technology. So, by the way, just to be fair, that doesn't prove that every founder that came after that was doing it to enrich themselves. It just means that they at least had to be aware that that was a possible side effect minimum, at a minimum. That's exactly what happens with most influencers. Exactly. Yeah. So same question for Changen. Who/what was Satoshi? Well, we don't know. Super chat on this device. Sorry. Or can't super chat. You guys don't need to super chat, like as in, unless you want to support the conference, which is fine, then super chat. But I'm happy to look at everyone's comments regardless of whether they're super chatting or not. Obviously, if you super chat and shill something that I'm not going to talk about, then you're wasting your money. Pulling up to the movie. Yes, I can feel your excitement through this very limited digital communication, right? This is text only. It doesn't have emojis. It doesn't have video. It doesn't have voice. It doesn't have body language. It doesn't have any of those things that humans typically use to communicate their genuine enthusiasm for something. And yet, I can tell by your rate of messaging, the number of exclamation marks, and the fact that you are going to the greatest movie of all time, that you would be hype as fuck. Let's fucking go. So here, yep, okay. Now we're going to race through some of these. Man, you guys are tweeting like fiends. Don't any of you have a job? What is going on here? So TBA, I think I'm told that Mintra is still on its way. In fact, I asked Maddie. I'll just check my DMs because there was an NFT project that I was going to have a Twitter space with, and I asked Maddie if I can bring them onto the stream. So I better just check. Shit, because now might be a good time now that we're although we've only got 7 minutes. All right, the next time that there's a gap where I'm solo, and we never actually got down to, whoa, dude, you guys have just like absolutely spammed the oranges. Does this chat not have spam protection? Guys, easy with the oranges, easy with the oranges. I know you're very excited about the color of my hat. Oh, wow. I'm so far behind on comments, guys. I'm so sorry. We stand with Richard Hart. We do stand with Richard Hart. Free Richard Hart. That hashtag is not necessary yet, AJ. He's not encumbered. Like his liberty is not imposed in any way. In fact, he probably has a jet. So like the opposite. Like we need a hashtag that says the opposite of that. It's just like calm him down. Like, get him to like stop being so free, like just like back off the freeness a little bit, dial it back. Elon fucked. Elon fucked. We stand with Richard Hart. Twitter's obviously better. Okay, we're going here. Oh yeah, I've heard of this happening, that randomly your Twitter account will just like start having access again. So always just keep an eye on it. How long is your shift tangent? 6 hours. And I started 2 hours ago. So we've got 4. You guys have got me for 4 more hours. Flame emojis. So AJ, SMO, Max Payne, Doug's in here. Ted, Jose, Clintrons. We are learning. That's what I like to hear. Obviously not within the last few minutes, because it's literally just been people spamming oranges. Stop ignoring the oranges. The orange is the future. So this is this delayed shit because they super chatted this orange thing. And then this, by the way, this thing better be built on PulseChain. If I find out this thing is not built on PulseChain, I will be absolutely furious, and I will take the $5 that you super chatted. I'll get Maddie to give it to me. I will go and spend it on my botnet. And by the way, since it's my botnet, it's just electricity cost. And I will then just wreck the entire internet. And trust me, the thing that I'll be spamming will not be orange, if that is the case. So what's going on here? The chart of that looks like a pump and dump at the moment, but it does have... Am I on the right coin? Anyway, we don't have time for this. Like, the chart does look like it goes up and then goes down. Let's not pop bottles. Yeah, I actually don't have champagne out here. I should maybe do that. Oh, we could actually make mimosas. Remember how I said because I've got bottles of orange juice here. I've literally got bottles of orange juice, medium pulp. So you know how, like, I used to drink pulp-free orange juice, and then I discovered this orange juice. It's insanely good. Like, it's medium pulp. Like, as in, I don't even think they market it as medium pulp, but it just is. High in vitamin C, healthy immune system function. 100% orange. 100%. Like, they're not fucking around. So here we go. People losing their minds over a PS5. Yo, it's not the PS5s. People are pissed off. People are pissed off because they got dogged by the legacy system. And so what you're dealing with is a powder keg, and them not being given the PS5s is just the match. It's not that people are not that ridiculous that they're like, you didn't give me a PS5, I'm going to start jumping on cars and smashing windows. As enjoyable as it is to kick windows in. It's that tension. It's like people are tense because the system is fucked. And when you get an excuse like that, why not flip a police car? I know I would. Yo, we've got a guest. Hex Ninja, give me the thumbs up if you're ready to come on. Yes, sick. Cool. GM.
Hey, man, what's up? Good to meet you.
How you going? That's quite a tropical...
Right.
Is that a weed farm?
Funny you should say that. Actually, this is not weed, but shout out
It
to...
It looked like weed. It looked like weed for a bit.
It does. I know a weed farm that sponsored a spot on DJ Pollywood's van for the tour. Anyone out there, check out cannabis.fine on Instagram. And he's a Hexican, and he sponsored a little sticker on the side of the van, under the passenger and driver side doors, like at the bottom near the wheels.
Cool. Very cool.
Shout out.
Someone just corrected me. It wasn't Madison Square. Sorry, it was Union Square. But did I at least get the right city? Is Madison Square Gardens in New York? That's right, isn't it?
It is. It is. It's in Manhattan.
One for the home team.
Yeah, yeah.
So, how have you been? Is there anything that you any like breaking news or or anything that you're particularly excited in, or favorite PulseChain projects, or can you help me decipher what these degens are doing, posting like relentlessly these orange emojis into like they just decided. What I wish Randy was still here so I could ask if it's based on my hat, because as in he would be able to tell me whether they were getting firebombed with orange emojis in the previous stream or whether this has just started happening.
I don't know this. I don't know this meme. I want to know. Can someone please?
Yeah, someone
please
explain it,
explain.
and we'll get to it in another 2 hours. I'm so far behind in the comments, man. This quantifiably correct says exciting times all right around. We're all going to make it. I agree with that.
Yeah, I believe that.
Do you don't dox your location if it's not already doxed, but or just dox on the level that, like, as in whether it's country, continent, state, city, or whatever, to have the level that you're already doxed. Whereabouts are you?
I'm on the Pacific coast of America right now.
Cool.
Yeah.
So have you seen the movie, or are you going to be seeing the movie soon?
Man, I am
Or too far.
I'm 4 hours away from the nearest theater, man.
Deal breaker.
I've been.
Deal breaker.
It is. It's such a bummer. I'm so bummed.
Because that's an 8-hour round trip, bro.
I know.
That's an 8-hour round trip. And while I would be tempted to do it,
same.
would I do it? You know what? I don't believe in hypotheticals. It's like lying to your brain, and you never actually know for sure when the situation's not real. Because I kind of think maybe I would road trip it, but then I probably wouldn't.
Right. Yeah, like I'm just hoping to see it on Netflix someday. Like, anyone out there who's near a theater, please bring everyone. Like, if this thing gets some momentum, we are golden.
Yeah, blow it up. It was such good timing though. Like, so many influencers were talking about it. So many people got to shill it. Lots of our guys got to go on other people's channels, other people's Twitter spaces, all that shit, and everyone mentioned it because it was coming up and it's relevant. So I think they're going to be fine. Like, I think it's going to be, the New York guys were saying their shit sold out weeks ago. Like, it was like almost instantaneously sold out.
Nice. New York. All right. Holding it down.
So someone says that sounds like I got traumatized. No, I held my own. I stood up and represented HEX. So the tangent, can you talk about, you know what? I'm actively trying to avoid that topic of conversation. I think it's just been so over discussed that I'm not saying I'm banning it from being discussed while I'm hosting, but I'm not going to actively drive that shit. So yeah, man. So I'll get rid of the comment so people can see your title. Where can people find your shit? Are you active on Twitter?
Not so much nowadays. I'm in a rural area, just like working hard in my life. But I am on Twitter at HEX_Shinobi. All the derivatives of Hex Ninja that made sense were already taken, like literally a decade ago when Twitter first came out for some reason. So I'm HEX_Shinobi.
Cool. And like, do you have any projects on PulseChain or involved in any projects directly or indirectly?
No, I was like, the only reason I know Maddie is I was on the first like Cuatro Cinco tour with the Crypto Sparbook guys. I was basically their roadie. Cool. Traveled the country with them for 6 months, got to see places of America that I've never seen before, and had an amazing time. It was like,
that's
really
super cool.
Really one of the catalyst of my life that like just gave me such motivation to improve. Like, you know, I was not coming from a healthy place mentally before I got into HEX. It was kind of like I found it at the bottom of like when I almost hit like rock bottom. So now I'm just like crawling my way out of that, and the HEX community has just been so inspiring for me to get better, like physically and mentally and everything. Like I love
That's
everyone
awesome,
so
man.
much. It's insane.
That's so awesome. Did you get to ride in the R8 at all? Ride or drive the R8?
Yeah. Not only did I ride and drive an R8, I nicked the rim trying to parallel park it in Seattle.
Because I used to have that car. I used to have an R8, not that
Nice.
one. I used to have one like it,
Yeah.
and I think because I got mine secondhand, I think it already had like enough like little imperfections that I didn't have to stress too much about it. Or I don't think I damaged it much. I don't think I damaged it. But yeah, I think the only damage I probably did was letting my drunk chick friends sit in it and like do dumb shit like this one, because it's only got 2 seats. So one time there were 2 of my chick friends wanted to come with me from the club, and I was like, well, I can't take both, like I can't legally take both of you, but if you don't mind, one of you can sit on it, you can sit on each other's lap. And so
Iron Man style.
It was this chick and her sister, and her little sister starts putting her high heel shoes up on the dash and like moving them around. So there's and I'm like, yo, because they're used to me just not giving a fuck. Like I'll let people drink, smoke, vape in cars, even expensive cars. But this car was like a level up, right? Like, and I was like, girls, in any of my other cars, I would allow you to just do whatever the F you want. But can you please get your feet off the dash? And she just turns and looks at me and goes, you're no fun. And I was just like, you. And like, the shit thing was, that does get to me because I do care about whether hot girls think I'm fun or not, right? Like, as in that, like that almost made me want to just go, all right, like scratch up my dash, who cares, whatever. Like, but I didn't. I was like, get your damn feet off the dash.
Good, man. Have those
pretty
boundaries,
pretty privilege only goes so far. It does go really far, by the way. It goes really far. It goes disgustingly far. Like, and that's a societal comment as well as a personal reflection. But yeah. So, dude, people, you've already said you don't know what this is about, but people are spamming me so hard. I'm not sure if it's about the hat. Yeah. So anyway, what else should we talk about? That was so epic, that tour that you guys did, that freaking, what was it called again? It was like HEX and PulseChain tour, I guess. Like,
yeah, it was just called the 5555 tour.
Oh, that's right. And even Richard was praising it.
Yeah. I was so inspired by like Abit and Patrick. Like I met them first in Las Vegas at the first stop. I had no plans of going on the whole tour, but I ended up just keep going to the next stop and the next stop and the next stop and did the whole thing. I couldn't believe it, but it was just like so spur of the moment. So just incredible.
Oh, so some of the spots were unplanned.
Some of the spots were last minute planned, and like they had literally 2 people show up, like in Tahoe. But man, by the time we got to Texas, shout out to Texas hospitality is something legendary. I'd never been there before and I loved it, but we got over 100 people. Too. Very, very freedom focused. We got over 100 people to show up in Austin. And I was just like, dude, this is the start of something big. Like, I hope the tour that's going on now just like gets those numbers, because that was just amazing, man.
Yeah. Well, I guess like now would probably be harder. You've got 2 offsetting factors. The community is bigger, so you might have more people coming who are actually within the community, but the bear market is savage compared to they were started that tour when things were going quite well. And in fact, I want to ask you a heavy question that you don't have to answer.
Okay.
Are you aware of people who onboarded from that 555 tour that are now like unhappy with the result? Like that sort of, because I was thinking to myself, like, oh man, this is for A-Bit, who genuinely wanted to go and talk passionately around the place, and for all of you that were involved in this tour, doing what you believed was like a genuine, enthusiastic display of this thing that you're excited about. And then for the price to turn around and have the potential that some people who maybe didn't look deeply into the tech would go, holy shit, we just got done by a traveling salesman. Like, how did we fall for that? They even pitched that on The Simpsons to, like, they teach people on The Simpsons to not get done by traveling. So there's the monorail episode, like, and it pains me so much to think that there could be people out there that could be incorrectly thinking that Abid was just like this random traveling scammer that like went around America, particularly because he's foreign as well. It's easier to like go, oh, I probably shouldn't have trusted that guy. He wasn't even American or so. I don't know. Like that probably sounds fucked up, but like sometimes like that, not the xenophobia, but like the sort of like, oh, it was a foreigner coming around here and like convincing me to buy this garbage. Have you had feedback of because from what I've seen, people who have got done by the bear in HEX have been hyper positive. I spoke to a guy yesterday in a Twitter space that said he put his life savings in at the top, and now he's like genuinely concerned for how he's going to for his family, like he's got kids and stuff, and yeah. So I was like, that's heavy. And 43, I'm going to bring you in a second. In fact, if you're ready, I can just bring you in now. We'll just give me a thumbs up if you're ready to come in, 43. Can he hear me? It's weird. In the backstage, I couldn't hear the other guys. I'll just wait for him to look up. So I was impressed. So he didn't come in hot being like, oh, see, he didn't come in hot like being like, oh, you know, what happened and that sort of thing. Hey, 43. He was like very positive about it, and he's like got his life savings wrecked. So I've been impressed that the community has like been really good about this sort of stuff. But did you get feedback either way from people that were onboarded from that tour?
I've gotten a little bit of feedback from my onboards from that tour, and they're not devastated, but they're not super stoked either. You know, when they bought in at 15 cents and saw the price just like collapse from there. But I mean, Abit and Patrick did such a good job with their presentations. I would hope that no one got that sense that you mentioned of them being some sort of traveling scammers, because they were just so focused on the technology as well. They're just like this is like math, this is code, this is like, here's what it does, this is how T-shares work, this is what they are. Like they just kept it like technical but understandable as well. You know, for anyone that got to see that presentation, you should know what I'm talking about. And yeah, like shout out to the people that bought the top with their life savings. I guess that's another, because I know in the documentary there's a guy that I believe was onboarded by RG3 that bought the top with his house money in the trailer. I've seen that. And this was a different guy, I guess. Man, dude. Yeah. We'll see you guys at 50 cents again someday. It might take a minute, but I believe
we'll get it. Oh, dude, in dollar terms, even the most maxi Bitcoin maxis admit that HEX will make a new all-time high in dollar terms. Nice. They just think that it won't do it in BTC. So you see what I'm saying? But by the way, I just want to comment that there was a comment that I accidentally clicked on and it featured it, and I didn't mean to, and it was rude. It was insulting to one of the people in our community, and I did not mean to feature that comment. So sorry about that. And 43, welcome to the stream.
What's up? What's up? What's going on? Hey, hang on. I can't be on stream without.
Are we drinking? I'm drinking orange juice. I'm drinking medium pulp. Oh, that's why that person commented Pulp Fusion. Pulp Fusion kind of reminds me of Pulp Fiction.
Right.
That's probably why they named it that. Yeah.
But I mean, I guess it's all pulp, right? It's all oranges. It's all cold pressed.
Well,
orange juice.
I'm having Schweppes infused natural mineral water with a hint of blood orange and mango.
Oh, blood orange.
Blood orange.
So we're both drinking orange. We're both drinking orange flavored beverages.
Cheers.
Hex Ninja, have you got an orange flavored beverage?
I wish I did.
Do you
have
have
a hat with some orange on it?
Oh, chuck it on.
Yeah.
Chuck it on. Unless it messes with
Hex Ninja.
the headphones.
Can I ask? Are you the?
We
have you
orange
got
up in here.
Do you have the Ninja Turtle avatar?
No. I have a Itachi avatar from Naruto.
Right. Okay. I was confusing with another ninja in the Hex community. Hey, so Tangent, you can start pretending to be interested in my shit now, because I was listening to you on the way here, and you were like, "I'm just going to have to go solo," and then when someone comes on, I'll be pretending to be interested in their.
For the record, I knew that it was very likely that whoever was coming in next would already be listening, so it was not meant to be. It was meant to be
I know.
For comic purpose, not insulting.
Yeah. No, I know. Because like anyone who listens to the Hex Late Show, which is on Discourse Syndicate and on DeFi Down Under simulcast, they will know how much Tangent enjoys, the sound of his own voice. So it's no surprise to any of us out here in streaming land. You're muted. You're muted, man.
Sorry, someone says I'm a bad actor for pamping shit coins. They think I'm pumping a shit coin, but I can't help it. I can't help it if I like the color orange. I like the color. So,
by the way, Tangent, I was listening to your Twitter Spaces last night when when you had that gentleman on talking about BTC.
Oh, yep. What do you think?
I was listening to that. I think that guy drank all the Kool-Aid, all of it, man. No, you don't reckon? That guy was I know where that guy's coming from. I know exactly where he's coming from.
He was coming from a genuine place. He genuinely believes that BTC is the way, and so it was like. So the thing was, I had to get a balance. Like, obviously, I had the host. I could have muted all the mics. I knew that the majority of the people in the space would agree with me if I just had said, like, Bitcoin's nonsense, Hex is dope, like, I'm right, you're wrong. Like, I could have just done that. But I wanted to just keep it as sort of like, I guess I wanted to prove to everyone that I was trying my best in this space, which I think is really important for everyone to do, to just like represent what you believe to be truthful with the admission that you might be wrong about some stuff. So he might end up being right that proof of stake doesn't work, but we don't know that now. And so why should I be curating how I conduct myself and the technology that I interact with based on a maybe that he just thinks is so highly likely that for him it's a near certainty? That's not good enough for me. Like that. So, and there were various other things, but he thought I was being disingenuous. He thought I was effectively being having cognitive dissonance, effectively scamming, I guess, is what he would say, that it's scammy for me to he couldn't reconcile someone knowing as much as I do about Bitcoin, because he was like, I can tell you know everything about Bitcoin. How are you talking about this other shit? And then he was like, how do you reconcile that? But I'm like, you're the one that's having problems reconciling that. Like,
had he been in Bitcoin a long time? Like, what was the
I
background?
wanted to ask him that. I thought of that question, but people were talking for so long. I'd forgotten that I wanted to ask that, because
that's
for him
that's
to
what I
be,
wanted to know. I wanted to know that, like, has he,
dude,
like, how long has he been?
I thought to ask that question and then I didn't ask it. And I wanted, because some people, you know, some people are like Bitcoin, then they shitcoin, and then they go back to being like an even more hardcore maxi.
Yeah.
And then some people just go all in. Like, so I wanted to know whether his was a round trip journey, how long he'd been in for. Like, what I kind of wanted to get in his head and find out, what does it take to build that level of conviction, but also that level of closed-mindedness? Like that.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Because
we all have our own paths. Like mine was all the nonsense stuff, and then like Bitcoin, like pure Bitcoin stuff, and then the realization that not everything apart from Bitcoin is nonsense. Like that's what I like when I first got in. That's what I thought. You know, I just went like altcoin crazy, and then hardcore into Bitcoin. Like, you know, that the Bitcoin standard was my Bible for like 6 months, and then after that, like then HEX was like, and we're talking like in the 2019 sort of time, and but yeah, that was an interesting discussion, and I wanted to jump on, but I couldn't. Like I had kids around and noise going on, but I wanted to put forth a hypothetical situation, and I know that like hypothetical situations or questions can be responded to with hypothetical answers. However, just suspend your criticism until I get through it. So imagine that an update is being pushed to Bitcoin,
to Bitcoin,
right?
yeah.
To Bitcoin, whereby the so the block rewards are made up of fees and the block subsidy, right? So at some stage in the future, when there is no more block subsidy, it's only going to be fees that pays the miners, right?
Correct.
So just imagine that for some reason the miners agreed to this, or the nodes and the miners all agreed, and there was consensus.
Yep.
And they pushed through an update that instead of the miners getting the block subsidy, that was going to be linked to the time lock feature that Bitcoin has. And like, you know, any Bitcoiners listening, there's actually a time lock feature in Bitcoin. You don't get paid anything for it, but you can actually lock your Bitcoin, hard lock it for a period of time.
And that's so an actual lock. Like you can't undo it.
Yeah, you can't undo it.
It's not able
no
to be undone.
Yeah.
There's no penalty. There's no EES.
No. So the I guess the situation is, just imagine that happened, and instead of miners getting paid the block subsidy was going to get paid to people who lock their Bitcoin in the time lock. Now the question is to all the Bitcoiners out there who are, you know, whether you're a maxi or you just like Bitcoin. I like Bitcoin, but whether you're a maxi or not, if that was able to be done trustlessly and immutably, well, maybe not immutably because they can always push updates, but let's just say if that could be done trustlessly in the protocol, would Bitcoiners use that? Because this goes to the question of use case, right? I hear this over and over again, that about HEX. It's like, what is the use case? What is the use case? They don't understand. And then when you look at the behavior of Bitcoiners over the years and what they've had to do, the hoops they've had to jump through to try and get yield so they can make more Bitcoin. Well, what they end up doing is they end up going to third parties where they have to hand over their private keys. So the question is, and it's like, I would love Bitcoiners to ask themselves this question honestly. If that was something that got pushed and all the miners and the nodes agreed and it just got pushed through, would you lock your Bitcoin to earn more Bitcoin? And I think if we're going to be intellectually honest, the answer is absolutely. All of them would. They all would. There'd be a portion of their bag they keep liquid and then a portion of their bag that they would lock because they can get yield. And it would be like trustless yield. But look, honestly, I don't think that situation will ever happen. Like, why would miners give up? Why would miners give up that? But that's why it was a hypothetical. And it's sort of, it goes back to the use case for HEX and why HEX actually has a use case. And the use case is that if you just want to hold the token, you can actually get yield in terms of the token. And instead of the miners getting paid it, you are the miner. As the holder of the token, you are the miner. So that's what I was thinking about last night when I was listening to that, and I couldn't jump on and just propose that.
That's cool. We can do it here. So I think you answered your own question in terms of like thinking through it, but I will comment that I have no doubt that fees will easily cover when the block subsidy was only there to bootstrap. Like I almost think you could actually get away with the block subsidy going away like way faster than that. Like I think it's going to be
it's around for another 120 years.
It was already like when the ordinal things landed, it was like blocks were getting paid more in fees than the block subsidy. So it's like, I know that was just like a temporary spike. And by the way, we probably shouldn't be talking about Bitcoin on this thingo.
Well, we're just doing the comparison because there are a lot of people who in the Twitter spaces, they are Bitcoiners. And whereas, as you know, like in year 1, year 2 of HEX, they would not even have us in something like that. They would not have entertained Hexicans in their spaces. So the fact that now
I was saying that earlier. It's wild. It was wild, bro. We've been, because they want to know what's going on as well, and they want people who know their shit. So so we're at a unique opportunity here where we are actually being actively invited up to stages and onto streams, and they want our opinions and that sort of thing. And they know that there are at least some people within the community that can handle that diplomatically, and they're not going to go in there and with hostility. And it's a great opportunity. And I believe we are taking adequate advantage of it. Answer to this question quickly, Internet Money Wallet or Rabby Wallet are both good. 43, did we shill your existence on the internet?
Here I am.
No, but like, what's your favorite, or what's your preferred socials and stuff? Are you on Twitter?
On Twitter, at 40, the word 40, and then the number 3, OG. 40 with the number 3 and then OG on Twitter. And as I said earlier, we're on Discourse Syndicate and DeFi Down Under. It's a channel, DeFi Down Under.
Thank you.
Come and watch us at Tangent.
Tangent and I, 43 and I do stream on that channel. So this will be kind of like, for some of you, it'll be like a little taste test of like what that sounds like. Guys, can I ask you guys to do a favor where you two just chat between yourselves while I go downstairs and get some champagne? Are we allowed to drink on these streams? I assume so. In fact, because I am actually going to make these mimosas. Like, I had this idea in my head. I was like, I've got orange juice right here. I've got multiple bottles of this orange juice. And then someone said something about a screwdriver, which is vodka and orange. And I was like, I mean, maybe I'll bring vodka up as well. We're going to have like open bar. And yeah, does that sound okay if I just step out for a sec?
Go for it, man. Go for it. Yes, absolutely.
All right, back soon.
Hex Ninja, what's up, my man?
How's it going?
Yeah, good, man. I've never, this is the first time that I've met you. What's happening, bro?
Yeah, I just gave you a follow on Twitter, man. Shout out. Good to meet you.
Yeah, man. So what's been going on? Like, what are your thoughts on what you've seen recently?
Honestly, I've been like stepping away from the internet for the past few months. Been working on other areas of my life, trying to get like my mental health and physical health in order. But yeah, please like shout something out. I've just been looking at Internet Money
Nice.
Wallet, man. I love that time token, those dividends every day, man.
Right. Well, I mean, what you're saying about taking a step back from the internet, I think that's something that we should all consider at some stage, when it gets a bit too much, because, you do need to spend time not interacting with it. You can get into a rut sometimes with the cycle of, checking the feed or checking what's going on with your posts and stuff. And yeah, I think about it sometimes. I think it would be nice just to step away completely. Not that I have a big presence on social media, but I think that doing that is a great. But I think that's a good thing. I think that's a good thing. And yeah, I will definitely be doing it in future as well. You look like you're in some place that's very serene, I guess, very nature, a lot of nature there.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm in a rural town out here in the Pacific Northwest of America, and I'm just like working hard, man, working outdoors, working labor. It's good. It's good for me.
That's good. That's good, mate.
It's a bummer because I don't get like as much like up to minute information as I used to, and man, like catching the dips is harder to do when you have to drive into town to get on Wi-Fi and things like that.
All right.
But,
okay.
It is what it is for a little bit here for me.
If you're actively looking to buy, that is, I guess that's an issue. But if you're someone who already has a staking, like specifically, let's talk about HEX. If you've already got a staking ladder in HEX, then which is like that's something that could work really, really well, because you can have like, yearly or quarterly stakes or whatever you decide to do. And then, that at a particular time, you need to go and make contact with civilization. You need to like get access to the internet at a particular time. And it doesn't have to be a day specifically. It can be anywhere within a couple of weeks or more if you're willing to take the hit. Yeah, that's there's nothing like working out like in nature, I get that a bit in my garden, and I never. It's a strange thing. It's actually really, really strange, because I never ever want to go out and do any work in my garden, but when it gets to a point that I look at them like I've got to go do something, and you get out there and then you start working and you start clearing some stuff and you start cleaning stuff up and you start doing it, and then you get into it, and you get such a feeling of satisfaction at the end of finishing what you've done. And usually you're drenched, you completely you're exhausted, and then that first glass of water you have after that hard work tastes so good. My goodness, a glass of water, you'll never get a glass of water tasting as good as it does after a hard day's work out in cutting logs and stuff.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's hard work, but I'm loving it. I'm building muscle. I'm trying to keep up with my coworkers. It's tough for me. I'm not as strong in them at all. I was, I'm more nerdy in my background. I was working at an office before here, and just kind of not very physically active. So this is a good reality check for me, as well as a good strength building.
And it takes time to build that muscle as well. It takes time.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, man. You gotta get that protein into you.
Absolutely.
What do you have in Tangent? What are you eating, mate?
I was actually just eating salted nuts, about to create this mimosa. there are definitely still people in here that think that I'm shilling, or think that we're shilling, or whatever.
What are we
Scam inception. Actually, you know what? I've just worked out. They could be accusing the other people that are in the comments. It might not be aimed at us. It might be like they're saying that the other commenters are shilling. That makes much more sense, because I'm not shilling shit.
Yep. I saw Johnny Chaos in the chat before.
Oh yeah.
Every time I see Johnny Chaos in the chat, I always think back to like the Twitter little clips and videos that he used to do, you know, making fun of the people who were worried about where the ETH went and all of that. I never understood that. Did you ever understand did you ever understand why that was even a thing?
I like what Dipcatcher had to say about it. Now it's so long ago, it's priced in now. So it doesn't actually. You either care about it or you don't care about it, but the market has priced it in. Everyone knows about it. It's a thing. It's a fact. It's not
so long ago. It was like
it's priced in. Like, it's easy.
Yeah,
it's easy. But
it's so priced in that it's worthy of a meme coin.
That was definitely one of the main FUD narratives that came up against. Dude, we talked about that meme coin as well.
Maybe
that's why they're accusing us of shilling, because we were actually talking about that meme coin earlier. And these comments are delayed.
But the best argument and the most concise argument against all of that was like, for example, when you walk down to the milk bar. By the way, the milk bar is like, how can I explain the milk bar? What do you guys know? What Hex Ninja?
Wait.
Do you know what a milk bar is? Like,
I just realized there was a comment I wanted to make off what you were saying, that after a hard day's work, you're supposed to be drinking EB, bro. I don't know what country you're in, but in Australia, it's not water at the end of a hard day's work.
Did you say VB?
You crack. Yeah, so you're right. Sorry, it's VB. VB. Oh, shit.
EB.
You're right.
Did you say
VB, or I said EB. I said EB, but I guess either. It's really
what's
either.
EB? What is EB?
Emu bitter.
Oh, I've never heard of that.
Emu bitter. What?
I've never heard of emu bitter.
Are you effing with me right now?
No, that must be a West Australian thing. Never heard of that shit.
I assume that was Australian wide.
No, dude.
You don't have
No,
EB.
no. You West Australians are deluded if you think your beer has reached all the way over to the East Coast, bro. There's no way.
Dude,
no
it's
way.
2023. They have supply lines all over the world.
Yo, more VBs sold in Queensland and West Australia than any other beer, man. VB. Well, back in the day, at least. I'm not so sure now.
Damn, bro. So I apologize. At least I wasn't just fucking up the letters, and it definitely exists. It really is a beer.
I thought, yeah.
And it tastes just as bad.
I was going to say something. I forget what it was.
Sorry, about a milk bar.
You were talking about milk bar.
So I was talking about where the ETH went thing, and how silly that whole thing was. And the best, most concise argument that explains everything and makes sense is like when you go down to the milk bar, which is like a little shop where you could buy milk, bread, like lollies and magazines and stuff that there used to be all over the place in Australia back in the 80s. And then slowly but surely they went out of business because supermarkets, like big supermarkets, came out. And now there's like probably as many cafes out there as there used to be milk bars back in the day.
Damn.
So you go to
I do not know what a milk bar is. Like,
you don't know what a milk bar is. I didn't realize West Australian culture was so different to Victorian culture.
Is it to do with alcohol? Is it an actual bar?
No, it's like a corner shop that doesn't sell alcohol, and you just go down there and you could probably get a meat pie there and
maybe we have them and I just didn't know they were called that. Like, does it say milk bar on the
It used to.
Like,
it used to say milk bar, but they haven't been around for 20 years, bro. 25 years, 30 years. They all went away when the cafe craze came. everyone like switched it up. They closed down and the cafes opened.
Look, my exes say I'm unobservant, but in my mind, I'm so focused that I don't pay attention to details that don't impact my mission statement. So the chat wants us to talk about our favorite projects. So let's go around the room. I will go first.
Before we do that, let me just finish this one point, because in true tangent fashion, we have gone on a tangent. And you go down to the milk bar and, you know, you go down and you go buy an Eskimo pie. Do you know what an Eskimo pie is?
No.
It's like an ice cream sandwich. You know, an ice cream sandwich, like a piece of ice cream, and it's got like a biscuit on each side.
Yeah.
So
we had giant sandwiches. They used to be called giant sandwiches.
It's sort of like a maxi bond type situation, right? But just the biscuit side of it, a maxi bond. Have you heard of them?
I haven't, but do they sell anything that has orange flavored in that particular shop?
Maybe. But anyway, the point of me saying this is that when you buy that Eskimo pie from the milk bar and you pay like the person there the money and you leave and you've got your Eskimo pie in your hand, you don't then go onto the internet and say, where the hell did my money go to buy this Eskimo pie? It's like everyone who sent their ETH in got HEX,
I see how you brought this back to crypto and HEX and stuff like that. You're saying people are like, I fucking your money past when they've given it to you.
Yeah, that's it. That is it.
I can explain to you why they're claiming there's a difference.
Explain.
If investors actually gave money to an investment pool, then the person in charge of that pool isn't allowed to just go and do whatever they want with the money and say, shut up, don't look at it, I'm allowed to do what I want. You do have an obligation to the people who invested. And by the way, it doesn't even matter if you make the money. So for example, if I say, everyone give me money, I'm going to invest in stocks, I'm going to try and trade and make money, and you give me the money and I go to Vegas and I put all the money on black, I double it and I come back and I'm like, you all get 100% returns. It's even higher than if I'd hit the stock market. Everyone is rightfully still within their right to say, dude, we did not sign up for you to take the 50-50 risk on a fucking slightly under 50% on a roulette wheel. We thought this was a legitimate investment enterprise. So even though you made us money, we could have lost it all. So we're pissed off and we're suing you. And so that's the switch that makes the big difference. I agree with you that no one should be fucking anyone else's paper. That's ridiculous. But I guess the difference
in this particular situation is that you send your ETH in knowing that you're getting something else. You know what you're getting, just like you go down to the shop and get the Eskimo pie and exchange, like you give money, get the Eskimo pie, you give the ETH, you get like that other thing, right? And you get it, and then you've got it in your wallet and it's sovereign. Like no one can take it off you once you've got it in your wallet, right?
Yes, if you class it as a purchase of a product, then so yeah, but that still comes back to that's a great point. Sorry, that's an amazing point. That it wasn't like, hey, we're giving you. So even if you argued that it was an investment, which it wasn't, but even if it was, it would require it to be the situation where you're like, hey, I'm giving you my money that still belongs to me, and you're going to try and profit with it and then give me the profits or give me the money back or whatever. Whereas in this case, you've already been fully compensated for what you submitted your economic energy for. That's a really good point.
Exactly.
That's a really good point. So there is no, this guy's got my money and I'm waiting for the profit. It's that's not your money anymore. Boom, dude. Good, great point. Great point.
And that's why I brought it to the Eskimo pie, because it's the same thing. It's like
it's another fail on the way that they've structured that shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dude, these guys are like, They fail on the plan A, B, C, D, and ultimately I give them a grade of F. There's no way that this is going to be a problem.
No, I agree.
I think this comment is like supporting me earlier when I said, oh, I'm just going to keep intermittently calling it Twitter if I feel like it / forget, because I can't be fucked trying to like force myself to do the name change quickly. And this is a great point. We still call it Facebook. In fact, Randy and I were calling it a Facebook group. He mentioned a Facebook group. I knew what he was talking about. No, like when they do these name changes, no one gives a fuck. Like, in fact, it's probably more confusing or less likely people are going to know what you're talking about if you use the new name because no one's used to it yet.
And also the domain.
No one gives a fuck? Oh, yeah.
The domain is still twitter.com.
Dude, like, no, Twitter, if you go to x.com, it redirects to twitter.com. Like, as in,
does it really?
Yep.
Okay.
X.com is up. And he changed the ICO. He changed the ICO. He changed the logo. Now it doesn't say tweet anymore. It says post and re-quote. Like, post and quote.
So if you type in twitter.com, it actually redirects you to x.com.
No, sorry, other way around. If you go x.com, it redirects you to twitter.com.
Oh, okay.
So you are right that ultimately at the top, when you're sitting on the website, it still says twitter.com. But I'm sure that won't be like that forever.
Yep. I wonder why he did that. To put his stamp on it. It's almost like the territorial pissing of a billionaire.
Oh, well, bro, I know one guy that likes to beef with billionaires.
Yeah.
The little doxy boy. The little doxy boy.
Oh, yeah.
The little doxy boy that threatened to dox me. And I was like, that's probably not a good idea to do that. But he's poked the bear, like reporting Richard to the SEC. So it's like I would never do that. Like, as in, but anyway, I guess
I'm in a different
shocked by that because I don't think that HEX is a scam. So it's like I don't feel a moral obligation to report something that I think is legitimate. And you know what? I'm not a snitch. I'm not a snitch, and I'm not a walking L. So I wouldn't go and do that shit.
Yeah, I don't know anything about it apart from what we saw.
Like,
and
notice
that
when we educate against scams within our community, we don't go crying to the authorities. I don't go calling up the police. Oh, there's a scam. There's a scam, guys. There's a scam. No, you educate your team to not get scammed by the scam. Boom, done. That's it. That's all you need to do.
Yeah, I agree. And I would say that our community tries really hard. Like, we punch above our weight when it comes to that. Like, I think that, for example, compared to, let's say, the BTC community, I'm just basically looking at bigger communities here. I think that we really punch above our weight. We have loads of people who are dedicated to educating people on security. You know, you've got people like, for example, Papa Bona, who dedicates his time to educate people on how to be most secure with their private keys as possible. So HEX Ninja. So if you look at the chat, there's someone called HEX Ninja Turtle, and I thought that was you, but that's not you.
No, it's not. But shout out to HEX Ninja Turtle, man.
Shout out to HEX Ninja Turtle.
Yeah.
There's a Ninja Turtle movie coming out, apparently.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to catch that.
I want to see
it's getting dark where you are, Ninja.
Sorry, what?
It's getting dark where you are.
Yes, it is. Yeah, I got my light on here.
So,
you know,
I was going to ask Tangent. Oh, do we have any points or any topics that we were supposed to cover while we're on stream, or we were just are we riffing?
Yeah. I didn't plan anything specifically. You know, the last conference, I had a question. I had one question that I asked every single person that came on while I was hosting, and it was like, I forget what the question was. It might have been like, what's the thing that's making you most bullish, or it might have been, what's your favorite part of what's going on, like what's your favorite thing at the moment, or something. I don't know. We could maybe do that, but this comment here has actually reminded me that Rags to Riches made a really good point in a stream that he went on to Scott Merkel, or whatever his name is, the Wolf of All Streets.
Yep.
Who I now found out is an ex-DJ, like an actual ex-famous DJ. I didn't know that. He was basically saying that if you pay attention, you'll notice that they never used the word scam. They never used the word Ponzi. They never used the word pyramid scheme. They never said any of that shit in the SEC stuff, when normally they're very liberal with the usage of those words. And I believe it's because they know they'd get their ass sued by Richard Hart if they did any of that shit, because they know it's none of those things. So they have to go the like, oh, you spent some money on a Lambo, instead of like actually accusing it of it being a scam, because it's not a scam.
Yep. Yep.
That makes sense.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. So how long are you on for, Tangent? Are you on till what time is it?
6 hours. 6 hours. 6 hours.
6 hours? Are you like halfway through?
This is in 10 minutes. It's gonna be the halfway point. Man, it goes so quick. I was thinking today, because I was thinking, oh, I need to prep up and have like snacks, and then I was like, I sometimes go on a Twitter space and like 14 hours later, it feels like it's only been an hour and I haven't like eaten or drunk anything. So I'm like, I'm gonna be okay. I'm gonna be fine.
Yep.
It's crazy how like conversation. That's why like if you get chatting to someone on an airplane, it's like the flight like goes so much faster.
Sometimes.
Yeah, like an actual genuine engaging conversation.
Yeah. So I was
everyone pump the algo.
That's interesting you say that, because on the flight, I'm thinking on the flight when I came back from Italy, on the first leg of it, it was like, I think a 6 or 7 hour flight. And I was sitting next to a person whose job it is to lay the cable on the ocean floor, like the fiber optic cable on the ocean floor around the world. And he was actually flying out to a destination so they could get on a ship and then go and do that. And I swear we talked for like 4 hours straight. And it was very, very, we had like a very, very interesting discussion. I couldn't even tell you what we talked about, but it was just that whole flight went so quickly. And it was a great excuse for me not looking after my children on that flight.
Wait, who needs an excuse to not look after your kids? I'm kidding. I'm joking. I'm joking. So
I actually heard you talking about sleep earlier with Randy and how important it was. And I was saying to myself, like, you were saying, I think you said something along the lines of, I haven't transitioned into that sleeping less thing. And I heard you say that, and
let me tell you, he doesn't have kids.
Well, that for me, that was the catalyst, because I used to sleep like a baby, dude. I used to sleep like a baby. I could easily sleep 8 hours straight without even moving before I had kids. And now you could like snap a twig on the other end of my property and I'll just be like, what was that? And I don't know what it is, if it's something to do with like your protective instincts that makes you, just wake up easier. I wake up more easily now. I just, and at any time in the night, a child can come and tap you on, wake you up and say, hey, I need to go to the toilet.
Dude, I think you've nailed it. It's not an age thing. People are just associated it with age, assuming that people have had kids. That could be it.
That's what it
Maybe.
was for me.
Maybe.
I can't speak for others. That's what it was for me. It changed my whole like ability to just sleep. And maybe once the kids leave, once they get older and they leave the nest, maybe at that point I'll be able to slide back into that longer sleep pattern. But no luck on that front at the moment.
Or dude, I doubt it. Like as in, because that's like a long ass time of conditioning, right?
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
Dude, Hex Ninja has actually ninja'd into the background. Like, you know, when the Homer Simpson, when he goes backwards into the bushes and just like disappears out into the fucking trees and shit. This is why Hex Ninja came on during my hosting period, is because we like to give these subconscious lessons about the blade. This is a classic maneuver. This is a classic maneuver.
What is behind you, Hex Ninja? What is actually there's some bushes there.
It's not
Yeah,
weed.
just
It's not
just
weed.
some bushes. Yeah, it's not weed, but yeah, I'm just outside here in a gazebo. Some foliage behind me. Sorry about that. I got a phone call. My ride just pulled up.
No, it's all good, man. It's all good.
All good, man.
Is there any blade related stories to your name being Ninja?
Blade related stories,
Like as in
like do I train with like martial arts?
Like do you do martial arts, or is it referring to ninja like as in the reaction time on the markets, like as in is it a metaphor or is there?
It's oh man, I wish it was that cool, because that would be awesome. I'm gonna focus on my market timing, so maybe I could get up to that level. And you can just trained in martial arts a little bit, but really nothing. I got the name. Well, I named myself that because I'm socially awkward. So I'll just be silent in a like social setting, and people will be surprised that I'm there, and they'll be like, "Whoa, like where'd you come from?" You know, like I'm like, well, you know. So I'm trying to like play up my awkwardness and say, okay, well, I appeared out of nowhere like a ninja, you know.
Hey, I saw that comment by there was a comment about a pirate.
Yeah, someone said never trust a pirate. Cabana. I hope that's not aimed at Unwrecked or RG3.
I've got a joke about a pirate. Do you want to hear it?
Fair, yeah. Go for it.
There was once
Orange Happy Hour. Let's go, mimosas, baby. Let's go.
There was once a woman pirate with a prosthetic boob. It'd be great if that was true, wouldn't it? Hey, I'm a dad, so I can get away with dad jokes.
You can do dad jokes. There was a dad joke that I heard recently where I was like,
"You're muted, Hex Ninja."
Oh, Ninja, you're muted, man. Still muted.
Sorry about that.
No, all good. We can hear you now.
I'm here with another Hexican in person. If it's okay,
yeah, bring him on.
Yeah,
of course.
He's cannabis.fine on Instagram, and he's who I mentioned when I first hopped on. He sponsored a spot on DJ Pollywood's van for the tour that they're doing right now. So
nice.
I'm gonna go ahead and unplug my headphones here so he can listen.
That's super cool. That's super cool.
Yeah.
And while you guys are sorting out the tech shit, there's a quick joke. Did you hear about the guy who won a prize? Did you hear about the guy who had the greatest knock joke ever?
No.
He won a Nobel Prize.
I'm going to use that.
So sorry. What was your name? What was your name, friend?
Hi, my name is Joshua. I'm a farmer in Southern Oregon and Taylor's cousin.
Cool,
And
man.
I've had the the good fortune to spend the last 2 years in the American HEX community with some of the HEX
awesome.
Germans as well. And yeah, happy to be here tonight.
Awesome, man. Nice to
That's
meet you,
dope.
Joshua.
That's dope.
Yeah, you guys as well.
Yeah, we had some people that bombed in from the movie before it started. I love that. I love that kind of shit of people coming on from the stream, and we make it a group party, like as in, you know what I mean, like surprise guests.
Right. Yeah, I was
Have you
watching
guys-
crypto stream at the premiere, man. That looks so fun.
Have you guys seen are you going to try and go and see the highest of stakes?
Man,
They're far, man.
We're 4 hours away. We're 4
Like
hours away from the nearest
4 hour
theater.
minimum drive.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Like in one way.
One direction.
And-
yeah.
Yeah,
I guess
also what
forget.
When the drive is longer than the movie,
Right.
it's a tough choice.
that's a fair measurement. Yeah, so I've often supported the HEX community. I'm a farmer. I farm cannabis and fruit, all kinds of medicines I focus on, but cannabis is my main crop. But, I've always
Nice.
just like enjoyed the community, and whenever I've been around, I always just provide my own goods that I have of service, and it's kind of been my
Oh, dude.
contribution.
Hell yes.
Just bringing really good, clean, and healthy medicine to the HEX community. And, I still also really like to be able to invest and be a part of the conversation as well. But that's been my contribution,
Bro,
so far.
that is such a valuable contribution, bro. That is such super valuable contribution.
Yeah, I've learned that there's so
Absolutely.
many open-minded and very cool people in HEX, and everybody smokes weed, and everybody's just taking good care of themselves. And I mean, I really like the community. It's been a good, a good group. There's not hard uses of drugs or alcohols, and it's
Yeah.
just nice that people support a good path. And that's really the safe road to clean investment as well. And that's something I know both my cousin and I have really appreciated about this community.
Do you know what? This actually mirrors something that the Bitcoin community often says, that once you discover sound money, it actually changes the way you conduct your life, because it changes you from a high time preference to a low time preference. So, and HEX, you would imagine, would do that even more so because of the locking thing and the 5555 thing, because you're like, rather than doing it's I guess it just that idea of delayed gratification, you care more about health and stuff like that. It is true. And they're saying, that rather than just going for like cheap thrills and shit like that, you try and get like you said, like a cleaner, you've just got a cleaner attitude, because it's like that almost underpins your sort of mental framework for everything else in a way. And like I do a stream with Freddie Quotes, not just the two of us. We have other people on as well, and you guys are welcome to join us. It's called Steak and Bake, where we smoke weed and talk about crypto.
It sounds like a great time.
And there are other people there that are like connoisseurs that you would get along with and like be able to chat, like talk shop, like be able to talk on a deep level. People that are in those industries, in that industry.
Yeah, great, man. Thank you for the invitation, and I would greatly, I'd definitely like to show up for one of those.
Yeah, we've had the pleasure of meeting Freddie. He's just such a personality in the community, and he's so rich and in providing spaces for us to communicate and just hang out and socialize together. I love that. Thank you, Freddie.
Yeah, Freddie's dope. Freddie's so dope.
Yeah, I've been in other financial communities, and it's like at this time, it's really important how I arrive, And so it's like the type of people you're around getting into these type of investments in life are so critical. And that's it's just good to get older, you know.
Yeah, shit, yeah. There was a comment in here. So I just wanted to address this. Normally when people do hater comments, I don't draw attention to them. I just scroll past them. But I think it's important to highlight here that so they're basically saying that there are scam versions of the legitimate orange token that have been made and that we're pumping scams. And I'm like, no, what happens here is you need to check the contract address to make sure that you're buying the correct orange token. You don't censor what people are talking about in the chat. They're allowed to shill a coin, and then you have to make sure you're buying the right one. Like that to me, that makes more sense than just being like everyone has to like silence themselves or whatever. Am I being am I being the asshole here?
Can I jump in? I think that there's a time and a place to not censor, and then there's a time and a place to control the message. I would say that a HEX conference, it would be
Pulse conference.
A Pulse conference. Excuse me, Pulse conference.
I think there's a Pulse conference, right? Yeah,
I thought
it's Pulse.
Is it Pulse?
It's
I thought it was
I'm pretty
HEX.
sure it's Pulse.
Is it? Okay.
I could be wrong about this, but well, that's going to fuck up my defense if it's HEX, because I was going to say that being a Pulse conference, if these tokens are built on Pulse, then it's inside the purview, right?
I would say so.
We can double check. You guys chat amongst yourselves.
It is a Pulse conference. It's a Pulse conference. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
So yeah, what you were saying, Tangent, is 100% correct.
Thanks.
You need to check contract addresses. Don't just type in don't just trust. You can't trust. You need to go and verify, and
Verify.
You have to. You have to also realize that the if you go search for the Telegram chat, the one that you go into could be a fake one as well. I've seen scams that are so diabolical that they'll make a fake chat and then they will fake the users in the chat with well-known people in the community, so that people go check the list of people who are in there, but they don't actually click on them. And they can see, and they think, all the familiar names
are here. Yep. I've seen that. Dude, crazy, hey.
You got to be super vigilant, okay?
Dude, and I've even seen one where then they bot it. So there's messages flowing through of the sort of stuff that you would expect to see, like, let's fucking go. Like, it'll have like a fake Tangent in there being like, let's fucking go. And they'll be like, yeah, that sounds like something Tangent would say. Let's fucking go. Like, and then, yeah, dude, it's real bad. It's real bad.
Yeah. Yep. So yeah. Yep.
So yeah.
Johnny Chaos just sent you a clip, Tangent.
On what? On what? Dude, I'm struggling just to multitask between chatting with you guys and trying to catch up on these comments.
Probably on Twitter. I mean X.
Yep. So this better not have spoilers in it, Johnny.
So
does he want me to show? Does he want me to show this? Are we allowed to?
I know nothing. I'm just seeing the comments in the chat.
Okay, you guys talk. I'll watch it and make sure it doesn't break any rules or anything.
What do you guys, Hex Ninja, Joshua? What do you guys think about the whole Uniswap thing that happened during the week?
Of them censoring HEX?
Their front end, censoring HEX on their front end. What are your thoughts on that? Because my first reaction was I was quite upset about it, and then when I thought about it, I sort of changed my position slightly. I'm interested to know what you guys thought of it.
I think they're just doing their best to cover their butts. MetaMask Swap did the same thing. That's why shout out to Internet Money Wallet again. You know, they're not going to censor us; they are us. You know, but for Uniswap, it just reminded me of originally when HEX came out. They were doing the same thing. Essentially, they wouldn't stop you from buying it, but they would not list it. So you had to manually put in the contact address.
The contract address.
Yeah. So, you know, that's why we have our own front ends. That's why these protocols are trustless. The front ends are not trustless and permissionless, but the back end protocol is. So go to ethhex.com. That's what I did to purchase. You know, I was able to buy the dip. I got 50,000 hex for $285 US. I could not believe it. I wish I could have used a limit order and gotten an even better deal, but matcha.xyz has censored hex as well. So, you know, these companies do not want to be caught in the legal fire of the SEC is what I believe is happening. So it's like, I understand why they're doing that. What are your thoughts, 43?
I was upset at the start. I always knew that it was not on the contract level. It was just a front end issue. But obviously, Uniswap is one of the most used dexes on Ethereum. So obviously, I thought, well, that I was upset about it. But then I thought about it, and it's like, you know what? Let the ones that have a weak, like, I understand the whole legal covering your ass thing, but also let the entities that have a weak moral compass do what they're going to do, and let the DeFi element grow and flourish through their censoring. Like, they're going to censor the front end. Okay, well, you know, they ended up losing a whole lot of users, or I think a lot of people like deleted their app or stopped using their front end or something along those lines. I don't know the specifics of what it was, but what it does is it gives an opportunity for other front ends that do not censor, and they can grow, and that's how the DeFi side of it grows, because ultimately we do want that stuff to grow. And if it's an organization, then they're always going to be beholden to, government agencies and the wishes of external parties. Whereas when it's something that's community run, or run by individuals, it's very hard for a pin to be, for them to pin them down, so to speak. So and they could. These people can also pivot a lot easier. Like, okay, this one's down. Guess what? Another one pops up somewhere else.
Exactly.
And that's something that you can't really get rid of, and that's and ultimately the whole decentralized thing is only important if it results in censorship resistance. There's no point of having decentralization if you don't end up having censorship resistance. So that's, I guess that. What's your thought? Your thoughts, Tangent?
I've got this video. Sorry, I wasn't listening because I was sorting the video and stuff, so I don't even know what you guys are talking about. But I've got this video ready for when you guys. But did you guys want to comment on what day 43 was? And I'll just play the video once you guys are finished. Or do you want me to bring it up straight away? But by the way, I won't be able to full screen this thing just because of the way the sharing works. So this might be like annoying in terms of the size of it, but we'll try it anyway. So we'll go like this. We'll go like this. And we'll play this, and hopefully you guys can hear that. Otherwise, I'll just tell you what it says.
Can I ask you, are you excited to see highest mistakes?
Holy shit, my internet is running like balls. Maybe that was the thing that was fucking up that virtual green screen earlier. Maybe it was the internet speed. What the shit? I'm not doing anything. Whoa. Can you guys hear that?
Yep. I can hear it, but it's yeah. The internet is.
It's fucked. So I'll just describe it to you. It's Johnny's obviously hosting one of the event locations, and he asks the crowd, "Is everyone excited to see the highest of stakes?" And they all lose their shit, and like, so that they obviously are very excited.
Bro, why is your internet?
Dude, I don't know.
Bro, the feds are onto you.
Oh, dude, it might be. Lol. They wouldn't dare. So it might be because it might be that maybe it prioritizes the stream. Like,
Are you excited to see highest of stakes?
dude, what the fuck? That's
Dude,
really
it's
weird.
It's 2023.
Dude, I've got fiber.
I thought we would. I know.
Bro, I've got fiber. Like,
I thought we were done with this shit like 10 years ago.
I've got no fucking idea what's going on here.
Excuse my. By the way, I have to apologize if I'm sworn on this stream. I keep thinking that I'm on the Hex Late Show for some reason.
Oh, this thing's on. It's because we're both in the same stream, man. So we just like are falling into the usual habit. Dude, it was actually playing on a loop, so we've actually already watched it all. So yeah, that's the whole video. It's just 17 seconds. He just asks, "Are you excited to see highest of stakes?" And the crowd goes wild. Sorry, Johnny. I don't know why the internet is not slow at my house. It really, I promise. I'm getting really defensive of my internet connection. I'm like, no, seriously, guys. It's normally really fast.
That's awesome, Johnny. That's awesome. I can't wait to see this movie, and I'm also dodging the spoilers like the Matrix, dude. I'm ducking and weaving. I heard, like, I was listening to this stream, and Toby One was on here, and he was talking, and I had to it was like probably, how long ago was it? It was at. I'm thinking it was 7. It was at 7 o'clock, 6:30 this morning. So that is about 8 hours ago. And he started talking about the highest of stakes. I had to switch all that stuff off immediately. I actually couldn't switch off the stream. I had to just turn the volume of my car down.
Just threw the computer straight out the window. Like,
I was driving. I was in my car, and I had to turn the volume down, so it just kept going. So it's going to be tough dodging. It's going to be tough dodging spoilers.
Dude, it's gonna take serious effort, bro.
Although when we say spoilers, what can actually be spoiled? Like, we know what happens. Like, it's not like there's like some secret story. We know exactly what happens, but it's the storytelling, the arc of the storytelling that's gonna be. And you need to sit and watch the whole thing.
It's the content we haven't, the content that we haven't seen, I guess, is also like graphically and verbally, I guess. But you're right. It's not like someone can actually plot spoil the storyline. Like the plot line, we know it better than the people that are watching the movie, I guess, because we lived through it.
Yeah. I've just realized I don't think I've said anything about Pulse in the whole time I've been here. And by the way,
maybe we don't need to be super scared about plot spoiling then. Yeah, remember I had that question. We were going to go around the room.
Yeah.
And so now we've got 4 people to do it with. Around the room, favorite project on PulseChain so far and why? Or the one that you're most excited for if it doesn't exist yet? Or maybe both. Favorite project that currently exists and favorite or most anticipated project that hasn't dropped yet. And I need to think of mine for that one because I only had one.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to Liquid Loans for the one that's not out yet.
Oh, damn it. I should have had that one.
Did
I mention no repeats?
Yeah, that's a good one.
That's a good one. In fact, that has to be mine as well. That's actually the one I'm most excited about.
Yeah, man, come on. Like,
Fuck.
It's going to be amazing.
Well, I'm going to jump in with my one that already exists for me is Proteus. That shit is just so dope. That it's a DEX aggregator. So dope.
I have to look that up. I'm not even familiar with that one. That's awesome. That's what we need.
Dude, it's so good. It also has inbuilt MEV protection.
Sweet.
And it routes your shit through like it'll use any liquidity pool that has that token. So if there's a FUX pool, if there's a like V1, V2, any shit, if they've got their own custom pools, it just routes through everything, gets you the best deal. And sometimes, because of these odd things that can happen with the paths of how it routes it, you can actually end up getting ARBs that mean you can get more money's worth of the token than what you put in. So say, for example, there's a pool that has been underutilized and the ratio is out. Like, so say there's a FUX pool and the ratio is out. And this DEX aggregator sees that by routing it through that pool for part of the path, you're actually getting an ARB. So sometimes you're actually ARB botting, like, or not, it's not botting, like you're executing an ARB as part of your trade because of how elite the routing is. So I've had ones where it's like 2%. And I'm like, why is it even letting me put this trade through if my slippage tolerance is 0.5? It's because it's 2% in my favor. I'm getting 2% more coins.
Wow.
So it's like negative slippage. It's fucking bonkers.
Insane. How do you spell
fucking bonkers? PITEAS.
Oh my.
And I think it's .io. I've been shilling it hard, man. I've been talking about it on my Twitter spaces, posting about it in my Twitter community where I do the project updates for all the different PulseChain projects. I'll just check the website. Yeah, it's Proteus.io. For completeness, Internet Money claim that they are going to have the same thing native inside their wallet for their swaps, where it does the same shit, where it looks and has smart routing. So you'll be able to use either of those two to do this thing. But it's worth doing because you get more coins, but it also means that the pools get used, like all the pools get used so that they get volume across their pools as well, rather than some pools sitting somewhere just not getting used and then the main action all happening on, say, like PulseX V2 or something. So it's pretty cool.
That is definitely.
I'm not I'm gonna be super boring, bro, man. I'm gonna be so boring. You know what? I think it's way too early to have like a definitive winner in my mind.
No. We're not picking, dude. We live in woke 2023, bro. Everyone gets a participation trophy.
Okay.
You are just,
in that case,
this is subjective and personal. You are just like, the one I get the most pumped about is.
I know this is going to sound whatever, but I'm going to be super boring. It might sound boring, but I think PulseX is the thing that I'm, that's the thing I'm.
Sorry. Sorry, man. Sorry. It's all good.
I only just saw that now.
It's good.
I just saw that now. Yeah. But yeah, I think PulseX, man. PulseX, because of the way that, the admin key part of the Uniswap contract, the forked Uniswap contract has been used to buy and burn. I just like that. I like the way it is. I like the way it works. It's the thing I've probably used the most. And, it's simple. Like for me, it's a simple pick, but I am excited for what things like liquid loans could do in future. I'm excited for when that gets deployed. I'm also excited for and by the way, I'm not like, when I talk about NFT trading platforms, I'm not talking about the JPEG version of NFTs. I'm talking about NFTs that, like that have to do with crypto, if you know what I mean, that like can encapsulate other things. So I know that there's some protocols that are being built or going to be built or about to be released, or maybe they're already released on Pulse. I need to look into it. That are going to allow people to. There you go. There's Mintra right there. That's one. But I'm excited for some of these protocols. But that's like a JPEG type thing. The thing that I'm excited
about Recordian, where they're doing like a music NFTs.
No, I'm talking about NFTs that will allow you to encapsulate like other tokens within that NFT, and then be able to.
Like okay, yeah, like
you know what I'm saying? Like functional
tech.
Yeah.
Financial tech, like fintech NFTs. Something. Yeah, cool.
Yeah. Like to me, that sort of stuff that's of interest. I feel like there's a lot of use case for that. And yeah, so I look forward to that sort of thing. But if you ask me what I like, I just like, for me, it's PulseX, yeah.
Bro, but you know what? I maybe should have made a rule we're not allowed to pick RH products, because otherwise I would have picked HEX. Like I would have picked it. Like,
all right.
But no, but it's fine. I did want to say, bro, there was something I wanted to tell you was, you know how at one point you were saying, I love the idea that we can trade these HSI stakes, the HEX stakes that are wrapped, tokenized or whatever.
Yep.
But you didn't like the idea that a lot of the marketplaces had high fees. So you're like, you're getting chopped. Like it's that has a value of HEX
like
or whatever.
2% or whatever.
You're getting chopped by some percent. It's like unacceptable. Yeah. Like as in, because you're like, I'm just,
and on Ethereum, and on Ethereum, there was a platform that allowed you to trade stuff, and it was like it was privately. So someone could, like, you would just say, I'm going to sell this NFT HSI to someone, but I'm gonna submit which address is going to buy it, and then only that address would be able then to go and buy it. And if you did it privately, there would be no fee. But I don't know. I haven't found if there's anything on Pulse that does that exact same thing, where you could trade an NFT like a HSI NFT with no fee.
Well, I was going to say one of the marketplaces claims, I think it's Hocus Pocus, claims to do free NFT trades if you hold their token or something, some shit like that. Don't quote me, but so I was going to tell you about it because I was like, I remembered that you wanted like a hyper low fee environment for doing the HSI shit.
I want a no fee environment. I want to know.
Yeah. Well, this is no fee.
I don't see like that sort of situation.
If it was like 0.01%, then you'd be like, that's effectively free,
I'm happy with like, yeah, exactly. If it's
so just hyper low, like negligible fee,
So there's no market. You're not like, I understand if you're going to put it on a market and they're going to like filter customers to you, then they're providing you with a service. There's a service there that you're selling something, and they're finding you like through their platform, the existence of their platform, they're finding you a buyer. But if you've negotiated a buyer external to their system, and it's a private sale, and they're just like, I want to trade this nested NFT, as someone has written in Magic Carpet Rides, or the HSI NFT, I want to trade this to someone that I know, or another entity. Like you might be selling something to a trust, you know, or your trust is selling something, you know what I mean? Like it could be something like that. And you know who the buyer is. In that sort of situation, why should you like, because there is stuff on Ethereum that they don't charge you anything, you know?
Dude, I've just worked out a way that. Oh, sorry, man. Sorry. Do you want to do a closing statement? Shill your shit.
Oh, do I have to leave? Oh, geez.
I'm just now. Yeah. Sorry. My cousin and I are leaving, and thank you guys so much for having us on. We really appreciate it. Shout out to all Mexico, man. Love you guys. Again, I'm HEX_Shinobi, SHINOBI on Twitter. And my cousin is cannabis.fine on Instagram. Thank you guys so much.
Big.
Nice to meet you guys.
And that was legendary that they were literally sitting outside in the dark. Like that's the level of commitment that hexagons have. That's the level of commitment that
Absolutely.
hexagons have.
Nice to
the
meet you
stream.
guys, eh?
Yeah, likewise.
man.
Yeah,
Cheers,
heading
man.
into Hot Springs right now. So health first, man. All right. Shout out. Thanks again, Tangent, for hosting, man. So glad
Thank
to meet
you.
Like I love
You too,
this,
man.
Bitcoin debate with Richard Hart, man. You're the smartest maxi I know, and you're hexagon. Like that's so cool, bro. I love that.
Thank you, man. Thank you. Say GN to your cousin for us as well, man.
Will do. Absolutely. Cheers, guys.
Cheers, mate.
See ya.
Cheers.
I was just going to say that I think I've worked out a way that you could do trustless escrow, no third party. You set up a smart contract where anyone can put any asset. It can be an NFT, it can be a token or whatever. You put it in and you specify the contract address and what needs to be received for that to become unlocked and go to that contract address. Otherwise, it just comes back to you. So you negotiate terms verbally or like over chat or whatever, where you're like, hey, would you swap me 100,000 hex for this fucking picture of an orange? And then if we agree, then there's no trust involved because you're like, all right, well, I'm going to send my 100,000 hex into this contract, but it knows that it has to receive that picture before it will release the shit or whatever. Like, do you get what I'm saying? Like, if you could specify, because it would know the code of what it needs to receive because you know what you're trading, right? So you tell the other person, give me the fucking identifier of the thing that you're sending me. And then you literally just code up your own free escrow. That would be nuts. And it has to be doable. That has to be.
But that's essentially what the NFT thing, like that we've been talking about, does.
I think that's slightly different because isn't that? Wait, explain to me how that one worked again. I thought it was slightly different because it doesn't.
So
it doesn't like unlock. No, you just said you can specify that the only a certain address is allowed to. Oh
yeah. So
but do you also specify the price though? It does.
Yes.
Oh, that's the same thing.
Yeah, it's the same thing. You just described exactly what I want. You know?
I just made it sound like I was inventing tech that already existed.
No, it's parallel. It's parallel thinking. Although they were like thinking it before, but you thought of it by yourself when you were presented with this problem. So
yeah. I guess I thought I've worked out how it's possible.
Yeah,
like as
and
in,
the NFT route. That's where I see NFTs being awesome. You know, on that financial side of being able to put assets, like multiple assets in them, and then you can trade that actual NFT itself with multiple assets in it, or I should say, it's got the rights or the keys to the other NFTs or the other assets in it. So yeah, that's what I'd love to see, and I think that's already on Ethereum. You can already do stuff like that on Ethereum. I'm pretty sure. Do
you have any info about Mintra? People want to know about Mintra, but I'm like, I don't know. Like, as in, I don't have any any updates that.
All right,
I'm aware of.
This is the extent of what I know about Mintra. Mintra there was a sacrifice for Mintra. It's going to be an NFT marketplace, and it had a cool green design. And it's supposed to be like launching soon. And I don't mean that to be like
lol.
It has a cool green logo, dude. It's got the logo might be white, but it was green.
I thought cool. It sounded like you were ramping up into actually having some insider knowledge or something that you're like.
Well, all I know is that
it's a blockchain project. They did a raise and it's got a logo.
That's all I know about it, bro.
That is actually also all I know about it, so that's fair. I'm not no criticism here.
And the only other thing I know is that it's supposed to be out. it's like supposed to be out already. Like, I don't know what the holdup is, but it should be out. So yeah, I don't know. I have no horse in the race, so to speak.
Yep. So yeah, that was cool. Like in terms of having guests on and that sort of thing, it was cool to meet Hex Ninja's cousin as well. And I hope they had enough time to sign off, like, and do their outro. So I forgot to get. I was going to get details for his cousin, so that. But I'm sure if we can work it out, we can work it out.
As in his social media.
Yeah. Did he say it was something on Insta or whatever?
No, he did give. He gave it. Yeah, on
Okay.
his outro. Yeah, he definitely.
Yeah,
did.
cool. Because I want to make sure that he didn't think that invite to the Steak and Bake streams was like a sometimes people say shit but they don't actually mean it. Like it was a genuine invite, so I wanted to make sure I actually flicked that through. And we do those streams so irregularly. We were going to do one. Freddie wanted to do one at one point, but it was like it conflicted with something that I was doing. I can't remember. It was something big. I was doing something. Shit, I can't remember what it was. But there was something on that for Hex, like, and I was like, oh man, I can't do it. And then, so we definitely need to line that up because they're some of my favorite streams. Yep.
Yeah, they are irregular, aren't they? That's and I like how you guys like. It's usually Freddie quotes, yourself. Who else is? I've seen people like David. I've seen Feeder's been on there.
David Feeder's been on there a few times. So freaking shit! I can't believe I'm blanking on his.
No, that's totally a legitimate thing to happen.
Because it's
like I can't remember.
On brand. Black Hexagon and Corey have been on there a couple of times. But the guy that I'm trying to think of, he's in the highest of stakes. He's the one where he was mining Bitcoin in his grandma's house. It's not Kinetics. It's Big K. That's why I was getting in my mind. I kept thinking Kinetics, but I'm like, it's not Kinetics, and it's
spot on.
Both with K. And Orca came on like a very, very, very early one. I think that's where we met. And so yeah, it's been like there are probably people that have been on who I'm forgetting, or like but it's because we've had a bit of a rotation through there, but it's always a fun time. By
the way, shout out to Par Excellence in the chat. Par Excellence has got a channel called DeFi with Dozer.
DeFi with Dozer, yeah.
DeFi with Dozer. And Par Excellence is like, if anyone's familiar with the Hex Late Show, we used to have a segment in the bull run season called Bitch Tits. And which I keep thinking when the bull run comes back, I think that we're going to have to bring that back.
Yeah, we had to fade the segment because everyone was fading the fucking chart. Like everyone was fading the asset.
It's no fun. It's no fun
when the people that are winning are guessing downwards in price. It's like guys.
No, it's no.
But the point of your story was Dozer won like 3 or 4 times in a row. Hey,
no. He would win every second. Like he would win so often. I think he won. Like he was so spot on with prices.
That was wild, bro. Yeah. That was so wild that it was like he was literally oracling that shit. Crazy.
And you've streamed with Dozer as well, haven't you?
Yeah. When I still had my YouTube channel, he came on my stream once. And then they have invited me to go on like to his channel, and I definitely will do that. Because so also Dozer holds like, under that Par Excellence title, he holds these Twitter spaces with Gravitron where they actually talk about like real physics, like, so it's like black holes and quantum entanglement and all like string theory and relativity and shit like that. They go deep. And so I know that like it doesn't draw the hugest crowd because for a lot of people it's over their heads, but it's really interesting if you've got an interest on that sort of shit, and it's all like completely legit. Like their shit is
dude,
legit.
I love listening to that sort of stuff, and usually by the end of like a video, a YouTube video, I'm like, I don't know what I just listened to, but for some reason it's interesting. For some reason it's interesting. I can't.
So in fact, you know what? So on the day that they did it last, I was listening to it live, but I was in and out of appointments. So there were like big chunks that I was like blanking out on. But while I was driving between two places, I caught this thing that because people come in and ask questions, and they're obviously, to even ask a question in this environment, you have to know quite a bit about physics. But Doza and Gravitron, not to be rude, but they're basically, a lot of the time, they're schooling, right? Like they're educating. Like someone's like, wouldn't it be like this? And they're like, no, it's not like that. Well, as in like, this is how it works and blah, blah, blah. And one of the things was someone asked about the use of quantum entanglement for communication. And they were saying, you can't use, or under current tech, you can't use it directly for communication, but it could be used to see whether someone is actually monitoring your communication. Because in quantum theory, you know how observation impacts the result. Like by observing, you're actually changing the state of the particle or whatever it is.
Yes.
And so if someone observes the communication, theoretically, you could be using quantum entanglement to know whether or not someone is listening to your comms.
Wow,
because it would change this, because it would change the state. And I thought that was super, super interesting. I might be butchering like small elements of that, but the overarching idea here, I'm pretty sure I caught how it works.
It's one of those things. It's so complex that I've heard like even people who know more than anyone else, like the type of people who know more than almost everyone else in the world, that even they like question whether they really understand what they're talking. Like even they question their understanding of it.
I do that with crypto every probably 10, 20 days, where I wake up and I'm like, what the fuck am I actually doing? And then I just get back to work. So those spaces are really good. I recommend them, and you will feel smarter listening to them, even if you don't have any idea what the fuck is going on.
Yeah. Even if you don't actually get smarter, you will have the perception that you are smarter.
And you'll believe that you're getting smarter. And you can go around dropping that shit into conversations that you're having with people like, oh yeah, I was listening to a space about quantum entanglement earlier today.
And just leave out the part where you didn't understand anything. And
the chances that that person's actually going to know enough about it to actually challenge whether you know about it is like zero. So, but I that's actually how I met Doza. We did physics together at uni.
Oh, that's wild.
Yeah, we were both in the same physics class, but I'm pretty sure he went on to do postgrad and I did not. But yeah.
But I think like you, from what you've told me, and it's nothing like, obviously nothing, no private, just in general, you've told me that you and Doza like talk about tech stuff and give each other like ideas on, oh, you should check this out or do this, which is sort of what you and I also do a bit of that. Like we sort of, like one of us will use a certain thing or do something. And like what was interesting is when we was comparing the apps on our Bitcoin nodes, like we have different, we run different front ends for our Bitcoin nodes, like different software.
43 and I nerd out on like self-sovereign hardware.
Yeah.
Even if we don't have the exact same shit, we've got similar kind of
the apps are the same, because it's all Linux based, I think, anyway, right? So, but what's interesting is, like, as you know, I don't actually have any Bitcoin or anything, but I run a Bitcoin node because I just like to flex when I'm talking to Bitcoiners, because I know that I've been running a node for more than most Bitcoiners have had Bitcoins.
Dude, this guy in a Twitter space was like, I bet you guys don't even run nodes. And I was like, bro, I run multiple nodes and Lightning nodes. And he was like, I was talking about ETH nodes. And I was like, dude, in our community in PulseChain, I was like, don't worry about ETH. In PulseChain.
I do, by the way.
more,
I run ETH nodes. I
was like, there would be more people in our community that run validators on PulseChain than people that don't. Like, in terms of people who are vocal. So not like silent investors that are just holding a bag.
We've got people who are interested in participating in the network.
Yeah.
You know, we've actually got people who are interested in participating. I participate in running a node on Bitcoin and Ethereum. I mean, I do hold some Ethereum, but I run an Ethereum node. Why? Because I believe in supporting the network. Like, I believe in supporting these networks. That's like an important thing to me. And that's how I feel like everyone should try and learn how to do that stuff if they can. Bitcoin is a very easy one. I feel like the barrier for entry for Bitcoin is the lowest because of the hardware, and also just there's a lot of software to help you do it. Ethereum and PulseChain are very similar, like very, very similar as far as the barrier to entry.
I'll give you actually an example that I can say now because PulseChain has actually launched, and I'm sure Dozer won't mind me saying this because it's like the opportunity to kind of try and profit from this strategy is like over. But we were out just having like a few quiet drinks at like this Miami themed bar in Northbridge, and when we were leaving, he was like, hey, I was thinking about, and he told me about like this, how all the NFTs on the ETH NFTs are going to be the ones that are like listed for sale in protocols that exist on ETH are going to be listed with prices in ETH, right? But then when we go over to PulseChain, one PLS is worth fuck all. So whoever has an opportunity, whether you're doing it through contract interaction or building your own front end, you could basically just go and buy all the most expensive, like a thing that costs like 100 ETH, like the most expensive NFT that you can think of, as long as it was listed at the time of the fork, you can just interact with that contract and buy it for like 100 Pulse, like effectively free.
Why would the people building this stuff like allow, like, why would they wait? Why wouldn't they just like buy all that stuff?
Well, we discussed that as well. We were like, okay, there'll be people like Richard probably have identified that. His devs have probably identified that. The people building NFT marketplaces that are actively building front ends anyway, because that's their product that they have to produce, even though no one told Gerardo about that. Like, no one reminded Gerardo. He didn't get the memo that he was supposed to be building a marketplace. Lol, I'm just kidding. But the point is, like, so we did discuss like all those aspects, like, yo, there's probably going to be this crazy opportunity to just snap up. And then even if they're worth like not that much relative to the ETH copies, if they're worth anything at all, we're talking like thousands of X's. Because if you pick it up for like 0.001 or whatever of a cent, even if it sells for like $10 or $1, like that's millions of % gain. So if you could
so it could be worth 0.1 ETH and then it's worth 0.1 Pulse.
Exactly. So because you made the comment like that you and Dozer like have like kind of like tech discussions and shit like that. So that was one of the things that we had talked about and brainstormed, and obviously didn't publicize in case we wanted to take advantage of it. But then I don't know if he did, and let's just assume he didn't. And shit like that. I think it is cool to like kind of brainstorm these sorts of techie kind of, or like how things could possibly break.
Oh, by the way, there's a comment by Magic Carpet Ride, which is sort of saying that this is all like, this is not the case because everything is set to default, not for sale. The original key holder has to set a price, which is a good thing, sort of like that.
Wait, what? But it's the whole system state is forked. The entire system state.
Yeah. So just for MCR, we are talking about things that were already
that were listed pre-fork
for sale pre-fork.
Yep. Yeah.
But
Sorry
Magic
if I wasn't clear
Ride,
about that. That's what
he's coming on. He's coming on in 1 hour, or something along those lines. But I've just realized the time. I actually have to.
Sorry, man.
Leave.
Go.
I want to thank you. I want to thank you so much for having me, mate, and I want to thank Maddie ALLin for doing the HEX conference and the Pulse conference. I think it's awesome what Maddie puts on multiple times a year, and it's awesome that you help out in this way as well. Shout out to everyone in the chat, and go HEX and Pulse.
Cheers, man. Follow 43 on Twitter or your preferred platform. And yeah, shout out Maddie, like mad respect for hosting this conference. Thanks for coming by, man. Awesome. Yeah, that's, it hit home for me when Walrus was doing one of his like walk/drive and update everyone on liquid loans and just Pulse shit in general. By the way, that's actually a good reason to subscribe to the Liquid Loans YouTube channel, because Walrus does these update streams every now and then where he doesn't just update about their project. He updates sort of about the ecosystem as a whole, and he wears headphones while he does it, and mostly. And what was my point? In one of those updates, he was like, man, I personally would not want to have to do what is required to run a conference. It is way more work than you could ever possibly imagine. And I think so I already thought it was amazing that Maddie puts these conferences on, but that sort of leveled up my appreciation and my gratitude for it. And because I thought, yeah, I probably wouldn't have the time or inclination to do something like that, particularly not when it's completely done for free. He does not take sponsors. This is something that's really important. And I guess since the whole SEC thing's a bit like popular at the moment, or it's like a hot topic, that when you look at the history of everything to do with the community that we're in, no one takes payment. I've never been paid, not by Richard, not by anyone else. There's no payment going on for content that is produced. Maddie doesn't take sponsorship for the conference, so that you get uninterrupted flow of alpha with no like ads and no having to like shill unnecessary shit and stuff like that. It's the entire thing. And I think it is important because that is rare. It's unique. Other communities don't typically do it. In fact, most don't. As far as I'm aware, people are saying right down to Richard was like not refusing to pay, but was just like saying, I'm not going to pay for dinner when he was out eating with like hexagons, even though everyone knows that he's like the richest person in the room. He's like, I'm not going to pay for dinner because that could be perceived as that it's like it's like a fringe benefit, right? That you are paying them not in dollars, but in some other kind of benefit, i.e. a meal. And also, obviously, most of the people that Richard hangs out with or meets up with are people who were early to HEX and attribute their newfound wealth to this human. So they're more than happy to buy him whatever he wants. Like the kinds of gifts that he get are absolutely insane, even though he can afford to buy the stuff himself a million times over. People giving him like diamond encrusted whatever and diamond encrusted something else, like watches and pendants and rings and fucking everything. So let's but the main focus of my point here is it is rare, it is unique, and it does highlight how immune our community should be to all this SEC nonsense. And so that is a total vibe. Oh yeah, so no rush, man. We're not on any tight time schedules. I think 43 stayed on with me a little bit longer than he was meant to in terms of like what he had time for, which I appreciate, but I'm happy to carry the torch. That is actually what I'm here for. So we've actually run out of comments. So, which is shocking because someone correctly pointed out that I might not ever catch up because I was out an hour behind for a really long time. So now I need you guys to comment in with either topics, or I couldn't help out with the Mintra thing. I don't have updates, but if you guys have got other questions or topics you want me to cover, throw down. I'd buy an RG3 bobblehead NFT on PulseChain. Okay. Comment. Is that because I said I need you guys to comment? Oh, are you talking about the movie or are you talking about this stream? Who knows? Yeah, while we can't predict the future with certainty, I do agree this is also my prediction of what is most statistically likely. Power City, yeah. So I need to go and check out the Portal X. I need to go and check out that Portal X swap because they said it's like something insane, like 35 or 55 different chains that you can bring money in from, which is pretty cool. So I need to go and check that out. They're also supposed to have an NFT marketplace that hasn't come out yet called Pixel City. Oh, the Coast on and off ramp. Yeah, hell yes. Hell yes. You know, they've got serious balls that with all the SEC shit, because obviously regulators like to flex at where they have the most control, which is at the periphery of crypto. And that periphery is typically like on and off ramps are at that edge, yeah? And Coast was just like, we're not changing our plan at all. Everything's still on track. We've got these partnerships. They're all good. They're happy. We're going ahead with it. And I was like, yes, fuck yes, let's fucking go. Mad respect. They're also in my Twitter community, the one that has the updates and stuff. And they've been good. Lol, he skips mine. Well, your shit was either inappropriate, rude, or clearly like embarrassing for you that you didn't study the blade. So highlighting that I skipped over your comment. And by the way, if you think that I have featured literally every comment that has been put through, dude, you are tripping at like a 5-to-1 ratio. So maybe take like 4 less tabs of acid next time, because I did not feature every single comment that has come in. That would take all day. So heaps of people have seen the movie and they say it's great. I followed into, okay. Thoughts Child, dude, so there's different links. So dude, Sticker Guy has gone to sleep. So I'll DM you as well, just in case you're not watching me right now. But basically the idea is normally you go to the backstage and he sorts it out. But right now I'm solo and I've got the admin keys. So you just go straight to the stream link, not to the backstage link. So I'll try and find the link that you're supposed to be joining on, I guess. So what's happened is you've ended up in the backstage. So, yeah. So you sorted it. Here we go. Yeah. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go, baby. Let's fucking go. Mimosa time. Dude, your lighting system's sick.
What up, my brother?
I've got the ability to change the light behind me.
Well, I bet you do. You're like the dopest promoter DJ motherfucker in Oz.
Everyone seems to be pretty pumped about the color orange today in the chat, so we could just make this orange.
Okay, you know what? Interesting.
Do you have control? Do you have control over the colors at your end as well?
Yeah, I can slow it down. Now we don't have to have connection.
Is that a signed guitar? Like, has that been signed?
Some mysterious and extremely talented fretsman wrote, "The source of the value is right the fuck here."
Here.
Wonder
Here.
who.
Right here.
Tangent, can I tell you I appreciate you and
Please do.
I respect you a lot. And some weeks, the longer I'm in this community and the more I dig into it, I'm going to be honest. Sometimes I fear for its future, dude. And then I hear somebody like yourself talk, Whales Only talk, Brandon Rags talk. And I'm like, everything is in hand. Okay. Everything's good. Okay. So I want to thank you for what you bring to bear on this whole thing, because it's unique. And that's one of the things about us, Free to Be You and Me. It's like everybody that occupies, to me, the most valuable spaces in this community is occupying a space that was a vacuum before their arrival. And we're all syncretists, meaning we all combine elements of various skills and talents in our wheelhouses to be who we are, right? And what we bring to the table. People can't reconcile, for example, that I'm the hip hop cracker who's well studied in Hermeticism, Gnosticism, and the occult, but I was also nominated as Comedian of the Year in Hexago. But there he is, Baby Thoughtschild. Welcome on the scene. Go, go, gaga. You know, like, and that's what I do. And nobody else fucking does what I do. Now with you, Tangent, here we have like a master of Bitcoin. Like nobody, I don't think there's anybody in this community, with maybe the exception of Briz, that even wraps their mind around Bitcoin, knows the history, knows the technicals behind it. And I'll tell you, man, you pull off the impossible. I don't know. Like there's supposed to be enmity between the two halves of you. It's amazing, you know, because you're a Bitcoin maxi and you are a fucking tried and true Hexagon PulseChainiac. How do you do this?
Yeah, you know, man, I genuinely appreciate you saying that so much. And
Get rid of that comment, okay? Because I look like a stupid mouth breather.
Oh. Sorry, man. Sorry. I forgot that was even there. Yeah, we still need to intro you. And while there's comments up, we don't even see this. But I just want to tell you, I appreciate that so much, man. Like, I'm getting much better at accepting compliments, and it's like, and there actually was a guy that came into a Twitter space recently, and he actually said to me, he was like, I can tell that you've got a deep understanding of Bitcoin, and then flip that into an insult, being like, you're clearly scamming with HEX. You're clearly scamming with HEX, because I can tell that you know enough about Bitcoin that you must surely know that you are scamming over here with HEX. And so, but I guess the first part was definitely a compliment, that he could tell that I understood the tech and I knew enough about it, and that everything that he wanted to tell the chat, I already understood it and could like explain it.
Okay.
And yeah, like, but I massively appreciate that. Like, and I feel the same way about members of the community in terms of that, the specific effect that you mentioned, where it's like, when I listen to them, it convinces me that everything's going to be okay. Not in a like, oh, I'm going to blame them later if my bag goes down. More in like this person sounds logical and intelligent, and they have reached the same conclusion as me. So it just strengthens my conviction, even though it is still completely my decision. I'm like, this is adding to the strength of my conviction that I already have.
Yeah, man.
And I think, yeah, that uniqueness and what each person brings, which you clearly have in terms of you are definitely unique. And that's it was actually earlier in this conference. It was I heard it was when Dipcatcher and the other guy that does Maxi were talking.
Tonto.
Yeah, so when those two guys had their segment, it was actually the other guy, so not Dipcatcher, the person that was streaming with him was saying
Golkey and Tonto.
Yes, I think it might have been Golkey. Yeah, I can't remember. I'm sorry. Whoever was talking with him was saying that each person, when they bring their, like, whatever it is that they do to the community, he sees them as a founder. And I was like, at first I was like, I need to work out whether this makes sense, because it sounds like such a beautiful sentiment. I wanted it to be true, but then I wanted to make sure that it checks out logically, that you're not just like handing out a title that is undeserving just to be nice or something like that. Sure. I tend to agree. It's like, because you're a founder in whatever value it is that you're bringing to the community. That's your thing. That's your thing. Like, that's your thing. Or you're a founding member of the group of people that are doing that particular thing.
And so let's say that to the chat right now as they listen to you guys. If you're in the chat, I would joke, and hold your thought, please. Hold the stream of your thought, Tangent. But I just
that was it. That was pretty much it.
I want to interject here to this chat, guys. There's some of you that are on the periphery and you're kind of laying back. Look, I'm here as a creative. I'm a polymath creative. Okay. I've been writing songs. I've been the best writer of the English language in the room. I'm an etymologist. I'm an historian. Now I'm a graphic designer. I'm a beat maker. I'm a scratch DJ. I'm all these shit. Oh, by the way, Scott Melker, who was interviewing Rags and the other one.
Yeah.
I used to DJ with Scott Melker 25 years ago. I know.
Oh, shit.
Melker. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe that's who that was. He's a Philly guy. He is a Philly guy.
That's wild.
Yeah,
I also didn't know he was a DJ. It's wild.
You know what another thing is, Tangent? The two fellas that you just had here, the cousins, dude, when I got the Rainmakers on the last day of the 22 HEX conference in Vegas, I got there for the last day for the Nagabo party. When I got there, I'd driven for 16 fucking hours and I was plumb tuckered.
That's him. That's a long time in the saddle.
Rainmakers, children's bunk bed. And those two guys, the cousin Ninja and his cousin Josh, they were there. So it's like,
that's
small,
wild.
Yeah.
Dude, holy shit.
Yeah. So let me finish my thought for this chat real quick. Guys, it's wild, isn't it? I see you, Drix. I see you, Z. I see you, Hex Force One. I see Chaz. I love Chaz. Hex Addict, what up, BMA? Moonlight. Look at all these beautiful people in here. SMO Spider, Benny G, all y'all. So look, those of you who are waiting on the sidelines, I would joke, okay, back in 2021, and I go on my Wales only appearances, which made me so proud, man. It really firmed up who the fuck I was around here to have such a rock star co-sign your efforts. This motherfucker's bringing something to the table. I was like, fuck, yeah, thank you, man. You could be a basket weaver. I would joke and say, if you are a trout fisherman, a salmon fisherman, start the first HEX fishing show. We don't have one yet. It's been 2 years. And you guys go, that's funny. Guess what? There is an application. There really, truly is an angle. And if you need help trying to find that angle and that in, I'm the type of guy for content creativity that I would be more than willing to give you some of my time,
I've already got the tagline. Give a man a fish, you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish, you feed him for life. And then just be like, HEX is the digital equivalent of teaching a man to fish. Boom. Tagline done.
a theologian show. You could talk about manna from heaven. It just comes down. There it is. It's pure fecundity. It's fucking something that makes something on top of nothing. All
That's
the
a good
people of
point.
the tribe are fed. That's HEX. Boom. Beautiful
Yeah,
shit.
you're right. Yeah. You're absolutely right.
Look, no matter what's happened, my life is a perfect microcosm. Bad things don't happen in threes. I'm here to testify. They happen in 33s, starting with my divorce and my mother dying from cancer and carrying her to the toilet as the pandemic's raging. And then everything since then for 3 years has gone fucking wrong, dude. The first time I tried to get a girlfriend out in the world recovering from my divorce and losing my house, the one night she was away from me, she was drugged, beaten, and raped. Goodbye. I'm telling you, it's insane, dude. It's insane. It's wrong. I'm at the bottom of the barrel. I lost my fucking home recently. Not from the divorce. That was earlier. And fucking, I got in a fight with a landlord who was a Napoleonic little prick face, drunk as hell. I took issue with him. He said, my aunt needs your house at the end of your lease. I said, no, you can't do that. Guess what? In the state of Pennsylvania, the judge said, yes, he can. So I'm fucking finding out like there's nothing for rent where I live. Yeah, true. So now he's the hermetic, hip hop, humorist, homeless humorist of Mexico. I'm in a fucking weekly stay hotel right the fuck now. You think things can't get any worse? It has a point. Just be patient. You think things can't get any worse? I got food poisoning 3 weeks ago, put me in the hospital with sepsis for a week, dude. 2 days in intensive care. I almost died again. I think it's hilarious. I think it's fucking hilarious because here's my point. I get more and more bulletproof and beautiful and street smart, and you just cannot fuck with me anymore. I'll dust you the fuck off. I laugh at everything. Hexico, same shit is happening, man. We are getting more beautiful and more bulletproof with every storm we weather, man. The slings and arrows are nothing.
Bro, I'm sorry to hear you went
No,
through
don't. Hey, be
shit.
candid. I'm getting more bulletproof. If I go into that feeling sorry for myself, shit,
I didn't know you could get that fucked from food poisoning. Like I didn't know that was possible, bro.
I didn't either.
Like as in because I'm pretty loose with how off I will eat food, like because I don't like to waste food. It's just a habit, and so I often eat stuff and then I get food poisoning. I tread that line, like I walk that tightrope and occasionally fall off. And my safety net is the fact that I thought that it wasn't potentially fatal, but maybe I need to be a bit more careful with that shit.
What are you going to do? We both live the digital era lives. I don't know if you're still a bachelor. I know that you go from super hot girlfriend to maybe single to super hot girlfriend. I don't know where you're at. I don't want to get your old lady mad at you right now. But, I'm a bachelor now in the digital age. So I'm constantly, and I'm a father of 4. I have dual custody of 4 perfectly innocent, incredible seedlings, all under the age of 12. So when I eat, I haven't, when's the last time I sat down for a meal? I literally cannot remember, bro. I walk and throw shit in my mouth. You know what I mean? That's just how I eat. Yeah, Sandy, that's what they said. There was a scientific word, something, and my body started going septic or something like that from it. They had me on. It took 6 bags of rehydration and 3 bags of antibiotics, even just to get me stabilized. I was seeing fucking purple fucking elephant monkeys and all types of shit.
Wild. That is wild.
Yeah. You got to think about just what we're eating, what we put in our bodies. It's really important that you check it. Eat local, eat organic, eat holistic, eat non-GMO. And I know that that's not easy. I don't think it's meant to be,
Bro, I saw an interview recently. Diary of a CEO. He was interviewing this chick who got toxic shock from a tampon and lost her legs. They had to amputate both her legs.
What the fuck?
Yep. Yep, had to. So legitimately, I'm not making this shit up. Like, so
No, I
if you
know
go
you're
on-
not. I
if-
just,
no, sorry. That I know you. I know
don't want to
you
live in this
know that.
world.
That comment that I just made was more for the audience that might be thinking, what the fuck? This sounds crazy.
No, I
can
thought you
go
were
on his
saying
channel.
Crossout has to stop eating tampons.
No, so it's the chemicals in the tampons or something. It's like because they use chlorine or something. I don't know. They like bleach them. So if you change them too often, if you don't change them often enough, it's a problem. If you change them too often, you get poisoned by the shit that they use to bleach the fucking tampons.
It's like if you eat too much sushi, you're getting mercury poisoning. What the fuck?
It's something crazy. So like, and this chick lost her legs from something that should have been safe. Like, and so yeah, I guess I'm just reiterating, like in terms of like you have to be so careful.
You gotta
and
be
like,
on point. I'm like eating the leftovers. The children's leftovers is how I subsist because I'm not a gourmand. I've said it plenty of times on my stream. My community already knows. I eat not to die. That I eat not to die. I'm not the person that goes,
yeah.
This is delicious. Oh, I love it. Like it's never come out of my mouth.
Do you know what? I'm actually like that as well.
Yeah.
Like I appreciate nice tasting food, but I don't wank over it. I'm like, this is divine. These paired wines are just delights. Like that shit.
You know when I acted like that, Tangent?
That shit just
when I got dehydrated.
I don't get it. Like,
dude, when I got dehydrated after throwing up for 16 straight hours, and I was just retching, nothing else is coming up, and I'm hugging the toilet like it's a lover, and they're dragging me out. The ambulance crew is, saying we got to get something in you. That's how I felt about water, bro. Water. I was like, oh God, like you luscious.
Yeah.
No, and I take a drink of water, and I'd be like,
I have been in both of those situations, I promise, in terms of so dehydrated that water is like God mode.
Yeah.
And the vomiting into a toilet where you think you're going to die, like as in where you're like, I might not make it through this.
I might not make it through this, and I'm actually going to pray for death.
My main fear is at that point because like you're convulsing so hard, you don't know if it's going to actually, you're going to breathe it back in because you're struggling to breathe at the same time. And if you vomit and then breathe in because you're so desperate for air, you could actually choke yourself and you're by yourself. It's scary as fuck.
But the community is loving this conversation.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry,
tampon,
guys.
Toxic
sorry,
shock,
guys. Stop. Toxic shock from
projectile
tampons.
vomiting, making love to the porcelain, Here we go, baby. Hello, SMO Spider. Hello, Sandy.
Yeah, Sandy Beach is confirmed. Toxic shock syndrome is real.
Hey, Georgia Carrera.
I belong in this group. Yeah, come on in. Have you got the link?
I don't object to Georgia, actually. Well, actually, it depends what color hair she has right now. Okay. Come on, baby. Turn me on. Ash, what up, Ash 3? Okay, so check this. You know how people think I'm going to be like outrageous and maybe talk about some woo-woo.
That was me. That was me that said like we need to be careful not to get Maddie's channel.
You're hardly the only one. Shit. I mean, my reputation precedes me. I was thinking we could really blow people's minds right now.
Do it.
Like talking super,
I'm ready.
like fundamental boring shit. Like would you like to talk about, for example, American alphabet agencies? And we could even talk about, does everybody know what the 4 legs of the Howey test are? And moreover, do you guys know that I'm wondering, is this orange thing because of Mr. Howey? Because Mr. Howey and the original court case in 1946 was because Mr. Howey was an orange grove owner. I thought maybe that's why the oranges were big today. The whole original
that's
SEC
why everyone's
case,
spamming these oranges.
Yeah, the SEC case was over fucking oranges in 1946. Believe it or not.
By the way, I just want to. I'm keen to pursue this line of thought. I just want to quickly say though, there was someone in the comments that was claiming that I am trying to shill some fucking orange coin that I have no fucking idea what this person's talking about, and I went to put them on timeout and. The buttons for timeout and block and delete comments are right next to each other, and I actually accidentally clicked the wrong one. Like, so I just wanted to time them out, and I accidentally blocked them. So that was not deliberate. But yeah, interesting comment about the orange groves that was the thing. So maybe that's why all these people keep spamming these orange emojis.
You know, they were obtuse, as they always are. With the government, it works to their benefit to be obtuse with the use of vernacular and the definitions. They leave things intentionally a little confusing and a little open-ended, because they themselves don't know their assholes from holes in the ground. So it will be helpful down the line if, in exercising their mandate, and let me be very clear here, my friends, their mandate has nothing to do with the well-being of your wife and kids. They could give a fuck less, okay? It ain't about protecting your rights. It ain't about keeping you on a straight path or keeping the boogeyman off you. They exist as a fucking firewall to protect the hegemony of the fucking powers that fucking be. And with each day that passes, that becomes a little bit more clear, okay? So please, let's disavow ourselves. Those of you who are in Hexaco and you're genuine, half-intelligent people, would you kindly disavow yourself of the idea that the SEC and Gary Gensler gives a fuck whether you live or die? I mean, that would be a helpful place to start here. After that, perhaps maybe stop writing begging letters to Netflix. Do you think they want to give the enemy fucking the light of day? I mean, come on. That'd be like writing JP Morgan and saying, could you pretty please let my Flashbots RPC work again and not default me Ethereum mainnet? Please, consensus. Please, JP Morgan. I mean, come on, guys. Come on, grow up.
Georgia, I'm sending you the link.
Oh, you got it? Okay.
And in fact, the one that you went into first that didn't get you to where you needed to be. I'm just going to tell you. I'm going to tell you the final letter. Or did you go to stream 1 instead of 2? Is that what you did?
I went to day 4.
Oh, okay. Day 4. Holy shit, bro.
Yeah.
So Georgia, that means that I am sending you the right shit. Oh shit! How do I spell your name?
It's day 2 now. It's day 2 now, right?
GEO. Yeah. Where sorry, it's like stream 2 because they can't have them go over 12 hours, but we're actually kind of like between day. Oh, actually, no. We have crossed over into day 2 now. I think.
Yeah.
Depends what time zone you're in.
Right.
Okay.
I'm something like UTC +4, I think. So I'm 1:20 a.m. on the eastern seaboard of the United States.
So Georgia, I've sent you the link. Come on onto the stream if you want. Then Asher said it's all about the pulse tings. Someone said, "What the fuck? We need to know. Need to know what?
What do we need to know, SMO?
What do we need to know? I think Thoughtschild's giving you the truth. So he's telling you everything you need to know about this fucked up system. So wrench or spanner me, please. Why are there spammers? I actually don't know how. I actually don't know how to. I haven't actually seen any, except for that one guy that was accusing me of shilling orange coins.
Maddie would have to do that because this is on Maddie's YouTube channel, right? You can't spanner from StreamYard. You can only spanner from the YouTube channel.
So Ruth said someone made an orange coin. They are trying to shill it with all this orange stuff.
Okay, since Tangent and I are not in the business of giving financial advice tonight, and on this front, we're going to be conservative, I think he and I are both just going to default to say, guys, just avoid it. Go read a chapter of a book and do something else. Like, you got plenty of legitimate shit to play with.
You guys are stretching pretty hard here that the color of my hat, when I didn't actually shill any coins.
Is that it? Is that why you're guilty?
I'm pretty sure it's there were actually 2 or 3 comments that are like, he's wearing an orange hat. He's wearing an orange hat. I'm getting all excited about the color of my hat. And then I got it the wrong way around. I thought that the reason why they were doing all this orange shit in the chat was because of the hat, but it's the other way around. They made the coin and then they saw that my hat is the same color as their coin. Come on, guys. What's
Lagai saying? Lagai is somebody you guys can trust. Okay?
I guess I actually am also drinking orange juice.
Today. Bob Lagai is somebody Hexicans can trust. What's he saying about it?
But orange juice is just delicious.
Oh, I have orange juice. Wait a minute.
Orange is not my favorite color, by the way.
And here,
I would-
further proof that Tangent and I are in cahoots.
Are you seriously drinking orange juice? Bro, okay, now they're gonna think. Now they're gonna think this was actually coordinated because Day 43 also had an orange flavored Schweppes drink.
Yeah, man, but this is.
Is that actually orange? Is that actually
MDMA, man? So
yeah, let's get this party started.
I just spit up everywhere, dude. Damn.
Oh, why?
Because you made me laugh. You
Oh
said, like,
shit!
you
Sorry, man.
started. Don't worry.
But
I have coffee
wait.
and beer too. So
But how did you expect me to react to you saying that there was MDMA in the drink? Of course, I'm gonna get my party on.
oh my god. How long are you here? How many of these consecutive hour-long sessions?
I've
do you have?
got 6 hours today, 6 hours tomorrow.
well
Only
young
because
man.
no, it's mainly just to help cover for the night hours of when the American hours are asleep. It's not that Maddie thought that I was any more deserving than any of, like, in terms of deserving of time. It was more he just he thinks that I do well with the hosting and he knows I've got the stamina. He knows from my Twitter spaces, he knows I've got the stamina, that I'm not going to drop the ball partway through. So still one day, Hex is king. I agree with this. Hex
He keeps a stash of uppers in the back.
do you know what? A lot of people do think I take stimulants, but the only stimulant I take on the regular is coffee. So
I think you're awesome, and I also preach
Thank you.
sovereignty and autonomy, because
Right back at you, man.
You're allowed to do whatever the fuck you want to do. You're an adult, so I don't judge.
we like the, what's the saying? We see eye to eye, or like we have a similar sort of like ethical framework, or the way that we view things. Like our perspective is similar in the ways that matter. Like I'm not saying like that we're similar in every way.
Yeah, I get it.
All the things that are important, I think we have similar perspectives.
Well, then the other thing I think, and I'm happy to have this in common with a lot of other Hexican PulseChainiac kind of experts, content creators, streamers, and providers of information, is that they'll take. Earlier, I alluded to maybe the wheelhouse and the syncretism, okay, that exists to create a specialty, a specialist. And they'll take this entirely different pathway that I've never tread, nor would I ever claim to know anything about. And they will arrive at the same fucking conclusions that I arrive at from my fucking zany angle. And Tangent comes from here, and 43 comes from here, and Wales comes from here, and Baba Guy and Rags come from here and here. And then we all were like, yeah, man, like this is an affirmed fact. We can at least bet on this,
That's that universal alignment that you're all arriving at the same destination from completely different paths.
Listen, it's as obvious as the nose on your face, okay? Whether you believe in a universal vibration or the scientific method, or a crazy person like me would say God, I was created to be the shot caller. I was created to be the shot caller in my fucking life. You were created to be the shot caller in your fucking life. The responsibilities are yours to bear. The karma is yours to bear. You do bad, you got to fucking take a deep breath and get ready. You do good, open your heart up, share the warmth, and receive the love. I'm just saying, man, like nobody should ever, ever, ever be able to take the life lessons of Soul School the fuck away from you, because it's why we're here. Why you're here. For God's sake. So in the last conference, the online one, you guys would have heard me say day one, the introductory statements, the 3 to 5 minute things we did. I felt like I pretty much went off the cuff with that. And right before I gave Famous a shout for like the Hex Direct, because it was a wonderful compilation of resources in that one site.
Yeah, I was impressed by that.
Yeah.
Like that Hex Direct website is actually really good.
It's so good for onboarding.
So Famous and I don't always see eye to eye in Twitter spaces.
Sure.
Content and delivery.
He and I fucking got into it last week. I love the bro. I love him. But anyway,
that website is sick. Like that website, I was really impressed that he made that.
Well, look, like your shirt says, I mean, guys, it's innate and endogenous that we have this freedom to transact. If Tangent has
inalienable.
oranges and I have American baseball cards, and Tangent is in the market for American baseball cards. He's looking for a Dwight Gooden rookie card from the Mets from 1984. And I really, really, really need his oranges. Guess the fuck what? He and I are grown men, and we are allowed to transact as we see fit. We don't need anybody standing over top of us, telling us how much we're allowed to do in a certain allotted time, or none of that. Who do you think you are? That's what I say to those people. Who do
Damn
you
right.
think you are, man?
Damn right. And I love the fact that you did like a throwback into the accusation that I was getting accused of shilling oranges, that I can sell oranges if I fucking want to sell oranges.
Vitamin C, man. He doesn't want me to
Yeah.
get scurvy or rickets or whatever the fuck. I don't know.
There's so many compliments. So look, and by the way, for that one hater, there's like 100 people in here that are just sending the most amazing compliments
so much love
to both of us and the people that we've been streaming with. Saying that we're doing a great job, and that hell yes. So, but yeah, there was something I wanted to say about when you were saying that part about the self-sovereignty and. Like I agree fully. Like I agree fully with all the self-sovereignty stuff. It's really important. I think, that's right. Lots of people, I love that. One, there was two things I want to say. One, I love the fact that it's actually very common in crypto communities, because it kind of ties in well the idea of self-sovereignty, because it's self-sovereign money. And then the other thing is that we
you'll get it.
We
don't think too hard.
Yeah, it'll come to me. It'll come to me.
What up, Campolo?
We've got it. We've got it going on. The self-sovereignty is super important, and there's lots of people in the community that act. So it's not as rare as common. Oh, that was the other thing. Thank you for bringing that to me. Outside of crypto communities, the majority that appear to, it's like they don't want their sovereignty. I think it is fear driven. So people fear self-sovereignty because it comes with the requirement of responsibility.
Oh, you just dug in on some psychology there.
You have to be responsible. You have to take responsible for your actions. You can't blame anyone else, and you can't say, "Oh, help me, mister, wrap me in cotton wool nanny state and protect me."
Yes, and that's why we used to joke, and we say, "Daddy, do you need daddy to govern you? Govern me harder, daddy. Govern me harder." Like
it's an easier life. It's an easier life if you can go, I'm just going to do everything that the government tells me to do, and if anything goes wrong, I just bitch and moan that they were the ones that told me to do it. Easy, right? No responsibility. But
it's
no
great.
sovereignty.
And as they're reestablishing control, they'll just come around, tighten your zip ties a little bit tighter next time, and you'll just comply and smile and wait for your gruel. Your bowl of gruel will be nice.
So the problem, so what people don't realize is, while they think they feel safe and secure, that's the sales pitch, right? That's the trap. They say, we will keep you safe and you won't have to worry about shit, but you have to give us your freedom.
Yeah, and Ben Franklin or Jefferson said, he who would give up the one for the other deserves.
Then you get neither. You get neither, because you didn't study the blade and you're a fucking rookie, and you didn't realize that if you take this deal with the devil, you get neither.
Bang.
You get neither.
Bang. Fuck what?
And like that quote, you don't deserve either. Because hard.
My God,
hard.
Man. I mean, and people need to get out of just thinking that these are words that sound nice put together. You need to hear that, understand the meaning of that. You can't just wake up on Tuesday and say, I'm having a bad day. I'm scared I'm going to forfeit my autonomy today. Look, like the flaming dumpster fire that my life has been, part of it has been because I'm so fucking obstinate about all this shit. I will bear the load. I will take the walk, and I have nary a care for how badly they're going to make fun of me in the cafeteria or at study hall, which is what it sometimes seems like around here, because I'm immovable on this shit, man. I'm fucking immovable on it. I know who I am. I know what I know, and I'd rather die than fucking do otherwise. So
you just made an amazing point that I don't often present to people. Is this is not a choice that you can make for short time. This is not a short duration choice. You don't get, it's not like choosing what you eat for lunch.
That's a good
That is
point.
dude, that is such an amazing point. And it's absolutely not something that I normally talk about.
Yeah.
And it's so true.
You
You either choose freedom or you choose slavery, and that choice is for life. But or until you choose to actually make serious change. But you cannot, that is not a quick transition.
And it's just occurring to me, isn't it funny that the needle on the record, the groove that's established through the social programming is make a throwaway decision and move on. Make a throwaway decision and move on. Make a temporary decision and move on. I don't like the color of that. I'll get the other one. Have mom return it. And that's kind of like our whole society is set up. And what you're alluding to now is, man, brother, you need to wake up one day and testify, and stick to that shit and know what you're doing. Too often
you're right.
I see groupthink. I see the groupthink. People go, they're going to talk to you forcefully, and they're going to go like this, and they're going to make their point, and then they're going to go like this. To check, they need to check to make sure they have the approval, or everybody else is doing what they just kind of did. Like, did I make a mistake? I think I just made a decision from my heart. I better verify and make sure that
make sure that people agree with me.
We're cool. I did the right thing.
Make sure I've
got
got the
I believe that. I believe that. Guys, that's not how it fucking works, man.
Yeah, speaking with conviction should not involve your neck muscles. Like dude, you are 100%. You are 100% accurate though. You are 100% accurate with what you just said. That is super true. That is super true.
We could just please, if you want to keep rolling on this, we can. How much longer do we have? My God, what happened?
I'm here all week.
Waka waka.
I think, we've got ample time, man. We've got ample time. I think this is probably a topic that does resonate with everyone who is I hope that it either resonates with people, or that people that aren't at that place yet, that they'll take it on board and think about it. Sure. I saw this meme that I thought was pretty powerful, where it had a lion in the wild and it had a lion in a zoo. And it said, for the lion in the zoo, it said daily meals, doesn't have to worry about.
Dude, I can't believe you're saying that. I can't believe you're saying this. I just clipped Cat Williams today. Okay, the Cat Williams comedy skit where he talks about the lion in the zoo. Have you ever seen
this
it
might be
before?
this might be based off that. This might be based off that.
You're killing me right now.
And it's basically saying if you're free, there is a risk of death. There is a risk that someone can fuck you up. There is a risk that something can go wrong. Yes, these are the risks. But what would you prefer? Do you want to live in a cage with no freedom and be safe, or do you want to have the risk and be free?
Okay, and what's this all come back to then? What's this fundamentally come back to, my brother? Lack of acceptance of the fact of death. People would rather do anything.
It's all fear driven. It's all fear based.
As natural as taking a shit, by the way. Yep. Okay, you take a shit, you're gonna die. You need to be at peace with that, and then you can start to you can get to living. You can get to living properly when you reckon with that. You know what I'm saying? And I know that's a heavy thing. It's not a light thing, but it's good to face it as an adult and not put it off, because Tangent's right. You may think, I'd rather have the 75 years in the cage with the lukewarm meat that's been dead.
Nice and safe, safe. Meals every day. Just. Yeah,
out on the plane.
You are right.
You're allowed to hump whatever you want. You kill, you fuck, you kill, you fuck. That's how you're supposed to fucking live when you're one of them.
And that's the excitement of life. Is the
Dude, I cannot believe you brought that up. I literally only did one YouTube thing today, Tangent, and it was making
and it was that.
Take a clip of that. You're killing me,
dude. Holy shit,
that's so weird. I'm going to show you the proof. Man.
I don't need to see the proof, man. I believe you. Like, I believe you, and I believe in like universal alignment shit. Like,
well, synchronicities.
I absolutely, yeah, the synchronicities. Yeah, I absolutely believe you. I absolutely believe. Particularly because notice that the topics that we're talking about are powerful in themselves. Like, then they are important and powerful. So
you can
it's
share
even
it
more likely.
We'll have a laugh.
Oh yeah, I'll bring this up.
Okay, you guys are looking at the Thawstyle channel clip page. I love making my little clips. I take them from all over the place. A lot of them are Hexagon and PulseChain content creators. You see, I got something from Waters Above there. There's my brothers and sisters from Texan Tailgate. I got verification of a story I tell about the history of Appalachia here in the United States, which is where some of my people are from.
Oh.
Hey, and she's gone.
No. Sorry, I did that because I think there was an echo. So I'll just bring her in with the mic muted for now.
Well, okay, yeah. Because here comes Kat. Let's see if we can hear it.
And every fucking day, the tiger be fucked up because he be conflicted. Everything in the tiger spirit is telling him, nigga, you a motherfucking monster, nigga. You a beast. You run the jungle, nigga. You supposed to roar and shit's supposed to happen. And every fucking day, the tiger come out and tried, and the shit don't work. And some of us know how the fuck that feel to be trying shit and trying shit don't work. Trying shit and trying shit won't work. Trying shit, switch it up. Trying shit won't work. That's how the fuck the tiger feel every goddamn day he comes.
And then what do we got? Okay. I think I did a second part. There he is. And just so you all know, that tiger, as fucked up as he is, given the right opportunity, might be the most dangerous motherfucker on the planet, right? Check it.
And the tiger be fucked up because he don't know what to feel. And after a while, he get depressed and down and start acting like us. You know how we get depressed and start doubting shit and we shouldn't even doubt. I bet the tigers had got as low as they could possibly get. Just, are you sure I'm a tiger? I don't feel very much like a tiger. Maybe I'm just a vicious-ass koala bear. Did you ever investigate that? But as a real motherfucker, you can't never afford to give up because all real motherfuckers is only waiting on one opportunity, and that's the opportunity to show a motherfucker they ain't bullshitting.
Yeah!
That got as low as they could possibly get, and then something wonderful happened in the tiger world. Nigga, this is not a drill. Get ready, nigga. They think we bullshitting. Get... And the tiger be fucked
Oh
up.
my God, there it is. There it is. Okay, there it is, man. Oh my God, how funny is that? Hi, Georgia Carrera.
Hola, Thawstyle. Finally, I get to stream with you. What's going on?
We streamed together before, honey.
We haven't, have we?
Yeah, we have.
Okay, we have. I don't think so. Maybe once or twice. I don't remember.
You know what? You were at the IKEA in your little baseball hat the one time.
That's right. That's right. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's right. That was my. I thought about streaming from IKEA from that moment on.
She was gonna set up a studio.
I was gonna do like dinner and trick everyone that was my house, but it was so hard to take the prices out of all the furniture. So I decided I'm gonna give up on IKEA. No IKEA. Guys, I'm so excited. I'm sorry I crashed your stream. I can hear you, Tangent. I can't hear you.
Sorry, I had my mic muted. All good.
No, I like to hear the laugh, so it makes me feel like I've done something good.
Hey,
but anyway,
she's not joking, man. She was rearranging she had her tracksuit on and a baseball hat, her Adidas shit, and she's moving furniture around in the IKEA. Like she's setting up a studio.
I chose the best kitchen for my house. You know how everybody shows they're beautiful. I pretty much work from my kitchen. I cook in my kitchen. I feed my kids. I watch my K-dramas. I pretty much live in my kitchen. Yep. So I say, you know what? Let's change the subject. Let's go to IKEA and broadcast live. Why not? You know, I must be the first one of that kind of thing. I have better news. I just came from watching the highest of stakes. Oh my God, I'm so excited.
No spoilers. No spoilers.
I'm not going to tell you anything, but
It's awesome,
you
though,
know
right?
what? I was so impressed. One of the directors showed up. He was at the premiere on
whoa.
Miami, and all of a sudden, you know, I look to the side and I see like a familiar face.
No,
and I was like,
shit.
oh, okay, just keep concentrating on Richard. Just look at Richard.
Mrs. Hart. Yes, Mrs. Hart.
Yes, but let me tell you, I was walking in and I see this like 6'4" Amazon-looking girl, absolutely gorgeous. She was being interviewed, and I say, God damn it, competition is getting harder. Guess who she was? She was the composer of the entire soundtrack. Her name is Hannah.
Whoa.
Oh my gosh, she was like a statue. Gorgeous. And now talented. My goodness, my competition. Forget Georgia. I need to look into someone else.
No, I will not accept this, Georgia Carrera. You offer something
I will never
that
give
woman
up,
could
ever.
never have.
I always get an A for effort. You know that. Richard, I'm coming for you. I'm not giving up on you, at least for the next 15 years. So anyway, I was like, I brought my, look, I have my Richard Hart kind of like shiny jacket. I look spectacular, I will say.
Yeah. It matches the background. Wow.
Yes, it does. And I was surprised that the director came to the show. He came halfway. He was bringing his luggage, so he probably just landed from Miami. So I was very impressed. I was very, very happy to see him there. And I'm sure the other ones, went some, maybe New York, I don't know. But LA was very important. The Hexicans were incredible. There was so many Hexicans there, very quiet, very passionate about, and no one wanted to scream, so I had to scream in the middle of the meeting. I was like, yeah, Richard.
You're our caliente flavor.
I was like, I need to be on the place that they scream the most. How come my LA people? And I've been sick, guys. I've been sick for 5 days. I was in bed, sick. Don't take me wrong. I was sick for 5 days, and I took. I'm going to have an overdose of vitamin C, D, E, whatever I found there.
Maybe you should drink some orange juice.
I did. I do.
Okay.
Trust me. Everything that is on the book, legal, illegal, I had to be up for the highest of stakes. I had to be there. So,
Georgia, you are always so dolled up. And I got to tell you, you are looking organic right now, and you're utterly beautiful. You are just a beautiful woman. You truly are.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
And I don't even like blondes. I don't even like blondes. But I got to tell you, like when you had your shit blonde, it was like kind of hot.
I know. It was a nice wig. I have it somewhere around here. Look, here. I had it like handy just in case you say,
good.
look.
Maybe I can borrow that.
I had bunny ears in case that you asked for bunny ears. I had
Are we anywhere near Easter at the moment? Is it?
I had Barbie hat.
No.
If you asked for it, I had
Barbie hat. That's on point. Like that's on brand at the moment.
You see, I had the wig right here in case. We have to please the Hexicans.
I just realized something I'm really embarrassed about. I think I professed love and attraction for Chaz, but this isn't the Chaz that I thought. Is this a male Chaz? Chaz, I'm not hot for you, bro, if you're a dude. I thought that was the Australian Chaz girl. That's not her. Is that a dude?
Class. That's Class.
Class. Holy shit, dude. Yeah, yo.
Or it might, I don't know if we're talking.
Put your brakes on.
Class is hot as
got
hell, guys.
Class has got a partner though. Class is not available.
She's not available. I am.
Food poisoning. I'm claiming food poisoning.
Tangent said, he's available too. I don't care. You asked the question, he didn't answer. I'm going to answer for you. He said that the other day on one of the Twitter spaces. He is maybe available, maybe not, but maybe not, maybe.
Well, who are we talking about?
Oh, no, I think.
Tangent.
Okay.
I'm going to get him in trouble. Is this the boss? Is this a Matt convention?
Yeah, and we're all going to get a firm talking to in the morning.
I'm going to get an email in a minute saying you're fired. You're fired.
It turns up into a dating agency every time I try and run a Twitter space these days. It's wild.
That's right. That's
I
what
got
it
a
is.
quote.
Isn't that?
So
My ex-wife Marisol.
we'll snap it. We'll snap it
That's all.
harshly straight back to PulseChain.
Yes, please.
I want each of you. I want each of you to tell me your favorite project and why. It can't be an RH one, so it has to be like a favorite community built project, and you get one that's currently operating and one that you're anticipating. But you don't have to do both. You can pick one or the other or both.
That's easy.
Ladies first.
Okay. Of course, my favorite project is, besides Richard Hart, because of everything. It's a package. It started with the love of the art. So I will say my favorite project is the PP, PlsConference.live, and it's the art behind it. I don't know anything. If I have to talk about a project that
I'm laughing at something different.
I thought you're like if
I
she
love
has
the
to talk
PP,
about
guys.
anything that isn't PP, she's going to be for Clinton. I don't know what to do with herself.
So Paul Pleb
You
is
want me
your.
to talk about art? Nothing with
um,
PP.
Okay, that's cool. That's cool. You can have that one, and then also like one that has utility, like.
Oh, okay. Once
Oh,
I have
you're a
utility,
dick, Kansas.
that's a good.
But I guess. Wait. I guess you
hell?
could pick the PP Dex, like 9-inch is it has utility
The
and
art.
is by
No,
the same
no.
team.
I like the art behind the people's play.
Oh,
That's
okay,
what I like.
okay.
The art.
I'll
The art
allow
of
it.
flex.
Wait, I'll allow it. I'll allow it.
Yes.
I'll allow
Okay.
it.
Then you want a serious
Because
topic?
I didn't specify that it had to be like a utility based project.
And you're talking
That's
to
true.
me too. You have to
You
take
can't
that
move
into
the goalposts
consideration.
after you state the objective.
PP.
there.
And
You're not
what about one that's like on its way or
What about
maybe
Tetra? I like Tetra. Does
Okay.
that count?
that
I
counts.
do like
Yeah, that
Tetra.
counts. That
I
counts.
think that I think the function that Tetra is going to have in PulseChain will be great, and when it's out there, the function that we're going to be able to use from Tetra, I think that will be amazing.
I joined
That's
their
amazing,
private
isn't
beta.
it, Georgia? Holy shit.
Yes, it is amazing.
Like,
I believe.
Sorry, you go.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, yielding to the lady.
No,
Finish your thought.
You go.
lady.
You go.
I like Tetra. I think it's really good.
Yeah. All I was going to say is I joined their private beta. By the way, if you go to their Telegram and you message a guy named Stu, you can ask to join their private beta, which is they're doing it's private just so that they can get testing data, but it is on mainnet. So if you want to be able to use it early with the self-responsibility that we were just talking about, then you can, because if something goes wrong, they're not accountable for because it is beta. And yeah, but it's for people who are keen to start using it, they can do that. And what about you, Thoughts Child?
I'm going to go with what came to my mind first, but
It's always good to go with your
I
instinct.
have to do the disclaimer, and it is this. I am so impressed and blown away at how many viable projects are launching on this beautiful new chain of ours. I am going to cast a mild aspersion here and say there might be one that seems to me like its only reason for existing is to cram up a beautiful baby, brand new blockchain with a bunch of crud and prematurely age the beautiful little brand newborn baby, prematurely age it.
I know what you're talking about.
Number 26 or whatever the fuck. But listen, there are so many viable, good tools, good protocols that are coming forth with good actors. And I think content of character needs to be talked about when we're talking about founders. Because last time I checked, you're not going to get fucking diamond encrusted gold from a turd. So, the more we know about the founders themselves and their motivation, their impetus, the better. So it wouldn't surprise anybody that I'm going to say it's hard to say one. And please, the ones I'm leaving out, don't get angry because you deserve credit. But you guys know I'm going to go with Texan. And the reason I'm going to go with Texan, okay, is because it's a series of firsts that I think a lot of people aren't necessarily acknowledging. It's the first time, not in Hexaco, not the first time in a Richard Hart ecosphere, okay? It's the first time ever that we're seeing a blockchain asset connected to an endowment, one, and two, this is the bigger part. back in 2021, Wales Only and I talked about what the future promise of blockchain technologies was. And those of you who have heard me say this on my stream 100 times, forgive me. I know I'm beating a dead horse, but a lot of these people aren't familiar, okay? We said, Wales and I said, Wales was really passionate about it. He said he could see a day where we would no longer need this elected representative government, aka somebody like Nancy fucking Pelosi can pack her bags and go bye-bye forever because we don't need you, bitch. Okay,
bye, bitch.
This is what Texan is actually scraping the front side of doing. I mean, if we're talking about referendum voting on a case-by-case basis with maybe even, I don't know, merit-based value attached to each vote, meaning the 18-year-old kid who just wrapped his mom's Testarossa around a telephone pole, maybe his input on the say of the thing isn't worth as much as the 75-year-old guy who served in a war zone. You know what I'm saying? Let's be realistic about that kind of shit and stop saying that everybody's equal all the time. You're not. We're not. God damn it. That's what a meritocracy is about. So anyway, Brandon, Matt, Crypto Heartbeat, but those guys are so without personal ego. They would rather not live than be themselves lifted up and see all their people left behind. And I know this for a fact. Those guys do not want to rise above everybody else. They have no interest in getting over. They have no interest in getting over. They want an entire community, an entire sovereign movement to rise up together. And if that confuses you, go ahead and go in that Telegram group and try and wrap your head around why a girl from the Pacific Northwest and a guy from Amsterdam are some of their fucking biggest supporters over there. Okay? These aren't people from Lubbock exclusively, man. This is a worldwide, realm-wide, global, thing, depending on your beliefs, that Texans doing. And I notice you guys can look at a chart. Tangent, I specifically know that you have some TA capability. I want you to look at that chart and tell me that motherfucker is not a defended chart. I mean, it's almost as if when they have a big sell-off, it's almost as if somebody passes the hat around the church or the ladies' auxiliary and says, we got to buy up some Texan token tomorrow, and like, sure enough, the thing rebound. It's a beautiful looking chart. The Texan chart is. I think there's great promise in that. Now it remains to be seen what's going to happen with the independence movement, of that state. I don't think that the traditional legacy dark occult elite powers, of the Estadios are going to fucking give up their third largest cash cow, easily say bye, good luck, don't buy any missiles, we're going to share a border with you guys, good luck, take care. It's not going to go down like that. The United States is never going to let Texas go, and they'll play as dirty a freaking hardball as they have to keep it, but I don't think that necessarily is going to determine the long game of the success of the Texan token. Last thing I'll say about it, it's a plug and play contract. What's that mean? It means they can take it to a place like the Philippines, plug it into the interests of the folks there, and it works flawlessly just as well. That's called Ophir, by the way. You can apply that to any other state, club, territory, region, interest, or anything, and you can apply the Texan contract to it. It's amazing, guys. I think it's really altruistic, without at the risk of sounding a little fruit and flowers. I do believe in that. And then the one that's coming, I like Ox.
Oh, wait. Sorry. Before you go into the next one, because I've got a couple of things I wanted to say.
Okay. Yeah.
One, without getting political, I don't think it's as unrealistic as people think it is for Texas to secede, or whatever the word is for split away.
No, you're right. Yep.
Two, I am really glad that you launched with that disclaimer, because it made me think to mention that this is definitely not like a playing favorites, trying to get people to shill or anything like that. It's more just like as a way of inspiring chat about the different things that are being launched. And I definitely agree with you that even though we each are picking like one or two, there's so much amazing shit that's being built that it's not to discount anything else. And it's like there's probably heaps of close seconds, etc. And then I just want
Don't
to
you
quickly
be like me, everybody. Don't you be like me. Uncle Thawchild, you don't follow
And
in
then-
my footsteps.
And then I wanted to slot in one quick breaking news before you go to your next
please
one
do.
is, unfortunately, the people who went to see the Highest of Stakes documentary in Charleston, SC, they didn't have the movie there.
Oh!
And so they were given refunds, but I think that would still be devastating. Like, because it's not about the money. Like, you would be imagine being like that excited to see it and going there, particularly people that traveled to get there. If people traveled from far,
It could
and
be a
then being like,
beneficence, though. Maybe there would be an angry BTC maxi who wanted to roll a stick of dynamite into the theater, man. Maybe like that was.
No, it wasn't a bomb threat.
What
Oh
was
shit,
the
we shouldn't be
reason? Did they
saying,
have
dude,
any
we shouldn't be
reason
saying
why?
words like this on live.
Comedian of the year, funny guy, yay. Okay.
What happened?
That's crazy, though.
Oh, so it's on Twitter. It just says they just said now we're in line for a refund. So that's the only info I have. I'll be back in 1 second. You guys, please continue.
Okay.
And
man, they better do more than a refund. They
That would
ought to
be
give everybody
devastating.
a 6-pack or a coupon for a couple fucking.
At least
martinis.
popcorn, large popcorn packet, like package, like popcorn, extra large soda,
Raisinets,
candy
yep,
included.
take 'em,
At
go.
least. But I'm sure they're gonna be able to see it maybe tomorrow or the day after. It's all digital now, so most likely
They just
they're
need
gonna
to
be
add a
able to
couple
get it
extra
as soon as
showings.
possible.
Yeah. Because you don't
That's
wanna fuck up
devastating. You
tomorrow,
know
man.
what, guys? I had to work so hard to. I was 2 years we've been waiting for this. I think I got sick because I was so excited that the Highest of Stakes was coming out this week. So I imagine those people that showed up and like, what do you mean there's no movie?
Georgia,
I hope you have it on video.
If we have a hexagona that bleeds the magenta and orange and yellow, it is you, my love. I am telling you, man. You are the picture.
I love Hex and I love Hexicans and I love, everybody has done an incredible job during all this hard time. One good thing is that I guess the contracts of all the YouTubers, all the streamers got extended with this fiasco of what's going on, legally. I think it got extended. Your contract has been extended for 2 more years, guys, at least. So you start getting.
I was never shown one of those. I plugged and played.
Same here. No one pays us. No one tells us what to do.
So are you still gonna? You gave me a lot of really nice compliments that buoyed me up when I did my.
And I'm gonna repeat them. You are the best storyteller that I've ever heard. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thoughchild did. I'm sorry, you guys. I'm screaming. My voice is like totally gone. But Thoughchild did a storytelling about Richard Hart's losing his virginity on his van.
This one was his teeth.
That was his teeth. But you talk about the but you talk about the van too.
I do talk a little bit about the van. I talk about Susie Funshine
The
Sunshine.
tooth.
Hey, Maddie! What's up?
I crashed your party, Maddie. I'm so sorry.
Dude, that's a badass hat you have, Maddie. Wow.
Thanks, man. Brian Magruder hooked it up.
Magruder, he's sending me a care package too, baby.
Nice.
You go, Magruder. So anyway, I got to say this to the crowd real quick. It would be Ox Coast. I was supposed to pick something coming, and I know that they did a partial soft launch today, and I know that their payment processor, their rails for their credit cards and debit cards got a little screwed up. That's not surprising to me, like last second that would happen. Goodness gracious. But anyway, I'm excited for what Ox Coast is doing. Looking forward to that. I mean, this is just yet another tool that's going to provide us. And by the way, we say it all the time, DYOR, please DYOR, do your own research, everybody. But that having been said, any tool on this baby brand new chain that provides us with the tools to do this stuff, the sovereignty and autonomy, in our toolbox, man, I'm all about that. So yeah, for me, it's Texan and Ox Coast. Okay.
Right on.
Yeah.
Sounds like positive messages every time I tune in here. What's your guys' take been on the conference so far?
Ladies first.
I love the conference. Maddie, I'm a big fan of yours. And I thank you so much for allowing me to be part of it. I love it so much that I crashed right after coming outside of the highest of stakes. So thank you so much. I think this is very important.
Hey,
People
Georgia,
who are
did you
new to
cry at the
Hex,
movie? I bet, Georgia, I bet you cried a little bit.
I cried when I saw myself on the big screen. I was like, finally, I'm a movie star.
That was great.
No,
Yeah.
you know what? I think it was very emotional to see everybody because I've been part of the story. It's the first time in my life that I see a reflection of something that I've been living. It is so weird.
Wow.
I'm sure you guys have felt that way too. It is weird. It's very. It made me realize how important we all are, all of us. Just that like from Richard Hart, that like from the Hexicans. It's either 1 or 20 or 100 or 1,000. It doesn't matter. Someone, if you're, it made me realize how important my part was to all this and how careful we have to be with everything we project, because finally it dawned to me what an influencer is. So
wow,
I'm very happy.
Represent.
Wow.
Yeah.
It seems to me that we got the twin occurrences of the SEC action and then this day that so many have waited so long for. I dare say that I've kind of felt some of the cohesiveness, the togetherness, the shared excitement, maybe even, I don't know, striking out now in a shared direction for the first time since I came in around day 420 or so. I'm feeling that way again a little this bit, and I hope it doesn't go away ever so quickly. You know what I mean? I hope that some of these good feelings and togetherness and cohesiveness can carry over and sustain, because the attacks really are just beginning, and I think we've proven we can weather them. No big deal.
I think we're like the Olympic torch, guys. We have to keep the light going. We represent Hex, Richard, whatever you want to represent. We are here to protect the crypto.
We represent the future of the human species, as far as I'm concerned.
And crypto. We're here for crypto. This is not just about Hex or PulseChain or whatever project we have. I just mentioned those two because those are projects that I love the most. But this is about the future of our financial freedom. I do this not because of Georgia. I do this because of my children. One day they will take over, and I want to make sure that the path is strong for them. And I want people like you to run my kids and guide them.
Amazing. How are you doing, Tangent? You've been holding down the fort for a super long time.
Yeah, really good. Your timing, you know when you're like working hard and then the teacher comes back in the room at the exact moment that you take a break and they think you've been slacking off the entire time. You can't, like, I've only taken 2 incredibly short breaks the entire time, but you came back while I was like gone. Like, where is this guy? He's supposed to be hosting.
The one time you left to get ingredients to make.
And you live it the worst 2 people you can live in charge of.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah,
every time I checked in, it looked like you were doing great, and so
true, because
shout out to you.
You can actually you can see it without actually coming into the stream, of course. So we've been doing a thing where we ask each person like what project they're most excited about and or what project they are most excited that's coming. Have you already commented on something like that yet throughout the stream? And if
no,
not,
I haven't.
If not, what would be yours? Oh, I guess so. It can't be a Richard Hart one, and for you will be like it can't be your own, because otherwise it's like obviously the answer.
Yeah, put him on the spot.
Actually, I guess no. You could have Time Pays Me as the one that you're most excited about that's already launched, and then maybe like excited about one that's something that's coming.
Yeah, I mean, there's some shit with Time Pays Me that hasn't been announced yet. Basically,
so feature set 4 times pay me is like the answer to part 2.
So basically, in the next few hours, I will release the seed words to prove that I can undo a hack, putting $10,000 on the line. So you're going to be able to take my seed words and load them into your own separate instance of MetaMask, and then you can
and
see
attempt to steal the funds.
how serious I am that you still can't take my crypto.
Wow.
And I would love for like some
Wow.
Ethereum whales and some Pulse whales to be impressed by that, but it's straight up like a blockchain magic. So that's probably going to be really fun to premiere. And then my developer,
That's very cool.
Yeah, my dev has been working on the front end for the behavior change part of Time Pays Me, which is not live yet. And that's something that I've been thinking about for like 6 or 7 years. So I'm really excited to see how
that's
how
called the
people
no fap protocol,
do that.
right? Oh, whoops, maybe not. I don't know.
You know what,
I
Matty?
mean, yeah.
You just made me realize that now I can use that as a verbal weapon against people that say, because there's another chain that claims that they can do that. And I can just say to them, yeah, we've got that as well. Thanks to Time Pays Me.
Yeah, and if
in terms of being able to undo hacks and clawback transactions that you didn't want to do and stuff.
Is there self-custody?
I haven't actually looked deeply into how their stuff works, but we maybe offline we could do a comparison and see what, like exactly how it works and what the differences would be.
Yeah, it sounds good. Yeah, and then a major throwdown to all the Bitcoiners is like, oh, you think Satoshis are going to be worth so much in 50 years? Why don't you time lock alongside of us? Right? Because you can take wrapped BTC and you can time lock it in Time Pays Me.
Really? Oh my.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's a good point. Do you know? Actually, I know how Bitcoiners will counter that.
They'll say
I don't trust the Ethereum network to be around for that time.
Yeah, and I'd rather earn 1.7% yield on Nexo and let go of my keys.
Dude, I'm not saying that they are logically consistent, broadly speaking, but I know that would. I'm just saying that's what their counter would be to that particular idea.
Totally, yeah. And then I'd be like, well, you just don't believe in Bitcoin as much as I do. And they'd be like, you're believing in Ethereum. And I'd be like, all right.
And I'd say, have you enjoyed any fresh kiwi fruit lately? You should consider it. I have an abundance because that's just my style.
You can time lock Bitcoin, but on chain. So we could challenge them to put their money where their mouth is, be like, hey, we're locking our stuff up. What if you believe in Bitcoin that long and you think it's your hodl stash, then let's go.
Let's go.
All right, Ty's here.
Hey.
Yo.
Hello. How you doing?
What up?
Oh, I love the hashtag. I love the hashtag. That's great.
Nice.
I saw you put it in the comments, and I tweeted it out. I tweeted out raw, like I tweeted that hashtag with nothing else.
I was following the show earlier when you made the comment that you liked the we stand and the alphabetized first letter in the word. So let's all get behind it.
Yes.
How you doing, Matty? Thanks for an awesome conference. Hope you enjoyed the movie and catching up with everyone. Looked like
it was great. Hey, thanks to Tangent for holding down the fort for longer than I have been.
And he's got the bucket hat on. Magruder again. Magruder strikes.
Oh man, Magruder sent me just the other day. I got all sorts of hats.
I don't get anything.
When I was in, he gave me the silver coin. The silver coin.
Wow.
Gave me all of the business cards.
The only one who gave me free stuff is Maddie. When I go to, you see Maddie? When I go to your conference, I want an in-person conference. I like those conferences, like the one that you had in Vegas.
We're doing it right now.
I've ever had.
I've got
here in Boston.
I just gave one of those.
I know.
I have given a couple of these away. Sorry, we're having like dual conversations.
Girls, take it easy, girls.
He gave us. Brian gave us a couple of box of hats, a box to TD and a box to me, and a whole like 50 or so of those cards. And so I bought a box back to Australia, and TD kept a box in the States. And every meetup we go to, we give them out. So it's awesome. Brian's badass.
Nothing
They
like
look
a little
amazing.
swag.
You know what, guys? It's very expensive. Just so you know, the merchandise that you are giving away is not just regular merchandise. This is embroidery, first class hats, and everything. The shirts, the hats, the
You know what?
the
Luther and
cards.
Schmeiris were giving
like-
away some of these tonight. I
First
understood.
class,
These
first
are
class.
These are very expensive.
First quality, best quality ever.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's incredible.
You sound
I would
like you've
like
lost your
some.
voice a little bit, Georgia.
I can't talk. I've been sick for 5 days. I was telling the guys I had to get better today to go see the highest of stakes. Went there, came back home, and Maddie was looking the other way. So I say, oh, let me go talk to Tangent and Thuschild.
Nice.
And I
Very
jump in. I'm
nice.
sorry, Maddie. I'm going to be here tomorrow again at 10 o'clock. And I think it's
Oh,
10
I'm
o'clock
glad.
my time.
Yeah.
But it's going to be
Georgia,
amazing.
you're a
Thank you so
bad
much.
girl.
Guys, you're in great
Bad
company.
girl.
I'm going to leave you alone so I can get some tea and get my voice better. But
Put
this
some
is
honey in
Oh
amazing.
there.
yeah, someone in the comments commented tea and honey or something like that, and I was wondering what they were talking
Honey.
about. That was
Yeah.
for you.
Put the honey.
Yes. I'm gonna I'm talking like
I'll
a
try
man.
and find it.
Thank you so
Where's
Thank you,
Lola?
guys. What? Lola?
Where's Lola?
She's sleeping. It's too late for her. It's too late. Don't tell her I went to the highest of stakes because she was gonna be like, so yes, Tiana, thank you, Sandy Beach. You're the best. Thank you so much. I got into this conversation because they were talking about kids and vomit and things like that. So I say, I fit right in.
We covered a
But I'm
lot
gonna
tonight,
leave right
didn't
now
we,
because you
Tangent?
have the expert.
Tangent,
Keep
we
talking
got
about
around,
crypto.
didn't we?
Yes.
We got
What?
around a lot of topics.
Yes, very broad. Say Maddie's not gonna invite me ever again. But
I had to watch it in half
not
speed
true.
because Thuschild was talking so fast.
just go and make it slower, right? Slow
You
motion.
know what? You know what's funny? About 15 minutes in, we almost started talking about the 4 legs of the Howey test, and then we never
heard.
went back there.
And then you end up with tampons. Yes.
I was like, where is this conversation going? Oh my God.
Oh, my brother went up.
Maybe someone can explain this comment. Blue.
I had my
dove,
blue light
blue
on.
dove.
I had my blue light
Oh.
on for a minute.
Dabba dabba dee, dabba die.
Oh, dabba dee dabba die. Isn't that song? I'm blue.
Oh,
I'm
dabba
blue.
dee, dabba die,
I'm
dabba
blue,
dee,
dabba
dabba.
dee,
That
dabba
one.
da.
Yeah, there we
Eiffel
go. Here we
65.
go. That's good. HEX Kongs, thank you so much for the $4.99. Maddie's gonna get about $2 out of that to put it. And we're gonna. You know what? You should do that with those $4 that you're getting. You should put that on your new project, Maddie, and make sure that we lock that up.
He's gonna have to
All
buy
right.
you some new tonsils if you keep talking.
I know. I know, and I talk for a living. Kisses. Thank you so much for allowing me to be here. I love you all.
See you, Georgia.
Take
See you
care.
tomorrow.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Thanks for
Tea and
joining.
honey. Tea and honey. Get it.
I will. Bye bye.
Wow, cool stuff. Yeah, there hasn't been this much positivity and cohesiveness around here in a long time. I don't know if you guys noticed.
Oh yeah. It's
Everyone's
remarkable.
banding together, so
Yeah.
it's good.
Did you guys see this this meme that I made? You could share it if you think it's appropriate. It's not X-rated. I mean, for a change.
You never know. You never know with you what you're gonna get.
Can you see that Tangent? Can you share it?
Oh yeah. I can see it. Oh, I did actually. I saw this one. The FUD selfie, like the
The point is they think they're so fancy while they become so brave and pile on. Now that they know the U.S. government alphabet agencies are on their side, they go,
Oh yeah. They're real
okay,
tough
we can
now.
pile on, you know?
Yeah, they're real tough now. That's such a good point, man. I didn't even think of that. It's like, yeah. Get real vocal when they think they've won, but they actually haven't won. Yes.
You don't know
Like I did.
Hexigon's baby child, and you don't know Richard Emma effing Hart neither. Uh-oh. You didn't want that smoke. Now you got it. Sorry.
Oh man, I can't wait to see the tweets and music videos and stuff that are going to come out of this particular reversal, where people think that they're kicking us when we're down, and we're gonna just like rise up like the phoenix out of ashes, just annihilate
It's
everything.
like
Like,
Time Learner, the one he
it's
came
gonna be
out with
cool.
right before this happened. He had the plane going down, the instructional manual, and the people are freaking out. And he says, always act like you got a big dick. And Richard's just sitting there like as confident as can be while the whole airplane cabin's on fire. Great meme. The meme game
I
is
think
strong.
I think the story arc now is gonna be so epic for our community. So epic.
Yeah.
Like we get to have the most amazing story. It's
Westcott's in the house. Westcott, what up,
What's
bro?
up?
That's a strong new generation Hexkin right there. Arguably the strongest, man. That dude took some stands like the man. Hey,
Did I
Maddie,
see that Westcott was at the?
You want me to
Did I
slide
see that
out of the
Westcott
way?
was at the like the main, like the official main one, the first pre launch? That's pretty hectic. That's pretty epic.
Yeah.
Like,
Guy's better looking than I am. I mean, he's got fucking 20 times more subscribers than me, like that, man. Hey, Maddie, real quick, do you want me to slide off stage left and make room for somebody else's magic carpet ride and you? Or
wait up. Are you saying that on the internet, people that are good looking get more followers? No, not
Dude,
possible.
I wish I was a girl.
That surely
Oh my God, if I
couldn't
was
be
a
the
female
case.
Mexican, I'd be killing it right now. God almighty. The girls just rack up the numbers quick.
Oh
fast.
yeah, and gender.
Like I literally have to donate blood for every 3 subscribers I get.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I mean, Tangent's running this part. I was just stopping by, and I got to go to sleep soon, so it's up to Tangent how he wants to organize things.
Yeah, I'm down with whatever. I'm totally.
I like that.
I can stay on, so if I become dead weight or if I'm in the way of somebody else's, appearance,
I'll check the schedule. I think I go.
No,
for
we're
another-
clear. We're clear.
I'm on
Next
I'm another 40 minutes, and then someone's taking
Yeah.
over from me, right? I think Class or
No, Bluey and
Bluey.
Sammy Chica. Yeah.
Oh, cool. Very cool.
Yeah.
So you can start drinking those mimosas in earnest now.
I have been. I've been drinking mimosas the entire time.
He was drinking them before lunch. Let's be honest. He's like, can we drink on this show? I'm not sure.
That would have
fuck it, I'll
actually
just
still
go get
been
it.
the AM.
He did say that. I was like,
Yeah, he
what?
did.
Like, yeah, we're the
Yeah, that
sovereignty and autonomy people. He's asking permission. Like,
No. To be clear, when I'm on someone else's channel, out of respect for their so I'm not following the rules of the overlords. I'm simply.
he said that in a space, Maddie. You would be proud of him. He said that in a space yesterday.
Yes,
too. He
I'm
was very respectful.
I'm quoting myself. Thank you for confirming.
He said there will not be any controversy if it's not my channel.
Oh, that's right. I did say that as well. I said we need to be ultra careful with any sort of stuff that could,
I behaved, didn't I?
You did. No, you did amazing. You did amazing. You probably didn't even need the pep talk, man. Like, as in, you know where the lines are.
I'm starting to build up a reputation here. This is 2 events in a row. 2 events in a
All
row.
right.
And I didn't complete
2
the
events in a
goal.
row, no channel bans. Yes, win for the home team. Although
win.
this one, we need to wait a few days before we make that claim.
Oh. And I am still on the air.
Yeah, this has been awesome so far. Ty, it's your turn to answer the question. Oh, you also have your own project, so it's favorite.
I won't include our own.
So it's typically not RH products, and if you also exclude your own, the project that you're most excited about that's already launched, and or the one that is anticipated.
Man, it's already launched. You know what? It's pretty challenging because there's a couple of good ones already out there. I'm not going to lie. I would have to, in no particular order, I use these daily. Phux is badass. PHUX.
Yep.
Right? That is, and the one that just sort of shot up out of the blue that just, like I know OG43, and I'm not hating on PulseX. I use PulseX as well. But I'm a fan of owning more Richard Hart coins, and Proteus gives me more Richard Hart coins. There's no better like that aggregation service is just off the charts.
Oh yeah, good point. Did he pick PulseX after I'd already said Proteus?
Yes. He said, I'm going to be boring here. And look, the thing is Proteus routes through PulseX. That's what I was thinking. If it has the best results, depends on the tokens and the pools, and then it might do multi-hops and shares.
I'm rejecting his. I should have made him pick something else.
And I know you picked up on this, which I picked up on this as well. And I thought maybe it was a bug until I actually executed an order. You get reverse slippage sometimes.
Yeah, you get the slippage working in your favor.
Yeah, I'm like, what the hell's going on here? I'm getting
slippage
in my favor. I'm like, so Proteus has been amazing.
It goes and finds ARBs and executes ARBs as part of your trade, bro. That is insane. Yeah. I've never seen that before. I've never seen where it's like, hey, by the way, the price impact is actually going to be a percentage in your favor. You're getting more money than money than you actually want.
Yeah.
What? Wait, what? How is that sounds insane. That sounds like a scam. Like that sounds bonkers, but it's because it's doing those ARBs all throughout any pool, and because of those market inefficiencies, because the chain is young, that they exist, and it's going and ferreting them out for you. You don't even have to go and look. Bonkers.
But yeah, it's a hard choice because we have got a lot of talented builders. Like Coast just launched today, so we now have an on and off ramp directly on PulseChain, which is just like for a 70-day-old chain, locally built, not outside the community. So Coast has launched. I haven't had the privilege of using Time Pays Me yet, Matty. I'm sorry, but we've just been building a lot in the background ourselves. But I will get around to reviewing that ourselves and maybe make a video on it. I try and use most things, especially if it's from prominent builders in the community. But yeah, it's a hard choice because there is a lot of good stuff that's either out or on testnet to use. So we are privileged.
Also, there are viewers that actually do want to hear about your project. So,
well, yeah, Sandy's biased. She's my best again. Thank you, Sandy, for all you do. She helps. She helps tremendously. Well, yeah, we're building. Obviously, we have Steakhouse, which is. It's taken a little longer than we thought because of some of the dependencies we need to rely on, which is a Trustless HEX pooled stake protocol where everyone trustlessly can pool their HEX and enjoy the bigger pays better and share gas costs, which obviously on Ethereum, that was where we predominantly made it for, but it's going to be on both chains. The one that we're just about going to be on public testnet, we're in round 2 of testing right now, is Barista, which is a unique front end for Liquid Loans. So we can't actually launch that until Liquid Loans launches, but we've collaborated with their devs and our devs, and we're very close to having Barista on public testnet.
Will there be differences, like in terms of?
So it's a complete front end for Liquid Loans. So a lot of the functionality is there, with the exception of one area which I don't want to give away too much.
No, don't.
We don't want to get front run, but it is providing automation.
The answer is yes. There will be difference. Like there will be.
There is a unique difference in one area which will offer. It offers strength and stability to the Liquid Loans protocol and benefits the user to earn more funds, basically in an automated way. So again, because we all like to have our time. And Matty's a big proponent of time pays you and getting back your time. And so this automates part of it, so you don't have to be coming back to your computer every day and clicking buttons.
When you say stability, do you mean less likely to get liquidated?
No, it offers stability, further stability into the stability pool with some automation, but you're going to try and make me say stuff I don't want to say right now. No. Because I don't want to give too much away and then have someone
lock it.
Someone say too much. But this isn't Barista's. The Barista part of it is not a ground up build. It is a fork of something that is super popular and been running on Ethereum to complement liquidity for a number of years, and that should
Beautiful.
probably give away what it is. And that's about all I'm going to say on that.
For anyone who's paying attention, for anyone who's been studying the blade. Man, the amount of compliments that have been flowing in today has been absolutely bonkers. There's just massive positivity flowing all the way throughout the community. Yeah, thanks, man. I agree with everything that you said in terms of like exciting stuff. And I saw something on Twitter that Coast had launched, but
a few hours ago.
I was so focused
and
on the
I know
conference, I didn't.
They've had a long journey,
Yeah,
through
they
regulators, and then banking
Changed
partners.
their partnership. Yep.
Yeah, because a
They
banking
even
partner
today they had their
went
payment
under.
rails interrupted for credit cards and debit cards just within the last like 36 hours.
Yeah, because of some fraud prevention activities. So they've had
That's
to
what
like
they
pivot.
said. Yeah, that's what they said. I mean, you never know when people get a talking to. You know what I mean? Like, sit down. Let me tell you a couple things. Here's how it's going to be.
Oh, those guys have gone by the letter of the law. We were one of the first to interview Stoic and the team.
Sure.
The amount of regulation and like even in the Builders Guild, they offered their own lawyers to for advice if if everyone was having difficulties in grey areas and wanted to know like those
There's a
guys.
little bit of that, isn't there? We were talking about that, about the intentional obtuse nature of a lot of the language that's used. It gives government agencies wiggle room to apply something here this way, but maybe not so much over here this way, And it's like, I feel like almost it's based on the more of a threat you have to the established system as it stands right now, the more you're going to be looked at granularly. So, it's weird. It's weird.
What I've loved the last few days is with all the adversity that the Hexicans have united, come together. The price just went off the chart down, and the Hex community came out. But even before it bounced, before the V-shaped recovery, I'm talking when it was down in the depths and people were jumping ship. The Hex PulseChain community got together and just started memeing the crap out of Gary Guzler and the SEC. Like they're like, fuck you. We're not going anywhere. This isn't going to break us. And then the V-shaped recovery came. And so it's just been refreshing to see everyone band together and same with the whole Uniflop situation, whatever. We don't need your front end. We've got our own front ends. We can build front ends to your back ends, or we've got other avenues. So whatever, Trevor.
Stupid is as stupid does, man. All you had to do is look at who they put on their board. Look at exactly who they put on their board. Would they be putting ex-Black Ops, ex-military, all these kinds of personalities on their board if they didn't, have the intentions that now bore themselves out in the last week?
I think they've underestimated the enemy because the enemy is in true DeFi.
Bam.
Bro, they weren't even on the same chessboard. They didn't realize that there was they were still on that old school 2D chess shit, and we're like on that metaverse 556D chess shit. They can't even. That it would be like a character that lives in a 2D world trying to understand a 3-dimensional reality. That's the difference between where they're playing and where we're at. It's not even the same shit.
Hey, Maddie, can I put something to you as the other kind of American that's here? Something your guys' countryman. Dorsey,
we're Oz.
Dorsey, and Dorsey, who's your countryman, an OG Hexican, classic funny guy, kind of a troll we all love, Dorsey. He was joking with us the other day and said, I wish you Yanks would get your alphabet agencies the fuck together and quit messing with my bags. We all had a good laugh, but then I thought, Maddie, can you help me explain to these guys how it's not easy to maybe overcome the powers that be, particularly over here. We're certainly not going to protest our way to a change of direction with some of these alphabet agencies. What do you have to say about that, Matty Allen?
It seems like recently judges have had a way different idea of what the SEC is saying compared to what the SEC thinks. So
Yeah.
I can't really comment publicly, but just the fact that
I'm sorry to
reading in
put
the
you on the
news.
spot. I just thought of that.
Well, I'm reading in the news that Kim Kardashian settled because they were hassling her. She paid $1 million, but the founders of Ethereum Max never even got. What did they? They barely got a case brought against them, let alone. I think they had a smaller fund than she did, or some. It was something ridiculous.
And the hypocrisy is infuriating because we all said, how can Sean Bankman-Fried be walking free and they're coming after a fearless leader now? Like, that's preposterous.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So it's yeah, I mean, it's really exciting to see. I don't know if the SEC's plan was to like get everybody to work together, then they're off to a good start.
You did a really good job.
Yeah, I heard someone say they don't actually have any real power because they rely on the judicial branch to actually to make the decision. So realistically, it's like it's overblown. Like people give them too much credit for
they can give a rap on the
scared.
knuckle of a
They
fine.
get scared, but they're like
That's up to
ultimately
DOJ.
it's a court that decides. So
Yes, true.
So they don't actually have any real power, like not directly enforceable.
Well, in 1946, when the actual Howey case now took place, you're absolutely right. That was the Supreme Court that heard that case, and it was the SEC against the Orange Grove owner, Mr. Howey, down in Florida. What he was accused of was he was doing, here's that word again, he was a syncretist in his view towards the investment. He would put his eye to vacationers down there who seemed like they had a little extra cheddar and loved the area. And what he did is he took, he made a fusion contract that he offered people there in the early 40s, where part of it was a land management contract and part of it was based on the harvest and the profits from the oranges themselves. Now he combined these into two things. And that's where it was that syncretism, that combination of the two things that made the eye of the beholder fall upon him. It was the package deal, I guess you could say. And it fell in this gray area because when they got their mandate, when they set their mandate in 1933, okay, they said stocks, bonds, we all know what those are at the time. And then he said investment contracts. Well, whoa. Back in 1933 or 1946, staying in investment contract, the way that they said it was as nebulous, obtuse, and undefined and unclear as, oh, I don't know, trying to pigeonhole a cryptocurrency with an archaic agency. You know, it's like, how are they going to wrap their heads around any of this stuff? And that's why I said earlier, it seems sometimes, being a master of the languages I am, it does seem sometimes like the open-endedness, okay, of the definitions is a dynamic they always put to use, you know, to their own benefit. Because we could say, well, we understood it this way. Oh, no, we absolutely never meant that way. We meant it. How did we mean it? Yeah, we meant it this way. Like, Blue Bomb! I met
Hey,
Blue
guys.
Bomb at Nagabo's party.
What's up?
Hey, Tosh, how you going, bro?
How you doing, man?
Hey, Tangent.
Hey,
How's
Louis,
it going,
what's up?
buddy?
What's up?
Yeah. I'm just like chilling at this this dance community just outside of Berlin.
Cool.
Yeah, it's been doing a lot of dancing.
Bluey can dance and he can sing.
Yeah.
I can verify. I've seen videos.
Yeah.
Multi-talented.
Not singing actually, but
He sung on the Hex Late Show in Italian. True story.
I must have not been on that one, or I must have not like.
Bluey knows what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah. It was an Italian song about a family of hunchbacks. I've got a few tricks in my back pocket.
Yeah.
Wow.
It was a cool trick.
See,
I think it blew everyone away. I don't think they realized that you could actually sing. and in Italian. It was like, what? What just happened? Good times.
So how's it been going? I haven't been able to catch any of the feed yet.
Really good.
Yeah.
Everything's been going well.
Yeah.
Well, it's been very unproductive in the real world because we've been just watching the conference. I nicked out for an hour for my daughter's netball game this morning, but I took my phone with me and had YouTube in my pocket with my earrings in, so I was still listening to the show while I was at the netball.
Hell yeah.
I like your tie, Matty.
Thanks.
Yeah, that tie's dope.
Amazon. It's called a hexagon tech tie.
I'm gonna look that up. I like it. It's very shiny.
The thing turn into like a katana or something,
It does. Yeah. It comes with a blade that you can study.
The blade.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hell yes. Can everyone please hit the like? We've got less likes than people that are currently watching. I'm sure we've had some rotation.
Smash up the like.
I thought it said 952 likes. I was like, wait, what? I'm not even going to bother asking for likes. That's insane, but it's not. That might have been maybe part one. Maybe part one. Let's go check part one.
It could mean they were so enraptured.
Oh yeah. Part one of the conference is over 1,000 likes. Come on, guys. You guys can't let them curb stomp me like that, right? Like
Europe is just waking up, Tangent.
Because I literally started at the transition, so I'm responsible for the like count of this part.
So, what were the highlights of part one?
We've been through a few of them. So there was something that when the Maximus guys were on, there was a quote that I liked where he said, "Every person that brings something of value to the community is, in his opinion, is a founder." So you don't have to be a project founder. You're effectively like a founder of whatever it is that is your thing that you're bringing to the community. I mentioned that already to Thought's Child. I thought that was quite beautiful.
We had a great conversation about that. Absolutely.
That was quite amazing. There was also something I agreed with that Hexy Bastard said that, I partly agreed, partly disagreed, to do with this idea of, the way he said it was, there are some RH maxis, and I consider myself to be an RH maxi, who are like negative on things being built. They don't want things to be built, and they want just the RH coins, and they think everything else should just go away or whatever, and then that's not going to be good for chain development, adoption, etc. And my take is that as an RH maxi, I want PulseChain to thrive, which necessitates the building of these things. So I'm sort of somewhere in the middle of those two. I think mine is more logically
because
consistent.
it's on a case-by-case basis. You can't paint with a broad brush here. You can't cut off your nose to spite your face or think black and white. You have to legitimately take each thing on a case-by-case basis and say, is it offering utility? Is it offering value? Is it DeFi? Is it true DeFi? Like represent, right? I think that's fair. I think that's fair to say it that way.
And the part of his statement that I do definitely agree with is that it is important. Like, we do need things being built on the chain to get people excited about using the chain and keep people interested.
I believe it was the great man himself that said, if you want something, go build it.
Are we talking about Richard or God?
Richard. I don't believe in God, so...
Oh God! So yeah, I guess that's they're synonyms, right?
Have you guys noticed the dynamic lately of people just kind of getting so fed up with the cult talk that Hexagons have started saying, "Fuck it, fine, we're a cult. I don't give a fuck anymore. Fine,
Yes.
It's so funny. Okay, cool.
I came
up with an independent-minded, critically deductive, rational thinking cult I've ever heard of. Come on.
I started thinking through this analogy because my friends and I are drum and bass maximalists, like equivalent that we think it's the best genre by far.
I'm a hip-hop underground, hip-hop maximalist.
And I started thinking through, why is it that when we're out, we don't have we don't have this level of issues with the tribalists? Because we do have friends and we know people that are into other genres of music, but it never causes an issue, never. And I was starting to think through that in detail. And I worked out that some of these other genres, they just accept that drum and bass is better and they're not going to win that argument. And they just make a joke at themselves, or they make, you know what I mean? So it plays off like that. So I think the real solution here is that other crypto communities need to acknowledge, accept, and admit that HEX is the superior cryptocurrency. A HEX and PulseChain ecosystem is superior. Make jokes and they're like, yeah, we know our shit is like fake DeFi compared to your shit. Haha, let's all get along. That's it. That's the answer. They just bow down, they kiss the ring, and then we can all be friends.
Yeah.
And we might and then we'll also encourage them to build on our chain. So everyone wins. Everyone wins. They just have to be honest with us, and more importantly, they need to be honest with themselves.
I think what gets under some people's skin, though, okay, is we have heard more duplicitousness towards Richard than I think we ever thought we would hear, man. I mean, I've heard guys that Richard literally is the reason you're a millionaire, dog. Like, he made you a millionaire. Would you please conduct yourself going forward like that is the case?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, come on, man.
Yeah, that's pretty gross. I've said that all along in terms of even before anything went down with the sort of more recent stuff, that if your follower base largely came about because you were a member of this community, I think it's pretty dog to like flip it and start like either attacking Richard or shilling some other garbage or that sort of thing.
That's
but
like the weakest kid at recess in grade school. That's what he does, man. You know, he's like, he trashes the other guy to make himself puff up, you know, be bigger. It's like, come on, man, seriously.
The double standards when people talking about Richard are just incredible. They really are. From like prominent people in the space. It's like,
has he not earned
crazy.
Did he cut some slack? Has he maybe earned it? You know what I mean? Like,
they really trigger him. They trigger him on a personal level.
Or they're triggered by him, you mean?
You mean he triggers them?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Like, it's astounding to watch how, like, myopic they are.
I can't stand that son of a bitch's hairline, man. I hate that motherfucker for his hairline. Did I say that out loud?
So you're jealous of Richard because of his hair?
He's got great.
Oh yeah, Westcott nails it here. It's like builders, yes, vampires, no.
Right. And I say barnacles. Barnacles attach themselves to the soft underbelly of things.
But by the same token, like Richard has done that purposely.
What?
Like Richard has brought on the polarization quite purposefully. Like, I think
it's what got the SEC to take the bait. The punchable face syndrome, I called it. It's in Sun Tzu's Art of War. You get somebody to want to punch your face so fucking bad that they have no choice but to attack, right?
Yeah, someone was talking about how Richard has painted a big target on his back from what all of the things he's done. Yeah. And it's like, yeah, he has. That was intentional. He's not
It's
dumb.
a feature, not a bug.
Yes.
I love it. I love stealing stuff, like stealing comments from the Bitcoin community that actually fit really well in ours. And they get so mad at me for doing it. They're like, that's a Bitcoin saying. I'm like, yeah, I'm using it here because it applies.
It came up often in the space last night.
You're
gonna censor my words, bro? You're gonna tell me I can't say shit? Like you got like a IP on that? Like take me to court.
It came up often last night in the space with the Bitcoiners. That's one of our sayings.
Yeah. I can't remember what it was, but it was a good one, and it definitely applies to HEX.
It's nice we're getting on all of these spaces, hey?
Change the money, change the world.
Massive. We've got like golden invitations to go like anywhere, and because people want to hear
not exactly golden invitations.
What I was saying was Gensler said,
Rags and Gary.
Not your crypto. Did you almost faint? When Gary Gensler said, not your keys, not your crypto, on that weird infomercial he did, dude, I was like, did somebody put acid in my coffee? It was the strangest thing ever.
Is this lizard talking to me?
Yeah, he said that.
Wait, did you guys hear this shit that he said we have to deal with AI, so we're taking a break from looking at crypto?
He said we can. He said we could catch up with crypto later.
We'll do crypto later. I'm like, what? So you're just gonna leave us in limbo now? You just throw it out there, wreck our shit, and then like, actually, we're taking a break. Like, what? don't start a war and then go for a coffee break, bro.
Yeah, dude.
We've got tanks at the border. Like, what? That doesn't make no damn sense.
You know what? They know full and well that you're going to have to keep gas in those tanks. You're going to have to provide outhouses for those soldiers. You're going to have to keep them fed and rations. So they've got no problem with that.
Maybe
they're
on
supplied
Christmas.
forever. You know,
Like
so
maybe on Christmas or Thanksgiving we'll give you a day off, but not now. This is like what? It's early August. Like there's no reason for this. We're doing this. Like, well,
So hang on,
we're
what
going to
did-
do it without you. Like,
So hang on, what did Gary Gensler? What did they? Is the SEC or Gary?
so they're
said
timing
this?
out from looking at crypto, and they're going to go and
They-
check out AI for
yeah.
a bit, and they'll come back to
Can't,
later.
tangent. Read between the lines, tangent. The big boys, BlackRock and FTX 2.0, they all gave him a tap on the shoulder and said, "Cut it out with the crypto, bro. We're coming in."
yeah.
Wow.
Stop fudding my bags.
I mean, they're basically a group of extortionists,
Yeah,
aren't
yeah,
they?
yeah.
They're like they
True.
chuck up these complaints. They try to sue you. They get the money, and they're trying to scare people into just like paying out. You know what I mean?
Tangent and I were talking about it.
I
Tangent
agree with what
agreed
Ty's
me.
saying.
Yeah. it
Are
was
we
like-
at the then they join you stage yet?
Right. Yeah. First you, then you.
Not
Dude,
quite.
I don't even think that's not one of the legs. That's not one of the legs. It just goes
exist.
straight to then you win.
If people believe for 1 second that these agencies truly exist to protect consumers, I got news for you, man. Like
If that was the case, the money that they would get in the fines they would give back to the consumers, but they
Big
don't.
lol. Big lol.
Yeah.
Sorry, Thoughts Child, what were you about to say when we cut you off, or I cut you off?
something brainless. I don't know, man.
But yeah, it's a big lol. It's a big lol. But I don't like that shit. I don't like that. Don't like start a fight and then be like, oh, actually, bro, I'm kind of busy. Just wait for me in the ring and I'll give you a bell when I'm like ready. When I'm ready, like what, dude? Set a date. Set a date. I've been training my whole life for this.
That's gamesmanship on their part, though. Think about it. Like a delay tactic is a real thing in a theater of war. If you know that you're set up to go the long haul and the other guys are chomping at the bit, like we are now, we're chomping at the bit. We're prepared for this. We're ready for this fight.
Oh man,
now
you guys are making such amazing points. This is making me sound really immature because I'm like, it's fight time. It's fight night, damn it. And you guys are like, you realize this is like a fucking this strategy play. Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
Well,
I think it's always got to be second, third, fourth level thinking. You can't, in this epoch, this era, you can't take anything at face value, really.
Yeah, they're not going to be. Then if they had a strategy, they wouldn't be announcing it in a news article. Like it wouldn't be a quote from him. You know what I mean? You wouldn't hear about it if it was. So they're going to tell you some shit just to like fake you out.
But they're probably just making it up as they go along. You know what I mean? And they've seen all this money start to head into AI and say, okay, we want a bit of that.
Also,
we want to
a good
go
point.
collect our commission.
Yeah. You're right. Maybe we're giving them too much credit. It's probably more like they just don't know what the fuck they're doing.
Yeah. I mean, from the judgment, like reading through that complaint, it really is just like so bad, such bad quality. Like,
Okay.
like an
Well,
intern
next
wrote
level thinking. Does that not maybe make anybody pause and maybe not necessarily worry, but be a little concerned because you're like, could anybody truly be this stupid? And I know it's like comedy for us all to go, look what these fumbling, bumbling idiots, say, do, believe. Like me, that kind of makes me a little bit concerned a little bit because I find it hard to believe that some entity like that with the resources that they have, I mean, they're going to get the magna cum laude from MIT and Yale and Harvard. It's like, I'm not saying those people are automatically always the cream of the crop, but they're pretty damn smart. When you see a document like that, guys, gentlemen, like, does that make you pause? Like, seriously? Like, are they really? Like, I don't think so. I don't know. Trying to think.
It was just a tactic to send the price down so Guzzler could load up on HEX and PulseChain.
Yes. I believe that. I mean, not him particularly, but yes, I believe to get as much of the asset into their bags because that's what they did with. Look at the way Wyckoff Look at the way Uncomplication was able to hip us all to the application of the Wyckoff phases, okay, to the Bitcoin chart. We literally could overlay the run up to the great stock market crash in 1929. You could overlay that chart by Wyckoff over the modern day BTC chart. Have you ever seen that? It's wild. It's the same chart, guys. Like it leaves no doubt of who
Like
co-opted that asset.
Textbook pattern.
Yes.
Hey, this comment reminded me, it's worth noting that Maddie did this conference last year and the chain had not launched. So this is the first Pulse conference that is post-launch.
Let's give it to Maddie and ourselves, actually.
And the fact that our community ran a conference for a chain that did not exist is hectic.
It was the 1 year Sackiversary.
The TLDR out of that whole document for me, and I thought of this, and then Rags brought it up on the Scott Wolf of all Streets, was no mention of scam, no mention of Ponzi.
Yes.
It's a civil case against Richard, and misappropriation of funds that were never appropriated. So bring the transaction, bring the transaction hashes, bitches.
I mean, really? Do they know who he is?
It should be fun.
We're going to have a couple of years of it probably, hey?
Guys, I just reading comments, I just realized that I did a take back earlier in the stream. I don't know who was there, but so there was a message. It said Gary. I thought it was being aimed at the Gary that was in our community, and the comment was rude. I accidentally featured it, and then I retracted it. I said I didn't mean to click on that because it showed I accidentally featured a comment that was a rude comment about someone in our community, and I've just realized, wrong Gary. That comment was actually aimed at freaking Gensler, and so I now retract my retraction of featuring that comment. Does that make sense? Sorry about that.
I'm taking notes, mate. It's okay.
Double sorry. Yeah. Get the notepad out and then go back about 3 hours back in the. No, because I felt really bad at the time because it was like Gary the something some real rude insult is leaving crypto to go in and do AI or whatever. And I thought, oh, maybe Gary's like gonna be investing in AI or something instead of, he comes from a real estate background. And I was just like, I didn't realize that it was the actual shit that we're talking about now, which is how he's doing the AI regulation. But shouldn't they be able to kind of do both? Like, as in, it's not a single dude, it's a department, right? So shouldn't they be able to progress all the cases a little bit at a time? Like, since when does a government agency go and announce, oh, hey, we're like, everything's, when you have a job,
or like police come out with a statement, we're not going after robbers at this moment, only murderers.
So a cop obviously can't work on all cases at once, but they don't announce to the public like, hey, we've stopped looking into this murderer or this murder case, and it's just everyone knows that you have to prioritize your work.
You know what?
They're
A note
announcing.
for the international community: Mr. Gensler is not at the apex of his fucking power or popularity right now. I mean, it could be argued that guy has one foot involuntarily out the door. So we're not talking about like a Benito Mussolini at entry in Italy or something right now. Like, this guy's like limping already. He doesn't have a lot of credibility. His mandate is diluted.
But honestly, it's like, it's either Gary or it's someone else they're going to put in there who's going to be just as worse or worse.
Oh, absolutely. That is true. Sure. Hey, Maddie, real quick, I wanted to point out, talking about community cohesiveness, dude, I haven't seen this much love and gratitude in a chat in like forever.
Dude, it's phenomenal, man.
What's up? Yeah. What do you guys make of it?
Chat.
Beautiful. I mean, I don't feel like tearing somebody's head off for the first time in like so long right now. I'm welling up with tears.
Hey, so Tangent, I love that. I was listening to how you ended off that Twitter space. You put it up, like, because they
Oh, yeah,
was in a
clip
BTC thing.
when we're in
And
it
I
was
was just-
NFT bros.
Yeah, yeah, and you did it. I was NFT bros. I thought it was a BTC person who was running it. Maybe
The
that was
one
just
that
their
the one
title.
that I clipped and put my closing
Yeah.
comments, that was NFT bros. But there was
Oh,
another
okay.
space where I was debating against BTC maxis.
And so, have you got any feedback from kind of those like people listening to that kind of stuff? Not from our kind of crew, but from for BTC people or NFT people?
Not in post, but during the spaces, you know, people, the comments that we typically get are people say, you know, it's great that you guys are sort of discussing this like maturely, diplomatically, making good points that are worth consideration. So like we have had a lot of compliments live on the way that we've conducted ourselves in an attempt to convince people that HEX is not a scam.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it's been generally positive. Like, but if you mean in terms of people being like, I'm buying or something like that, there maybe have been like one or two people who have been shown an eagerness to actually be involved in like in a more significantly than just a compliment. But I'm sure that there's a lot of silence, right? Like as in most of the crowd do not give you feedback on what they're thinking. So if one person says something, that probably represents a multiple
percentage.
Yeah.
Well, hey, I know it's 2 a.m. here, and I gotta be back at 8 a.m. So I'm gonna peace out. You guys are crushing it. Thank you so much for everything you're doing. Blue Bum is gonna be hosting once Tangent signs off, and Sticker Guy Win is gonna be running the StreamYard. So thanks to all of you, and Child and Magic Carpet Ride. Good to see you guys.
Thank you,
Thanks so much, Maddie.
Yeah, have a good sleep.
Thanks,
mate.
Maddie.
Thanks.
Yep.
Peace.
Get some rest.
Yeah.
It's gonna take him a half hour to get that fucking tie off.
No.
It's actually like a Rubik's Cube, but much more complicated to actually get it off. You have to.
It might just have.
Ow! Fuck! Ow!
That's legendary. So Bluey, passing the baton.
Mm-hmm. Here we go. Hosting. Bluey.
Well, before you do, Tangent, I wanted to bring up
Sammy.
something about your previous stream with OG43. Just a couple of quick moments. So you guys were talking about one of the guys, Dorsey, I think, or someone that you're talking about an ultimate play with the fork and the NFTs, like say Bored Apes that got copied across. Yeah.
Oh yes.
So they're actually all on Beatbox right now. So all the copies, they're all listed. Hey, Sammy.
Hey, Sammy.
They're all there listed, but not for sale. So I would say they made a change to the front end when you know, even though all the NFTs got copied across, the front end would have been indexed and programmed to have them as not listed, so the rightful owners could come over at whenever they want and actually set a legitimate price.
Yes, but like so that's for their protocol. But the thing that what Dozer and I were discussing is going and using the so you would go and interact with OpenSea without the front end. So you just go to the OpenSea contracts and buy
I don't think you're listening to me. The contracts are the same contracts. You can go to Beatbox right now and you can take a Bored Ape contract and copy it and go look at it. It's the same ape, the same contract as on Ethereum.
So you're saying that.
But they were talking about the ones that were listed before the fork.
Yeah, these
and
are
that's
so
what I'm talking about.
Their listed prices would be in the equivalent
Yeah,
in Ethereum, but that much Ethereum is hardly any Pulse. Yeah.
So when the fork happens, PulseChain has the same system state. So if it was listed on Ethereum, then it's still listed, so you could just buy it, right?
The NFT exists on the blockchain, but the rest of that stuff is controlled by the front end.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
you've got front end and back end.
Oh, so wait.
right?
So you're saying no, but are you saying the listing itself?
When you interact, when you interact with a contract, so the NFT is on the blockchain. That's what got copied over. The front end, where you set your prices and you do all that other stuff, that's not a copy. That's a front end.
So that's not. So that's not at the contract layer.
They're front end contracts, which didn't get forked over.
Oh, okay. So that was a misunderstanding of. So you're saying it wouldn't have been possible for someone to execute the type of attack that we were discussing.
Correct.
Hey, can I say something?
That's very interesting. Yeah. Sorry, you go.
Fish King, I don't even understand this. There are no implications for Wales Only One. I don't know why you choose to isolate the good brother in that case. There's been no SEC announcement of any kind of legal action against HEX Investment Trust, particularly. So I don't know what exactly you mean by that.
I can't even see the comment. But
Blobfish King says, "I wonder what the implications for the HEX Investment Trust."
Why him only? It's not like
it's already been approved.
Yeah,
right?
It wasn't approved. It wasn't approved. It was, but they let them know about it, and it wasn't. They didn't get any objections.
Finbear, what up?
And they went into the process of trying to get a letter, but that process obviously will take years and might not ever happen, because SEC don't have to do jack shit. Basically, they can just be in this sort of ambiguous legal limbo land forever. if they
Oh
want.
my God! Again with that, it's crazy. What a great tactic for them.
So yeah, we should say hi to Sammy. Sammy's just been on here for how many minutes?
You've got a fan club, Sammy.
What's up?
I'm gonna get out of the way, guys. I'm realizing I'm
Hey, everybody.
Sammy-
Good to see you. So what's happening out there, huh?
Hi,
Sammy, when you came on, the number of live viewers spiked by like over 20 people. The comments just lit up.
20x, 20x.
Fan club.
That's
Bad fan
nice. I feel so blessed and loved. And thanks for having me. What's been happening?
I'm gonna get out of the way, guys. I'm the only Yank here, and it's weird.
Wait, really good chatting with you, man.
Todd.
I appreciate you, bro. Chat
Hey,
soon.
Tangent, I'm looking so forward to watching the replay of what you and I did over that span of time, man. It was special. It was
Yeah, because he doesn't even know what he said. He was talking so
Nope,
fast.
I have no fucking clue. You're absolutely right.
Well, then you can trust me. We did well.
Okay.
Thanks, man. Really
Tangent,
appreciate you. See you, dude.
Change your fucking hat. Okay.
I've been told to change my hat. I don't know why.
I'll see you guys.
The people don't like
Even
the
the
color.
HEX.
1 minute people were saying that it was that orange is their favorite color. Then I'm getting haters telling me that they don't like the color. It's wild, bro. So yeah, Sammy, sticker guy, you guys welcome. I'm also technically finished now. But I'm happy to do a little crossover.
So now he's really gonna start drinking. Let's go.
Let's go.
Tangent will be straight into spaces after this.
No. I would never run over the top of you guys like that. Like,
No.
yeah, we'll keep it clean. So,
What's been happening, Sammy?
Oh, not much. It's been a big week in crypto. You probably are all feeling what I'm feeling with all the stuff going on, and
Feeling good.
It's been a bit hectic. So it's good that the market's recovered a little bit. I'm watching the price chart every day, but not so much. And I did manage to get in there and get some while it's hot, but but still stressed with what's going on with the SEC and everything, like them targeting the whole crypto, not just generally what's happening with it in our community, but the whole crypto thing in general is a little bit worrying. But I've been talking to people. A lot of people think we'll be fine. I mean, I watched Rags on the conference live, and he did say this is disadvantaging hundreds of thousands of people, and I don't think hundreds of thousands of people are going to sit back and say that's okay. So, yeah. But other than that, I'm good. And thanks for having me at the conference.
You know what I love today, this week? That it's revealed the snakes in the grass. The people that seem to be pro censorship when it suits them. It's opening a lot of people up to who these people are and what they're about. I think it's pretty cool. Just like Uniswap, right? There's a perfect example, and your Eric Walls and your Tone Vases, the SEC, but as soon as the SEC say anything bad about mining, they're like, boo, boo. Like, they just want it both ways. They don't know which side they're fucking on. They can't choose a side because they're weak, limp dicks.
That's true. That's true. It's been very stressful with all that sort of stuff and Rand stream. It's basically give them side shot at Richard. But then the next day when the news came out that the SEC is suing Binance, I think everyone shut up. So that was a bit of an icebreaker. But yeah, I mean, I agree. We should be standing together. It doesn't matter if it's HEX, if it's Ripple Labs. It's all the same stuff. And if they're coming after PulseChain, they're coming up after Ethereum. So everyone should think of it as it's not just attack on HEX and Richard, it's attack on crypto.
That's right. That's exactly what it is.
Well, what did Rand do a bit of a hit job on Richard?
I remember we were streaming on Tuesday night over here. I don't know what time it is over there, but remember he had his show straight up titled something horrible like.
Yeah, it was just clickbait. Yeah, but it wasn't. But it wasn't. I watched that. It was just a clickbaity thing. That's all.
Yeah, they're all engagement farming.
Yeah.
Yeah, but but it just shows you what really nice people can get around in the crypto space, doesn't it? Anything for clickbait.
Yeah, but we can't complain about that. That's exactly what Richard has done. It's like his whole MO,
Yeah.
Polarize people and make them love them or hate you. I mean, it's worked.
Yeah.
It's so interesting. I'd love to know what his overall strategy is, and how he decided on it. If he had other people, or did he just decide it all himself, or because he's playing something out, and it's super interesting to watch, hey? Yeah,
you've always loved his outrage marketing, Lee-Bum.
I liked it, yeah. I was like, yeah, this is hilarious. And I loved how much people are triggered by it. Because it really just shows about them, not him.
Mm.
Well, they just looked at it at a superficial level. They didn't look at the reasons behind it, why, and then when you try to explain it, they just fob that off as that's what you're led to believe by your fearless leader. It's like, well, if you watched Top Hat Richard before outrage marketing Richard and now humble Richard, he's going through different phases for different reasons. It's not that hard to understand.
Yeah, Somi brought up a really good point in one of his videos where it was it's like the new game edition, and they do things change something drastically in the game, and at first everyone starts complaining about it, but it actually does much, much better because it needs that evolution, and he's going through that evolution as well, and and we're just along for the ride, hey?
Yeah, we just sit back and watch, and the movie released, so.
Well, we don't just sit back and watch. We're out
we
there.
Participate.
We do participate.
Yeah.
I've seen a few. I watched Hexo's little review.
Oh yeah, I watched the start of that. Yeah.
And I saw a few other posts of people who've been out to watch the movie. So it seemed to have had a great response from the Hexicans, which is awesome.
Yeah,
and it's going to go out to Europe.
And there's some other good responses as well for people who are just into docos and stuff, hey? There's been a couple of reviews that have been really good reviews, and some comments and stuff like that of people who aren't into crypto, didn't know anything about it, and went along and saw it. So that's going to be the really interesting reaction. What is the greater public? How do they view it?
The no coiners.
Yeah.
That's
fully.
more of a question, isn't it? And I think when I go, I'm going to take a no coiner, just to get out of them, their thoughts and feelings about it.
Yeah, well, that's what I've been trying to do, is just set up people who I know in those cities to go to. I'm only Miami really, but to go and check it out because I want to see what they think of it.
Yeah, absolutely. And for us, it's difficult because we know about HEX, we know about Pulse, we know about Richard, we know the people on screen, we know the basic storyline. So it's really hard to get a perspective when you already know most of the stuff that's going on.
Yeah.
So it'd be good to see what no coiners think.
Yeah. Well, they announced a whole lot of European cities, hey? All over England, all over the UK.
UK and Ireland, I believe.
UK and Ireland, yeah. So I'm like, oh, sweet, because I'm going to be in the UK in a week's time. So I'm like, I hope I could be awesome to go check it out in London or something, yeah.
I think your timing is going to be perfect.
Hopefully, yeah. I've just been waiting for when their dates are. Yeah. So that will be perfect. No news about Australia, hey?
I've been talking to Kinetics. So we're because Regal have massive franchise and cinemas all over the world.
Oh, really? In Australia too?
Everywhere, under different names and whatnot.
Right.
So,
do you know
I
who
think
they
you just
are in
want
Australia?
No, I know there is some Regals, like one in Perth, one in Adelaide, one in Brisbane, but I don't know if it's the same Regal. But he just wanted to get the US dates out of the way. Obviously, UK came up for whatever reason. Maybe Regal did that themselves. But we have put our hand up. I know Tangent, Buck said he'd help with Sydney. We'll do Melbourne. I already went and looked at boutique cinemas and got prices if we have to hire them ourselves. And, those cinemas signed contracts that the film will just be viewed there and not shared anywhere else or whatever. So we're ready to go. If Regal don't want to do it, and Kinetics, obviously being an executive producer, I contacted him just to say, hey, we're sitting on the sidelines ready to go if need be.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be great and fun to do. Obviously, though, you'd prefer like a full public kind of like release where, they have more than just hexagons coming along to it.
Well, I streamed with the producers I think it was last week on Ladies Discourse, got to meet Patrick, Grant and Claudia. And I asked them, when is it coming to Australia? And they basically said, look, it does depend on its success in the US. If it is successful in the US, it will branch out. So that's what I believe. They're just waiting on seeing what happens with the launch and then
The numbers. Yeah. Well, I mean, so far it's done amazingly. Like, it's done better than any other probably doco that has like this kind of release.
Yeah.
Maybe
selling
it'll
out
get up.
a doco.
Maybe the numbers from like the US cities and then the UK and Ireland. Maybe at some point then we get the streaming service. That they want. That would be ideal.
Yeah.
It's not long.
Yeah, but there's so many people I want to be able to send a link to. Just send a link and get them to.
I had buddies messaging me this morning, that I onboarded into Pulse and that like a year and a half ago. PulseX, they sacrificed and whatnot, and obviously when the market went down and that they weren't too panicked. They're just like, what's happened? And I said, oh look, there's a bit of FUD with the SEC and all this stuff, but it's bounced back already. And then this morning they're all messaging me, hey, where can we find the doco? And I never even told them about the doco. And they're not even, they're no coiners that have got into this system and not really into anything else in crypto. So to have them messaging me this morning and saying, how do we find the doco? I thought that was pretty cool.
Yo, 43, how's it going?
Hey, 43, what's up?
Hey, actually, Tangent, if you're going to leave at some point and I'm meant to be hosting, is there a way for me? Is there a way for me to pull up these comments or?
Yeah, so can you see the comments? So over on the far right of the screen, you've got comments, banners, brand, and private chat. And if you click, if you click on
if
comments,
he's not logged in, with the same details you've got, he won't have the same controls.
Dude, I'm gonna send you. Oh wait, no, actually, I'm just logged in as me. I can give you access to my account. So when you logged in, how did you join this stream using the StreamYard link?
Yeah, I just clicked the link in that Maddie's kind of Telegram.
So have you got a StreamYard account? Because Maddie would have set it up so if you go,
I think I do. Yeah,
you can do this on a separate window, by the way. While you're still here, just open up StreamYard, log in, and when you get in there, it should have all the live streams as if you're an admin. If he has set it up for your email to be admin access.
Oh, okay.
And then you'll need that shit to be able to bring people to live and backstage them, and also to feature the comments. But I can do it until you get that sorted.
Okay, I'm in my StreamYard now, but I don't have his coming up, so he probably hasn't added me.
Oh wait, so when you log in, it doesn't show you the streams.
Yeah, it's got an upcoming one, but it's not this one. It's from maybe one I set up from ages ago or something. I can't remember.
Yeah, no. If you can see his, there's multiple of them. You'd be able to see all four of them and others.
It's all good. See any of that.
I can send you the login details to just log into my StreamYard account. And then
because if he's going to take over, he's going to need control.
You're going to need control.
Okay.
Or we can spam. I can spam Sticker Guy or Maddie, and it's probably easier. It's probably easier for you to just log into my account, man.
Okay.
That would be the easiest way, and I'm not fussed about you having that.
Since you're in a sharing mood, Tangent, how about you send me your seed words? Trust me, bro.
Just trust me, bro.
I just want to look at them.
I was talking about this in his Twitter space in terms of how obsessed I am with holding my own keys for things. And I actually gave your MCR pools as the example. Hey, Sticker Guy, can you hear us? Oh, he's just putting in, but... Hey,
what were you going to say about keys?
Oh, in terms of to my own financial detriment, I did not participate in pools, even though the people that were holding them in my opinion, were trustworthy, and obviously, with hindsight, have now proven that they were trustworthy. So now I can make that statement with certainty. But I'm so obsessed with being responsible for my own keys and not ever having shit that's in crypto that's outside of my control, that I took the hit in terms of not getting as big bonus magnification in Pulse and PulseX and other stacks like liquid loans, etc., to maintain that
Control your own
obsession
keys.
with my own keys.
We were just the community facilitators. So there was a benevolent wallet holder, whoever that might be, that had control, that
I see
seemed
what
to
you're
be
saying,
trustworthy.
Yes. Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Oh, Sticker Guy's gone. Sticker Guy went.
He said he's going to be right back.
Oh, okay. Because he was putting in earbuds, and I was like, "All right, we'll get this sorted," and then it's just disappeared off the screen.
Hey, I just wanted to give you a little update. Remember Hexy
please.
Babe, who thought she got scammed? Well, she kind of did, but she lost $500 million Pulse. Well, I spoke to her the other day, and she got in touch with a developer, and she did find the Pulse, the $500 million Pulse. This is a very happy lady.
What do you mean she found it?
Well, whoever the developer was, found it in wherever it was. You have to go in particulars, but I was just so happy for her.
That's not how crypto works. It's either in a wallet or it's not. Sorry.
No, she just didn't know what she just didn't know what she was doing. So
one of the things that Day 43 guessed might have happened was that it could have been that she sent it to a wallet that was one of her own wallets.
Yeah.
And was like, oh my God, it's gone to the wrong address. And it was actually, she just wasn't looking at the full derivation tree or something. I don't know. I'm not saying it was that, but I'm just glad that she's got her shit. That's tragic if she had lost it all.
Yeah, but she did lose 3 Bitcoin and some other crypto too. Remember I told you that she ended up...
Because she tried to get someone to help her. And
of course, she never answered DMs, never trust anyone, because no one just... You got to relax, calm down, take it slow.
It's amazing how when you get into that emotional state, how all your logic can just go out the window.
I know.
And that's what they prey on, those manipulators,
Yeah, I feel so lucky in crypto. I've got you guys, I've got a lot of people in the community. If something goes up, you're like my first point of call. And I know that I've met some of you in person, and I know who I'm speaking to. And a lot of other community members feel the same, that I've been to meetups and they'll ask questions and then they'll message and they can find information. They know you're a real person. And I think, we're the go-to people and you guys are the go-to people in that scenario.
Well, when people come to our Telegram wanting help with a Trezor or Ledger and they're freaking out, they ultimately try to start the conversation with can you help me get on a private call? And we're like, no, we do it on a public call. So anyone can come into this space. We can have 20 people listening, and that's for their benefit as well as ours. So we're not seen to oh, you tried to scam them, or there's no hidden messages or whatever. So when Papa Ben and I do those, we do it all publicly.
So anyone's able to go, hey, wait, you shouldn't do that. It's verification in all directions.
It's done publicly. And they're like, can't we do this privately? I don't want other people listening in. We're like, no, we're not doing it privately. It's either we do it in a public space or we can't help.
That's a good
I agree
idea.
with that. Yeah. Like Bluey and Day 43 was saying at one point, at no point should they need to reveal any. You can help someone through that shit without them ever having to tell you what the words actually are. So it can be done publicly, and then so that then they know that you
100%.
can't scam them, because someone like me could be in there and be like, "Hey, that's not how that works." Like, do you know what
And
I
we
mean?
preface that in the conversation. Like when we're talking him through a process, we're like, right, so you need to like mute your mic in a second and put your seed words in. Don't tell us what they are. None of that stuff, whatever, right? Like, and so yeah, it's done very publicly for that reason.
Yeah, well done.
So were you part of that thing that Papa B launched? That token?
So we're not part of it now, but Triplet Dad and myself are the original founders of B9 with Papa B. We actually came up with the name. We came up with some of the tokenomics to begin with how to reward practitioners and all that. But I was just too busy back in November, December, I had too much going on with other projects and our own stuff, and I'm like, I don't have the time, so I had to step back from that. But we were originally it was Triplet Dad, myself, and Papa B were the original three.
Okay, and so that's a thing on a project on PulseChain, hey? So we can talk about that.
But Papa B and some of the other people involved, they've done a lot of work since we left. You know, we come up with the concepts. Some of the initial tokenomics, the name.
Actually, maybe Papa B's coming on later. Maybe I can ask him.
And then we had to step back because we just had too much going on. But they've done a mountain of work since. So I don't even know how much they've done. I know they've done a lot, but I'm not sure exactly where they're at. I know, we had meetings with John McCoy, who I think is now involved. Papa B and myself and John McCoy had, who's obviously security focused.
Is he the real McCoy?
Yes. Yeah. So I see what you did there. Boom, boom. So we had some lengthy meetings with him back in the day about it as well. So look, their intentions are good, and if it helps save people still need to be aware that no matter how good these services are, and this is not having a go at those guys, just in general, like it's the same with audits, right? You can only audit the smart contracts and what they can do, can't do, and whatnot. So people need to still be aware that even when a contract is audited and everything is locked down tight, even no admin keys, right? That doesn't mean you're safe. If those actors are nefarious, right? They simply can just have everything running as normal, garner everyone's trust, and then they can just change their front end to point to new contracts, which are nefarious. And if you're like, I've been using this front end for a year and it's never been a problem, and they just click, they can get rinsed. So your last line of defense is to always look at the contract that you're interacting with. If that contract changes, then something has changed.
I mean,
Now,
some of that stuff is just beyond your average user. So your average user.
That's why, and I love internet. That's why I love internet money. But Rabi Wallet, if you're interacting with a contract on a front end, and then all of a sudden that contract changes, it warns you. It says, "Hey, you've never interacted with this before," and you'll be like, "Hang on, I've just interacted this for the whole year. How could I have not interacted with this anymore?" Rabi Wallet will actually warn you. So if you're a pleb and you want to be protected, the security on their wallet is next level for that stuff.
Yeah, I love that.
I was just about to ask that exact question, because I've seen those warnings come up. So what you're saying is you check when it brings that warning up, the first time, you check to make sure that the contract matches the one that it's meant to be.
Yeah, and then you have to tick a box.
And then
you have to tick a box to say, I understand, all good. And then it won't ask you again. But if that front end changes the contract to another contract, and then you go to interact with it, Rabi goes, you haven't interacted with this contract before. And that's your red flag. That's what your red flag moment where you go, what's going on here? I interacted with this yesterday. So you need to go look, and it's a different contract. So you're like, I'm not doing this.
Dude, I'm really, really, really glad you told me.
God bless you, Blue Bum.
Yeah, bless you.
because you're right that's it's a dual layer threat.
You've got
like,
front end and back end, right? So the back end can be all immutable and all that stuff, but someone can just simply change the front end. And look, it might even be that the people that own the front end just don't have the best security, and someone hacked their front end and changed the contract, right? So this is why you should always look at the contracts you're interacting with, or use a system that'll flag you and say, hey, this isn't the contract you normally deal with.
Bro, that is scary as shit, and I'm glad
that's
you
pretty
told
full
me,
on.
right?
Yeah,
That is very important, and I haven't heard that being popularized or propagated yet, and I was not aware of that.
It goes to show how important it is to be like in contact a little bit with the community as well, to be just kind of like when stuff like that potentially. I mean, we've never seen that happen yet, you know. So like, I don't know how like productive that would be as a scam, like because that would be found out very quickly, and you don't think they would catch too many people, and they basically wreck the whole.
If it wasn't profitable, they wouldn't be doing it.
But that's the thing; it hasn't been done, and so like I don't think it necessarily is. Like it's a lot of work
that you've heard of.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Isn't Rabi such an awesome wallet to use? I mean, I've never used internet money. I've heard that it's really fantastic as well. But Rabi is just like driving a Tesla compared to a Dyson.
I think if KG go down the road of taking all their ideas that they've already brought to market and are bringing to market, but then tie in the security aspects that Rabi have got, then they will be boss. So they need to look at that side of things as well, and then that will make them the go-to wallet.
I told KG, and like I gave KG a list. I was like, these are all the things in Rabi that I find really amazing. And he said, literally everything on your list, we either have or we are working on. Like, so there wasn't anything where he was like, oh, that's a good idea, we'll add that to the list. He claims that they're already aware of those things and bringing them and adding them to Internet Money, which is great. Bluey, I just sent you my login and password for StreamYard. In fact, I sent it to the group between you, me, Sammy, Day 43, the one for organizing our DeFi late show. But by the way, light shill might be a good time to shill our weekly streams, Tuesday nights Australian time. It's the DeFi late show, and hosted by Day 43, where the four of us typically just get on and talk about HEX. It's a HEX focused stream, and it's really good in my opinion. And it's in fact, actually, someone asked in this chat recently whether I'm still streaming with Crypto 7. Yes, that collab, that co-hosting is still happening. It's just the last one of the weeks he had to do something with horses, and then another week something else. So we're not dogging the boys, like, and neither of us are dogging each other. Like, as in, we've got the wingman ship still going, and we do plan to keep that going roughly every week, which is the night after. So Wednesday nights again, Australian time. Light shield.
So I just tried logging in with that. It says it doesn't recognize that email address.
I think I probably have to log out before you can log in. So I'll just make.
Don't rug the stream.
Oh fuck.
Don't rug. If you log out, it's gonna.
Maddie's still backstage. So I think that holds the shit together.
Well, you better check. Don't just assume. You know what they say.
Assumption is the mother of all F-ups.
We've got a few starred comments here as well.
Do you know what? Let me just
they're probably from a while back.
Oh,
they're from a while back.
Oh, okay.
You know what? I'll just double check that I've given you the
Matty ALLin says all good.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
What does that mean? Yeah, that's right. He says all good, but what does that mean?
He's probably half asleep, the poor thing. 48 hours.
Now he's writing question marks. So, Matty, Bluey doesn't have the full access that Tangent has, and obviously Tangent's going to let Bluey take control, and so Bluey needs to.
So I've given Bluey access, like the login details to mine, but if I log out for him to be able to log in, we're worried it might rug the stream. Dude, I'm pretty sure if Maddie's backstage, that's going to hold it together. I'm like 99% sure.
Let's just say what he says. He's probably heard all of that.
It should be fine because it should be fine because
taker. I was just going to be like, log out.
Yeah, I mean, we use the same login.
He says go for it.
MCR.
Okay, cool. All right, I'm going to log out, and we'll see if
what happens.
Bye, Tangent.
Does he go if he logs out?
Tangent.
Oh, actually, I can still hear you guys, so it's okay.
We can still see you as well.
I can.
Yeah.
It's fine. It's fine.
It's funny how that works. We can hear him and we can see him.
But what I'm doing right now, sorry to do this Uber driving shit, where I'm basically telling you guys about Uber driving rather than actually just driving the car. I'm going to double check this login and password is actually correct for you before I fully. Oh, you're right. It says no account exists with that email. What the F?
Yeah, or maybe you've got a different. What have you given me the email and password to?
Okay, you guys chat about something that audience will find interesting, and I'll work out what the hell is going on here.
Oh, he's given me another. It should generate an. I've got another email, and it should generate a new PIN in the email. So if I log in with that email, Maddie, is that?
Yes, yes. If he gives you the access to your email, yeah, that might be a better. But why can't I log in with my own?
Look in the
email?
private chat. In the private chat, Maddie gave me a email. So let me see. I'll give that a try. But do I need a lock? Okay, so now I need a 6-digit code.
Yeah. The code will go to the email address because it doesn't recognize his browser. So if Tangent is, it'll be Tangent's email will have the 6-digit code.
What?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Dude, I'm getting
whoever owns the email address gets the 6-digit code.
No,
because he's adding Bluey's email now.
Ah.
So he'll get the code.
Either
I'm boomering this shit. I'm a fucking boomer on this. I'm like, I can't work. I just logged out on a different tab, and now it won't let me log back in because my password manager says that those password details I gave you. Wild. So okay, so I guess outro. My outro. I gave you guys my music genre analogy. I don't really have an outro planned. Thanks, Maddie, for putting the conference on and trusting me with such a significant portion of the hosting, and I appreciate you all. That's my outro.
See you, Tangent. Thanks for
good job.
And my Twitter, I've got a Twitter community for PulseChain project updates. So if you follow me on Twitter, my handle is here at HEX_tangent. You can follow me if you like. And I've got a Twitter community that focuses on PulseChain updates. Peace, love, and anarchy.
Good to see you.
There's so many scams. I have to change my username because don't ever send me money. Imposters everywhere. Richard Hart bracket. Don't ever send me money. Imposters everywhere.
You rugged.
I didn't do it. I didn't do that. I swear I didn't do it.
All right. No?
Maddie's probably doing it.
Maddie might be playing around trying to get you the access. I didn't touch shit.
Oh, okay.
I know I'm boomering it, but I'm not boomering.
The timing was
impeccable.
impeccable.
The timing was weird though. I panicked. I did panic. All right. Peace.
See you, Tangent.
See ya.
Okay. Slowly getting rid of him.
So
I can go too. He's been going for like 6 hours, roughly. I think 6 hours or more, maybe 7 hours.
Wow. Thanks, Tangent. You're amazing.
He started drinking like at 10 a.m.
What a legend. That's like 8 a.m. Perth time.
No, I meant 10 a.m. Perth time. It was like, maybe it was a bit earlier. He started drinking well before lunch.
Tangent, if you're listening, you've got the pin in your email that I need. I'll write to him.
Hopefully you get
So-
the power.
Did everyone watch Richard Hart's video that he made for the movie?
Yes.
Did you guys get to watch it?
Yes.
He looks like he's been working out. He's looking slim Jim. Am I the only one that thinks that, or would you guys agree?
Yeah, I thought so. I think one of the theories was that the reason he hasn't been streaming is he's been working out and he wants to like lose a whole lot of weight and get all slim and come back on.
Oh, nice.
Maybe he has been getting himself in shape.
That's fantastic.
I mean, it's one thing that he's kind of he would tell others to do or recommend for others to do, but it doesn't do himself, hey?
Yeah, but I don't think it's something he's wanted for years as well. I mean, he'll sit there and call himself fat on the stream, and I think that'll really build his confidence up, which is awesome.
Yeah.
Did he see your message?
Yeah, we're working it out. I've got it now, so I'm just having to.
Hey Ty, someone in the chat wants to know about the aggregator you mentioned earlier with the best returns. Probably the one that you mentioned to me.
I put it in there, Patius.
Someone in the comments also mentioned, did you talk about the PulseChain rugging? Did anyone mention that? Yeah.
I don't even know who they are. Who's that?
Oh, the PulseChain was this Australian guy from Melbourne who brought out his own coin on PulseChain called T.
You mentioned that on our last show, didn't you?
Yeah, someone in this chat has asked about the rugging, and if anyone didn't know, this guy had his own Telegram, his own YouTube, brought out his own coin to launch on PulseChain, had a sacrifice stage, and so he brought it out and he rugged it, and he basically got away with 85K, which isn't even really worth the rug.
He basically blaming it on the dev, but then he went and deleted all of his socials. So I'm like, well, if it was the dev and not you, why would you delete everything? Why wouldn't you just come out and explain to your community what's happened, So that's the bit that's weird.
It sounds so strange, but I just hope everyone stays safe out there and, don't fall for this crap that's coming out because it's not worth it. Some people in the Aussie group did lose a bit of money, so that's quite unfortunate. But, so I just thought I'd mention it because the chat, is there anything else the chat wants to know? Can I say shout out to my girl Jackie and also Serena, Claz, and Christy?
The Hex Chickers. Okay, so all good now. I have access to, and I can add the comments and stuff. So yeah, if anyone has any questions or anything they'd like us to talk about, Danny Boy is a bit sus on Patius. I was sus on it at first as well, but it's actually I think it's fantastic.
It's amazing,
and they've been super responsive when I've been asking them questions about things, and right onto it. And for me, it's a no-brainer to use it. Like to check if you're going to buy something, check what the best price is, and like Patius have consistently come up with better prices for stuff. So
if you're looking
whatever
for
routing they're doing,
if you're looking for the best order execution, it's amazing.
Yeah,
definitely. And is that with bigger buyers? Does it work with smaller buyers as well? Because I did try it the other night, just doing a couple like small buys and comparing it. And to tell the truth, it was either exactly the same or just a little bit different.
Well, it depends on the pool and the coins. It's a case by case basis.
Yeah.
So, if you're looking at like Pulse to PulseX, it's probably not going to get a better deal on there than you would on V1 because it's just going to go through. They'll be similar, right? But in majority of the instances where I've been utilizing different tokens, it wins hands down.
Yeah, and if you are swapping for a bit higher amounts, you would think that they would have better numbers because they're able to route from a number of different pools, whereas PulseX is just taking from one pool. So, but yeah, it depends on the pool sizes, the pools, what you're trying to swap to and from. Also,
especially
like
when you see
another,
the routing come up and you'll see like it's doing multi-hops and going through all these different things. You'll notice that your gas is higher. You might pay like 5x the gas, so 24 cents instead of 3 cents, but you end up with more coins.
Yeah. So you pay more in the gas, but it's like because the gas is so cheap, it doesn't really matter too much. Yeah. And for things like, there was one thing that I was like buying a bit of, which is Beat, which is has a tax on it. So they weren't able to get good prices for that, because every time you do it, it's going to take another 2% or whatever it does. And so there are certain coins that it won't work for.
Yeah, so like your reflections and all that, any tax tokens.
Yeah, basically any tax tokens. Yeah.
So any other news of when other tokens are launching, like liquid loans and 9inch and all that? Because I know that they gave their airdrop out yesterday.
I think around mid-August you'll see liquid loans was the latest I heard, so it's not too far away. The back half of August.
Any deadly spiders around Oz now?
Yeah.
I'm in Germany, so it's like, no.
He's always poking fun at me. He must be having a late one. TD was hosting the Highest of Stakes with Jay Money for Magic Carbureau in Dublin, California tonight.
Nice.
And, they'll be back there again tomorrow. So they did a pre-meetup at a bar. I think they had a few tickets to give out as well, and Brian Magruder gave him some merch. So he's giving out some hats and some of those gold business cards and whatnot, different cards. And yeah, so they had a pretty successful time, and I think they'll be doing it all again tomorrow. So it's
what city was that?
Dublin, California.
Dublin, California. Yeah. Right.
So maybe an hour or so from San Fran or something. I get a bit confused exactly where. TD can type that in there. 007 McCrypto is TD for anyone wondering who I'm talking about in the chat. He can let you know.
Did they sell out? Did they sell out the shows first?
Yeah, we sold out. We sold out because we were hosting it, so we promoted it, and we sold out the first one. I don't know about the second one. Maybe I think all that was left was like the carer and disability seats. I think we got the last couple tickets, maybe one or two. I think one of our team members bought them to give out to the community.
Oh, nice.
And then we did a live cross to them in the previous stream. So the boys took in the Richard Hart life-size core flute that we had at Vegas, right? And, and I think Susie Q was there. They did a live cross to the guys inside the cinema just before it was about to screen. So yeah, it was pretty cool.
Great.
Mate, that's awesome. At places like, I've never even heard of Corona, California. Like, is that a small town or something? And that places like that are selling out. That's amazing.
So when's Maddie having the next real life conference over in the States? Anyone know?
No idea.
No idea. But I'm gonna love yous and leave yous. Hopefully you guys have a good stream and the button pusher does well. Hope Germany's treating you well, and good to see you, Sammy.
Good to see you, Ty. Take care. I'm sure I'll speak to you soon.
I'll have it on in the background while I'm preparing dinner. So you guys enjoy.
Cool.
And yeah,
cool, man.
Take care.
Thanks heaps. Ty, see you later.
Take care.
See ya.
Sammy,
just us two left now. Hey, I thought Hex Max was supposed to be coming into our slot.
Oh yeah, Hex Mac. Where's he? I don't know.
I haven't seen him, but I think.
What time is it there? What time is it in Melbourne?
It's 5:45 now, and our slot started at 5.
Oh, okay. So
but he said he was coming because I messaged him, but
I haven't seen him for ages.
Yeah, me neither. Maybe he got held up.
Yeah. Oh well.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So yeah, well, it's good to see you, and you're enjoying your time over there in Europe.
Yeah. I'm at this dance festival, and so it's really fun and catching up
you
with a
seem
few
to have gone.
old friends and stuff. And I've just been flitting around, going to different festivals and catching up with friends and really enjoying it. I really love Berlin. Berlin's it's a great city. It's edgy.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
pretty edgy in Berlin. Yeah.
So were you going to a nude festival?
A nude festival.
To a nude festival or Earth festival or something like this just recently?
I've been going to all sorts of festivals. Yeah.
Yeah.
Delving into shamanism, psychosexual spirituality. And
That's the one.
there's a bit of nudity goes on. Yeah.
Nice. And you enjoying them? Getting a lot out of them?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Who wouldn't? Who wouldn't enjoy a little bit of nudity? Fantastic.
Yeah.
And what else are you doing over there?
I don't know. I bought myself a guitar, so I'm playing a bit of guitar and just traveling around. And I'm going to another dance festival in the UK soon, and I'm going to be teaching there a little bit, teaching some acrobatics.
Oh, well, that's awesome.
Yeah. And then I'm going to head over to Japan actually, because my sister's over in Japan at the moment.
Oh, so nice! I want to go to Japan. That's so cool. You get to see your sister and hang out in Japan.
Yeah. I've never been to Japan.
Which part? Me neither. Which part are you going to? Oh, beautiful.
Yeah.
Amazing. So different over there.
Yeah, another world. I think. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, when I went to India, have you ever been to India?
No, I've never been there.
That's like going to another planet. Like landing in another planet. You're just like, what is this?
And why do you say that? Is there a specific reason you would say it's so different to what we know?
Just so different from. It's just like. It's just so strange and weird and like completely changes your consciousness of what humans experience, because people have such different lives all over the place, you know.
Yeah.
Like we're stuck in these little in our little lives, and we're thinking, and all these things are happening, but other people around the world, they just have completely different realities, and there's like so many different realities going on in the world. Hey, Somi's in the chat. Hey, brother.
Hey, Somi, what's up? Yeah, it's good to see how the other people live, because I mean, we here in Australia, I mean, I don't think you appreciate living in such a good country until you come home. I mean, even Cairns, we went to Cairns at Christmas time. I took my kids up there and we went to the Daintree and did some other stuff. I would call Cairns, and I've traveled to Europe, been to Fiji, you know, I've been around, been to America, but I have to say, Cairns is like going to heaven on earth. There's a heaven on earth. It's got to be like Cairns.
I loved Cairns. I mean, I spent the whole Melbourne lockdown up in Cairns.
Yeah.
It was the perfect. I just had the best apocalypse.
Oh yeah. It's so nice. I think I'd like to eventually live up there, apart from the monsoon and things like that.
The jellyfish,
and jellyfish, but we couldn't even swim, and even the locals said that they're not game to swim, even in those netted off areas.
Even in the netted off areas, sometimes they get through. Hey, depends. If the tide's going the wrong way. Hey?
Yeah, too scary.
You don't worry about the spiders and the snakes, man. It's the jellyfishes.
Yeah.
Hardcore.
That's it. You never know what can happen. It's big risk, but beautiful.
Yeah, Cairns is totally paradise. Like you just go waterfalls and just amazing.
And the weather,
lush is and you have the fruit there. The market's incredible. Yeah.
Yeah, went up to Coranda Market and on the train.
Coranda, I used to go buy my weed up at Coranda Market.
Yeah, did you?
Yeah, the bushy stuff.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah. West coast of Canada. Yeah, that's pretty beautiful as well.
I've never been to Canada, but it's on my bucket list. I know they've got some of the best terrain in the world.
I've traveled through Canada multiple times, like through all parts of Canada. And the Rockies and the West Coast part is super beautiful. Yeah. I've driven across Canada a number of times. You just go for like days. and it's just completely flat, like driving through the prairies, just flat. Yeah, then you hit the rocky zone. It's just like, oh, it's beautiful.
Well, you know, Serena Alonzi, she actually lives on the lake, and sometimes she sends me photos and videos of where she lives, and it's just sunsets. It's just beautiful. She lives in such a beautiful place over there in Canada. Looks amazing. So hopefully I can visit her one day.
Yeah, you've made so many friends through the HEX community, hey? Like you're
I
such a
have.
social person, and
Oh, look,
yeah.
I love it. I love it. I mean, I've got all my hexagons here in Australia, which we're having the meetup in October. So we've got, I think, 90 people for the Friday night at the Occidental Hotel in Sydney. And then we've got a cruise from 12 till 4 with all food and drinks. And then we've got a breakfast on Sunday morning. So I think we've got 70 for the cruise and then maybe 50 for the breakfast. So, you know, even though we're not having a conference or anything like that, it's just to get together and catch up. And I love it. I love coming to America and meeting everyone. I can't wait to go back there. It was amazing. And I know they're doing another cruise soon. Did you hear about that? They're doing a PulseChain.
Oh, really? Oh, I didn't know. When is that?
Black Hexagon and KFC.
She loves her family love their cruises, hey? It was pretty fun, actually. Like, I've never been on a cruise before. And you're just basically on this floating hotel.
Yeah.
More than a hotel. It's like, it's a floating kind of like mall. You know what I mean? Because they got shops and everything, and like, it was pretty fun. Yeah. I mean, what made it was just hanging out with everyone, all the other hexagons, really. Like, I don't know if
What did you like about the cruise? I mean, I like cruises, but I eat too much and drink too much, but otherwise they're awesome. What do you like about them?
Well, I just liked hanging out with the hexagons, and we were all stuck in the same place. And so we'd all just like hang out and go party and just hang out, basically. I just like hanging out.
Yeah.
It
was awesome.
And it was, it was a nice way to travel as well. Like afterwards, I was thinking, wow, it would be fun to like just catch a cruise ship, like for a few months, like go from Australia to Europe or something like that, and you know, just stop off along the way. Like it's a really nice, slow way to travel. In the UK, I was getting around by train a lot, and I just loved it. I so much preferred it to flying. Like flying is just a pain in the ass, man. It's just like,
isn't it a nightmare?
Security up the wazoo, and like
customs up your ass.
Yeah.
Edward M said, "Are you familiar with John Wayne Parr, MMA Muay Thai fighter? Do we know him, Bluey? Because isn't
I've heard of the name. I've heard of the name John Wayne Parr, but I've no idea where from. But I don't know, Edward, if you knew that the DS Syndicate have been sponsoring an Australian kickboxer. Is he a kickboxer or a Muay Thai fighter? What's his name? Do you remember, Sammy? I've just lost it now.
Now I feel terrible.
Oh no,
I know
his
name.
I know. A friend of ours, Mayo, who's a hexagon, sort of is really good friends with him. And he just won the diamond belt, and like he's just winning all this stuff. He's an amazing fighter.
And he's a Muay Thai fighter too.
Yeah.
And he's being sponsored by HEX.
Yeah. We should know his name.
Jake Lund. That's
Jake Lund. Yeah. That's it. Jake Lund. Yeah. Oh, he's a friend of yours, Edward. Oh, cool, man. Yeah. Oh no. Oh, you're saying the other MMA type, John Wayne Parr. Yeah.
The other guy.
Oh, cool. He's another Aussie fighter, is he? I'm really into UFC, actually. I love watching it. Yeah.
That's really cool. Hey, DJ Creditas. He's one of our Sydney Hexicans coming to the meetup. Looking forward to meeting you. But you know what I like best about the Hex meetups is everyone buys you drinks.
Yeah, that's nice. Or meals. I've bought so many meals and stuff. Hey,
that's
good morning.
How you going?
How you going, brother?
Fine, thanks. A little sleepy, groggy. It's the early morning for me, and I usually do not get up before noon, so not
really?
my time.
10 a.m. is early for you.
It's 9 a.m. here.
Hey.
I'm on London time, GMT+1, DJ morning.
Morning from
Thank you,
Germany.
Tony.
It's 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Me
look,
too,
he
man.
has 1 hour later to get up. Easier.
I'm learning Blue Bum is also in Germany. What happened?
I
Time
get
travel.
around. Yeah.
Awesome. Where you at in Berlin, up north?
Just outside of Berlin, this place called Ponderosa, like a dance community.
I thought that was in Lake Tahoe in California, but no, that's also in South Berlin. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. So how's Berlin? Are you enjoying it? It's a bit moist.
Yeah, I
isn't it?
love. Yeah, it's a bit wet. Yeah, been a bit rainy, but no, I love Berlin. Super edgy, I reckon. And I was in the first time I was in Berlin was just after the wall came down.
Oh,
I was like a
okay,
young
it's
18.
changed.
Yeah, it's changed a lot.
It has changed since.
But it was wild back then, man. Like I'd never seen anything like it. Like everyone was punk. It was just punks everywhere, and I remember like gypsies, like proper gypsies, like people living in caravans, like just parked in the middle of in this kind of place, And when I was there, like on my first day there, we jumped on bikes and rode through the wall. Like there was a big hole in the wall, and there were still guards, and we were like waved at the guards, and they waved at us, and and then tons of like punks were squatting in East Berlin.
Yeah. In Kreuzberg and taking
in
over
Kreuzberg,
these
that's where I
abandoned
was.
houses.
Yeah.
Yep.
And my favorite parts of Berlin now are all the old East German parts, like Kreuzberg and Prenzlauer
Berg, yes.
Yeah. Like
Prenzlberg is the
Prenzlberg.
shorting.
yeah. And because just all the massive, really big apartments and really big streets and just tons of space and really interesting kind of, I don't know, architecture.
Yeah, it's a bit like in Moscow when they have these around the Kremlin, these 5-lane avenues on each side. That one, there's just one road like that, which is right behind Alexanderplatz, I think. And yeah, that's you really get some Russian vibes just from the architecture and looking at it. But that's how it was. Yeah, I lived there for 2 years. And I always found it a bit too much for me because it's like very artsy fartsy, very alternative, but so now I'm living down south again in Munich, which is completely different. It's like 100% different. It's a bit more, a bit more posh, a bit more tidied up. And Berlin can be very rough, but it's super interesting, of course. Culturally, the nightclub scene is something else. I think it's probably the most interesting nightclub scene in all of the world is probably in Berlin. Yeah.
Where
everybody can live out their fetish and all kinds of stuff.
All kinds of crazy stuff going on. For sure.
Yeah.
It's all interesting communities.
Absolutely. Wow. So this is the Australian Euro show. That's awesome.
Yeah.
What happened to your channel, actually? Are you now, you're not abandoning us on Discourse Syndicate, right? Because I've seen you sometimes streaming on your own channel, then you're back on DS. Like, what is the strategy?
I think it's kind of to alternate it. There was a point where I think DS, we were the reason DS was taken down. Like because we had a kangaroo like masturbating in our, which we'd had for like a whole year or something like that.
I know that's like 2 years it's been up there.
All of a sudden, that's the reason that they're taking the whole of DS Syndicate down. And so we just kind of thought we should probably build up our own DeFi Down Under thing, and also because like OG43 and I wanted to do another show that wasn't about HEX,
right?
And so we just kind of thought we wanted a place where we can put that kind of stuff, and so we're not, and just so we have options, you know what I mean? So
sure,
if in case DS gets taken down, or in case we get taken down, just to be able to,
Yeah, I mean, by now, because of that, we all have set up backup channels so we can still keep the show running in case there's ever something like this. Because this is clearly haters, But that again is bullish because they're after us and trying to take us down and looking for whatever to put a spoke in the wheel. And but it's also very, very annoying when you have a show planned and then something like this is coming up. Yeah, but I'm just hoping you guys don't leave us there because you're your staple of the channel, your show. Even if it's every other week. Yeah, we gotta keep it going.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this is literally how DAOs work. We decentralize us. Whoa.
Oops.
Sorry.
We break things. We demolish things. We decentralize.
Yeah.
And we organize ourselves.
Well, that was the one thing that when I first got into HEX and I started getting involved in the community, that was the one thing that I thought, this is a real DAO, a decentralized autonomous organization. It's not about having some sort of address where people put money and other people decide and you try to vote and all that kind of stuff. It's what has happened to HEX, where a whole lot of people have just come together and have just basically decided to do stuff, to do and it came out of all the gatekeeping really, and all of the FUD, and these like people like you guys, everyone just kind of going, no, this is, you guys have got it wrong, and we're not going to let that happen. So because we're inspired and because we feel there's this need, we're going to put our energy in however way that fits into promoting and to educating and to like spreading awareness of this thing, hey? And so, yeah, one of the things we thought we'd talk about is like how a decentralized autonomous organization actually works. And so,
can you bring up the picture real quick? This is how it works in reality. Let's start off with this. A couple of kids just dug this deep hole at the beach, and it just keeps attracting a ton of other boys. Is this the hole? Yes. This is literally HEX. This is how it started. This is the history. These are the beginnings of HEX in the early days of people starting to follow the leader. There was like one guy who started the hole, and that was Richard Hart, as we know. He just asked a few questions. You can put it away. And he showed us a vision of a better world. This is why everybody gathered around him. Like, this is the cult following that he attracted. And all the smart people, they saw the message, they saw the light, they saw the vision that he was portraying of a better world, and said, yeah, this is what I want to put my time in. And it doesn't matter that there is no company. It doesn't matter who is in it. Everybody's just doing their own little thing, and they're working towards that one vision, like those kids digging the hole at the beach. We are those kids. We are trying. Everybody is chipping in just a little bit, and you can see it in all the different projects, from the Telegram admins to HEX postcards channels to people who are throwing conferences like this, to people on Twitter, the marketing efforts for the racing cars. There is Hexican Girl, for example, is covering constantly the UK racing stuff. All these little things, I can't even name everybody. It's just the things that are on top of my head. There is thousands and thousands of different small projects, and they're all going towards this one hole. This one. They're digging in this hole.
We're digging a hole, and we're just not going to stop.
We're digging our own hole.
This is the product that we want to put our time and effort in because it's so great. Yeah, this is what's happening.
And I think that the way, for me, a really important aspect for it to work is that the people who are putting their energy and time into doing something are really doing it out of love, and they're doing it out of kind of like because they want to do it and because they get something out of it. Because if everyone is just doing something that they are personally getting something out of, then that's what's going to sustain it. And so one of the questions I have, though, because you asked me, Dustbalm, is like, do we want to speak about how the chats work, like, and who becomes moderators or admins or stuff like that? And like I'm a moderator and an admin in a few, like in a few of the Hedron chats, and I think the Aussie Hex chat, although I don't really do much in that one. And so, like, maybe let's and you're an admin in a number of chats, is that right, Dustbalm?
Yeah.
So how did you start in that?
Yeah,
Or
let's
how-
let's talk a little bit about the history of how it happened in the Telegram chats. In the early days, before HEX was even invented, and people started gathering around Richard Hart because of his ideas, because of his knowledge, and they wanted to have a space, not just on the YouTube where he started to be more active, but they also wanted to chat outside of his YouTube streams. And then he gave the people the option to talk about charts. Just he was building out his own like community for this, and this was way before everything in like 2017. He called it Strawberry Grape. He thought it was a good design. He talked a few times about this. And people were just talking about everything: life extension, aliens, growing grass, I don't know, all different kinds of things. And it was a chaotic channel for all the things in Telegram. And to fight bots and to fight spam and so on, just a few people that were super active, they were given admin rights. And there was then also sprung up Discord and other few social media things, but they all didn't work out. Telegram was like the easiest to manage, to put people together. It was also the most widespread because Discord back in the day, they didn't have the tools yet, and it was rather new, for example. So it was hard to get on. And other social media platforms, they don't, like Twitter, for example. There is no way to really band together and have a cohesive group. So those didn't take off, but the Telegram channels did. And this is like where everybody then started to gather more and more and more and more. It was a few thousand people in the beginning. Like it started with a few, then 100, then thousands of people came in. And slowly over time, when the vision of HEX started to become more and more coherent, when the idea was already on stream, there was also the HEX channel created. And in the HEX channel, people came together to theorize. Everything was supposed to launch complete, and it did in the end. But everybody was pitching in like, hey, how do we do this? And people like Kyle, developers, other developers came in and chipped in with all what they wanted to HEX to be, really. So it was a group effort. And bugs were fixed. Game theory was discussed back and forth for hours and hours at the end. And from there, the people also received, the active people also received admin rights. So then we started managing ourselves, like, how do we fight bots? What do we want the channel to be about? Then it slowly started to spread out into multiple other channels, because more and more people started to talking, and the chat was just starting to flow really quick. So there were offsprings for like HEX charts, HEX memes, HEX Bear back in the day, HEX Pro, HEX trading, all those different channels sprang up. And in each of those, individual admins also came up and said, yo, this is the topic that I am confident in speaking in. This is something that I want to devote my time to. I like being in this channel, and I'm just providing additional value. And the people that were seen and that were most active then gained notoriety, or they were just there in the background and reported like bots, spam, and so on. And over time, more and more people crystallized out of that pool that, hey, we're just gonna and Richard decided to just give those people admin rights in the Telegram channels, so they could manage the things that are going on in there. And this grew and grew and grew. So we had in the beginning one channel, and now it's like 20 main channels. There is, for every language, there is like HEX Arabia, HEX China, HEX Suites, and so on. There is, I think, like 50 or 100 channels that are all related to HEX or PulseChain and PulseX and so on. And over time, we started organize ourselves as admins as well, so that we can communicate, that we can better talk to each other, have somewhat the same rule set, like how do we deal with bans? What if somebody bans like one person for, I don't know, offensive speech, but then he reports to another admin and tries to get unbanned, and the other admin doesn't know what happened. So we're trying to communicate in between each other. And this just grew out. There are people joining in for admins are leaving, and then new admins are also coming in and get admin rights. Same as before, based on inputting their time. There are people that are even creating bots for admin channels. Shout out to PulseChat, for example. So we have our own private bot that is created by the admins, for the users, to protect us from spam and make it easier for adminning. That didn't even exist as a tool in Telegram before, and stuff like that is just being constantly built out. There is, oh yeah, and I forgot, there is also the developer chats where people are doing all the validating and sharing the like really technical elbows in the mud information, and the admins are there also. They're very active and helping each other out. There is helpful data and pin posts and so on. So it's great. Everybody is just chipping in and building for the community in that sense.
What do you think have been the most controversial things that have popped up in terms of how this decentralized organization has evolved?
Controversy? I don't even know.
I mean, there's been tons, haven't there? No, like there's been like, I don't know, people being kicked out of the admin roles, or people like being banned and stuff like that. And
I think the most controversial one was probably the, what if you launch a coin, can you still be an admin? This kind of drama. So it kind of depends. Like if you suddenly went on a third party project, and this has been always an old rule. Like the channels are very specific. It's for HEX, and it's high noise to high content to noise ratio. So it should be not a lot of bullshit talk,
not
random
shilling
talk,
of
not other topics, no shilling of other coins. It's the HEX channel is for HEX only. It's you're not supposed to talk about NFTs or put your underwear or your food into that channel. So yeah.
Yeah, right.
And
we get a lot of
admins, they are more active, right? So they started to develop other projects or talk about other things that they're also interested in, and everybody's passionate about this. But then we talk this out, and it's like you have to go out and do your own thing, and then from that also additional third-party channels were created, and those are all the new projects that are in support in HEX and PulseX and so on, PulseChain.
I think one important aspect to have these admins and moderators is the spam and the scammers. Yes, we want it to be decentralized and where everybody should have their says. Some people even criticized at one time, I remember this, that there is something as a pulse police. Like, do we need a police in our community? You know, that was even questioned. So it is, I'm not that much on Telegram, but me, for example, if I can just share this, I'm moderator on most of the big community YouTube channels, like on almost all of them. And the reason why is that, not that I'm moderating the conversation or something, not at all. That is for the streamer to handle. But at one time, Richard's channel was really getting overcrowded with spam bots and really scammers in his comment section, where somebody, a regular viewer, would make a comment underneath the video, "Hey, great stream, Richard," and then immediately a spam bot would respond with like a WhatsApp fake telephone number.
Someone's got to delete all of those. Yeah.
Exactly, with Richard's profile picture and Richard's name somehow spelled in a different way, and with a phone number, contact me. Thanks for watching. Contact me for more info.
Yeah.
Which is
Shame on
obviously
you, by the
fake.
way, if you fall for that.
But that was posted like in a industrial, systematic manner under each, and eventually Richard was really crying for help. He said, we need to figure this out. I said, okay, I'm stepping in. Let me take care of this. And then at the beginning, I started to manually like click delete. And then one day I wrote him a message. I was like, Richard, this sucks. This takes me 2 hours to get on the
Whoa.
each stream. And 4 hours later, they are back. Is there not a better way? Have you looked at your filters or something? And then he actually, that's so funny, he found the software, which is like that somebody wrote on the internet, is a spam scanner. And then he gave me the link to it and see if you can figure this out. And so, all right. I hop on it. And then I actually managed
He likes to do that a lot.
It was a bit of a pain to configure the thing, but now it's really just a click of a button. And I used to run this software twice a day or so on all the major YouTube channels that we have, from Richard to Crypto Coffee, K4K, Crypto Heartbeat, all the ones with lots of engagement, and really cleared out
Wow, well done, man.
Spam.
Yeah,
And that's
right.
like thousands of spam message every day. It has now quietened down ever since Richard is not streaming anymore. There's only Crypto Coffee, which is still getting these. And then on the other channels, they seem to have lost interest, the scammers. But that's the point I'm trying to make, is that HEX and PulseChain community has always been like a honeypot for these hackers and scammers to really scam us. And I think that's why it's important that some well-trusted people in the community, just to safeguard from spam and scam. I think that's why it's important to have these admins.
Oh yeah. And so, Sammy, you've been an admin for this Aussie HEX Pulse Chat, yeah? And
yeah, we started off when HEX first began. When it launched, maybe it was there before the launch, but there was only 4 of us in it. And then the guy that actually was running it made me an admin, and then we just grew from there. We got about 500 members. So, and I'm active in that. And then.
And how do you find like, if you had to ban many people, have you had to like,
I ban people all
come
the
in
time.
Oh, do you? Yeah.
Yeah. Because there's mostly spammers and scammers.
Oh,
and,
spammers. But what about and what about other people though?
What's that?
What were you doing there?
The ladies that come into these chats, and they will be called Tina
okay, right.
or Amanda, and she'll say hi there, and you're just like, F off. You know the one.
Yeah,
but,
I get a lot of these. Yeah.
You know the one I'm talking about. But yeah, so I was in HEX Australia, and then Richard, he happened to be in PulseX room when I was in there, and he says, I'm looking for admins. And I said, pick me. And then I made this gif of a man wiggling his bum at him. And he goes, you could be admin of HEX bullshit. Because he thought like I shouldn't put that in there. So now I'm admin. I think me and him are the only admins in HEX bullshit. He never goes in there. And in PulseX and now PulseChain and the Ink as well. So yeah. But I am active.
What's HEX bullshit? I've never even heard of that one.
So it's just Finbear knows it. Finbear in the chat. It's basically nude pictures and stupid stuff that people put in there just for a laugh. But
right.
I can put the link. I'll put the link in the chat if you want. But I'll do it in a minute. But I got to run anyway, guys. Thanks for having me, and enjoy the rest of the conference. And I'll be watching. So take care.
Ooh.
Okay, see you, Sammy.
Good to see you, Sammy.
Good to see you. Bye-bye.
But by the way, Pulse Police is not the police of what you think about if you don't know it. Pulse Police is doing code review, so it's actually saving people from scams.
Yes.
Yeah, they're
and
fantastic.
they allow you,
Pulse
they allow you to send in a code or the contract on the Etherscan or the scan PulseChain, and then admins and developers in their free time, they just look over the code. Is there like some admin key? Is it a honeypot? Is there some red flags that we can immediately see? And then they give out the contract hex and say, well, is it good? Is it bad? What's going on? And then everybody can just search for the contract address and be aware of, hey, is this safe to claim, or like is this new airdrop coming up from a third-party project that's like somehow attached to Hex or Pulse? Is this a scam? Is it just gonna steal all your money the moment you connect to it and do one transaction, or are you gonna get stuck in this thing? So stuff like that. It's not like they're adminning if you litter in the chat or something. The name is a little bit funny, I guess. Hex still a thing? Oh, it's the biggest thing right now on the internet.
Yes.
Check it out.
It is a thing, Teresa. Thanks for your comment.
If you're not living under a rock, that is.
So yeah, and the other aspect, I guess, of the decentralized autonomous organization, apart from all of the chats that have popped up and evolved, and there are tons of like smaller chats as well now, where just sort of groups of people, like think tanks, that a lot of them are called, and stuff like that have popped up, and people are running those with even just like 100 people or something like that, because it does get a bit much with some of the chats where there is, especially when there's more than tens of thousands of people. It's like it's very hard to have kind of like too much of a relationship within those chats, I find. But when you're in these other smaller ones, you can kind of get into conversations with people and stuff like that. And yeah,
the most notable that comes to mind. Sorry.
No, you go
on. The most notable that comes to mind is the one by K4K, and that's Pulse Fury. So he sprung that one up when everybody, not we, everybody was designing and thinking of PulseChain. What are the numbers? How should it be, and so on? How could it be? What are the best ways to allocate funds? How to use the technology? How to access some contracts if they don't have front ends and so on. So all this stuff was discussed, and especially the game theory about Pulse X and the burning and so on. He really invested into that. There is a lot of people bringing value to the community, and then information is shared from that one to other channels as well. That's a cool one. I'm buying Hex. Teresa Young says, not too sure how much lower we could see Hex go, especially if he is called into court. Is he though?
I mean, we've seen it pretty much. We with the news. I mean, it's pretty much a V with what we've seen. Hey, then with the news coming out, everything just like dumped. Everyone just everyone who knows what's happening got excited, bought, and we've pretty much seen it prop back up. It's at the moment, the prices are. Oh, they're still kind of like they're still about 40% down, hey, or something like that.
Yeah, they have halfway recovered, at least on the Pulse side. Ethereum Hex is still kind of where it's at half a penny.
Yeah. So my theory on that is, by the way, all the people that sold now are the people that would have sold on the movie release today. So those were those short-term traders sell the news event, but then the SEC got their event earlier than the movie. And those people would have sold anyway.
Traders,
hey? Dumped anyway. Yeah, traders.
I don't know. There's a lot more people. There's a lot more people dumped probably like that, I think, than like there's.
Yeah, I guess. So there was an additional scare, and then like it's cascading. I guess that.
But it's not cascading, I don't think. I think it's pretty much, it was just a news event that's...
cascading on that day, because it started with just one guy selling $400,000 worth of PLSX, and then from where everybody's just chimed in and dropped down, and now it's the numbers are so ridiculous in
in crypto, because it drops down like 60 or 70%, but then it also rallies like 100, 80%, I think one of the lowest charts was something like 68% or something, and then the others go 80% back up. So if you catch that trade, you can make massive gains. It's crazy that people lose all that value, and then some other people is catching that value. It's crazy. But yeah, just based off emotions and one information coming out that is not even new. That's the
Yeah.
funniest part, because everybody in the world knew that the SEC was working on HEX and Richard Hart, because we had the subpoenas just like almost a year ago. What is it?
Was it
August?
that
No,
long?
10 months
Oh,
ago.
no.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was in November or something.
Yeah,
last
November
year.
it started to.
Look,
come
Richard
to
has painted a
surface.
big target on his back for a long time, and
Yeah.
it's obviously with intent. Like, he knew this day would come. And he designed HEX from the start with this day in mind, and so things are all going according to plan, it looks to me. And
I remember before the HEX launch, there were lengthy discussions on Telegram, on YouTube, about the Howey test and stuff. This was already the center always on how can we not be a security center of discussion even before the HEX launch. So yeah, this has been a long time in the making. Yeah, but that's
this is also
even
why
crazier.
DAOs are better.
Why people lose
We-
the
we-
trust like that. I mean, whale number 14 apparently, and PulseChain dumped all his pulse on this news. Like, I'm whale number 1960 or something. So if I'm not checking out, like, what is the whale number 14 doing? Like, wow. And with that backstory of it always being, in the discussion around the community, like I think every Hexagon knows the Howey test.
yeah.
In a way.
Yeah, if anything, it's like it's solidified the community. It's brought us all together. And none of this stuff can be taken down because it is truly DeFi. It's real DeFi. And so if anything, this just brings more attention. Like when the news happened, when I heard about it and then thought about it for 5 minutes, I went, wow, we've hit the big leagues now. We're going to play with the big boys. We're getting sued. That's awesome. Like that's
Yeah.
and
if you're building something big
as well, it's like
if you're building something big and you're not getting attacked by spam bots, people trying to scam the money out of you and trying to sue you, you're not doing it right.
Yeah.
It comes with the territory. Like the moment you're in the limelight, the moment you're trying to do something big, great, visionary, new, develop something that's increasing the wealth and the value for everybody, you're gonna get attacked either way. Be it by being attacked on the servers, being attacked on the human side, being attacked on the legal side, you're always gonna get attacked. It means you're doing the right things.
But the hypocrisy in the crypto space is just unbelievable. Like, they ghosted us for 3 years, not one word, not one article about the PulseChain launch, about the fork, about the HEX, the big payday event, nothing. And the minute this comes out, everybody all of a sudden has an article. Cointelegraph,
we've been
CoinDesk.
getting attention off
Jimmy
the
Song tweeted about it yesterday. He has ghosted us ever since Richard faded away from the Bitcoin community. Up until now, the tone ways, everybody, I told you, it's a scam, it's a scam, it's a scam. Just because of this filing, where we believe half of it is absolute rubbish.
And that's
you just read through it. It's like crazy how atrociously it's written and how many errors there are in it. And it's like that's the standard of their legal team.
I'm shocked. I'm very much shocked that they don't do the least bit of due diligence before going all out with it and blatantly just believe what some disgruntled guy is telling them. That's the danger with the judge, though. Like, if you have the judge doesn't know about these things and he listens to the sides and then believes either this one or that one, I think. So There is a bit of danger.
Judges
there.
are not that stupid. They have to know what they're talking about at some point.
I've seen
so
all
also
kinds
they
of
are
things in court.
usually most of the times, right? Judges are there for their knowledge of the law. They don't necessarily need to know all the little details, but they need to know how the law applies to the
I'm
things
telling
that
you,
they're getting.
sometimes they rule in favor of what is the less work for them, which is crazy. But I've personally seen that happen. So,
Which also could happen with the case, by the way, because if this thing is just not seen as something worthwhile, or it should be not done, then it can just be thrown out, and then that's it. And then
That is
all
true,
the
yeah.
fear and FUD was for nothing, and it's just
Was
gonna
for
be
nothing,
like, hey, okay, that happened.
Yeah.
And all those people that are sharing it right now, that's been the most crazy engagement that we had for HEX.
Yeah.
For HEX and PulseChain and Richard Hart. Wendy O, James Slopp, Eric Wall. Who else was in there?
Eric
Like
Voorhees.
big names.
Yeah.
Yeah, Eric Voorhees. I don't.
Simon Dixon.
I don't know.
I mean, we've been
yeah.
into
lots
we've
of
been
people
getting
that
tons of
never wanted to talk. Oh yeah, not Crypto Coffee. CoffeeZilla even
CoffeeZilla.
chimed in and
Yeah.
shared, sprinkled a little bit of hate on it.
Which tells you they've all been watching all along.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
thing is, they're like,
but he's never
waiting,
done
like-
anything. He's never done anything on it, has he? Crypto's CoffeeZilla.
No.
Like he's obviously looked a bit into it. I mean, he interviewed Travon. He interviewed Travon, but that's about it.
Yeah.
He interviewed Tevon, and he interviewed two like brothers or something that were creating a coin, and they said, "But look at Richard Hart; it's little working like this and there." And he says, "What? Don't start with me on HEX and Richard Hart." So he definitely looked into it and wants to do something on it.
But hasn't
the
been
thing
able
is,
to
he
make
cannot
anything
find
else.
anything, so he cannot talk about it. He has this like idea, and he's being caught by the outrage marketing and by the setup for we want to save people that are getting easily caught with those scam advertisements, but we are not a scam. We're not, and
you know what?
He wants it to be true, right? He wants it to be that thing that he's just catching on, and it's his next big thing. Like he caught on with what's that guy, Paul Logan?
Jack Paul Logan.
Yeah, the
Paul
Crypto
brothers, yeah,
X spawning scam, and
Yeah.
he stole millions of dollars. Yeah, he wants it to be something like this where he can cover it, but he just can't. There is nothing to cover.
No.
We are the DAO, and they are actually the DAO for us now because they're sharing all this information and they are unknowingly participating in the
one of the
marketing.
most
It's
interesting,
so funny.
One of the most interesting influencer YouTube channels for me has been Coin Bureau, because Coin Bureau for the longest time never said a word about HEX, and it was so suspect. It was just like, this guy, he does great research. Like he really goes into stuff, and he has a really great channel, Coin Bureau. But he's never done anything on Richard or on HEX or on PulseChain. He's just completely avoided it all. And now this is just such major news. You think, well, how can you not address
Not
it?
cover it.
How can you not cover it? It's too big a story. And I looked at his Twitter the other day, and there was a couple of comments, replies he had to other people, which made you realize that he was aware of it.
Yeah, I think Cabana Crypto just yesterday retweeted something from them. And I know Furu Finance on his channel, hey, Papa B, there's a bit of a pet peeve that he always had with them. He was nagging them like for months to look into PulseChain. That was one of his pet peeves as well. But I believe Cabana Crypto retweeted something from them yesterday. They may have now mentioned it or something. Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, it takes all this.
Welcome, Papa B. Thanks for coming along.
Thank you.
Papa, we
I'm
got
sorry I'm a little bit
your
early.
fan running in the background.
Papa B, I see that you've got
sorry,
an amazing
I'll change
mic.
that.
I see you've got an amazing mic there. I'm thinking that it's not going through that mic, and it's was it the fan? Is it?
I'll fix it.
Yeah, it's a laptop fan. Yeah. If you mute yourself in between speaking, it's gonna be fine.
It sounded to me like it sounded to me like you're using the wrong mic though, because you've obviously got a good mic there, which should sound a lot better.
The fan is just really loud.
Is it? Yeah, you guys know. You guys stream all
we
the time.
we
with
no
each
we
other,
yeah
hey?
we streamed together. We had the
Yeah.
same setup issue.
Yeah.
Also, somebody who chimed in, Kim.com. Kim.com came out of the
I
woodwork.
was so
and started
disappointed
to-
with that, man. Because I reckon
Yeah.
Kim.com is great. I've been following him for so long, and I was very disappointed with his comment. Yeah, I think what did he say? He just said, "Better good time to sell HEX" or something like that. Or, oh man, you don't like really. At least look into it. You know what I mean? Like, not all these people, you just know they haven't researched it. They just looked at the cover of the book and then made all of their assumptions. You know.
And then they're gonna
mic
be
check. Any
those.
good now?
No, no good.
You can still hear it, but it's a little bit better. So
Just let it run,
but those
Pupper P. Just
people,
let it run.
over time, they're gonna become this like little frame of people that try to say sell the bottom. This is the same feeling we had on the day 3 to 5 AA. All the haters coming in. Yeah, see, it's going down. Then on big payday again, and on every small drop in between. And now this big event is happening. And the same happened also with the first subpoenas. Like everybody at the bottom, people were crying, and then it rallied another to 10 cents. And now it's just happening again. It's repeat after repeat.
All right, I'm going to throttle somebody if this doesn't sound good now.
No, it's okay. Just a bit more volume, though.
No, it just sounded. But can you hear the hissing whenever he turns his mic on? It's like pretty bad.
That's my wife in the other room. She's a real snake.
The wife snoring.
Hold on, I can handle it. I handled it for Das Bomb the other day, and by golly, I'll handle it for you, sir.
Yeah. So yeah, crazy times, but it's really congealed the whole community. We've come out in force, and got tons of engagement. The doco's out. It's such an interesting time, isn't it?
Yeah,
You know,
let's
it's
have no
like-
more infighting for at least 2 weeks.
yeah, give it 2 weeks, hey?
2 more weeks of no infighting. But yeah, we got a movie coming out, so that of course propelled even more attention. And and I think it, from what I'm hearing, it's sold out here, sold out there.
Yeah,
It
it
might have
sounds like it's
actually
going
worked
fantastic.
in capturing people's
And-
interest in going want to see this.
And to everybody waking up in EU, UK, I hope you didn't miss that message, so I'm going to repeat it. UK cinemas got a deal just now. UK and Ireland. The movie is coming to like the first step of Europe. It's not the European Union, but it's UK at least. So we're almost at the beaches.
It's Europe light.
At the
Europe
beachhead.
light,
Yeah, right.
We
we don't have
Alright,
we don't have
so
dates
last
though.
mic check.
We don't have dates though, hey?
No, it's
Yeah.
just that it's gonna start the process, and the contracts or whatever is being made. It's always hard to bring movie
They've announced the
theaters
cities, but no dates yet. But allegedly next week or so. Even in
Oh, that'd be
Nottingham.
great. 'Cause
Even
I'm
in
in
Nottingham,
then-
where
Like,
there's
I
a
wanna,
large part of our
I'd
community.
love to be able to get to see it.
If this keeps going, I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure the big cities will be next in Europe. So like
Yeah,
Paris,
Berlin, Paris, has to
Köln,
happen.
Düsseldorf, Lisbon. Hopefully, I'm gonna
Mainz.
show up. I'm gonna show up in
Mainz.
Lisbon.
Not in Mainz.
Mainz.
That sucks.
Mainz.
Where's Mainz?
Wiesbaden.
Exactly.
Exactly. It's close to Frankfurt. Is
Okay.
the capital of Carnival here in Germany.
Frankfurt adjacent.
Yeah.
Never mind. So
Munich
I'm
would be
not
a big
hissing
one
at
as
you
well.
anymore, I hope. Yes?
It's not the best.
It's
For
faint.
someone-
It's faint, but
faint.
it's there.
It's faint.
Come on,
It's
All right, all
it's
right.
workable.
Look,
It's workable.
Gentlemen,
Yeah.
gentlemen, I heard that some people were talking about Richard Hart and this whole court thing, and I wanted to clout chase and come on the show and show that I'm also concerned about the whole thing, and I have an opinion about it. And basically, shut the fuck up, everybody. It's fine.
Let's hear it. Shut the fuck up. Is that it?
There was
That's
it. There was the
That's
message,
it.
DJ.
We were hoping, this is a gift. We were hoping for this for so very, very, very long. From day
T-minus 1 year.
Minus 500.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's also what we said. We were talking mere court technicalities here.
Okay, I'll tell you what. I will role play the judge.
Yeah.
And you guys role play the complainant.
Okay.
Okay. So who wants to go first? You three, all of you three are butthurt about something. Go ahead and bring it. Bring as SEC members. Approach the bench. The court is in session. The judge will now hear your complaint. Who wants to go first?
Dear honorable judge.
Yes.
Richard Hart is
Okay,
buying Gucci.
the court recognizes BPK das Baum. You may speak.
I wanted billboards everywhere, and the community is just not putting up billboards. What the fuck? And Richard Hart is buying Gucci.
Okay, I'm writing that down. Richard Hart. Yes, I see that in my brief. Who else would like to add on to that? The court recognizes the blue bum man who has questionable internet connections usually. Continue, Mr. Blue Bum.
Yeah, like he's spending all the money on diamonds and watches, and he's just stealing people's money.
I see. Stealing people's money. Got it. Spending the money. Got it. Okay. And finally, from our resident Kraut in the court, DJ Cryptomatisher, please, can you add on to this?
Yes, as my worthy co-defendants already mentioned. Sorry, I'm a bit fucked up on champagne right now, but yeah, I bought the top in 21 and 40 cents. And it's been all the way down ever since. And I was supposed to get APY on my money, and now it's all zero.
Excellent. So,
and he has the Rolex.
Very good. Very good. Ladies and gentlemen of the court, jurors, we've now heard from the opening arguments from the SEC. They've said that I have quotes here that he spent the money, he spent it on Rolexes, I wanted billboards, and I'm drunk on champagne. So excellent. Very, very good points all. But what promises were made, jurors? What promises were ever made to you as, quote, investors? Are we talking about HEX or is this Pulse? Where are you guys going with this? Can anybody tell me, the judge, something specific about an expectation that was set or a promise that was made, whereas you were investors in something specifically? Go.
Well, I'm talking about the HEX chain. And
HEX chain, yes, of course.
And no promises were really ever made.
Okay, and yet you're still disgruntled and you want how much in compensation, or you're bringing it to the SEC's attention so that you personally would get compensated, or you'd like to simply do it as your civic duty to prevent all the millions of others that sacrificed and or invested from all these terrible things?
No, I want justice. I invested 1,250 at the top and is now worth $9.23.
Excellent. How do you see justice? What would you like me to do as your judge? You're the SEC, by the way.
Give us the monies.
Give us the monies.
Give us the monies.
So if I go clickety clack, you are given the monies. How does the monies get to the people that were wronged?
It doesn't. Just give us the money.
Just send it to me.
Good.
I'll do it.
Okay. The court has not recognized the man. It appears to be a dirty hippie in the court.
Obviously, no one in court has a beard.
I asked you to please wear a button-down shirt. You appear to be wearing a neckerchief and nothing else.
Welcome to Improv Theater live on the PLS conference.
Lovely. My point is by this role play. My point is that through this role play and through reading the brief several times, that a judge, as you guys opined, would definitely be versed in the law. Correct?
No.
That's what I was pointing out earlier.
Nah, you can't make that assumption.
I think most of the time it's actually less than you think.
Exactly.
It's not his main motivation.
Correct. So I'm trying to understand as a judge.
He's trying to have
who was wronged, what's the extent of the crime, and how do I make it good? By the way,
I think a judge is just there to get the monies.
But the SEC wants a jury trial. So
Yeah.
that means
Okay. Yeah.
that Richard Hart has to be what? Found guilty by a jury of his peers.
That'd be
So
hilarious.
who are his peers?
Me.
Oh, okay.
Well, no, the
Without a
jurisdiction. No,
Without a
it's
shirt.
in the Eastern District of New York, so it's going to be basically a whole lot of
Wales.
Democrat voters.
It's gonna be Wales. Wales is gonna be in the
Democratic
Wales,
voters, yes.
Wales in the courtroom. I've
Wales
done told you.
Wales be like, oh,
Foolish ox.
what's all this shit about? I done told you this is not what it's all about. You
Man, go
don't
watch my
know.
stream.
You're not listening. Let me tell you, but listen to me. What were we talking about?
I got a whole damn Twitter space.
He's
but
he's innocent. The end.
maybe we can
I
play
done
some
told
of his songs in court. That would do it. Instant win.
Anyway, I think that this is not a non-argument. It's just simply, I don't know, hey, low-end associate on the SEC, staff, legal, advisor, whip up something and throw it over the fence. Maybe we get maybe $12 million is what we're after.
Yeah, it's extortion. It's straight up like extortion. It's
But
like
12
they're gonna-
million.
They raise the flag, see if they can get some money.
But
and-
12 million is the
Yeah,
ask.
Papa B would love to pay it.
And it was also
Papa
prompted
B
by
is
one
such,
person.
Papa B is a guy. If
not like
someone
it's
just asks him, "Hey, you need to pay me money," then he's like, "Okay."
I have one question. Thank you. I have one question for all of you. Don't you think fraud would be... No, hold on a second. Fraud is what? Fraud is I promise you one thing and I give you nothing. Or I give you certainly something of less.
Well, you lie.
lesser.
There's a lot.
Well, yeah, there has to be a
You're
lie.
lying to people.
Lie is not fraud. Lie is
No,
not
obviously
fraud.
there has to be a lie.
No.
It has to be a
Lie-
lie.
There has to be some kind of deception.
No,
It's a
no. The
definition of
yes,
fraud.
correct. It's a deception is a portion of it. Lie is a portion of it, but it has to mean that I'm accepting something from you, and I'm giving you next to nothing that I promised.
Yeah, but if I already told you I'm not gonna give you shit, then it's not fraud. Then it's just a deal.
But something of value comes in, nothing of true value, equal value, or expected value comes out.
Yeah, and if that was the deal beforehand, then it's just a deal. Then it's not fraud.
So my
if
question-
if I give you $5,000 and
Yeah.
you give me an apple,
Yes.
and we agreed beforehand that I will get a $5,000 apple,
Yes.
then it's not fraud if I get an apple.
That's correct. And
Yeah,
that's a very
so-
excellent point. I'll tell you this. If I say I'm going to come out with a blockchain, and then somebody goes and files a brief and then files a complaint and then files an actual lawsuit, and it's the crux of the lawsuit is I didn't get anything for my money, it's fraud. You could say by the time the brief became an actual a complaint and was actually filed as a lawsuit, PulseChain was out.
Yeah.
So I think
So it can't be
and
fraud.
at one point you could have sold it at 5x.
Yeah. So
So
no.
what's the fucking problem here? Wherein
Well,
lies the
there's no-
wherein lies the fraud?
There's no problem. We just got the mother of all dips and a lot of
Yes.
publicity.
That's right.
And an obvious sign that it's all emotional dum-dums.
And jealous people who also want
Speaking
to
about
roll.
dum-dums, how dumb do you feel if finally after a year or after 4 years in total of HEX, of calling HEX out, you're a hater, you're so sure that everything is wrong with it, and then finally the SEC is sending subpoenas. You're like on the hills. So yes, I knew this was coming and it's gonna be in court one day. And then finally the SEC brings out the what do you call it? The litigation or the document and pins it on all their social media. And not a single word in there says scam or Ponzi scheme. Not
Yeah.
a single word while you were shouting it out for
mentioned, yeah.
4 years.
And
Don't
out
you
of
feel
and out
a
of
little
1
bit dumb?
I
Just-
think you
just
should
a
feel
little
dumb.
bit.
Dumb if $1 billion was collected and they're after 12 million. Because they can only
Just a cherry pie on top.
because they can only point to the amount that they believe that was spent. Which is ridiculous because if Richard Hart didn't have $12 million to fuck around with before he even conceived of HEX or PulseChain, then that truly is a very good act. Because I thought that he was mining Bitcoin for like 10-cent blocks and shit, right?
Hey, let's get something. Let's get a bit more controversial here. I want to ask you guys. I want to ask. Let's just leave that. I want to ask you guys about like because one of the complaints is that about the recycling of the ETH, right?
Yes.
And so when I
Where did
found
the
that
ETH
out,
go? Good meme.
when I found that out, what kind of like at the time?
When did
I
you
found
find that out?
Well, I found it out.
When did you not find? I think finding out is like, oh, it's a surprise to anyone. Like,
Well, when I realized, right, because what was happening, because during the AA, I came in like 6 months after HEX had already launched, and so I was looking at the AA, and I started realizing that that people were coming in to arbit at the end, right? I didn't know who it was or what was happening.
Yeah.
And then I think at some later point, someone accused that it was the ETH being recycled, but I know that that's never actually been proven. That's always just been assumed, and it could be, and from the wallet behaviors of those wallets, what happened to those wallets, and but I was just curious if you're in that position where you've launched this thing and then Uniswap comes out, so people can arb the price very easily.
Mm-hmm.
And so it was a little bit of a sell pressure, but it's kind of like, do you just let the market do its thing and run out? And some people get good deals and some people arb it down and it just runs out? Or do you put money in and then end up having even more centralized ownership? Like, I would have thought like you would let the market do its thing.
Why?
Like I understand how it's kind of protecting the price, and the payoff for protecting the price is more centralized ownership that is just going to sit there and not be and just like devalue over time. But what do you guys think of that whole thing? Do you think if you were in that position, do you think you would have made the same decision?
Well, I only understood this after the AA phase because I'm day one, and basically, if looking at it in hindsight, similar to the sacrifices, he gave everybody, or I'm not saying he, the OA gave everybody with HEX like a 2-month window to get their position, and then on every day, 5 minutes before the day ticked over, 60 or 600 Ethereum went into the AA at the very last minute of the day, and you couldn't get these juicy packages anymore that you could have received in the first 2 months where that wasn't yet happening. Similar to the sacrifices where you had the 30-day to put in your whatever you put into the sacrifice, and then on the final day the OA made its play on PulseChain, and that also happened on PulseX. And that was kind of similar for the AA. That's the way it was distributed. I think it has nothing to do with price, but that's the way how the ownership, how that ensured that 90% or more or whatever was in the hands of the OA.
Blue
That's
Bum,
just the
hold
model
on.
of that.
Wait, just a moment, please.
Distribution.
I have a question. Blue Bum,
Yeah.
do you live in a clown car like in a circus? Because I've seen the same person, the two people cycling through that door like 50
toilet,
fucking
really.
times. What's the deal? They're all dressed the same way. They're all the same
toilet.
cycling over and over.
I think it's just a video. It's a green screen video.
You stream in a hallway or something? Do you live in a corridor? What's the deal?
I found the best internet is in this hallway where there's like showers and toilets down there.
There he goes again, the guy in the yellow. I've seen him 50 times. This is crazy. Wow.
It's a construct.
And yeah, the next will be the woman in pink. Here she comes. If she comes again, I swear I'm going to freak out. If she comes one more time, she's never come backwards through the door. She's only going out every time.
Yeah, she never
over and
comes
over.
back.
Yeah. It's definitely, there she goes. Woman in pink. Fuck my life. I'm freaking out now. Okay.
Cool. So yeah, that's
great.
the distribution model.
So you think that was the
Where did
plan
the
from the start?
woman
That
go?
that's what the
Where did
like
the
it wasn't.
woman go? Recycling the woman.
And I'm also with you. The recycling as such.
Where
has
did the
never been
woman go?
proven. It could have been new Eve, could have been the same Eve, could have been Ethereum whales who did that. Like we don't
I mean,
know.
Rackham. I remember Rackham like boasting about how he was fighting every day for something or other because people were arbing it, and I didn't
Wasn't
understand
he
exactly
doing
what
that
he
always?
meant by it. But I was thinking, well, it could be anyone who's putting him at the end.
And
there.
to add, allegedly the EOS launch was done in the absolute similar fashion. It was
Okay,
a
but
copy
it's an
from the
assumption.
EOS launch.
So it's still
base.
an assumption, right? That it's the OA.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
there's
people
no
are
assumption.
throwing
one
out
chain.
some random.
Yeah.
People are
But
throwing
dude,
out some
if
random
it's-
numbers and contract addresses and so on, but they all go into the dark. So nobody really knows. Everybody's just making assumptions because
Okay,
at
but then-
the level of the exchanges or the big, what do you call them? The where lots of people are trading in, something counter over the counter exchanges.
Oh, yeah.
Money gets lost, and people attribute that the exchanges are actually Richard Hart's wallets. And you can see like the guy who is the Bitcoin maximalist hated ETH. Suddenly he owns a
Owns
wallet
a whole lot of
that has
centralized exchanges.
that has owned like 70,000 Ethereum since 2015 or something like that. And then, oh yeah,
But
he
even-
recycled the ETH, but he already owned like 70,000 ETH before. It doesn't make any sense what people throw in with that data. It's just redunculous at this point.
But
And they're
even if
building
that's the
out
case-
of this bad assumption, they're building this case that just flourishes into like, oh yeah, there is recycling in
flower.
the ETH, and but in the end, it's all
A
just
beautiful scam
bullshit.
flower.
Where are the victims?
But even if that's the case, right? I mean, isn't a guy that built something really cool, isn't he allowed to own a big part of it? And even because you don't even know if it's him, so it could have also just be some kind of what's it called, like a institution or like something that he put up, so then it's not really personal assets.
Yeah,
Or
no,
it could also just be someone else that maybe he knows or maybe not.
Were
It
these
doesn't
people
really
born
matter.
in a barn? They haven't even closed the door behind you, man. They're letting all the bugs in. What the fuck? Come on, tell them to be
All the bugs.
All the
So you
bugs
can
are
eat them.
coming in. Yes. Sorry. Go ahead. I'm mesmerized by this
Can we-
door. Yeah.
Can we share a link real quick?
Sure.
About this topic, by the way, I would like everybody to have a look at this. I'll give it to you in the private chat. We can bring it up into the stream or on stream. You can throw up so KTP Crypto. She did a Richard Hart versus SEC, the case of HEX live stream. Twitter Space it's called. This whole arbitrage and what happened with the Ethereum, who was clicking the decentralized button for moving the Ethereum and so on. I remember on like day 2 or something, some random guy figured out how to send the Ethereum because it's a public function. If no
the
one
flush,
ever figured this out, the flush address, it would have never happened actually. Some random guy did a video on it in his like bedroom, and he's like, "Hey, yo, I found this function. I'm sending 10,000 ETH away here." This is what actually happened. Yeah, and this Twitter space, everybody should watch this. The first like 20-30 minutes is just golden. Katy Perry, great. Katy Perry. Great speaker. She does a really good summary of this. Yeah.
So the first half hour.
Blue Bomb, do these people work, or are they just walking around the building and coming back to the door?
But that's their work, probably.
That's their work. They're door
I'm paying them good money to do this, man.
It's just to entertain you, probably.
Oh my god.
But
Especially
isn't
for
it
you.
kind of all water under the bridge, anyways? And again, nobody gets scammed. There are no victims. There is. Why is this even? You
And
know.
there is
In
PulseChain.
the end,
There's
people got
PulseChain.
saved. Actually, people
Yeah.
got saved because the DAA and the price is moving much slower and much harder to do anything about Uniswap. But if your people, if the community is harmed because of DAA, then that's not a good system. But you cannot just shut it down because it's also decentralized. And if somebody comes in with their money and is, instead of arbitraging it, he's saving the community, that's a good thing in the end. That's how I see it. You can bring down the Twitter.
Okay.
I just wanted
Bring
to
down
show it.
KTP.
Katy Perry.
Katy Perry. Yep.
Katy Perry, yeah.
I mean, it does make sense. She turned up with the name KDP.
Of course.
That can only mean Katy Perry.
Yes.
Yep.
Or
Confirmed.
Katy Price. Katy.
Maybe she
Ivo
did.
Biggins says,
Maybe she brought all the ETH. Maybe all the ETH is there.
the allegations don't hold up if there is no securities. The allegations are based on securities. Oh yeah, they're pulling their hair out. No, what do you call it? They're pulling on straws or something.
Grasping at straws.
Grasping at
They're
straws.
grasping at straws to make this a security and trying to. The mind gymnastics. It
But
is.
I also
it is
saw
based.
something that they're now targeting AI instead of.
Well, yeah. Well, they shifted.
Crypto?
Right? They want to go. Yeah.
Yeah, because
no
they're
more
retarded.
crypto.
Because they know they
Crypto
can't
can
win.
wait. They say yes.
Yeah,
Yeah, Bluebum, you
All
said
over
this
the
earlier, right? They're going on a summer break now after they tore down our house.
Gary is eating
Hilarious.
ice creams at the beach.
Nice.
Yeah.
Gensler.
They should make a South Park episode about that guy.
They will. Don't worry about it.
That would be
So
amazing.
we are an hour in. Where's our shift release?
I am your shift release.
I guess we got to keep going.
What? You want out?
I would. You can feel free to lead if
Why do you
need
want
to
to out?
No. But who's?
No,
I wanna stay in.
Get
This
out.
is a 42-hour live stream, Cryptomatic. You only did one.
Oh yes. So now it's
So-
Blue Mum
Yeah.
and Papa B on the menu. There you go.
And the beard. Because I'm also
No,
with a
stick
beard.
around. Why not?
I
Tell us
am-
about B9.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Yeah, Papa.
What?
I'd love to.
Hold on a second.
I'd love to hear. I'd love to hear more about your project that you've launched. I asked Ty a little bit about it earlier on, but he said that you. But then you were coming on, so I want to hear the nuts and bolts of it. I read a little bit. I looked over the website, and
Well, thank you.
and but I didn't dive into it too much. It sounded like it was very interesting. As I understand it, it's a way to try to get money to developers so that they can check stuff like contracts.
Okay.
Or do you want to maybe talk
Yeah.
about like?
That's an interesting way of kind of getting to the money aspect, but it's less about the money aspect than it is about getting the work that's already going on to be done on one single pane of glass, so that people don't have to constantly be asking through different whispering systems and washerwomen groups. That's an old expression. It basically means like through rumors, the rumor mill, right? To know what's good to interact with and what's not good to interact with. And it's the work that we're all doing already. There's little cloisters of practitioners through our community, great, smart-minded, people that review contracts for free, like Pulse Police or, HEX Security, that we already leverage and depend on for, hey, what did these guys think about this particular contract or this particular project? Well, it's always the whisper system. You see in the streams, there's people in the chat that are asking, hey, what does such and such think about this one? Can I interact with it? Can I claim it? I got this in my wallet. Can I interact with it? And there's no definitive, bulletin board or Consumer Reports magazine type of listing about, yes, here's all the people that you know and trust in our community. And on one single pane of glass, here's what they all think about all of these types of projects and all these tokens and all these, contracts that you may come in contact with. So I said, because I have been doing myself to death in terms of my voice and my brain, repeating myself over and over about my second grade level security knowledge that I keep pounding into people's brains over and over again, day in, day out for years now on Telegram. It's time that we organize, and not only organize, but make it so people can digest it, use it, bring it up before they actually click, in the contract. They start to interact with things, check it on their hardware wallet, use all of these things to do something of a semblance of due diligence before they interact with things. Because I've been dealing with people getting rinsed for years now, and it pains me. It hurts for me to be not only the practitioner in the community, but also the undertaker. I usually have to give the bad news to people that get referred to me that there's nothing we can do to help them. Their money's already gone. It's all out there, and even though they can see it in the bad guy's address in their wallet, they can no longer get it. It's gone. So that was the challenge. The solution was make B9. Not only is it a place where you can publish freely, it's double vetted by practitioners, of which Das Baum is one right here. He's a contributor of his content. His videos that help people are all re-vetted and then published to our website, so people can start to look at our repository and see what he knows. He's a trusted person in our community, but he's also been vetted by other practitioners. So it's a double-blind testing of everything that gets published. I am an editor of the site. I am your humble editor. And as an editor-in-chief, like of a magazine or a newspaper or something that maybe is a semblance of a security BBS from the Wayback Machine, I'm telling you right now that we didn't have it in our community. And if we get it right, it will be a huge export to other communities, because nobody likes to get rinsed, and security never goes out of fashion, and it's always something that's a problem. So that's number one. Questions? Yes.
Yeah. So why is it called B9?
Because Triplet Dad 007 decided to call it that because on the white paper that I wrote, on the first page, I used that word a couple of times, B9, and he says, "Why don't we call the project B9?"
Oh, benign, as in B-E-G,
B9,
like benign.
Exactly, B9,
Okay, right.
B-E-N-I-G-N, B9, because we are
which means good
innocuous,
for those who don't know.
means good, or it's not, malignant, the opposite of malignant. So if you have a tumor that's benign, like, oh, thank God, it's not spreading, it's not a problem, I can leave it alone. So
basically you've set up a website, and can people search for the projects that they're interested in and want to suss out and it will come up with either reviews or warnings or something like that.
Yes. So we have two developers that review every contract that we publish and we approve, or we actually publish it or say that it's not approved and it's something that you should avoid. 2 opinions come out, and they're published against each contract that we review. So that's the crux of the whole, what is it and why is it so? Now, people ask me, why should there be a token attached to it?
Why token? Yeah.
Exactly. And for the first time, I'm just going to tell you that it has a double purpose. The token is provided for a reward for those that do the work. That is, we want to entice better quality developers to actually offer their time to do the reviews, and to give the unsung heroes of our community, namely like Pulse Police or HEX Security or other practitioners that have come out and have volunteered their time to actually review the code and to decide whether something is problematic or not. Those people get an attaboy, and the attaboy is the token that we've printed, right? So we give that out to people for doing good things. Das Baum is a contributor of videos, and even though his videos were already published somewhere else, he can still submit them to B9, and in gratitude, the B9 team
So
drops
attaboy is
tokens.
like when a dog does something good, and you attaboy.
Yeah,
That's what-
attaboy. Or you go and you go to somebody and it's not necessarily a dog, but maybe somebody you appreciate, right? So you want to
Right.
go, attaboy, you know, thanks a lot for helping me out. So it's
Okay.
an encouragement. Also, if the token on the open market has a non-$0 value, well, it's even better, right? Because Das Bomb may get a whole bunch of these little magic beans. Maybe someday they're worth something, maybe they aren't, but at least he knows he contributed, and by holding on to it and not just dumping it for next to zero. By the way, it's paired with Pulse, so effectively we're giving him something that could be valued in Pulse. Right now I think it's over 10 Pulse for one B9, so Das Bomb could take his B9 and you know, systematically dump it for his rewards that he
For
really
Pulse.
values, which is a Richard Hart product.
Okay.
Right?
And
So
I'm
that's
gonna
what it's
get
for.
all of that $2 liquidity.
Yes. No, actually,
And so-
actually, surprisingly, we have pretty good liquidity, and it has nothing to do with the team anymore. So, you know, it's the open market. People have developed the understanding of how to offer liquidity on Fux.io or PulseX. So we have.
And so
both
what
of those.
are the tokenomics?
The tokenomics? Oh yeah, hold on a second. The other use case that I was going to say was that contributors. I'm sorry. Before I get to the tokenomics, may I explain the other use for it?
Go for
The
it.
other use is to encourage people who are given token airdrops or claims from the projects that we review. We also give a claim for the people that take it upon themselves to go and read the reports that we publish. So anybody, let's say that you get XYZ token comes to you and you ask around and someone says, oh, B9 review, go to the website and you'll find a claim button and your wallet will be whitelisted for the claim. You'll be able to run the claim function and get B9 tokens along with your goodies and know that they've been reviewed. So it's kind of like the piece of chewing gum in a packet of baseball cards or Garbage Pail Kids. It's like you take it out, you put it in your mouth, you get that little reward while you're looking through your goodies. So it's that second reason to actually have the token. Reward the people that do their own due diligence and reward the people that provide the information for people to know that they're safe.
Okay.
Yep. And tokenomics wise, there's 690 billion tokens. And you can look in the white paper for the particulars, but they're distributed. There's about 76% that are available. I'm paraphrasing because you should really read the white paper. It's a very brief portion about the tokenomics, but there's ways to earn the tokens. There's ways to wait and get the tokens dropped into you if you're, part of the recipient set for a token that is reviewed. And we can give arbitrarily, we can drop to people as well if they hold 69,000 or 690,000 tokens in their wallet to show their support for the program. We can also drop to them, arbitrarily, and they can collect more and more and more, which people like more, and people like a token that they get for low impact and not even an investment is required. You're going to get it. You probably already have it due to you and you don't even know it. So that's the fun, and just read the tokenomics. If that's basically the broad brushstrokes, that's about what we have to offer. And thanks for letting me pitch it. I'm sorry to take up valuable time on this program, but really,
no, this is a Pulse conference. It's it's great to like look into all of the stuff that is being built on Pulse, and that's an interesting one. Like, it doesn't sound like it's like made for trying to get people to invest.
No, it's not.
It sounds like you're giving out a lot of the tokens. So it's more of a tokenistic thank you, or for doing this action, you get this thing. And it's just about probably teaching people how to, use the crypto.
Yeah, that's exactly it. But imagine if we, as the only community here, and let's call ourselves the PulseChain community, right? The greater Richard Hart ecosystem community, not just HEX, not just Pulse, but everything. What if we as an export show every other community that we hope to bring in that we've got our security, practitioners are all showcased, and you can read up on them. They've got dossiers and you know who they are, and we're not afraid to tell everybody that we know what the hell we're doing from a security standpoint. Wouldn't that be a great draw for this ecosystem? I think it would.
I've got
Slightly
another
related to slightly related to technology and security. Romanian HEX asks, can we still get HEX on MetaMask? Yes, you can. MetaMask works the same as before. What happened is that Uniswap delisted HEX on their front end, and MetaMask Swap also followed suit. So you cannot trade it directly on their centralized front end, but you can use any other decentralized front end to still trade and use HEX and PulseChain on MetaMask. Everything still works.
Yeah, so within like minutes or hours of that happening, of Uniswap taking it off their front end, Alex was putting up. Well, first of all, uniswap.hedron.pro worked anyway because that's his front end. ETH.hex.com I think still worked.
So he added one more to the 10 or 20 that already
more.
existed. He's like, just in case, let's put that out.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure with 1 inch you could have gotten it as well.
Yeah,
although
1 inch. Yeah, 1 inch, Matcha, 0x, everything on Matic, everything still works. You can even do it on etherscan.io. Funnily enough, Eric Wall showed how to do it manually. Like you can do all those things, and the front ends that are set up by the community and also by other communities are just making it easier to interact with the decentralized pools that are in the background, the actual smart contracts on chain. Those are decentralized and everybody can use them as they please.
Yeah, it was
but
strange.
You don't even have to. So even if this one pool system would be closed, you could just use other pools that were created in other similar systems. And there is all those like PancakeSwap and PortalX and PulseX and CowSwap and PinguinSwap and whatnot, all other swaps there. So you don't have to use Uniswap.
It was a very strange decision from Uniswap to do that, and they've gotten a lot of cop from it, even from their own community. It's like, is this what we should be doing? Like, there's a slippery slope here, and it doesn't really actually gatekeep too much. It just means someone has to go to a different website, and but maybe part of the reason was that they maybe were scared because in the SEC complaint against Richard, their argument for putting it in the jurisdiction of the Eastern thing of New York was that Uniswap has their headquarters in Brooklyn, and so
they're trying to save their own ass just in case. It's publicity and PR. It's a PR issue for them.
If anything, for them, I would say, well, hang on. Someone's traded a token decentralized through our... Like, what has that got to do with us? You know what I mean? Like, they could have taken that attitude as well. Like...
Yeah, and all the honeypot rugs scams that are still being traded on, it's like, yeah, that's fine.
And then they got under control over these things.
We got this scam token here that can still be traded on it. It's fine. It's just the one that is targeted by SEC and is somehow related to us because we're named in the lawsuit. No, let's not put that on there.
And that really, what it really goes back to is the cultural difference between Richard Hart and between a whole lot of these ETH people. Like Hayden really comes from that kind of, unicorns kind of culture. I don't know how to describe that culture, but it's the culture of people who went to college and very woke, you know what I mean? And of that milieu, that social status and of that social class. And Richard is kind of and it's almost like a Donald Trump kind of figure for them. He's brash and he's bold and he's very open with his sexuality, and he's like, he triggers them, because they think you're meant to be like, I don't know how to describe woke, you know what I mean? You're meant to Vitalik. Yeah, Vitalik's from that same kind of thing, Like I remember one time Vitalik talking about HEX, not directly, we didn't know he was talking about HEX, but Richard came out with something. I think the price had just moved or something, and Richard came out with a talk, and then Vitalik said something in a tweet, and it was obviously speaking about HEX, but you'd have to know in order to know, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I just remember him saying something bad and then having all of these throwing up emojis. That's what his reaction to Richard Hart is. He discussed them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting. That it's a cultural kind of difference as well.
Do you think?
Well, they made their choice. They wanted to play this with the establishment, and now they have to follow the rules of the establishment instead of being decentralized and the free economy. That's
Although
what
totally
they picked.
unnecessary.
If you are
though,
if you are a
because
company and you are in Brooklyn and you are registered in New York, you have to suck their dick. That's.
I mean,
what
it's
it
just
is.
crazy that they even would decide to set up a company. Like, why would you do that? Like, just do it. Like, do it like everyone
Because
else is
that's
in
the way they
decentralized.
can
manipulate shit.
I guess.
Yeah. That's the choice
You
they
think
made.
they set up a company with the idea like, oh yeah, we're gonna change the world for the good? No, obviously
Yeah,
not. Like, what the
Speaking
fuck?
of changing, Change Now did the exact opposite. They incorporated in the seashells or whatever, and they are standing. Let me bring up the.
Yeah, you can buy HEX with credit card or debit cards through Change Now, hey?
Oh, what about OX? 0x.com purchasing like $5 million worth of
Hosts,
HEX.
yeah.
Didn't that just
Oh,
happen as well?
really?
Or was it Pulse? I don't remember.
Well, Pulse, because their stablecoins pegged to like with
Right. So
lock
it
up
must be Pulse, right?
No, they don't lock up Pulse. Sorry, what am I talking about? Maybe it is HEX. Maybe it's both. I'm not sure.
I'm not sure, but I heard about that. Was it like 4 days ago they did that, right?
Oh,
Can somebody in the chat confirm?
I didn't know they ever mentioned about buying up. Why would they need to buy
No,
up?
they didn't mention it. Somebody caught wind of it on Whalebot or something and found out that there was a purchase of that magnitude.
Oh no, that was OKX.
Yeah, okay.
OKX was buying up a whole lot of.
Are you
Pulse.
sure?
That's what
Because I
someone
thought
found.
OKX. Really?
Yeah, I also saw OKX.
Again, okay.
Yeah.
People brought it back to OKX. Can you bring it up real quick?
Sure.
They're getting ready for the big deluge then.
Yeah. So Change Now. We're here to support HEX and Richard Hart with their unstoppable journey.
Wow.
Link, join the HEX community and experience fast and reliable exchanges. And they put up this meme of Richard Hart fighting the SEC.
Nice.
Change Now, Visa. Yeah.
Nice.
And they're the ones that are also working on like some sort of like payment rails so that we could pay for things in the real world with crypto, hey? Like HEX potentially or Pulse, which would be amazing.
Oh,
yeah.
Like how good would that be?
Oh wait. Also, the best part, what happened is, oh no, bring it back up.
Sorry, I thought you were
The
saying.
best part that happened with all this SEC is all the memes like this one and
the memes have gone off.
Uniswap, the rebranding.
That's brilliant.
I was taping this up for the Wake Up Hack stream, but this is a good show. I want to share a little bit. Then
Isn't this the Wake Up
I
Hack
found
stream?
this.
Oh yeah.
Uniswap, the rating died.
That is
Now
amazing.
it's 1.0.
Jeez.
Yeah.
It was already pretty bad, hey? Like it was already only 3
Yeah,
stars.
but it was only 17 reviews, and now it was 450.
Oh, it's way more now. Like I put one up and it was already over 600 when I did this.
At least they get reviews
They
now.
up to now.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
I can't.
Okay, you can put it down. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, but I guess they chose their side now, which also totally unnecessary because I believe Richard he retweeted a lot of Vitalik tweets over the years, and I think he always tried to befriend
he tried.
them in a way.
Yeah, absolutely, he
and
tried. Yeah.
get in touch with all these guys, but
Yeah.
so here we are, and I think now the battle lines are pretty clear. Yeah.
Unnecessary, we should all be together
Totally
against
unnecessary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's been such a journey, hasn't it? Such a ride.
Wow.
Like it really hasn't been, honestly within
4-year
the HEX,
ride.
it's like 2 weeks don't go by until some other kind of drama pops up, isn't it? Like you
That's true.
don't have to wait too long for something.
That is true. Yeah, I'm very keen to see if the Heist of Stakes, again, what the turnout in the end was for the United States viewings, and also hoping that the UK thing is happening and that we get to see it in more locations around the world, and Asia maybe too. That would be awesome.
Yeah, about
Someone
that
wants
comment
your,
just now, the OKX bringing down trading. OKX also, yeah, that one, Bass Brush. OKX also suspended withdrawals of PLS soon after the news and stopped trading for a while. So this one
Can I
was a
also
little bit
call out
sus.
the b9.xyz address first before we glance over it, just in case I didn't say it? Sorry,
Yeah,
Dustin.
what is it? Typed it in the chat.
b9.xyz. That's the site address.
But with a 9, not,
b9.xyz. Yeah.
don't type the
Markable can do the robot voice.
B9.
Okay,
There
we got
you
it.
go.
That's all right.
b9.xyz.
And so what were you saying, Dustbalm, about OKX?
So the OKX withdrawals, they announced that actually, and there was even a ribbon on their website that it was for maintenance. So when there is high volatility, centralized exchanges like to go into sudden maintenance mode, and
yes,
it's a little bit sus. But in the end, the trading continued, and nothing came out of it. So it's good, I guess.
It was only for a short period of time.
Coinbase
Yeah.
also always does that, right?
Are they
They
Korean
just trade with
exchange,
your money.
OKX?
What?
Are they
What?
Korean exchange, OKX?
No, I think it's Seychelles.
Oh, Seychelles.
They're registered.
Oh, and it's just crypto, is it?
And some tax haven, yeah.
Right.
But it's a big one. There's lots of volume.
It was bigger, but now it'll be big
was
again.
even bigger. But bear market.
Right now it's in Seychelles, but I think
I mean, honestly though, like if
Chinese
you're
guy
just doing,
that made it.
if you're just doing crypto, like what are you doing on a centralized exchange nowadays? Like honestly,
Yeah, then you
seriously,
must
like
be a
there's
special
so
kind
many
of person.
options now. Even cross-chain stuff, you know what I mean? We don't need to use centralized exchanges. There's tons of options.
Yeah, what does this mean for Power City? It sounds like it's playing right into their strength. Because they'll have
In what way?
Well, they'll have their cross-chain
Portal X
swaps. Portal X swap. Boink. So we'll standardize
Stack
that
Su is
as
from
our
China.
stuff. Yep.
Ming Sing Su
China.
or Stack Su. He is the creator of OKCoin and OKX.
So what do you guys think if you have some dirty fiat right now and you want to bring that on PulseChain? What is the best way to do that?
Bridge. Ethereum and then bridge.
No, I'm talking fiat. So you have to
Centralized
buy
exchange to
Ethereum and
fiat.
then
Yeah, but how buy Ethereum and then how go over to Pulse?
there are all the already existing exchanges for fiat on-ramps. So Coinbase, Kraken, Gemini, Bitstamp.
If you want to do it privately,
any exchange.
But
really.
Bluebomb just said not to use those.
But
Why
that's, Yeah, how are you gonna?
Did I miss that part? Sorry.
Get it?
okay, so
I'm a Kraken fan.
okay, so DJ Cryptomatic, the best way.
And it's not
would
for me,
be-
it's for the audience. I have my way.
Yeah, the best way is the best way is to do a service or provide a service for someone who already has Pulse and get them to
Aha.
pay you in it. That is the best way.
So cash.
Another way
Peer-to-peer
you could
trade.
do, another
Yeah.
way you could do
McDonald's
it
parking lot.
is use something like local Monero, and then bridge from Monero over to PulseChain. Is another way you could do it, and you'd be private doing it that way. Papa B doesn't like that.
I just wonder if Monero isn't the most high profile. Well, it's not 100% anonymous either. I'm wondering if that's not just the big red flag for at least U.S. citizens. There's no reason to have red flags there. I don't understand why what are you trying to accomplish?
If you're planning on bringing it back to
I'm just
your
saying
bank
this.
anyway,
He's asking what are the best ways to get it from Fed over.
I'm
onto
thinking about
PulseChain. And there's-
onboarding. So
and
we
there's-
maybe
there's- well,
that's
onboarding
something-
is probably join like a centralized exchange, swap it to Ethereum,
Absolutely.
and bridge over.
I still think
Probably-
as long as you value fiat as the end of the rainbow, right? If the pot of gold is actually gold, then why not just have a relationship with your bank and make sure that they're okay with a specific centralized exchange? For example, Chase Bank in the United States has a relationship with Gemini, and they don't have a problem communicating. They don't have a problem accepting and sending fiat backwards and forwards through ACH. So why would you stray from this? It works, And no, you're not anonymized, but you tell me how you can anonymize yourself to spend enough fiat to make a fortune nowadays onto the chain and off the chain. You have to.
Well,
have
hang
a
on,
relationship with
guys.
somebody.
Like, we should also like. Has anyone tried Coast?
Like Coast,
that could be the easiest way.
Yeah, 0x Coast
It
that
could.
came out just now, CST.
Last night, yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah,
But is it
Like,
I
another
couldn't
one.
try it because it was just
You
launched.
Right.
Yeah, it just launched.
Just
So it's
launched
early
last
days,
night.
But it's like,
It's one day old. But
Yeah,
we have high hopes.
I
We
would
have high
like
hopes.
B9 to first check it. Thank you.
There you go. Thank you. Your wish is my command, sir.
I love B9. B9 is great.
And B9 loves you.
No, but I
Yeah.
think that should be a more center of the conversations going forward, like that we give people
Moai
tools at
loves me.
hand and how to onboard other people, how to actually get them from the fiat world into PulseChain. What are the tools available? Because that's, it's still not that straightforward, unfortunately.
no, we have to go through the banking. Anytime you have to go through the fiat, you're gonna have to bridge at some point. So
Yeah.
Sam says that you have to KYC for Coast.
Yes.
yes,
So then it doesn't really matter, right?
But again, it's an anonymized.
if you don't want to
Only to
KYC,
support
if you
the
don't want to
guy.
KYC, the only way to go is local Monero and then bridge from Monero over to PulseChain. And that's completely private.
But
If
then
you
it's
trust
off-
Monero.
off-
I thought the question was for onboarding. Like, I would still go with the business routes and the easy ones, especially for somebody who is completely new. I would teach them how to use exchanges, and then once he has more experience or she, they can then go into all these specialty deals with straight to on ramps like Change Now, where it gets sent straight to your address instead of being it on exchange and then you forwarding it stuff. I would teach them a whole ecosystem, and I would start with the easiest ones. And then they can go to Monero and find out how privacy works. And then they can do all this like crazy stuff. But in the beginning, if you just want to put in, I don't know, $100 just to test the system, I would use a normal exchange. It's not like they're risking millions or something to go and deal with this.
Yeah, I mean, it really depends on the person who you're dealing with, and
jurisdiction too.
Jurisdiction,
Yeah.
and talking through
Yeah.
the options.
And then somebody said in the
and
chat
the
as well
amount
that
they're wanting to get in. Yeah.
Yeah, I were big in. All my banks in Australia have barred me from transferring money to Binance. Yeah, don't transfer your money from bank to a centralized exchange if they don't want it. Find an alternative. There is so many out there that are doing international trade, and you don't necessarily need to have.
It's pretty
a
locked
transfer
down and
straight
it's
to the exchange. Like
Yeah,
there
yeah,
are
no.
ways to do it.
No, it's pretty locked down in Australia. You basically have the exchanges are pretty well regulated, and you need to
No, but
send your money
you can
from
still
bank account.
no, you can still
to
send
an
money to
Australian
somebody
exchange.
else. You
Well,
you are allowed to send money to somebody else, right?
Well, that's why local Monero
Yeah.
works.
That's
how
what I
that
said.
works.
Like you can find other ways somehow.
Ah, yeah.
But why? Okay, so I have a question. Why are we still thinking that anonymity is possible when you're talking about fiat? It's not. So you're.
Well, you have
you're doing
degrees. You have degrees of anonymity.
it- But
and
but who are you trying to protect your information from? When you're anonymizing, who's the bad guy that you're thinking that you're saving yourself from prying eyes? 3-letter organizations? No.
Other hexicans.
Other hexicans? Maybe. But you're potentially red flagging yourself to the powers that be down the
Well,
line.
but if you don't want to give all your KYC stuff away to someone,
But you
then
already do,
there
because
are
you're
ways
going to
do
accept
that.
fiat at some point.
Well, with local Monero, what you can do
Yeah, but
is
when you want to buy something in the real world, you
Oh,
will
then
go
no.
to fiat.
No, not necessarily. I've been
Well,
living
well,
off this pretty much, and
like really?
I use
Okay.
Bitcard. I use gift cards a lot.
Yeah, but gift card. Okay, so I'm talking about like paying a down payment for a house, or a very nice car, or your kid's tuition, maybe gift cards. I don't think that the local like rep.
Yeah, those things. Those are all things that
I
I
mean,
don't
local
do.
Rolls
So-
Royce
Yeah,
dealer.
accept gift
Yeah, here's my Amazon
No,
gift
I'm talking
card.
about
Amazon
hotels. I'm talking about
Like a
Airbnb
briefcase of-
hotels, Airbnb hotels, flights, Spotify.
Is that all you're
Yeah.
going to be able to afford? Because I would like to fly on my own private jet someday. I don't want to fly.
Yeah,
but-
Hello,
I'm
I'd
not-
like
I'm
some.
not-
Blue Bomb
that
stated
level.
earlier that's a very specific use case, and it depends on who you onboard and who you deal with.
On a
Somebody
down-
who wants to spend millions
Yeah.
and somebody who wants to stay anonymized. Those are two different types of people, and you would just onboard them with two different types of
Yeah,
services.
I would say
Right.
that we're not after onboarding a gazillion plebs in the down market. You want to actually have, people with an understanding that they're going to have, houses after this next bull run in 2 years' time.
Calibrate. Adjust
For
your
me,
strategy accordingly.
For me, it's a more fundamental like thing where you're talking about having control of your own money and your relationship to value and how you
But that's-
exchange value in the world. It's like
Yeah, but okay. So look, I think that we're obviously on the same team because we're here. We're Hexicans. We've all been at this the same amount of time. But my opinion is that the end
Sorry,
points.
there is some talking or laughing in the background.
Oh, that's
Can
just
you-
my harem over here. Let me tell the girls to settle down. Shut up, bitches. Okay, they're gonna be fine now.
sorry.
The idea is that on the end points, you're going to always, it's the lowest common denominator is that you will buy, you'll take your dirty fiat in, you'll take your dirty fiat out. The world is not ready, and it hasn't been ready since 2017 when we all came into this thing. I mean, you maybe are longer in it than me, but 2017 I said, my God, this is amazing, and isn't it going to change the world? And money is this is money. Electronic little bits and bytes are now money. That's it. And I created it, and I hold my keys, and that's my self-sovereignty. But when it comes to actually, other than barter, I always think, as everyone still does here in 2023, that it ends in money in the bank. In the
No,
bank.
I disagree completely. I think
Really?
it means, I think the end. I think that's a part of the process.
Well,
I think
it
I think that ends in that if I want to pay for something, I go directly to the person and I pay them in private with whatever currency we agree on, which is
okay, so that's good. That's trustless in a trust kind of capsule, because I don't want to see anybody. I don't want anybody to see me and know that I am now going to transfer crypto to them with a beep, 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 beep. No fucking way. Because I think that the idea of a ripoff or somebody jumping you or something like that is a much worse threat than me, sending it through to the bank and then utilizing a credit card to pay that off electronically directly from the bank account and enjoying the insurance of the bank account of the credit card. Not the bank account, of course. We don't know that that's all bullshit. But the credit card, utilizing that, if that thing gets yanked from me or somebody like sticks me up and takes my credit card, take it. It's fine. Because I only got the liability for the last, maybe 3% of the last transaction before I call and I say that it's been stolen. None of that exists in crypto right now. There's never going to be an underwritten solution for crypto because there's too many big numbers and there's too many ways to get it stolen from you. So I much rather depend on this until, like you say, it evolves to a point where people accept it and they're like, Bitcoin and Ethereum and HEX accepted here, but we are so fucking far away from that because nobody wants to sit around and put the infrastructure into their point of sale, so they actually will deal with crypto. Over in Japan, where I just came from, they started using Bitcoin and Ethereum in certain places, like Bitcamera had an ability to transact. Nobody uses it anymore because it's a 10% overhead at the point of sale, and you have to wait until all those, all the whole thing clears with all the approvals, which is bullshit. So we didn't scale. It's failed with that. Richard Hart himself says that we failed with that. It's only a store of value. If it's a store of value, it's got to come out into something that we can transact with. And today that's dirty fiat.
Yeah, today it is to an extent, but I think that will slowly change over time as the dirty fiat becomes less reliable because it's being inflated away.
Yeah, I agree.
And as the economic energy builds, people are going to want to tap into that economic energy, and so they're already starting to offer those things. And me more also just on a personal level, like if I'm getting a massage, I'll ask them if I can pay them in crypto, and that's happened. They say yeah, sure. If I'm going to a retreat or a workshop, I'll ask if I can pay with crypto. And I'm just recently, I'm going to this thing, and I asked if I could pay with crypto, and he said yeah, and he sent me a Bitcoin address. Like that's starting to happen, absolutely, and it's so much easier for me to instead of having to
it's so much
work
easier,
out.
man.
Oh, it's so much easier.
But that's if you have Bitcoin, right?
Bitcoin,
So you have to transfer. It's a different chain. Like if you want to pay with your
but it's not that hard.
so-
It's not that hard now to get money onto Bitcoin from.
But you got to pay the swap fees, and then you got to transfer. You got to wait. So
Yeah,
by the time
I'm happy to eat those. I'm happy to eat those. But I have pain points. I have pain points going back into fiat. Way more pain points going back into fiat.
All right, but how's this? But Blue Bum, your pain points. The way that I have pain points too. I don't like fiat, like you don't like fiat. However, I look at it as a quick hot potato, put it into fiat as well as take it out of fiat for that one transaction. That's it. So if I want to put a down payment on a house, for example, let's say I got $100,000 and I want to put it as a down payment to a reasonably priced mid-level house from circa 1995. Anyway, $100,000 I want to put in. I transact into Ethereum, put that through the centralized exchange into my, change it to fiat value, fiat into my bank account. And that same day, as soon as it clears, I send it by credit card. I swipe it, I call my credit card company, and I say, take it out of my bank account and make a payment today. That's it. I don't want to stay in it long, but it's still that link in the chain that we have to accept. And in the process, I don't have any anonymity.
If you're paying off a home loan, that means you've got a debt at a bank, and so of course you're going to have to go through that. You know what I mean?
You don't have
there's no
that.
way.
You don't have that.
No, I don't have that. And
right. Okay.
And if you do have enough money, you can buy houses with crypto. Like I've been shilled that a lot from,
it's usually
especially
Bitcoin.
in Central and South America.
Yeah, it's usually Bitcoin though. It's not usually.
I haven't gone that far down the track to even know.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't be that hard to change from one thing into another.
Yeah. Same thing for
maybe
me.
the guy that dumped on the SEC news wanted to buy a house for 400K.
Nice.
I mean, from a technological standpoint, it could be done though in future. I'm just seeing this now in Germany, where they changing the whole country over from the German bank card system that we have been using for decades here to Visa and MasterCard. We're one of the last countries on the planet that are still not yet everybody on a Visa card. So this is now rolling out and to the whole country. So they can do that. And if the infrastructure for crypto, would be there one day,
it's really not that hard. I was traveling through like the sticks of Colombia, like the outest, like serious sticks of like out in the like on the beach, huts and all that kind of stuff. You go to a restaurant, a little shack on the beach, and they would have their little card reader and they would have their phone, and they knew how to do it so that you could pay. They will work it out. If there's money there and there's
there's money to be made,
there's money to be made, they'll work out a way to do it. And it can be done very easily with crypto at the moment. There's a number of wallets where it's pretty easy to pay for stuff with your phone, and you only put a little bit of money on there. You know what I mean? So if you
okay,
you have your hot wallets and you have your cold storage and all of that. You know what I mean? So.
But haven't actually Visa and MasterCard looked at this multiple times during the past years? I remember articles about MasterCard getting into Bitcoin and that sort of thing. So I think they might be experimenting on the very back end already.
I wouldn't be surprised. Hey?
Thinking down these avenues. I don't know, but and that would make it that's super fast adoption.
I wonder, man. I think they would do it, but then only with a CBDC. I don't think they would. They would. I don't think they would enable that
because that's already
that kind of
global.
freedom.
Yeah. But
It would be
still,
kind of
like,
weird for
Still
them
just a
to all of a
centralized
sudden say, "Oh no, you
Oracle
can do your
kind of
Bitcoin
system.
stuff."
But
No,
there's
I agree
control.
with Beardley. I think that Beardley's onto something. CBDC plus the semblance of Bitcoin and Ethereum offering, but only closed loop like PayPal has now.
Yeah, like the
It's
feeling.
yeah,
You
the feeling.
you can have the
Yeah,
feeling, but they need to have the control because
yeah,
that's
they own it.
literally
Yeah,
what they've only been building to. Like
I
it
agree.
doesn't make any sense to give. If you're gonna rely on a Visa or a Mastercard for your freedom, then you really have it twisted. You have no idea what's
Yeah,
going
no,
on.
that's
Like
not.
if that's
And don't
literally
forget,
if
they
if
need
that's what you're looking
chargebacks.
at, then you have to look somewhere else. But also,
Their main
I think it's
system
not
is
gonna
chargebacks.
like what.
Their main system and revenue stream is chargebacks and providing credit. Those two things. So you cannot
Yeah,
do
so
that on a real decentralized blockchain because the transactions are final. So anytime you deal with this kind of system, you're gonna be in a centralized system of Visa anyway, and then
like
they
that.
just maybe
Yeah,
like
sure.
an exchange, they do something on the background with your Bitcoin. So you're sending it to them somehow. You load up like your cash card. It's the same as loading up your credit card with that those funds, and then it is as if you're spending uh, spending Which cash or you your know what, Bitcoin, but it's just that an would, exchange, really. and that's not a bad option to have. Like it's great if we have all of these options. You know what I mean? And so, like that's what you definitely need lots of options. Like recently, I have this Revolut card. I lost one of my phones in the UK, and so I just wanted to change the phone number that the card was attached to. And my God, I just had to jump through so many hoops, like sending them fucking pictures of me and this and that. And like, then they were looking at, then they wanted to go into it was just took a while and it was a long
They
time. And it
wanted
was
to
like,
probe you.
you cannot rely on having just one card of anything. You've got to stack up a few of these types of cards.
Yeah, for sure.
Have multiple ways, or you know, and cash as well. You know, like, yeah, or you're going to be stuffed. So you know they can have those Visa and Mastercard. You pay with this, you know, fake crypto or whatever, and sure, why not? You know what I mean? And then have other things as well. And as it gets more adopted, I think it just makes more sense for people to trade privately with cryptocurrencies as they learn how to use it. Like maybe it takes a long time.
Yeah, but the mistake you're making is that you think that people are smart and that people want to try. I mean, overall, everyone is just going to get probed and get the fucking CBDCs and not know anything about their own keys. And it will look like it, and they will just not understand. Look how many people are still using centralized exchanges. People are retarded, man. Unless they're in our community, and then they're great. But most of the people that have been here for years, man, they're still using centralized exchanges. And man, what was it, like last year or something? We saw a tweet of fucking BitBoy not knowing that he approved the transaction instead of made a transaction. Like, come on, the people don't do anything, man. Like everyone is just LARPing as if they're doing crypto.
As if they.
Like
Yeah,
that's literally what's going on. So in my opinion, if you're hoping in the future that people are actually going to be smart and making their own decisions, sure, you get a little bit more people because of all the insanity that has gone on in the last 3 years. But
Well, maybe it takes
if you're gonna bet
necessity.
on, but it's never gonna be the majority, man, because that's the whole reason that's never happened, man. I don't think it's gonna happen, and I think the smart people just have to be self-sufficient and self-reliant and create your own systems. I guess if we use our own systems, then it would be great. But if that gets too big, some dumbass is going to mess that up in some way as well. And so it's always going to be a dance. And I guess if you create your own systems in such a way, and I think we're doing a really good job in that, as long as you build your own systems and keep out the toxicity of the normal system, or like what's normal now, like the mainstream system, then it's all right. But it's always going to be a dance of like, oh, they came in, okay, we need to build something else. Like it's always going to be the toxic stuff in this world that you need to put out, which in some ways also just shows what life is like. Your whole body does as well, nature does that, it's just how it's gonna be, and we just need to keep on doing our things. But we also, it would be a mistake to also only think about money. Like it would be a mistake to only think about these solutions, because if you fix your food supply, for example, you don't have to rely on the toxic system to survive on your food. Plus, you get better food. So yeah, so
You can do
that's
that with
just
energy
another
as well. Energy,
example
food,
of
and
where you have
water,
to take your
and
own
shelter.
yeah, so you have to just start to take responsibility in all aspects of the life, and for a lot of people here it starts with crypto. I think for me it started with financial freedom, but once I had that, then it really started like, oh, the rest of my life is also not free. Like it's all those aspects that not a lot of people are looking at, I think.
It's a very true point. We also saw this
Not
when
done.
PulseChain launched, that people, even after 2 years when they sacrificed, still couldn't work their MetaMask, or still
They don't know,
didn't
man.
know how to add tokens to it, and which is really
And you know what
basic,
they couldn't give less of a shit.
simple stuff. But is this then, what's the solution? That's the question. Do we suck in our educational approach, or is it just the people being stupid? Like how do we get better as a
All of the
community?
No,
above.
everybody was stupid at some point. I also
All the
didn't know
above,
how
yeah.
to use MetaMask at some point. There is always gonna be some people that are leading the charge, the early
Yeah, but you
adopters,
were keen
and
to
then
find
they
out how it works. And now
Yeah,
you
but
know.
more
this is
people
not
are
something that can have final state. You will never reach
No.
a state where everybody knows how to use MetaMask, because they are front ends only. And then you get another wallet, you get a new technology, and then you have to learn that thing. There is always going to be a float of people that are in the know and are trying things out. And then they give that information out to the public so that it's easy accessible. This happened with internet. This happened with phones, with the smartphones. This happened with crypto, with Bitcoin initially. Then people figured out how to do smart contracts on Ethereum, and then people started building front ends and made the UI and the UX easier for the customer, for the users. This is just the thing of development. It happens in every in every technology, and this is just like,
Yeah.
also people didn't know how to use credit cards at some point.
Yeah.
In Germany, the
Bluebum, are
people
you-
preferred to use cash and then debit
Yeah,
cards for
hardly
a very
anyone
long
still
time.
has a
Blue Bum, is
Yeah.
this corridor that you're in? Is it in a dairy? Because
You're
it sounds
so
like a
jealous,
cow-
aren't you, Papa? You're
a
so
cow-
jealous,
a cow-
Papa.
a
It's
cow-
just
wrestling.
very-
I have fan noise. I have fan noise. But it sounds like somebody's kicking a bucket around the room with you over there. What are they milking cows behind you and like walking out, taking the milk to the dairy and
Right.
taking it back in with cheese and
He's in
churning
time.
butter?
Man,
Papa
I'm
B
just
is
so
just
happy
jealous
I've
you
got
have
good
people
internet.
around you.
You
Where
have
did
no
the humans
idea
go?
how-
Is it Soylent Green?
Yes.
They're hauling buckets of Bitcoin around or something. I don't know. Anyway,
Man,
Yes,
when I
am
first
jealous.
got here, I was trying to walk around to find out where the best internet was, and I was like, I ended up
This is it.
outside these people's houses and like was talking to a friend or something, and then people was out the window saying, "Shut up! What are you doing?" Like I was just like,
I can imagine
Have you-
Blue Bum
have you
running
ever
around with his
considered-
laptop
Yeah,
on his
well-
phone. And
Have you ever considered maybe? I mean, let me just. I don't want you to dox
Buy a
yourself,
house.
but are you using 5G or 4G or like 2G or like G or what are you using?
the internet at this place where I am. I have no idea what.
So you're on a public Wi-Fi? Is
Is
that
it-
really what you're doing? A shared Wi-Fi system?
Yeah.
That's not very
Which is
secure
MetaMask.
nor anonymous. You
For a stream.
anonymity. What's
for
going on?
streaming.
That's not really benign, is it?
That's not really benign. No.
What
But
do you
anyway,
think? Someone here's gonna like realize that I've been streaming on YouTube.
About crypto?
Yeah, I already got into
They're
your
walking
system.
behind
Dude,
you, hearing you talk about
Dude, I
crypto and Bitcoin.
talk to
So
any.
yes.
Dude, I'm an open book. Tell everyone about it.
They already hacked into your system and put
they're
a
willing to,
video
if
behind
they're
you.
willing to listen, I'm ready to talk about it.
Okay,
Like, I don't
very
hide
good.
anything. I don't hide anything at all.
Very good. Well, okay.
Maddie's
so
just
anyway.
getting more views from the hackers from Blue Boo.
By the way, Papa, I
Yeah.
have to dox myself, but I will be in Japan shortly. So
I-
we're
and
gonna
it's-
catch up.
Yeah,
I would
Papa
love
just
to,
left.
but I'm not there anymore.
He already
No,
left.
I know, man.
Listen, check this
Ah.
comment out. We are football. UI for things like MetaMask will improve. Things, browsers, phones, and iPads where you get 80-year-old grannies using them now.
I've
Awesome.
seen those.
Yeah, the
they
thing
got
is,
those
that's
special old people UI where it's just like giant screen and then there's
very
like
big.
4 buttons.
Yes.
And
Man,
then
my
some
grandmother,
display that
my
really
grandmother
easy
who was
display.
98 years old used to use Facebook on her little iPad.
Yeah.
And she was
This is
writing-
also a
but you know, the
generational
thing
thing.
is,
You will have
so,
people
okay,
that are
yeah,
growing up
there
with
is-
crypto, slowly going into it more and more and more. A bigger percentage of the population will know how
Yeah,
to
but
use what it is
dude,
and so on. It
you're-
just takes time.
Yeah, but you're not looking at the other aspect. As that progress is going, the other side is also growing. So as like, let's say everyone in the world now knows how to use a metamask, then there will also be systems in place to control those people. It's those systems also grow, and so it's always, that's what I said, it's always a dance for us to keep on building our own stuff, because it keeps on growing with new people, but with new people come new security problems and come new incentives for quote unquote the bad guys to control more people. And so it's just going to keep on going, because the dumb people will always be lost, and the dumb people will always be later than the systems.
It's even
And
smart.
so
Even the
it's
smart
always
people,
going to keep
though.
on going.
Even the smart
Yeah,
people
sure.
are gonna be trailing the exploits. So it's always a
Sure,
game of
yeah.
We all
Actually, I'll
know.
leave you with this. I'm not sure if you knew about this, Papa Boner, but like on PulseChain, have you heard of what Tetra is doing?
I have, yes. The automation,
one of the-
isn't that what they're doing?
Yeah, you'll be able to, like, it's software that you have on your computer.
Yep.
And you can basically, like, you say, I want to run this function of this contract, and then run this function of this contract, and then run this function of this contract, and you can set it up to all automate, and so it just does sort of, and you can put if and thens and all that kind of stuff.
Yep.
One of the things they're developing is this thing called Sentinel, and what it is you put a deployer on your own address.
Yep.
So
I remember
that if anybody ever sends the gas money, like Pulse or ETH or whatever,
It
to that
rips it out,
address, it just rips it out.
Yeah, I love
so
that
you could,
one.
So you could be like, you could set it up as a fit, like to scam the scammers. You could say, like, someone comes up to you in the chat and says, "Oh, I'll help you out," and then just put your seed words in here. Okay, I'll put my seed words in here. And every time they try to put money on it, you'll just like grab it.
Yeah, it's well, that would make you the scammer, but the idea is that I always tell people,
Yeah, but then you
never-
put it in
never-
B9
yeah.
token, and then it's all good.
And then it just pumps. No.
Then it's B9.
I don't think it's ever wise to employ a solution that baits an attacker, because certainly that code will be taken and tweaked and then used against you sooner or later if it has some kind of, if it's a viable solution for you. If it's faster than them, they'll acquire it, tweak it, and make it just a little bit faster. So then you're gonna be complacent and confident in using it. And next thing you know, you're not as fast as you thought you were, and they'll drain your account or infect you in a different way or target you specifically. So just leave these guys alone and make them go and trail off and get the weaker of the fold. That's the best strategy when dealing with bad guys, I think. But I love the solution that attacks the attacker. But in practice, I would never advise using that type of thing for that means. Use it to protect yourself for sure, but not to consciously go out and bait people into into taking you on and being bad and then scamming you, and then you get there.
Well, I don't know. Do you see a situation though where like all of a sudden the scammers have to start getting lists of these addresses which are going to scam them?
They do. Have you ever seen, like, for example, online?
No, which are going to scam them, because otherwise if there's all of these like addresses out, if there's all these addresses out there which have deployers on them, and they're just sending, they think they're going to get the money off it, they just
have you ever seen this guy that makes his his whole shtick is he basically he hacks into the computers in the India call centers. You've seen this on YouTube. It's a lot of fun. The guy with the blue hair, what's his name? What's his name?
I
He's a great
forgot
guy.
his name, but yeah, I know him.
So okay, so he does that.
There's like 2 or 3 of them as well. It's
Yeah.
not just alone.
Well, I know, but he's
And they're very
I think
intricate. They're
he's-
setting up his like fake
Yes.
fake UI for Windows. There's his
Yes,
fake
yes,
bank
yes.
accounts
Exactly,
and fake browsers and so on.
Yes,
He
but
So they're
invites
scamming the
hackers.
scammers.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the point-
right.
the
Yeah,
point
they're scamming
is-
the scammers. It's entertainment out of it. But
Exactly.
he also brings down the services in the background. So he
Yes.
gives the data to the actual law enforcement and he fucks them over. He sends them stuff, the glitter bombs and so on. Mike Robber also did a thing on that.
That's not
like,
him,
not
though.
too long
That's
ago.
not- yeah,
that
Mike-
not
no.
him. That's another guy, but
It's not him.
it's similar in
but
that.
this-
So
the-
he deletes all their PCs. He gets access to all his webcams and gives all the information to the police and so on. He really brings them down.
But the
It's
point is-
intelligence and counterintelligence
Yes.
play like
But
spies.
It's not the point that he's not an amazing guy and he does great work. The point is that they have him, and he admits, he says, I've been on this IP too long because they capture it instantly with their own tools and know it's him. So he has to cycle through IPs all the time. He has to trick them, bounce off of different locations through VPNs
Right.
and all sorts of
Right.
other stuff, or else they capture his. They got him on.
You know,
this.
years ago, I started looking at. I think I can't remember where I was finding it, but I was looking at like scamming the scammers kind of things, and people
Yes.
have done some amazing stuff. Like a lot of when there were lots of Nigerian scammers, they kind of started interacting with one. Yeah. If they started interacting with him, how do I hide it?
You got the chat?
Talk about scammers. She was like, "What?"
Huh? Eva says it in the chain. In the chat.
They got them to like carve out a wooden Commodore 64 and send it to them. And like
nice.
another time they got these Nigerians to do the whole parrot sketch, the Monty Python parrot sketch. Like,
Nice.
is this parrot dead? And so they had the video. You can find it online, I'm sure. It's like a video of these Nigerians doing, "Is this parrot dead?"
So Ivor Biggin, it's Pierogi. You're right. It's Pierogi's the name of the guy with the blue hair that we were trying to think of. Pierogi. He's great. Great.
Pierogi. Yeah. Cool.
It's an actual toilet sound.
Someone even has the toilet sound in
That's
the back. Is
nice.
it Blue Bum? You're sitting
That's
next
Blue
to the
Bum,
toilet,
yes,
dude.
yes.
So
Are
all
you on
those
the
people are
toilet right
constantly
now?
going
Is
to
it
the
a public
toilet.
toilet? Have you been on the toilet the whole time?
The Germans
It's a
like
side job.
public toilets.
You're making this show so professional, man. Like,
Awesome.
This one's for the books. So 2023.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Hey,
Hey,
Crypto
hey.
King. What's up? There's a guy you can
Crypto
visit
King.
in Japan. Yeah.
gang, yes.
What's up? Can you guys hear
What's
me?
up?
up, man?
Yes.
We can.
Flush.
The most
How y'all
immersed,
doing?
out decked out dude in the community.
Hey guys, I'm gonna actually head off. I've probably got.
You're not allowed, man. You're on the
Yeah. Don't forget to
schedule
wash
for-
your hands.
I've spent
We
my,
can't
I've spent
wait
my
to
3
see you,
hours, I
Blue
think.
Bum.
I think someone else is taking over now, isn't it?
No.
No, Blue Bum.
No,
I
it's an
just
all play.
checked the
Stick
schedule,
around.
and it's you for the entire day.
Yep.
The whole entire day.
Oh yeah, from
Yeah,
your
it's the
corridor.
Blue Bum show.
Yeah, you're doing a tangent.
It's
You're doing 6 hours with us.
Handsy Crypto and Crypto King and Papa Bona now, yeah?
Well, stick
Who's
around because
Hansi?
I encroached in your time, so you can enjoy our time.
Wait, I'm free.
I'll stick around for another 5 minutes and then I'm gonna go.
There you go.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Yeah, but I really have to go. Follow me on Twitch, everybody. Twitch.tv/DJ_Cryptomatic. Best mix show in the land in a PulseChain and HEX setting.
And bring
So I
your
need some more
quality-
viewers. I need some more
Resident
followers.
DAO DJ.
Resident DJ. I'm an actual
All right,
DJ.
Cryptomatic.
We love your DJ and DJ.
Yes, you can check Crypto King. He's coming through very often. When he
Also,
has
what the
time.
heck's
Yeah,
too, Mister?
I'll hang out there.
Exactly. And what the heck? So we're moving to a new time slot as of
Yes.
next week.
Thank you.
What?
Because of the elderly people.
Because I can't do 4 a.m, Beardly.
Dude. Seriously,
Dude, bro, lame. Come on.
So we'll
gonna change
move it about 4 hours later in
Yes!
the day.
No,
Yes.
dude,
Yes,
nah.
sir.
Yeah.
Check the YouTubes, check
4
the
hours
Twitter for the
later.
announcement.
Mwah.
You crazy, man.
That's how we have
It's gonna
to do
be
it.
like midnight.
Oh no.
It's
Ish.
horrible.
Here's
It's
shout out to
9
Das
p.m.
Bomb.
there
our
anymore.
time.
Woo, sent us bombs.
Oh, you
Thank
got the
you, DJ
jig.
Cryptomatic.
Ah, nice. There you go.
I love.
All right,
I
cheers,
love
guys.
those
Thanks
bombs
for having
work.
me.
See you, JJ.
I love
Adios.
also how
Later,
everyone that
Zane.
passes Blue Bomb
Hold
is looking at like, what the fuck is this guy doing?
Love it. Have you used it yet, Crypto King? Have you used the
Yes, I
jig?
did. I got my. Remember, smashed my thumb a few times, so I had to wait a couple months for it to heal. So
Nice.
It's dangerous, man. Crypto.
Well,
Crypto
real
is very
men
dangerous.
just use their bare
Yeah, it was-
hands. No hammer needed. They just kind of.
I use my forehead.
Nice. I use the power of my ego to smash down the hammer.
I'm expanding the offer, by the way. Let me quickly talk about this and show it. Can you bring up my screen?
Yeah.
No.
So the jig that Crypto King just showed, or maybe not. So people were asking because they couldn't source, or they didn't have the time to figure out how to do this. It's like multiple things that you need. So those stamps, I bought a bunch of them so I can offer a full set. You have everything together. I didn't put it up on the Etsy shop yet, but I will have a free pack with everything inside. So you have the stamp set. So you have the perfect fitting, good Benecreat metal stamps. You'll have the bolts, the nuts, wing nuts, and it's gonna be a specific 4 versions. Let me get them real quick. So, oh no, wait, I have the picture actually. So you have those 4. It's M10, M8, and they're gonna be, so you see how big they are in the hand. It's gonna be like this. Oh, yeah, thank you.
Show us how big it
you
is
have
in the
those
hand.
bolts.
Nice.
And this is the M8. It's a little bit smaller form factor. Voila, I didn't. Yeah. So in comparison, the M10 are like really thick. It's kind of heavy. And then I'm gonna put 3 of those. You can select which one you like. The ones for 24 or 12. And you could also do 24 words on the 12th one if you do double-sided prints with the stamps. So you can just save space, make them smaller. This is what they would look like. The packs, you get like 2 jigs, you get 3 backups, and you get the stamps as well to stamp it.
You could also convert to numbers, as lots of people do, and then obfuscate the numbers as well.
Yeah, the encryption, if you want to, you can put that on as well. Yeah. That's for you to do afterwards, and then it will be in my shop on Baum Crypto on Etsy. I didn't add it yet, but it will be like here available.
Are you selling lots of them?
I have 250 orders. No, 277 sales now.
Congratulations. That's pretty good. How long has that been up for?
You have all different kinds if you wish to. And wait, Papa B, you got your shining light here. Look at that. You got the B9 one. Yeah.
B9 branded jigs, baby.
HEX free. You can write something on it. Bitcoin if you want to. Ethereum, whatever. And HEX, of course. HEX is reduced price, so get that one.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna take off. I'm gonna say I'm gonna love you and leave you.
Blue Bomb, it was great
I'll be back
seeing
in 2
you
hours.
in the nearly, it's been a while, maybe over a year since I've seen you. I wanted to wish you well, and also we should catch up sometime because your theatrical background fascinates me. Your whole time in New York, I would love to talk about that. I myself also have a background like that. Love to chat with you soon.
Yeah, absolutely.
Both clowns.
Both clowns. Thanks a lot, Beardley.
I look forward to meeting you, Blue Bum.
I can't wait to hang out with you, King. Yeah, let's do it. Okay, see everyone. Thanks for having me. Thanks for having me, Maddie, and organising everything. And I can close down now. Someone else is able to. Like, I'm not going to close down the whole stream. I assume. I'm pretty much.
No, I don't.
Fine,
I hope not.
Let's hope not.
Okay.
Don't
see you guys.
Yay, we made it.
Yeah, I'm also gonna go in 2 hours. I'll be back with the famous sticker guy. So,
Yay.
See you later.
Good night.
All right, beard. I got my beard going as well.
Yeah, I know.
I'm
Not bad
catching
there.
up to you.
What's going on, Crypto King? How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing well. I've been at the pool almost every day out here. It's been hot. As you know, August is probably the worst in Japan, so it's
Yes, it
really,
is.
I mean,
Yes, it is.
I'm getting pretty dark and stuff, but
You look pretty
enjoying
tan,
the
man.
weather and
Did you conquer the
been pretty
climbing
good.
wall this season? Were you able to recreate your effort last year?
I've done it in the couple of days ago. I was able to do it again. So every year that's another challenge that if I can make it up the wall, I guess I'm still fit. So
Nice. Well, it's great
was
that
fun.
you've got that. What hat are you sporting right now? It looks to be wow, the USS Richard J. Hart. Pulse. That's awesome, man. Did you get that done on base?
I had it made by militarybest.com, I think it is.
Nice.
Yeah. It's a Fleet Admiral hat with of course the USS Richard J. Hart. PLS, we already know what all that stuff is. PLSX. 1219 is December 2019 when HEX was born. So that's what the 1219 is.
Nice.
So there you go.
Nice. Beautiful. It looks really styling. It looks very, very dangerous.
And Richard, and thanks to Funding Jim, I was able to send one to Gary when he was in Miami last year, and he handed it to Richard. So Richard also has the same hat.
Very nice. Very nice. Maybe
Was,
better
pretty,
than the hat that he
that was
wore
pretty,
in the dancing video.
Yeah, it was supposed to be Brian from High Impact Flicks was supposed to go and try and talk to Richard while he was in Miami, but that didn't work out. So I was able to send it to Gary. So that was cool. Right, if I could say one thing about I always do shout outs if it on the FN Hangout or on Discord Syndicate. And thank you, Maddie, for inviting me to the stream. But Crypto Blood, one of the influencers out there, he did interview Grant of the Highest Stakes for the movie, right? So I know a lot of the streamers in the HEX community have interviewed the directors, and that's fine and dandy. But we also want outreach, someone from outside the community. So if you could go to his channel and thumbs up that interview that he did with Grant, that butts and seats is what we want, right? So if we get more, likes and views on that video as well, every little bit helps. So everybody go to Crypto Blood's channel, look for that interview with Grant, and if you could just thumbs up that video, and let's break the algo on that one.
Cool. How is the Highest of Stakes going, everybody? Have you seen it yet, Dustbaum?
No.
No?
Yeah.
I've seen reviews about it from Hexo in his bed and next to a naked man.
What?
Yeah, check out Hexologist's review of the movie.
With the move and the kids and the B9, I've been like, haven't been able to sleep at all. So I heard about Hexo's review, but can anybody summarize it for us?
Yeah, he said it's good. It's not going to be amazing for Hexicans that already know it, but there were scenes that were interesting. And for no coiner, it's like this whole drama and a neutral viewpoint on it. That's what I got out of it. And Hexologist also in the stream before, he said, like, if it's going to be cringe and bad, I'm going to tell you straight to you guys. But he came out and said, no, it's good. I like the movie. It has a good flow and it's a good watch. That's what he came out of it with. It wasn't cringe. So we got like a thumbs up approval from Hexo from it.
Yeah, there's another Hexkin out there, Hextortion. If you look up his Twitter, he did like a video of his review, and he said, yeah, it really, for the people that are no coiners, that are, have no idea what Hex is, that he thinks that it really gets you to go and look for more research about the coin and about the ecosystem. And so that's very good to hear. So.
Yeah.
Cool.
And
of course, there's a lot of
I probably won't be able to watch it for a while, to answer your other question, because it's gonna be first in the UK and it's gonna take some time to disseminate through Europe. Yeah, but I'm really looking forward to watching it with popcorn in a cinema.
With popcorn.
And be there, yeah.
So you're gonna be crunching through the whole thing. You got to snack
Of
through the whole
course.
thing.
Of
I
course.
would be
Nom, nom,
worried
nom,
that I'd
nom,
miss,
nom, 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 nom.
miss the dialogue because I'm.
I'll get the
filling my
jumbo
face with
bucket.
popcorn.
Yeah. Speaking about the, an international release, I mean, I wish I would have came up with this earlier, like since we've been waiting 2 years for the movie. I didn't think about this until, the movie's actually out, now it's out now. But like about 10 days ago, or maybe 2 weeks ago, I reached out to Kinetics, or and maybe I even tweeted it about, if we want this to be a global release, if they would release it to the military, US military, that would go global release on all American bases around the world. So that would be kind of like a global release, because you do have local population that works on these bases. So they would definitely, be able to watch the movie as well. So there would be some international interaction right there. But
wait, King. I
yeah,
have a
and then you don't have to
question.
worry about no subtitles as well. So
But what's preventing you, the producer of the community, from acquiring a copy and just getting a projector and going base to base through Japan and just projecting it, saying, "There you go."
Oh, that was my intention to do as well. I wanted to do a Hex Asians tour with the movie, because I did buy the limited edition set, which comes with a copy of the film. But
Bingo.
I don't think I'm going to get that until like October. So
Well, in Japan,
maybe by then
things
it'll probably
usually
be
trail.
international.
Things usually trail about 6
Yeah.
months in Japan anyway. So hey, it's fine. They'll get to watch it. Just
Yeah, because
project the hell out of it.
I'm on the base right now. They're showing that Sound of Freedom movie. So I mean, that's not like a real big blockbuster movie, but it did make an appearance on the bases. So I'm thinking that our movie is probably much better than that one, and so we definitely should see it on the bases. But hopefully during the highest of stakes 2, that avenue will be, the check mark for that avenue will be met, and then there will be a global release at the same time it's released in the US. So
Is there talk of
You
a
had it here
sequel?
first, folks.
Yeah.
Highest of stakes too.
The
oh,
highest
yeah, that's
of
definitely
stakes.
gonna
yes.
happen. Yeah, that's automatic. We already know that's gonna be done. So
Nice.
what else? Did you guys enjoy the KDP's spaces that she did, where she basically went down and broke down the facts of the case, or the non-case that they're trying to push against Richard and the coin, or the
Yeah,
coins?
it was very good.
That was
We
pretty
talked
good.
about this earlier and we brought it up. Everybody should go watch it. I'm so amazed at people that have this fluency and can talk to a subject, being this knowledgeable. She did a really good job of summarizing everything. Yeah.
And to see some of the influencers that are outside of the community, like BitBoy, and I think even Wendy O might have said some good things about defending Richard or the community. So that's good to see. I haven't seen. I don't know if Ivan on Tech made any comments, but he always usually slips something in there about.
He did
so
about
he's
in
pretty
like
good
3
about it
days
as
in a
well.
row. He's been talking about everything. And he says,
He did in the
that
past, but I didn't see anything new. Maybe I missed it.
Yes,
I didn't see
I've
him
seen the
comment
last 3
on
days.
today. Yeah.
Can I
Okay.
paraphrase him? So effectively, over the last 3 days, he's mentioned this. He says he thinks that he's not preaching it to anybody, but he says it always cracks him up when people say, "Yeah, go after such and such Gary Gensler," and now we're all of a sudden Gary fans because they went against some founder that I didn't like. And he says that's absolutely stupid and short-sighted, because you should be supporting anybody that's let's say touched on the ire of the SEC and is now under scrutiny, because this will set precedent for all of crypto for something that they think is a weak link, and they'll be kind of poking at it. So really you should get behind the person, whoever they are, that are founders until they're proven guilty. You should really, really, really get behind them hardcore if you believe in crypto. So he believes that everybody should come together behind Richard effectively and support him. It could be anybody. It could be any one of these other defendants with the SEC, because there were like 10 other, not high profile, but there were, lawsuits that were registered the same day as Richard, right? So we should get behind all these defendants and just give them our support, because obviously this has ramifications for all of crypto if they lose, or if they are extorted, right? If they are extorted for money, that means any founder of any token for any reason can get the old extortion grip on them by the SEC, and that's not right.
Right. Yeah, I think we
And I
already
think
hashed
we
out
are
the whole thing where-
primarily. Sorry. We are primarily
whole thing where they can't
set
be
up in a way
go
that
ahead,
we
go
are
ahead, go.
protected from all that.
Well,
Right, and then the SEC is protected by no countersuits can be levied, or they have immunity. So even if they might even kind of like have wrong data in the lawsuit that sounds really bad, that's not true, you can't recourse against them. It's just like, oh, oops,
I think that's not true. I think that you can incite a motion for a retraction at the very least, because the chilling effect is a real damage that you can register in a civil case, and civil cases have been registered. There have been countersuits against the SEC before. It's not that they cannot be questioned in court of law. Anyone can sue anybody, and I believe that the SEC has been sued before by crypto communities.
Oh, well, that's good.
Yeah, but don't think they have immunity. Nobody has immunity when it comes to jurisdiction, but the judicial system. Not even the president, as we know, right? So
I think we're also living in a very interesting time in terms of weeding out the believers from the non-believers, in terms of who is really up for decentralization, who really understands the makeup of crypto. Because the people that are shouting at, oh yeah, the government comes and rescues us and it's gonna destroy this one project, there is those two sides: the people that are calling for the government, and the other people like Wendy O, Ivan on Tech, and a few others, the BitBoy and so on. They're saying you are the problem. You don't understand that if this happens to one, they're gonna just get their foothold, they get their foot into the door, and then they're gonna destroy all of us. Not just one of us. Just because you had a difference of opinion, it doesn't matter. You want to be united on this front and defend crypto. It doesn't matter who is doing the defending.
Didn't I just say that, or no?
Yeah, but I wanted to point out that there are those two sides. You didn't talk to the streamers, influencers, whatever you call them. Having those two sides. It's not just people coming out, but it's also people trying to defend the government. And those people, I think, we are living in this time when people will look back to it and point to those people and say, you did wrong on this one. You should have been defending crypto, and we thought you are for crypto, but you're really not. This is going to be the decisive moment in time, I think.
I truly believe that there'll be no comeuppance. There'll be no ramifications later from those people. They'll just, like Tone Vase, for example, really quick to say, "Da, this is da, I knew it, da." So if he's doing that shit now, later on, he just it's like water off a duck's back. He doesn't ever, feel any. He doesn't have a conscience. He doesn't feel any responsibility. He simply says, at least I got to point at Richard, and even if he's found not only innocent, but he stands up for all of crypto, and he's vindicated, and the court says, Gary Gensler, you're wasting our freaking time. Even still, no one's going to come up and say, hey, Richard, I was sorry. I was on the bandwagon of the go get him. No, these people are unapologetically bastards, and they ought to just shut the fuck up now. And if they don't, well, they deserve what's coming to them, which is, I'm not saying any damages or any harm coming to them physically, but they get the new rules and laws that come out of whatever precedent is set in a court of law. That's what I'm saying, that will be shame on them time. but they're never going to say, I didn't know this was going to come and I was wrong. They will never come up.
No,
with
I didn't think that would happen. What I meant is that the judgment will be made by the public, and in terms of people seeing their true face, and then it will show in the numbers of people that flock to them.
Well,
like,
it'll take this community memeing the fuck out of them for them to actually be affected. That's all I'm saying. So we'll have to have the power of memes to get that across.
One of the big guys that did get taken down was Reggie Middleton, and we already know that somebody within the community supposedly paid him to do a analysis of HEX, and he came up with his, HEX is no good, or it's a scam, or it's a whatever. Now that this case come out, here comes Reggie Middleton again. See, I told you so. Everybody, I'm like, Reggie Middleton, I mean, even though he has faced the SEC and was taken down and levied, heavy fines or whatever, so he does know that they don't mess around, but why would he come out and just bash somebody else that's going through it? He should have, we already know what his idea is as far as HEX, and he has his patents that he's out there pushing and trying to get some of these exchanges to pay him for his, violating his patent, but nobody's listening to that either. So.
By the way, I just checked. Toneways already has like less viewers than Hexologists, so
yeah, but
he was at the top of his game at some point, but they can't follow up with the times, and then they're gonna be replaced by other influencers. Wendy O, for example, she's also bigger. Like, they're being replaced.
Well, BitBoy is 10 times bigger than him. Yeah,
BitBoy as well. Yeah, obviously.
And what happened to that Andreas guy? He basically disappeared. He used to be like the biggest Bitcoin, teacher or philosopher or whatever, and he's pretty much irrelevant now too. So
he was the go-to guy, and then at some point he got really weird.
I always resent him for his short-sightedness to jump to a conclusion and to scream from the rooftops that he was offered some kind of amount to write a good review of HEX, rather a review of HEX, which I think he asked for the payment, and he was offered, and then there was no, hey, but make it a good review. I don't think that's what was happened, but he claimed that was the case. So I lost all respect for him when that happened, because
and he never proved. He never gave proof of anything.
No proof.
It's just he said it. It's like, trust me, bro.
Someone offered me this, but only if I gave a good review of HEX. That's not the way the Hexicans work, man. Show us a bad review and back it up with clear information. We would love to have, that proposed in a very educated, a very highly educated way, like he could have. We would have loved it. We haven't seen it before. We've only seen HEX is a scam because I think it is, and my friend told me it was, and then it was, so it is. That's all we get.
It's more like I missed the adoption. I missed a year-long launch, and now I'm pissed. So
Totally,
that's what it sounds like.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's a fuck them. Just anyway. Hey, but this is the PulseChain.
Shout out to
this is Pulse Conference.
PulseConference, yes. But shout out to Mark Wild. Mark Wild's out here from I believe he's out here from Thailand visiting, but he was supposed to be on stream with us, but he has his family with him, so he's got his schedule and they're out here enjoying Japan, so he wasn't able to make it. But shout out to Mark Wild out there.
So, question, speaking of leaving Japan.
Yeah.
How do you deal with security and having to transfer crypto?
I did exactly
Country
what
to
I tell
country.
people to do. I had all
Yeah.
of my wallets, right? All my hardware wallets were all factory wiped. There were a lot of them, and my bag was searched when leaving Japan, right? But they simply unzipped the actual case that I had made, a custom case that I made. They unzipped it, opened the flap, unlatched whatever, and they're like, they pulled one of them out, put it back in, put it back up. Thank you very much. And all of the seeds, of course, were obfuscated in as I mentioned to people, it's a non-ferric ink, which doesn't show up on the X-ray machine if you're ever physically checked. But in Narita, we don't have that problem yet. There's not a physical X-ray machine. There's only a metal detector, so that was easy. But it's on a plastic polypropylene paper with a Sharpie pen, and that was obfuscated. And my wife, who was still in Japan, had the originals anyway. So once I got to my destination, she physically destroyed our other backups, and now I only have them here. And that's the whole story.
And new backups now.
That's right. And new metal backups, because those metal backups had to be destroyed. Actually, because they were titanium, it was difficult to destroy them. But she knew to grind them and then destroy the plates in different locations. But they were obfuscated already, so there wasn't really a risk. The titanium is very hard to come by, but I had to say goodbye to those plates. So now I have the Das Baum backups to look forward to. With your
Mine are
jig.
A2, not titanium. Titanium. If somebody really wants titanium, they need to source them themselves.
I had
maybe
it back in the day.
but-
I have a few blank plates still, but back in the day, you could get them on eBay from one guy in Israel. It was actually
Yeah, I remember. I remember the
grade- yeah,
offering.
it
I
was-
looked at them too.
Yeah, they were grade 2 or grade 3, but they're really nice. But they're gone now. But anyway, so now that I have an address that I can actually get these deployed to, I will give you that address over here in the States.
Finbear is asking how she did it.
How she did what? Oh, she had.
I assume the grinding.
I have a grinder, and I taught her how to use it. She just simply ground everything off of them, and then disposed them in.
Put it in the
different
cooking
locations.
machine.
No. The plates were
The
easy
mixer.
to dispose of. No, there's many different separate places to destroy the plates themselves, and also they're so thin that they were able to be broken like a credit card almost.
Multiple pieces. Yep.
Multiple pieces, multiple places, and we have rivers, and we have non-recyclable garbage places in different buildings, different floors, different places. Her work as well, everywhere. Little pieces went everywhere, and again, it was obfuscated already,
Papa.
so it wasn't good. Yes.
Do you realize that's the starting plot to Dragon Ball?
It is. So they reconstructed everything. Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
And guess what? They found out that at the end of at the end when they construct all the Dragon Balls together, they find
Yeah.
out that
You
this
get
is
to
a
do
bear,
one
bear
wish,
market.
and
Yeah.
you're like-
Yeah. Right. But they get the prize at the end, which is the bear market. So they're like, that's all he was hiding with all this craziness. Yeah. It's
Yeah.
okay. It's
And you open the keys and oh my god, it's all B9. He bought up all the B9.
Yeah. Yeah. No.
Oh my god.
Anyway, that's how she did it, Finbear.
It's cool. It's difficult, but it's if you go hard in security and you have to switch countries, you have to go vast what do you call it? Vast ranges? No. Distances. If you go
Yep.
vast distances, it's better to go the extra effort because there's so many pitfalls, so many things that can go wrong in between.
Yep.
So if you leave your keys on the device, somebody can take it in the airport, and then they with physical access they can hack the device potentially.
Yep.
Somebody, if you do not obfuscate your keys in the plane, somebody could steal them. They could be scanned in the scanner if you don't do that properly. There are so many people. Somebody could just steal your bags and then you're out of it if you don't have the backup at home, right? If you have them in your luggage and the luggage gets sent to the wrong airport or whatever, and your luggage gets lost,
that's
you're
bad,
fucked
yeah.
over. So you always need
So-
to have the backup and make sure that you're secure so that you're covered. All that. It's really good.
And my biggest worry
So many
recently
pitfalls.
was if you were to put it into. I mean, I'm not completely sure that the graphite in pencil lead, which a lot of people use to do their backups, because if it gets wet, it doesn't smear, right? So I'm not completely convinced that graphite itself wouldn't show up if you had the full body X-ray. So at least in a partial, and that database, not only is it kept for conceivably ever, but it's also been breached several times at different airports. So they don't do the best job of keeping that data. So a lot of these things have been leaked out to the masses, where they used to have like the cover up for the genitalia and everything, because it could actually permeate that and you get like an outline of everybody's nasty bits. But I'm more worried about the little shadow in the pocket that people would say, what the fuck is that? And they look in and it's only one layer deep, so you can see the words. That would be the worst possible thing, is that's out there in a database. Do you guys remember that viral video with the two cops that found the seeds in the guy's car, and then the body cam shot the whole thing and it went viral?
What is this? It's like this Bitcoin. Oh, that's a Bitcoin thing.
Stupid bastard.
And it had everything. It had the seed. It had the seed words. It had the password. It had the encryption key. Everything on it. Oh my god.
Yep. And it goes
Yeah.
out for
To just
whatever
have your
reason.
seed words in your
car, yeah,
in your car, or in your back pocket or whatever. That's, oh my god.
Yeah. It written on
Oh.
paper, by the way, and non-obfuscated. Just right reading, no problem. Good luck. Good luck. But yeah, it's a new day. You know, it's like, remember to place the same level of importance on your seeds as you did during the bull cycle before, because there will be a bull cycle next, and you will be very happy that you dealt with it with such seriousness and such gravity. So take very good care to keep your backups completely obfuscated, scrambled and obscured, right? Employing a very simple cipher, if you wish, that you create, and keep that secret sauce also backed up elsewhere. So the decryption method by which you incorporate the obfuscation should also be separated and kept safe somewhere else, geographically, hopefully. Anyway, what else is new? Are we winning yet? I think we are. I think we're on the road to success already. That's what I say.
Oh yeah. Yes. Once hopefully this this lawsuit gets handled quickly and we're able to
No.
really take
Don't
off.
hope for quickly. Hope for accurately.
Years.
It'll be years.
Or
It will be years.
Lawsuits are
Yeah.
slow.
Yeah, because think of it this way, King. How long did it take you to understand HEX?
Oh, not years. That's
20
for sure,
minutes.
But I mean,
No, but how
Yeah.
about T-shares?
well, T-shares, yeah, that is something that
Yeah,
Probably like a month.
Only a month for you. You're a Superman. It took me many months to kind of get it through my brain. Maybe 6 months until the community said, "Oh, I get it.
Okay,
T-shares are the thing." Yeah.
I'm
You think a jury
I'm
can
sorry. I'm
understand
sorry
this
to
shit?
brag about this in advance, but I understood T-shares before the launch. Actually,
Congratulations.
I kid you not.
Congratulations. But there were tweaks being rolled out on the T-shares up until like 2 weeks before the launch. So I hope you got that straight.
No, I understood the benefits and the T-share system of what it was supposed designed to do.
Yeah.
I misunderstood a few things in the beginning, and I thought the T-share will have a much bigger effect.
Yep.
And my very first stake was 10 years. So I wanted it specifically, and then I let it down. but I was thinking that it would have a bigger effect. Yeah, I got a few things wrong on that. It's not like I super everything understood, but I understood the benefits and how it will pan out in the end.
Good. Well, I think a jury will be very much slower on the uptake. I think that when you say, okay, ladies and gentlemen, Exhibit A, a staking ladder. A what? Do you know what a stake is? A steak? Yeah, okay. So, do you know what crypto is? Come again? Is that the Bitcoin? Oh, very good. Bitcoin. Do you know what Bitcoin is? No. Okay, great. Here's the beginning of where we started with crypto. Okay, question. What's a crypto? Great. All right. So, they won't know where to start. They have to retrace the entire freaking origin story of crypto all the way till modern and then say, okay, here's what Richard Hart set out to do. And then he did this and then he did that. And here's how he was disingenuous. And here's how he was, absconding with funds. And then finally the jury goes, oh, what was that about the crypto thing again? And it takes 2 years to finally get the definitions out. That's what's going to happen. Guaranteed.
And it's gonna waste a lot of people's money.
Oh yeah. Not to mention the poor bastards that are
Government money.
sequestered. The jurors that are sequestered for 2 years that are making $12 a day plus a free lunch. That's going to be great for their families. They'll be like, hey, where's mom? She's going to be gone for 2 years. But don't worry, we get $12 a day plus a free lunch for her.
Jeez. It's funny how these spaces that were, the Mario spaces that were they like harping on the $12 million. Did he use that money from the sacrifices or whatever? It's like these guys are acting dumb, like Richard wasn't already well off way before HEX and way before PulseChain. It's like they just hoping that he did make that mistake. It's like he's not dumb.
No. That would just be silly. From everything that we know about Richard, I guarantee you, there's nothing there. Richard's laughing, saying, oh, this is perfect. Thank you. Dear SEC, in terms of being a nemesis of Richard Hart, please do better. Thank you. Love, Richard.
Yeah, then he tweeted, I think it was yesterday or the day before, he tweeted with the links to all of his videos. Did you see that tweet? That's basically lays out the whole, here, just look at that one tweet. All the video links are there about what you're complaining about. Watch that 100 times and its case is dismissed.
One would hope.
Yeah. So you also asked what other news we got, and that's the World Star documentary. Speaking of the documentary, the World Star trailer. No, sorry, the documentary trailer has been uploaded to the World Star Instagram, so it's live. It actually happened. There was another case of the community coming together and chipping in. What was $5,000 or so?
Wow.
That was required.
I think they raised
for
that.
the
Yeah, they raised more than that.
advertisement.
But yeah, the 5,000 was for the. Yep.
Yeah, and the rest was given to the
I
documentary
don't have
crew.
Instagram, but whoever does have Instagram, I would love to see what that. How many views are they getting on it, or that'd be pretty good.
Don't think so. You cannot see views on Instagram, at least not in the main UI. Maybe there is some like API that you can call for it. But when I opened it, it was like a few hours old, and it had something like 1,200 likes or so. So it was being viewed and liked a lot.
Good. Shout
Let me
out to
find the
Westcott
link real
and
quick.
ATX and Bars Beast, I think, was involved with the that headed up that venture. But guys, I'm
I'll be right
about
back.
to
I'll
wrap
go
it up
check
here.
some-
I'm about to go get me some dinner. It's about that time. So enjoy the movie. Those of you that are able to watch it, one more day. Well, there's going to be some held over a few of the cities out there, but enjoy the movie. Make sure you do if you want to do like a video reaction to it, and let the world know how you enjoyed that movie. And I can't wait to see it. Hopefully, I can do my Hex Asians the highest of stakes tour and take the film to some areas that I could show it to as many people as I can. And I'm told that it's supposed to have subtitles in it. So they've already somehow worked that out. So yeah, I look forward to doing that and seeing the movie and enjoying the rest of the summer. So you guys, Dust Bomb,
cheers.
Papa B, you guys have a good one. And thank you again, Maddie, for inviting me to this wonderful conference. And I look forward to doing it again. Crypto King out.
Be well.
See you later.
So I'm looking at the post right now. WorldStar sponsored crypto is the highest performing asset in class. So there is some text with it, and there is currently 2,471 likes on it.
Wow.
It was posted 19 hours ago.
This is all fresh
Yeah.
news. Cool.
28. The post, yeah, that's for the post itself, but there is no like count or anything to see how many impressions or views it got. There's no way for that, at least not on the original website.
Nice.
Okay.
So it's
Well,
like, isn't it
what do
like
we
10
talk about
million?
now?
It's like
Do
10
we
million
switch
reviews?
gears?
Yeah, I think so. For the last 13 minutes I've got in the tank, yes, because it's almost 1:00 a.m. over here, and I've been on the new time schedule with the kids. So, what else is new? I mean, these are the big things. We haven't spoken about PulseChain. Seeing that PulseChain is why we're here, we might as well talk about how excited we are about PulseChain itself. How it's silly to think that it's not going to be a definite contender on the top 10 chains out there very soon, if it isn't already, because we launched and we weren't a ghost chain, and we've got enough users already to say that we got a lot more than other Ethereum fork type of chains, and none are V2 Ethereum fork chains, of which we are the only one. I can't see how we aren't sitting on an amazing position moving on. What do you think?
I think not a lot have actually. I mean, not a lot has happened that changed with the chain itself. Like there is those constant little upgrades being made in the background, and everything is I'm trying to find actually the Richard Hart. So Richard Hart even after the SEC stuff, he posted just little update about what was it? The PulseChain bridge frontend on testnet now supports Wallet Connect v2 and includes a few upgrades. It's open for testing. It just keeps going along. The community keeps building. The devs keep building. Richard Hart keeps doing his own stuff, and it's going on as before. All this like sideshow, grandest drama. It's just noise, especially if you look into the distance of like what is the next bull market gonna look like in 1.5-2 years. This is just gonna be small blips. Bitcoin is just coming out of his bottom. Ethereum is fighting, like it's up and downs, and nothing is really set in stone for now.
Yep.
It's all gonna be decided in a year. That's when you can really say, oh yeah, this had this effect and so on. But right now, everything is just noise.
Yeah. So in a year, you think it'll take as Ivan on Tech opined, it's 3 to 6 months after inception that things kind of get adopted and people know where things are going. You think it'll take a year now, not just 6 months. When it comes to Pulse only for Pulse's
I mean,
performance.
it is already being used and adopted. You can see on chain. You can see the millions of volume on chain and the use of the pools and so on. The pools POOLS
Pools,
and
yeah.
the farming and everything. So what people need to learn is how to be what do you call it? I'm missing the word. If you are confident enough and you're okay with using it, what's the word? If you're
Comfortable?
okay and fine, comfortable. If you're comfortable with using the system, I think this is the only holdback for
Mhm.
people. And maybe a few easier tools, because bridging in sucks. Now the main players need to enter the stage. Like the basis is set. Yeah.
Got it.
There was a question. What met Tony Ways, met BTCs, other maxis back in the days? The highest of stakes are eaten up. Other thing at BPKersbaum, T-shirt and T-shirts are often misinterpreted at airports. Oh, that was to your earlier point about T-shirts and T-shirts. Oh my god. Papa right. PLS has been top 10 to 15 for volume and TVL since launch.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
And with this news, it's been bumped up to like 3 or 4.
Wow.
And I didn't check recently.
Well, you mean Binance is going to have to float another fictitious coin and start selling it through their bots back and forth just to get their volume up? Awesome. Because they don't want to lose
It's on place 8 right now in terms of volume. Yeah, that massive volume stack was for the sells and the buys in between. It's a
Pulse?
little bit higher than before, though. It's 24.8 million right now.
Wow. Okay.
24-hour volume. No.
Not bad.
That's good. I'm going to do my part. I'm going to do my transaction and my transfer later today when I claim my farm.
Nice.
Gotta compound those gains. Gotta compound them. Maybe buy some more dip. That would be nice. PLSX is coming back a little bit. No, it's going go out actually. Still outside of my buy range. Please go down just a little bit more again into my buy range. I missed it because I had to admin on the Telegram chats when everything happened, and I was in the midst of checking out the Telegram, seeing if the FUD was real, having to manage everything. Very sad. I was crying afterwards that I missed the dip on the day.
Well, I'm running out of gas there, Dustbaum. Do you know when the
You
next...
want to go to bed? So
yeah, there
what
we
is
go.
what
right
is the next
in time for Staker Guy to come and let me get out of here.
I'm just gonna save the day by
Nice.
not knowing what to talk about, right?
Well, we don't have any format this time. I mean, we've lived through everything. It's all about like how many years in the same community that we've all put in. But this is what we're only at the three month mark now. Yeah, 2.5 month mark or something with PulseChain. So congratulations and happy 2 month anniversary, PulseChain. Well done.
Yeah, like I'm not sure who said it yesterday. I think it was Goldkey. Like, finally, you have a conference where the product is actually there.
Yeah, right. It is great, isn't it?
Yeah, I think yeah, it is, and I think I'm a little bit. I expected that there would be like more shills, more people pumping their bags. Like this conference, that's kind of what like. And the HEX conference is like we want to keep it for the HEX ecosystem, but for PulseChain, like this is in my view one of the best opportunities to like show what we got. Like we gotta tell the guys what kind of coins we have, how it all works. I think there's still a lot of misunderstanding out there, what the whole thing can do and what different kinds of apps are there. And to be honest, like the last few weeks, I didn't have, like, even though PulseChain is out for 2 months, I have not had the time to look at everything. There's just so many different apps and dApps and whatever. So yeah, give me a second. I'll be right back, guys. Just 1 minute.
Yeah, he's right. There was too much to follow. Like, I used to be able to catch all the live streams, be caught up on everything in the ecosystem happening within like half an hour, watch it on 2x and you're done. Now you have to be selective with the live streams, who you watch, what you consume, who has the best information and so on. You cannot watch all of it. And there is so many things being developed. This is also the part of the DAO. Like, there is so many great things are happening that you cannot just follow up on everything. At some point you get situated with them, you get them thrown at you, and then you'll find out about it eventually. It's just like you never know what cool products are there for your home, because there is so many people making products, like a cool fork or a cool glass or whatever, and then you just find it randomly because there's so many people doing this just by themselves. It's the same effect.
You're there.
Gentlemen, it's time for me to go to bed, but thank you, Dustbaum, for all of your great knowledge on stream. It's been great as always to stream with you. Sticker Guy, it's far too few and far between moments where I get to see you. You look like you are, what are you, 18 now? You can shave by yourself. It's great to see you grow up on stage. It's wonderful to see you these last 4 years. Congratulations of 2 years. Hasn't it been 2 or 3 years together you've been doing this thing with Maddie?
I think, I don't know.
Well, you've been here a long time, and thank you very much for putting in your work to make this stream happen. And thank you, Maddie, for inviting me to be a part of this. Everyone, keep the faith. This is all great. It's all going to plan. The plan is you got what you thought you wanted, and it simply happened. You had no expectations going in. You did not invest. You sacrificed, and by the grace of God, your points perhaps were gifted to you by a power that thought that freedom of speech and freedom of movement was an important thing to defend. And you made the statement. You did it yourself. You knew what you're getting into, and we're all in this together. So, good night, and thank you so much. Take care, everyone.
You're muted, Sticker Guy. You're muted. Were you talking to me? I guess not.
Hey, sorry, that's why I need to do the back thing.
Okay.
And I think next up is Wales. So
so I'm gonna pop out.
Stuff, like...
we already talked about the jigs. Have a look at the Etsy shop. Check out my YouTube channel, Baum Crypto. I'm covering mostly security topics, like how to make your crypto-only laptop. This is the current one. That's it. Thanks for watching. Thanks for being able to talk about this. Thank you for providing this this stage, and also thank you to Sticker Guy for coming into the community. Sticker Guy coming into the community, creating value. Like, he was late coming in, but he is super resourceful. He's also become an admin in the chat. He's doing great. Thank you for everything.
Thank you too.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you. Okay, guys, and next up, Wales. I think we'll have the panel for yourself. So, Wales, nice to have you. If you want to share a presentation or your screen for charts, whatever, just let me know. I'll be in the background listening.
Sure thing.
Yeah. Have
I
fun.
think this one will be just me yapping. So we'll see how it goes.
All right. Have fun. I'll stay down there in just to let you know.
Thanks a lot, man. Appreciate you. First of all, good morning, everyone. If you're on the East Coast, good morning. If you're on the West Coast, good morning. Anywhere else, good day to you. This is the third to fourth year that we've been trying to spread information about crypto, what real crypto is, the importance of real crypto, not right people's own agenda, right? I think it's important to remember that achieving something requires consistent focus. It requires consistent effort on that task. The objective of cryptocurrency is to provide those of us that use it with the ability to find the value that we seek in the world. It's not necessarily a get-rich-quick scheme, which is unfortunately what we end up seeing because that's what ends up getting hyped. But you have to ask yourself, if that was always the winning strategy, why do we have crypto? Why do we need crypto? We already have a million other markets, literally millions of other markets. So you have to ask yourself as you're traversing the crypto landscape, why are you here? What is your purpose? Why are you wasting your time watching this conference, listening to me, listening to all these people talk about this crypto thing? Why does it matter? These are the things you need to be thinking about as you go from one day to the next and you participate in this ecosystem. Because while there are many coins, many agendas, many people with their own narratives, there are very few that stick to the true narrative that you really stick to. And the reason I paused so long is because I didn't want to use the word narrative. It doesn't feel appropriate because a narrative implies some type of manipulation behind the verbiage or behind the message, right? And we see this all the time, every day, especially when it comes to mainstream media of any type, whether it be financial or otherwise. So you have all these forces working against you, hoping that you don't find this financial freedom. You really do. And it's really important that people take the time out while they're basking in the excitement of crypto to understand that, especially in this day and age when it's so easy to become a target because the internet is set up for just that. And you know, if you've been following me for a long time, you know full and well I've been explaining this since I've been operating on the internet. And I'm sure that if you've been paying a little bit of attention, you full and well understand what I'm talking about, especially with the way these so-called authorities like to operate. So we have this thing called PulseChain, we have this thing called PulseX, we have this thing called HEX. These things are there to provide whatever value you decide to extract from them. They're not there to dictate anything to you. They're not there to promise you anything. They're not there to pretend to be what they are not. They are simply protocols that live on the internet and do what they're supposed to do. In short, that is cryptocurrency. No people, just you and code. When you look at the fake crypto landscape, which is pretty much anything outside of RH's ecosystem, what you end up seeing is a plethora of coins pretending to be live mainnet coins. And this is important to understand because a lot of people are buying things that are not actually live, and they do not know that. Now, how does that happen? How can somebody coming into some environment with money, their hard-earned money at that, not know where they're putting it? Well, it's very simple. People don't do the research. They don't maintain that focus. They let themselves get guided by others that are there to sell them a dream, not the path forward. And this is why it's so hard to find financial freedom for so many, because they're not willing to actually put in the work that's required. You have eons, numerous millions of streamers online, and they have millions of followers. They have, you can see the metrics. These are individuals that live off of your attention. You have to ask yourself, how is it that people that are incentivized to be entertainers have any interest in your financial well-being? You have to ask yourself that question. How is that the case? How is a clown interested in your financial well-being when they're really interested in being clowns and entertaining others? This is what we find in social media, in the crypto space, because there is no industry talking about it. And in the industry components related to legacy finance that are talking about it are dictating what's going to happen. They're not joining the conversation. They're not trying to be a part of the conversation. And this is something that is not talked about at all by anybody in the crypto space, period, fake or real. And these are things that should be front and center, because you can't pretend to want something to progress, but then yet not actually care about it, or not actually focus on it, or not actually care about what's going on. Are we going to let the crypto space become what the world is? I know I'm not participating in any of that, and everyone sees that clearly, because you don't see me participating in no fuckery. In fact, I'm one of the very few that's remained consistent since the start of my streaming time. Now, there's another thing that's been extremely consistent since it's been released, and that thing is called HEX. I mean, we're going close to 1,400 days nonstop flawless operation. That is the first iteration of Richard Hart's work ethic, desire, impetus to be great. All of these things that lend themselves to providing value to the wider spectrum of the population. He does it without any benefit to himself personally. And what's interesting about that little anecdote is that that's not what you hear being pushed around, not only within the fake crypto industry, but also within our own so-called community. And that's a shame. That's a low down, dirty shame. Because how dare you pretend to be a member of this community? However, you supposedly build on PulseChain to add value to PulseChain, but you shit on the guy's name who created PulseChain, HEX, PulseX. This is what's actually happening in front of everybody's faces. And the thing about it that's most disturbing is that crypto is a place where individuals come to operate in a sovereign fashion. And I think that it's lost on people that implies a modicum of self-respect and dignity. Because guess what? There's nobody out here to save your ass. Nobody. So all you have left to lean on when looking at an individual in this space where there are no rules, there are no kings, there are no queens, there are no dictators, there are only fools and those that are not. That's all you have in this space. People that show and prove, people that put out work, people that show you what's true. And then you have people that lie to you, people that scam you, people that have to run gimmicks to be relevant. So you have to pick which side you want to choose, which side you want to be on when you want to take information in this crypto space. Because guess what? Everybody isn't out here to help you and provide the value that you need. They're not. Because if they were, how in the hell could we have people within our own community shit talking Richard Hart, down talking HEX, disrespecting the work that's been put in for free for the betterment of mankind, literally, not in a political sense where they're just lying to you. I mean, this is what's really happening in our ecosystem in 2023. It's disheartening, even though it's comical. Because at the end of the day, people can put on all the faces they want. They can, because they do. We see it. The question is, what are you going to do about it? Where are you going to stand when the chips fall? Are you going to continuously lie to yourself, follow people that just talk a good game but don't show you anything? I find it hilarious that people that are riding coattails think they can speak about anybody however they want when they are literally riding coattails. And it's a shame to the community that has to sit here and try to figure out what the hell is going on. Because guess what? At the end of the day, nobody wins when there's division within. So how do we go from being a tight-knit community with an individual that was laying down the facts and educating us all to a community where the guy that provides the education for all apparently doesn't know anything? I think that's rather interesting. And this is exactly why doing your own research and confirming the information that's put out there by whoever is the key to finding success in crypto. Why are you here? If you're here to have a good time, knock yourself out and you ignore people that are actually speaking sense. Doesn't need to apply to you. That's exactly what crypto is about. Being sovereign. Being responsible for your own welfare. Not getting handheld. Not getting babysat. Not being told what to do. That is not what crypto is. If you want that, you can go to Legacy Finance. They got all the shit you want over there. They got all the fools that tell you what to do because they don't know what they're doing either. Think about it. Why does crypto exist? Why do we care that crypto is here? I did a Twitter Spaces about 3 days ago detailing step by step the 5 W's of crypto: who, what, when, where, and why. Information of that variety is what's going to keep you on the right side of history, while the financial system that you know gets altered day by day, inch by inch, in a fashion in which they hope you don't notice what's going on. That's why so many businesses no longer take cash. That's why they're stopping banks from allowing you to transact with crypto entities, or they're shutting your bank account down. This is happening all over. This is not happening. This is happening all over. And this is again why having that focus is imperative. Having that understanding of that why you're here is imperative. It's so easy to get caught up in the FOMO of buying shit coins for a pump, and the FOMO of FOMO itself. But the question then becomes, what happens when that FOMO is gone? What happens when people are now selling? What happens when what you thought was true is not? Because that happens every day, especially in crypto, when people just constantly get rugged. Every day. The most interesting thing about crypto, as I have people thinking that they're smart in the comments, is that just like in legacy finance, you're going to have people that think they know what they're talking about. I mean, the whole industry is predicated upon people pretending to know shit. Literally. That's legacy finance. You know, that's what media does. It relays these so-called experts. It relays these experts and their narratives to you, the unsuspecting viewer. Because in most cases, what does the unsuspecting viewer actually know? Nothing. Nothing at all. People that actually know don't use any financial media except for counter information. Meaning, what can I use as information to trade against? So if somebody's on TV and they're bullish, I'm selling that. Just like if you've been in crypto long enough, when they were doing the tutorial on how to buy XRP on CNBC in 2017, that was the top. That was not a buying opportunity. That was the top. And this is what permeates as the expertise that is out there for all to latch onto. This is what they promote to you. This is what they put in front of you as crypto. That's what they did in 2017, 2018. You guys saw what they did 2021, 2022. So you have to ask yourself, what are we doing with all this stuff, right? Because money, in the most realistic sense of it, money is fake. All it does is give you a medium to transfer value from one entity, person to another. That is all. Because guess what? Everybody doesn't want a whole cow. Everybody doesn't want all your eggs or all the eggs, right? And that's just what it boils down to. And that also allows for all these other economic efficiencies to take place. And that's what's hard to understand, because when you look at, again, you know, this goes back to how we live, how things are structured. If you look at how people think about economics, they believe that they have to work for money. A lot of people believe they have to work for money, exchange time for money instead of providing value for money. I mean, there's just so many economic fallacies that we have to contend with because we're not given the information. And then if we're not given the information is hidden. Because guess what? How many times did you hear about entrepreneurship growing up? I mean, setting up a business is one thing, right? But the whole notion of, I mean, there's a whole gang of people out there. They're just serial entrepreneurs. I mean, that's a thing. There are people that just start businesses, sell them, start another one, sell that one, start another one, sell that one. You know, that's a thing. Do you even know that? A lot of people don't even know that. I mean, you got people that work in industry that don't know anything about their own industry. You see it all the time. So the world is bereft with all of this information. And you cannot find barely any valuable information regarding crypto unless you know where to look. How can a community that's 3 years old, right? And this is a serious question. It should pose some thought or give you some pause. How can a community that's 3 to 4 years old claim to be able to provide the status quo of what education should be for an entire industry? Think about the arrogance in that statement, right? I think it's important to understand what we're trying to do, what we would like to accomplish, how those with their own agendas don't matter, how those that stick to truth and are out here to help will succeed, while those seeking to divide will fail. This is what we see happening in real time. You know, July 30th, you had plenty of people hating on Richard Hart within the community. And that's a fact. Because I'm fighting those battles every day. Everybody isn't. Two days later, regulatory situation arises. Oh, all of a sudden, everybody's part of the gang. You're not. In crypto, every man for themselves. That's exactly why there is no company, no threat. I mean, these are all things that have been put out there for everyone's benefit time and time again. And people pretend that they don't know it's out there. But guess what? That lack of respect for information is on you, because you're the one that's going to suffer the consequences. No one else. Because you're the one that's going to make the wrong decision. You're the one that's going to expose yourself and give up more information than you need to, because you think you know what you're talking about and you think you understand the system. The system is there for you to use. People still do not understand that. They think that the system is there for them to comply with. Reading solves that problem, as stupid as that sounds, but it's true. If you look back through any of the streams that I've made, anything talking about administrative protocol, spot on. Spot on. Because guess what? That shit ain't changing. It's been the same since the beginning of this scam. And that's exactly why crypto exists. And that's exactly why crypto continues to persist. It's understanding all of these facets of our so-called history, our society, that help us wrap our heads around the why crypto case. You know, I remember when I first came across Bitcoin and I was trying to understand, why should I care? Why does this thing matter? You know, I would watch all these documentaries, I would watch all these things. I would try to read as much as I could. And unfortunately for me, I wasn't astute enough when I was first introduced to Bitcoin to be able to wrap my head around the significance of what had just occurred. I was so young, so inexperienced, that I couldn't even wrap my head around just make believing that this was like Apple. I just couldn't even do that. I couldn't believe that this was, or I couldn't wrap my head around the fact that this technology was not going anywhere, or that technology, as a matter of fact, at the time, never went anywhere. Especially if it provided any kind of value to people, right? I mean, these torrent sites from the 90s still exist in the 2020s because they still provide value to people. They might have changed the form in which they operate, et cetera, but case made. So as we sit here and go through time, fight these battles of society versus society, where do we decide that we fit? You know, is it a we decision even? You know, these are things that you need to be thinking about, because at the end of the day, this thing that we call money, the best money, blah, 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 whether it's HEX, PulseChain, PulseX, or fiat, the fact remains that it is a social decision at the end of the day. Because if you decide to use HEX and nobody else does it matter that you're using HEX? No, it does not. And the same thing applies to everything else, fiat included. Now, how is that little statement significant? Well, let's take stock of what's currently going on in the geo-political landscape, because it's pretty important. If you're not aware, the dollar is sucking wind. People are ditching it left and right. They are being publicly opposed to engaging in maintaining any currency reserves, which is how countries conduct international trade, maintain their balance sheets, et cetera, et cetera. This is how countries maintain cash on the books, more respect. And it's also how they pay other countries when they're conducting business, right? International finance. What you might or might not know is that there's rules around what money can travel over certain borders. There's rules around that. That's why if you live in a certain country, you can't even transact to get into crypto, period. It don't matter what your banking system has going on or says. There's literally certain countries where you just cannot buy into crypto regardless. You got to have somebody else do it for you, because in their banking system, they literally cannot. That's real life. So this is why understanding a lot of the things that I talk about is what helps provide that clarity that you're probably seeking, because all of this information is not out there. It's not meant to be out there. It's not supposed to be out there. It's meant to be kept for you to not know so that you just comply. Right? I mean, this is what people expect. They just expect you to comply. Look at what's happening with CBDCs, the Fed now, the SWIFT system, just the monetary system in its current state. What are they trying to do? They're trying to rush to make it fully digital because crypto is already too strong for them to compete with. That's literally happening right now. 2023, February, April, July, August. It's been happening since 2020, where you can see institutional efforts of their trying to catch up. You know, it's one thing, and this is very important to understand, folks. You know, it's one thing to be able, and this is something I learned from my time on Wall Street, right? It's one thing to be able to manipulate a stock, own a stock, have the stock, own a lot of it, whatever. You know, that's one thing. That's one complete thing, right? That gives you certain latitude to do certain things, right? But when you're able, as we can see, to make the stock out of thin air, when you're able to make the money out of thin air, when you're able to control everything surrounding that thing, you know, it doesn't matter who else is doing what. We see that in real time when it comes to the fiat system. You know, all I'm doing is showing you and explaining to you the weaknesses of all these things that I'm discussing. And they're all related. They're all interconnected. Society, how we view things, how we research things, how we come across things, how we engage things, how we treat each other, how we call a community a community. All these things are relevant to crypto. All these things are why crypto exists. All these things are the reason we are here, whether we want to respect that fact or not. You know, we now have this movie that is just released, Highest of Stakes. I've not yet to hear a bad thing about this movie. And this is in the sense that people, and this is my opinion, people don't hold back when they do not like something. Anytime we saw people talking crap about the trailer or they didn't like something, you know, they said it. So the fact that I've yet to see a negative comment about the Highest of Stakes, I think is very positive. Now, the one thing we have to understand as early participants in this crypto thing, this HEX thing, is that A, nobody knows what crypto is. Period. So it's important that you comprehend that people are going to have to go through stages before they even wrap their head around what we have going on. And I've been talking about this really since the first PulseChain tour. When I went to the first one, I think it was in Albany, and I saw the caliber of people that were showing up and what they knew or didn't know. It's important, imperative that people in crypto that are doing real crypto, not fake crypto, because the fake people don't matter. You're out there talking about shitcoinery and stuff that's going to get rugged, yo, you don't matter. You're irrelevant. I'm not even talking to you. You know, like, I don't care. If you're not listening, like, you don't matter. You either get in tune with the facts of what this is, or you just stay on the outside. That's what this is. And that's not to be divisive. That's how it has to be. Because again, are we going to allow society to continue to dictate Or are we going to continue to, or are we going to dictate? Now, I like to dictate because I don't like to be told what's good when it's not. And that's a function of you controlling what you can control. My life is great. I control what I can control. I educate. I do my part to ensure that everybody has the same quality of life that I do. If you don't take the information and use it to your benefit, that's literally your own fault, your own problem, because my life is great. Why? Because the shit I talk about, the shit I talk, the crap I talk, that I talk to myself, the experiences I share, the facts that I share, they're all predicated on what's verifiably out there. They're not predicated on what I think. They're not predicated on anything but what you can go verify. So if you don't like what I'm saying, that's literally your problem, nobody else's. And that literally applies to everybody that talks for the public, because there's always going to be somebody that rubs you the wrong way, regardless of what they're sharing. I mean, can you believe there's people that don't like Richard Hart? And he's the nicest guy I've ever heard talking. I constantly ask myself, why is this guy so nice? He shouldn't be. He doesn't have to be. But yet he is. He goes out of his way. I mean, and this is the thing that I don't get. How can anybody be against somebody like that? But yet we see it, not only from the outside in the fake crypto space, but also within the community by those trying to push fake crypto in here. Dark days ahead, maybe? No, not at all. Because people like that never last. We always see them. They always come and they always go. Because that is how we roll. There's nothing wrong with participating in the space. What's wrong is pretending that you know what you don't know, because that's how others have gotten so many in trouble. Right? So much so that there's even a term for it, and it's called furu. Right? A lot of people say I made it up. I don't really know that I did, but whatever. Fake guru is what that word signifies. Plenty of fake gurus out there. You're going to always have somebody talking the talk and not walking it. If somebody professes to be an expert in whatever, they need to be showing and proving that fact to be true. I have a YouTube channel where you can see that I do in fact know what the fuck I'm talking about. Otherwise, I wouldn't be talking. Because what would I have to say that's of value to you? Why would anybody even be watching right now? Nobody would care. Now, what's confusing about the social media aspect of information is that a lot of the times, and this is actually usually, the information that's valuable is not the information that gets a million views. Right? Case in point, Joe Rogan, Lex Friedman, name your character. Name your beta character, because those dudes are all beta. I don't give a fuck what you think about them. They're all beta. And if you give me a list of all these fools, I will point them out to you how they're all beta, one by one, because they are. Because only some clown thinks that they're that important, that whatever they say is what counts. It's cool to have an audience and have an opinion and share it. It's another thing to think that, you're the end all be all. Like, nah, man, just share factual information. That's all you have to do. You want to share your opinion too? That's cool. But just, ensure that that's what you're doing. Because people with agendas, we don't need that. And when we see that, we're going to attack that. because we don't need that here, right? We're here to operate as sovereign individuals. We're not here to be told what to do. And a lot of people have a hard time accepting that. They have to learn how to live like that, in fact. Because at the end of the day, you know, this crypto stuff, where is it going? You know, how can you think that there is no future in crypto, but yet a future in fiat, when all the countries that are not out here literally trying to oppress their population day in and day out are the only ones not buying gold, are the only ones trying to impose social credit systems, except for China, are the only ones shoring up their financial system, except for China, are the only ones trying to get you to stop using what you've been using for hundreds of years, like farming, tactics. I mean, you know, give up your ways of defending yourself, give up your ways of energizing your home with heat and cooling. I mean, just stop living is what we're seeing across the West. Doesn't matter the country you go to. They don't want you to use gas ovens, wood ovens, brick ovens, any ovens. They want to convert everything into electric. You should be asking yourself why that is. And if you don't know, let me tell you in a little second. Their objective is to make everything electric so that they can just turn on and off the switch. Right? You think you're about to find freedom in a smart city. Meanwhile, they're just setting up all the junction points at which they can shut you off. Hold on, guys. It's, you know, cop time. Nah, I think the coast is clear. Sorry about that, guys. So again, we have all this information out here available to us, and all we can do is use it. But yet you have all these intermediaries, because that's all these people are. They're intermediaries. Anybody that's trying to put up a wall between you and your goals of freedom, whether they be financial or otherwise, they're intermediaries. Their objective is to get in the way of your success, whatever that success might be. The objective of Richard Hart, people such as myself, and others that are willing to just share factual information is the betterment of your existence. We don't have an agenda. Our agenda is your agenda. It's not to get you to buy anything. It's not to get you to sell anything. It's to get you to do what's best for you. Delaying gratification has always proven to be a successful strategy regardless of the endeavor. The sad fact that many people cannot wrap their head around that in 2023 after seeing HEX do what it did in a short span of time is hilarious. Sad because it's in your face, yet at the same time, hilarious. Because at the end of the day, the people that spend their time talking shit, belittling others, not sharing information, sharing their opinion, causing divisiveness in the community. These are the people that are consistently adding no value, just tweeting nonsense. And there's many people in that bracket because it's very easy to talk. Very, very easy to talk. It's so easy, in fact, that everybody does it. Not everybody has a YouTube channel showing their prowess in whatever information they're professing to know more than the dude that's actually educating those on. So if you happen to find yourself in that situation where you're shit talking somebody else because you think you know more, well, just shut the fuck up and make your own channel. Show and prove. Because at the end of the day, we're all here to learn. Nobody here is better than anybody else. Things to think about. The information is out here. All you got to do is take it and go verify. Richard Hart does nothing but provide factually verifiable information. I attempt and endeavor to do the same. I suggest everybody else that's out here talking about crypto do as well. Because if you're not doing that, well, you're playing into the hands of the enemy. Because you don't know the rules. You don't know the regs. You don't know what you're talking about. You're just parroting what somebody else is talking about. How does that help your pocket? Imagine all those people that sold XRP at the most inopportune time for them. Never mind the price. The price actually doesn't matter in many respects. What matters is you and your situation. How do you find your success? By knowing where you want to go. That's the only way. There is no other way, unfortunately. The most important thing to do in your life moving forward, and Richard talks about this all the time, is getting crypto right. And you only have to get that right one time. This is the most important decision people are going to be making over the next 6 months. And it might go out further than that. Now imagine, I said 6 to 18 months. If you've been around for 2 to 3 years, how do you feel? Do you think you're properly positioned? You might be. You might not be. I don't know. But you might want to figure out what your situation is and how to best position yourself with the facts that are out there. Because the facts are out there. Nobody's hiding them. Except the people that want to scam you, lie to you, steal from you, get you to buy shit coins, pump their bags when they're talking their book and not talking the book. The book is building generational wealth. That's the book. That's the playbook that we're using when we're talking. That's why we can talk long-term HEX stakes. That's why we don't have to care about the price being down 99% after being up 10,000x. That's why we don't have to care. Because we have a long-term strategy. We're always dollar cost averaging in every day because we're long-term stakers. So while those of you that don't understand math just cry and complain about what you don't understand, there are those of us that are playing the long game, delaying gratification longer than 60, 90 days, regardless of the protocol, whether it be HEX, PulseChain, PulseX. Pick your horse. You're not losing in the Richard Hart ecosystem. And there's coins I'm not even talking about because there's no reason to. They're related. Take a hint. At the end of the day, the success is found in truth and fact. And in case you haven't noticed, the world of lies is crumbling. That world no longer wins. That world is constantly losing the war every day. The war that we're fighting is a war from the day you're born until the day you die. You either participate or you let it denigrate you. That's literally how it's going down. You don't have to agree, but it's true. If you're a shady character, you let the world beat you down into that edifice that you show us. Don't be fooled by everybody else being nice to you and letting you be a piece of shit. That's because they're pieces of shit too. So you see, the world is a paradox. You'll have a million people telling you what's best for you when they don't know what's best for them, and they're not doing what's best for them. You'll have a plethora of individuals screaming and hollering at how they have the keys of the kingdom, and they give it to you, but you got to pay for it. And then you got guys like Richard. Man, what can we say about a guy like Richard Hart? He's educated us in many ways. And at the same vein, he allows us to educate him. Now, that's the mark of a great man. That is literally the mark of a great man. He spends his time, money, and experience on the masses in the hopes that we catch on. Think about that. That is what you have in front of you. An individual that's laying out all the facts to bear so you can go verify. Not somebody that's trying to tell you what to do, how to do it, when to do it. There's an importance in that you need to understand and comprehend. Because at the end of the day, it's your way or the highway, regardless of what somebody else says. That's why crypto exists. Your job, until you get to the point where you can make the decisions, is to gather as much factually verifiable information as you possibly can. Why is it that staking HEX for 10 years or more is the best bet? Why is it that staking it for 5 years or more is the best bet? Why is it that staking it for 3 years or less is not really the best bet? Do the math. Figure it out. Why is it that PulseChain is here? Why did we have to make PulseChain? Why did we have to make PulseX? Why did Richard go out of his way to do all of these things that he did not have to do? Look at the landscape of fake crypto right now. I've been talking about it since 2020. It is in your face, front and center, for everyone to see. And so many naysayed me when I said it like it was back then. Look at it now. Proven time and again. Stop fighting the facts. Stop fighting what's true. The success and the X's are right around the corner as soon as you stop fighting what's true. The sooner you fight the facts of life, the more pain you're going to keep enduring. Because those of us that keep sticking to the truth don't know anything but winning. So you either want to win or you want to lose. The choice is ultimately yours because the winners are out here sharing, giving it away. We're not keeping it to ourselves. We're not selling it. I've tried to sell this shit. It doesn't work. People literally have to be scammed. Richard is 100% right on that front. That's a fact, not an opinion. That's a fact, not an opinion. You can't help people by trying to make them pay for it. Nope, doesn't work. Does not work. So shout out to Richard Hart. Shout out to anybody that supports Richard Hart. Shout out to those that understand that there is no need to idolize a man, but there is a need to respect a man when he gives himself nothing but the latitude to be respected. And I think people have a hard time understanding the difference between the two. Idolatry is not required. Respecting an individual, however, is paramount. And when that respect is not given, you will be shown the proper treatment. That's what makes a community, actually. Not just a bunch of clowns pretending to be cool with each other. Don't need that. That fake shit ain't flying here. Never gonna. You'll see it, but you best believe that ain't the core, regardless of what you see in public. Because as you guys always know what's true about life. And if you don't know, let me put you in tune. Believe half of what you hear and none of what you see. Because at the end of the day, monkey do, monkey see. Right? Think about that one. Because that's really what it is. It's not monkey see, monkey do. It's monkey do, monkey see. Every day that passes is a day where the world gets closer to exposing the fiat system for what it is. You have a contingency of countries called the BRICS that are working towards that goal daily. And they're doing it in a fashion where the facade that they're displaying is one such that their currency is going to be gold backed and such. Maybe even crypto backed. And these are the things that I don't see other crypto people really talking about. You know, I've been talking about this stuff for years. I don't even talk about it anymore. Right? And crypto is crypto. Crypto is here to do you the job of providing you the freedom, the sovereignty to operate as a willing, able, and participating individual. Now, the underpinning of all of that is being responsible. You have to be responsible to yourself, responsible to others. And that's hard for people to do. And that's why I think it's going to take some time for crypto to actually be what it needs to be. Because people will have to go through pain. Even people in crypto that are here now will have to suffer pain because they don't want to learn the lessons that they're going to need to learn. Because guess what? CBDCs don't care. They're right around the corner. They're right here. Anything that's divisive is readily available to us to divide us. This is why knowing your why crypto, having that focus, having that determination to stay focused, having that determination to understand why delaying gratification is the key. Having the vantage point, the perspective, the ability to gather that perspective, and understanding that all you have to do is as little as possible in order to find the success in crypto that you need. And the thing that underpins that is understanding product market fit, understanding where the world is going, understanding why the world needs this thing, understanding what this thing is. And we have the fortune this time around that we didn't have with Bitcoin of knowing who made this thing and why, or excuse me, who made these things and why. If you've been a part of this community since 2020, you've been around the most alpha in contemporary history. Period. Do not let those that don't have any concept, any grasp of anything tell you otherwise, because time provides clarity, and time will always provide you with what you need to find the success. Ask those guys that bought HEX when it was nothing, T-shares when it was nothing. Ask them. A lot of them are still around. This game is as easy as you want it to be, or as hard as you want it to be. Thank you guys for listening, taking the time to hear me out. You guys know where you can find me. On Twitter at WellsOnly with the number 1 at the end. And on YouTube. YouTube is just Wells Only. Yeah. Thanks, nigga guy. What's up, brother?
Thank you very much, Wells. I hope you had a blast. I was listening in a little bit while eating lunch. I don't know. Yeah, thank you very much for thank you for showing up.
Thank Richard Hart.
You.
Thank you for your help, and thanks to everybody that's attending the conference, man. All right, brother.
All right. I hope we see you next conference. And yeah, we don't mind. Good
guys.
to see you.
Peace. Done told you.
Okay. Next up, we have Proof of Beard and the famous Tom Gillespie, who made big impact with his with the first documentary about Richard Hart and the HEX ecosystem. Proof of Beard, you were on earlier. Welcome, everybody. Nice to have you.
G'day. Pleasure to be here.
Time to get serious, guys.
Yeah, it's our pleasure hosting you, Tom. We've waited for years now to have you on the show. I've been constantly following you on Twitter, keeping up with everything. I just saw that you posted another update for something new. So why don't you introduce yourself? I don't know how many people know you, even though everybody should know you. So maybe you want to talk about a little bit how you got into crypto. Who are you? Why do you look so nice? Please let us know.
Yeah, g'day everyone. I'm Tom Peter Gillespie. I'm most well known amongst the Hexicans for the HEX documentary titled Hexicans and the Time Value of Money that came out the end of 2022 to much avail from the Hexicans, not so much from the people outside of Hexico, but that's starting to change. And I spent just about a year and a half with the Hexican community and documented my experience trying to track down the Mr. Richard Hart. And along that journey, I interviewed with some 50 Hexicans and a lot of people that were obviously anti-Hex also, to try to get a balanced observation of the community and the technology, of course, which is so bloody important in this space. And for the last 6 months or so, I've basically been cruising around the Caribbean, taking a bit of time off because I just don't have any investigations on right now. I put out pitched a few ideas, I think 6 or 7 proposals that are out there, but nobody seemed to bite. There was obviously a lot of, I handpicked those projects from, Pulse is actually one of them. And yeah, a lot of people talk a lot of shit about many projects in crypto, but when it comes to bringing justice through investigative journalism, the budgets are just not there, to be honest. I don't, that's how it is. So I've put myself on a cruise for the last 6 months, and I've been very much enjoying it. I think this is my 12th ship.
Oh, wow, that's impressive. What's your HEX journey? Because I'm here since when HEX first went down again to 10 cents. Oh, I cannot make this complicated. Like the end of the PulseChain sacrifice. And I always remember you lurking around and being more of it felt like a skeptic. So when did you got into HEX? I mean, it speaks words or a lot of words that you spent 1.5 years of your life investigating HEX and making the documentary. Like, how did you get into crypto? And like, yeah, maybe one at a time.
I got into crypto through a fella in Bali, you know, the piranha foot baths you can get there, and he basically wanted me to pay in Bitcoin, and I was like, what the bloody hell is this all about? Anyway, after that vacation, I came back to Oz and I did a bit of homework, and I dipped my toe into Bitcoin at that time, and I think that was 2017, if I remember correctly. And obviously, you know what happened after that. So I got pretty badly rinsed out through that. And then, as you'll see in my first investigation called the Fakefluencer, my little brother Timmy brought me into the fold with something called Scooter Coin, which his little boy had been researching. And that took me on a path which actually, this was predates my HEX investigating something called Scooter Coin, made famous by Fakefluencer Bitman 360, if you don't know him. He's quite popular on the internet. Anyway, I found myself at the end of that investigation being introduced to this Richard Hart character by Bitman 360 himself, and that was in Hexaco City. And I became somewhat enthralled by the promises that both Richard and his community were claiming about the HEX product. And so what I did is I put a vote up. Well, not me, but the producers put a vote up online. And there was a couple of projects there, and the Hexicans investigation won the vote there. And that's what sent me on that journey to investigate HEX, which, if you've seen the documentary, I think you'll agree is very fair and balanced. And if you don't agree, then fair enough. But I disagree that we shouldn't agree on that regard.
That confused me. Yeah, I gotta be honest. I did not watch your documentary, very sadly, but I should do that at some point of time. Maybe while pirating the actual document, or not? Yeah, it was an actual documentary. Like maybe while I pirate the actual film, because I'm from Europe and I can't watch that stuff, I download your stuff too. Maybe find it on Pirate Bay. So I completely lost thought. Proofbeard, can you just what questions do you have to Tom Gillespie while we have him in our
I don't have questions. I just wanted to thank him for putting me on his documentary with such a amazing looking beard, and as I was told, also amazing looking eyebrows. So thank you,
yes,
kind sir.
Well, thank you for putting in the effort, mate. So
it's been a long time, man. 2 years.
Oh yeah,
something like that.
Yeah. I think you were one of the first fellas I interviewed, actually.
Yeah, it was good stuff.
Yeah.
Yep. And other than that, I enjoyed that you came here with a pink robe on. Really,
this is
really
what
mirrors
this is how I roll when I'm on holiday, mate.
Not to hate the boys, but they're just wearing black shirts, and that's kind of boring, right? Everybody should take a look at Tom.
Not everyone has style, sticker guy.
You want to put a bit of color in your life, so.
So
no, but listen, I appreciate it. I really do appreciate being invited onto the Pulse conference. But
yeah,
I wonder, will I get to ask a few questions in this here spot?
Yeah, it's not a Tom Gillespie interview. It's just.
It's not. We just.
It's just how sticker guy rolls. Sticker guy.
Just how, that's how we roll.
He just
you can
a
ask
lot of
any
questions.
question that's in your mind. Like
okay.
If you would ask me if I want to be in your next investigation, I would consider it.
Let's investigate sticker guy.
Yeah, I mean,
please don't talk to me.
It's there waiting to happen. I think I could probably squeeze out a couple more episodes. It was only four episodes in the end, so it certainly seems, from what I've been observing amongst the community lately that there is, there's at least a couple more episodes here, especially considering what happened most recently with the discovery of Richard living in Finland the whole time.
Yeah, maybe you should fly there.
What? I totally missed that. Finland?
How
Where
did
is
you
he
miss
in
that,
Finland?
dude?
Oh, I know where Finland is. It's the end of the thing.
It's
Yeah, it's
it's
the end
way
of the
up
world.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's nothing there. It's just Finn Bears there, and that.
I
and,
think
yeah,
Santa-
and apparently
There's
Richard.
just nothing but Finbear and Richard hanging out on the porch.
And
I
Santa.
knew always that Richard was just chilling in Finn Bear's sauna. I knew it.
Yeah. Who made that public? Was that coming out with the SEC thing? Like,
Yeah, it was on the document of the SEC thingy.
Yeah, exactly. It was the
Okay.
first line, I think. It said. Or the third line.
You can see I did my homework and actually read.
Which
the
is
thing.
funny because I didn't know that the SEC had jurisdiction over Finland. That's good to know.
I don't think they do, mate. But they probably have an extradition
Nah, I'm
treaty
joking.
thing, right?
Maybe,
No, but it's
Criminal,
it's,
I guess. I don't know. I'm not a law guy. I'm a beard guy.
maybe he's just not from Finland and he controls the SEC and just told them to tell them that he lives in Finland. So we're like looking in the completely wrong direction. He actually is living in like the Vatican or something. But wait, no, the church is evil.
He does play 4D chess, doesn't he? So
he does play 4D chess.
It's a chance that he's not even on this planet any longer. I mean, he's migrated to another.
That I thought
maybe
like, when he stopped streaming, I like maybe he's dead and it's all uploaded in some whatever.
Maybe he's only in Hexaco, the VR version of the Tom Gillespie documentary. Maybe
he
he's only
seems
there.
to spend a lot of time in there. Actually, I've bumped into him in there a number of times.
Yeah,
since,
multiple times. Me too.
But he always tries to run away from me when I get in there.
Oh,
and
really?
He's very good at he's very good at disappearing through these portals into other worlds. So haven't managed to catch up on a follow up interview yet. But I understand he's very busy with he's very busy with another movie that he's bringing out. The Highest of Stakes.
Top Gear.
That's coming out soon. Sorry, The Top of Stakes, exactly. That's coming out soon, and I understand he's going on tour to promote his movie film.
Yeah,
and fair play to him. He could have stepped in and done a bit of promo for mine. Would have helped out a bit. But...
He could. I actually texted him many times that he should like give you more attention and retweet the stuff, because even though I didn't watch it, I see all the effort you put in there and that you spend so much time. Like that's easily too. Like I'm very impressed, to be honest. So
yeah, and it was a concrete, solid overview of the entire community, I think, which is obviously where all the
you definitely forgot me, so I'm not in your documentary, and that's the first time we met. Even though every time nobody is responding to your Twitter posts, I'm like, "Hey Tom, how are you? Are you okay? Do you want to talk?" You never respond. That hurt. In the end, I wanted to help you, but in the end, it hurt my feelings. So if I can nicely ask, maybe you want to respond more to myself.
Never hurts the guy's feelings.
I feel terrible now, mate. And
he will stick you all over town.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to get my people to schedule an interview with you and I after this, okay? So we can spend the time together and really dig into it.
And then
you've got people?
Yeah. I've got people. They're not on this boat at the moment, but I can get hold of them through the satellite phone if I need to.
Yeah, I can tell. How dare you to sorry, I'm no native English speaker. Sometimes there's just words missing. How dare you to him?
That's okay. Don't worry about it, mate. My accent's a bit all over the place as well sometimes. People can't even understand a fucking word I say. Mainly because it's, the Aussie accent is not really used very often outside of Australia. A little bit in New Zealand, a little bit in Sweden, but not outside of Oz, really.
Also in Finland, I heard.
Yeah, in America, there are people that try to they pretend to be Aussies, but they do a terrible job, and you can spot them a mile away.
I mean, Americans do a terrible job overall.
Americans do a terrible job in almost everything. Like, I really love you guys, but the
That's kinda
country
edgy.
is messed up. America is like, what?
Hey,
I'm glad.
weren't you there for a long time, Sticker Guy?
Yes,
doing the
yes,
tour?
that's how I can tell. Yes.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Oh, no,
yeah. See, Tom, I already did some. I got some experience. I got to live the Hexagon lifestyle. I can give you interesting talks about how I drove 10,000 kilometers in 3 months. That's like cool, right?
Did
At
you
least-
do that? Did you? Did you put stickers up everywhere you stopped
Yes,
along the
yes.
way?
I put stickers everywhere. Like,
I mean,
there's
that's
no
a
other.
documentary in itself, isn't it? Really.
It should be, yes. I'm trying, but like, it's not working. Yeah, I have different stuff in my life that I think is more important. So I do the stickers like more for fun, and like.
Okay, so you're not really a sticker guy. That's more of a.
I
side
am a
hustle.
sticker guy. Dude, wait, give me a second. I'll be right back.
I think it's.
Give me a moment. Wait.
All right, I'm going to pour myself a little bit of the crypto Kool-Aid here, which I brought with me, and it's bloody delicious. I'm looking forward to downing more of it in the future.
Give me some as well, man.
Look, I have so many stickers. It's not enough for me. So if Tom, if you want to have
Thank
some
you.
stickers,
Yep. That's it. Thank you.
I think you should finish the Kool-Aid before the end of the hour.
Oh, he is finishing it. Cheers.
Cheers, guys. Stay hydrated. Everybody in chat,
Well, that's
take
definitely
a sip of
spiked.
water.
Take a
Yeah,
little bit
this
of
is
Kool-Aid.
this is
Stay
a water
hydrated.
break, everyone.
Yeah, that's a water break. 5 minutes. We should like wait. Maybe I can play the sound from branding. Whatever. And while we're taking a water break, everybody please like and subscribe. Follow Tom Gillespie. Give this man more of the algorithm. He can really need it. And
there are no algorithms out here on the high seas, mate.
Tom,
yeah,
when is your
lucky
sacrifice
you, right?
going live?
When is my sacrifice going live?
I would love to throw money in your sacrifice.
You know what? I think we need a coin or a token first, eh? So
no.
We can make scooter. We can make scooter coin number 2.
Or just a Patreon or something.
E-scooter.
Nah, Patreon's boring, man. We call it Gillespie coin.
Or Tom coin. I like Tom because it's universal.
It's relatable.
I can sell you a complete token contract for 1 million hex.
Consider
that's
it done,
cheap
mate.
nowadays, man.
Just send me the million hex first.
If you send them EX, it's almost nothing. You just.
I would take EX. I don't care. T-share is T-share.
Yeah, I don't control the treasury, mate. But I understand that the hex that I did play with in the documentary is still sitting in that account. So
perfect. Do you actually own some T-shares?
I don't own shit, mate. I've got my scooter coin bags that I sit on still because I'm hopeful that Bitman will pull his fucking finger out eventually. But no, I don't hold anything else. I'm looking at. I mean, I can get access to that wallet if I do some more investigations. For example, I know that I'm talking about the producers now. They did take part in the sacrifice, so they should have some balance on PulseChain. So I can access that. I can access it to do a documentary, but I can't access it to pay you for some stickers, for example.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. If you want some, but there's the thing. I only sell hex stickers because like the other shit thing. Like we're working on some Pulse Dogecoin stickers. Like look, even the little Richard here has some Pulse Dogecoin sticking out of his head, but you can't see it because it's behind the thing.
Oh mate, I've got some Pulse Dogecoin actually. Somebody
I knew you were lying.
Well, I say I've got some. Somebody sent some to me, but I've fucking got no idea where that wallet is now. That was over a year ago. So
me neither.
I don't really have.
You're doing great, man.
Yeah, every time I go on a boat, I throw a laptop outside the boat to the Alex Jones thing, where he like had some Bitcoin and like, yeah.
Okay.
I think that's a very reliable way of filming yourself throwing the laptop away and then showing that to your financial thing, like the government stuff, and then they're like, oh yeah, he is actually stupid. And then after 7 months of sending postcards to each other, they finally break down in tears because they hate their miserable lives. And that's how I get out of crypto, by just pulling it out of in time. Yeah, that's at least the plan for the future.
That's a good plan, mate. And I appreciate you sharing that information with me. I'll use that in future investigations. What I wanted to say though, regarding, just rewinding there for a second, regarding this SEC stuff, everybody should have known that this moment was coming, right? So this is not a shocker, as much as they'd like the community wants to make it look like a shocker online. Everyone knew it was coming.
Surprised. No, I'm surprised. I think that the timing of the SEC was that they knew the film was coming out. You cannot tell me that the SEC didn't time this whole thing. No, they may be too stupid to read the actual contract and to understand T-shares, but like that they have not like, oh yeah, they're making a documentary, we can't trade them. No, I think.
Yeah, I mean that's largely why a lot of why the other documentary was postponed, right? They wanted to time it with this free press from the filing, so that was clever. It's very clever marketing, but we all knew it was coming, and I especially, because I don't know if you recall, but I had a Cameo account where people could send me requests and I'd sing them happy birthday and stuff.
Oh, wow.
Anyway, that account was seized by the SEC about 6 months ago in regards to it being perceived as like a influencer account for HEX, which is kind of like that tipped me off a little bit 6 months ago. I was like, okay, they're starting to do their homework and collect all their bits and bobs together, ready to put their filing, right? So I think, if I knew it was coming and I shared that information online, it's not like I kept it to myself. You know, I think there was a bunch of
that's important. Like, if you've listened to Wade's only talking the last hour, it's very like what I've got from his talk is that it's very important to share information and share the information, and you did that, which is great. So
yeah, I mean, there was a lot of influencers that were talking about it at the time, so it happened at the same time as everybody else was getting told to shut the fuck up about HEX online as well. That was obviously at the early stages of their investigation, I assume. And like I say, the clever marketing tactics of the Heart suggested that they should wait until that filing goes through till they bring the documentary out, which was very clever marketing. But I think I can't help but think, was it worth it? You know, is Richard? Do you think Richard is happy with this outcome? Because as far as I understand, he's looking at a bit of jail time here. And
what are you talking about, dude? What jail time?
If you're going to go to jail to promote a documentary, that's a big price to pay, no?
Dude, who's going to jail? What are you talking about?
Yeah.
What do you mean jail time?
From what I've read online, I understood he was looking at jail time from this.
No, it's a civil lawsuit. No. You can't go to jail. It's only a fine.
Yeah, it's a proof you might know.
People that say that he's going to jail are like, yeah.
But it's a civil suit in another country that he doesn't even reside in as well.
Yeah,
right?
You got that as well. Yeah.
So the chances are this will never come to trial then.
And they probably don't even know.
I think at maximum he would have to pay a fine. So
wasn't also in the document like just an assumption that he's there and not like factually that he's there. I don't even think they know exactly. But also, it's a civil lawsuit. Like, you can't go to jail for this. Maybe.
I know. I mean, he's not in the US either, right? So, no. But he was using the dollary dues, I think, or some stable dollary due.
The entire world is using the dollary due.
No, but
except for
the stable one, that what's it called? USDT.
yeah. So yeah, but how does that make it?
Well, because that's part, isn't that part owned by the Federal Reserve or something? With
Yeah, but
Circle.
what they saw as the entire thing is just Hex and ETH. Like there's no other things interacting with it. Whatever happens then, like if I use whatever coin to launder money or whatever, it doesn't become the jurisdiction of the country where that one coin is founded in. It doesn't make any sense. How would that like?
Well, I guess we'll just wait and see, right? And,
Yeah, sure.
Like you
But
say,
to
we're
he's
not
facing jail
legal
time, that doesn't make
scholars,
any
are
sense.
we?
I
We're not
am
exactly legal
I have
scholars.
a very
but-
legal beard, and that's all I've
No,
got to
no,
say.
I have seen your beard. That beard looks illegal. Like,
Yeah, I know.
look at me.
Why
I
are we
wish I
not?
could grow a beard.
Why are you not showing it off right now, mate?
Because I'm scared of all the people that will be
You should turn like
jealous.
this and make the camera like just show the beard, like for 1 second.
I did that once on a Will's Only stream. Did not go
Oh,
down
great.
very well. I got a
I-
lot of angry people.
I got a feeling, you know, the next 6 to 12 months is going to be very interesting and certainly worthy of documenting. So
Yeah, that's for sure.
I do encourage any of you guys that do want to see like a season 2 or the next episode to go and vote for that, and let's get it rolling, because you know time is ticking, fellas.
We should get Tom's series on Netflix instead of the Highest of Stake. That would
Netflix
be
is not going to be around in a few years, so
why
So
not?
Tom, if
Because
you
they're
were
losing
to
too much money,
decide
or
what
what?
you
no, because
sorry.
anyone can launch a fucking streaming site now, so it's
Yeah.
going to be 10 a penny. There'll be
Yeah.
fucking tons of them. Your grandma's going to have one.
Streaming service, yeah, cool.
So Tom,
Yeah,
if
let's see.
you were to decide, now I want to talk. Tom, if you were to decide what coin you could investigate, which one are you most interested in?
Well, like I said, I've got 8 projects live now, just waiting to be funded, minted, even by at the bitjoinery.com, and you know I've already got a shit ton of info on Pulse and a HEX season 2, but outside of that, there's one called Zen, which I think is fucking hilarious. You know, I'd like to investigate Zen, and there is also, what was the other one now? XRP, Ripple. I think that shit show's been going on way too long and needs to be shut the fuck down, actually.
Yeah, I think
I don't know how they've held on
job for you.
so bloody long.
Because they have an army, man. Didn't you hear?
Yeah, and I need to go and meet these people. I want to spend some time with that community, because I think they're probably as radical as you guys in the Hexagon community, to be honest.
I wonder.
We're not radical. We're not a cult, even though I have participated in many cultish activities, like burning stuff and praying to the gods.
And sacrificing things.
Yeah, I mean, you're European though, so that's normal.
Yeah, it's kind of normal for you.
Oh yeah, sure. We do it every once in a while. Right after Easter, there's like there's like things in Europe where we burn stuff, and it's pretty cool. Like you gather,
So-
everybody gathers around the fire, and then when you get bread and you put it on a stick, it's
You're really selling it to me, mate. I'm on my way. My bags are packed.
He's
But-
the best. He's the best salesman we got, man.
I can feel
you want
it. I
some
can feel it.
stickers?
Mate, I do want some stickers, but not HEX stickers. I can't be seen to be promoting HEX, and I'm certainly not here in a promotional capacity for Pulse either.
I've got
Just to be
the
crystal clear.
earn passive income, and Richard said he wants the numbers, so I put a 3, 6, and a 9 there because
Sticker guy, mate. I think you really need to watch the documentary I made, because none of those things came true in the period that I made my documentary. Actually, the exact opposite came true. And I think a lot of people got a kick out of that, watching me write it down from the tippy top all the way to the
It was
fucking
amazing.
bottom.
I enjoyed it.
And, you know, that's what it is. I think accurately captured a space in time there. And that's what you set out to do as an investigator. And if you get to the end of the series, you'll see my denouement where I wrap up my conclusions for the whole investigation. You'll see exactly what I discovered, which will blow your mind because it's much bigger than HEX alone. It's much more.
Wait, there's nothing bigger than HEX. What are you trying to tell me? I was like not listening for half a second, tripping off. So please, can you repeat that?
Yeah, the crypto space. Well, you can always you can rewind the tape. Yeah, you can rewind the tape later, but essentially the entire crypto space it affects the entire crypto space. What I discovered, at least, and that's what's got me sipping on too much crypto Kool-Aid while I'm out here cruising the Bahamas.
We only have like 30 minutes, and I don't know how much gallons that is because we don't use retard units in Europe. But let's everybody, let's make another water break.
Cheers, everybody. Hope
yeah,
you're
water
enjoying
break.
the conference.
Kool-Aid break.
Also, I can see that we got 17 new watchers. So please,
hello.
Earlier we were at 160, now we're at 177. That's not 17, but whatever. Please like and subscribe. And oh man, Tom, it's so great to see you. I still have so many more questions. What's your favorite part? If you investigated HEX for that long time, I'm sure you got to understand the whole part, read the contract multiple times like I did. Made some stakes, ended some stakes, were angry that you lost all your money doing it on Ethereum, were angry that the post did not launch. So my question is, what is your favorite part about the smart contract in a technical way? Or was your whole investigation only the community?
Oh, mate, the technical stuff was like pure magic to me, so I didn't really dig that deep into it. That was more of the research department prior to my execution of the actual producing the documentary, right? I spent a lot more time with the community trying to understand some of the more finer cultural aspects of the community, if you like. But I understand the basic function of the contract, the smart contract, and I think one of my favorite parts, and which drove a lot of the investigation, was the origin address, right? Because I spoke to the fella that built the contract, and he's in the doco under the name HEX Panic, and he was the original developer for the HEX contract. So I was lucky to sit down with him. Now I couldn't understand a bloody word he was saying half the time because he's a developer, software developer, and you know how
those guys
how they can be to try to squeeze answers out of. Anyway, I found something there in that interview, this origin address and the connection to the founder of the HEX, Richard Hart.
I've heard of it.
And the question, that bounced around, is he the OA? Does he know who the OA is? Does it even matter? All those kind of questions that were triggered by that discovery. I think that's probably one of the more interesting parts of the smart contract on a technical level, even though it's probably the least technical part of the contract. What about yourself?
The OA is very interesting. For myself, I think the best part is the T-share mechanism, where I am unable to sell. Like, for me, this is my first cycle, and I very enthusiastically bought the top. And even at the bottom, I'm enthusiastic. But I'm also extremely depressed because, first of all, the price went down 70%, and I'm like, I got this. This is normal in crypto, and then it went down another 70%, and another 70%, and another 70%, and another 90%, and I think I forgot one more 90%. So the depression is now at a state where it's no longer we're no longer depressed. So I got through the whole depression, and now I'm on the other side of the depression, where it's I've lived the best life, the best year of my life this last year. I went after I went with the Crypto Sparbuch. It's a German YouTube channel. They're really great, and they made a tour through the US. and I joined them for 3 months. And after that, I came back and was like, we were in Las Vegas, and I don't know, but Las Vegas is like the whole city has ADHD. Everything is blinking and pooping, and we were smoking
Horrible,
weed
innit?
all the time. So that was maybe a part of it too. But well, when I came back, it was like, oh, I need some time. I need some rest. And well, I went back to school. I got a better degree, and now in maybe a month or two, I'll start to study. Like I already have an internship where I like a fair builder, and I can like build wooden sculptures and stuff like that. I work with
Congratulations,
speakers.
mate.
I've never been this proud of myself. I just got my degree and will now start studying. What was the initial question?
I think it was the depression you were having. You were talking about being depressed.
Oh yeah, so the fucking price went down so much, and the initial question was the best part about the HEX thing. And if I were not in HEX, I would have sold at a 90% loss. So now Richard Howard saved me by not selling the 90%, the 99% loss. Which even though I'm wrecked as fuck, I still believe in the whole system, and I still believe that because I understand how liquidity pools work, and well, I believe there's always something you can learn, but I understand the basic concept of Uniswap. I think PulseChain is still a great opportunity, and I can see that there is more to the thing than just my personal view where I bought the top like an idiot. And I think the thing about the HEX contract is I can't sell, so I can't just sit back and be like, okay, I fucked up. Now I'm focusing on like studying and getting better degrees, so I get a better job, so I can fulfill myself in a job. Like I want to learn how to, or I'm actually starting to learn how to code. So I want to stay in the crypto space, but I figured that if I put all my life on the crypto, it's too risky, because like I'm not an OG. I just been at the worst timing. So I think the better thing for me is to have two foots, one in crypto as a hobby and one in the pleb world where you are like sheep. Then I don't care. I think some safety is much needed. And if I get to be as rich as those other guys, please, yes. But that's just not going to happen in the foreseeable future. So I think for me, it's the best way to go the safe route.
You're hooked on the hopium, mate. They call it hopium.
Yes, there's like a
Some
big
call it Kool-Aid.
canister every evening before I go to
as
sleep,
well, yeah.
eating.
Okay, you listen, mate. I was like that when I first had my ride with Scooter Coin back in 2018. I was just like that, and I still hold on. I still consider myself a Scooter Coin.
Yeah, because it's one of the best coins out there.
Hopium addict. I've been holding on to that shit for over 6 years now, and if you look at the charts, it's never actually there's nothing going on there.
Yeah.
But I'm hopeful, and I will remain hopeful as long as Bitman keeps putting out fucking live streams and tweets and shit, right? Because he's keeping it alive, even if it's one guy, and he's working for free.
It's Scooter Coin. I don't care. If there's one guy in a dream, and you're also the second guy, so there's not only one guy. So can I buy Scooter Coin on PulseChain? Will it burn gas for me?
I understand it will. I understand it will eventually be available on PulseChain, but at the moment it's on its own blockchain. So
that sucks. Yeah. Why don't we make like a Scooter Coin on the PulseChain, and then we can all buy Scooter Coins, and then we could make like an NFT game where you have like a scooter jump and run. That would be so cool.
Sounds like a great idea to me. Now,
yes.
And it could be a great internship for you, actually.
Maybe you have some free room with your employees where you could just get a branch to.
Oh, we don't.
That having an idea is pretty simple. Having an idea is not the hard part, but like actually building the idea and actually getting to a finished product is like
And
Much harder.
also, when it comes to building software, products, you need a magician, or at least 2 or 3 magicians to program
That's
the
true.
bloody
Yes,
thing.
that is actually true. Yes.
And
When
we
I-
all know that there's not very many universities left around the world that will teach that kind of education
Yeah,
anymore.
and you should visit Europe, because we have like Australia was discovered by the Brits or by Great Britain, and they used it as a prison island. That's probably why you all are like, well, this whole country, and they have like spiders that are bigger than me, and like kangaroos and stuff. Like,
it's true.
Weren't there already people in Australia when they founded the?
Yeah, but I wonder that Tom is
so
on
who,
Aboriginal.
so who
Tom,
actually founded
oh,
them?
he's on the boat. Yeah, he's on the boat.
Modern day Australia was actually the Scottish, and then the Brits came in after and pushed the Scots out, and they
Yeah, what I wanted to
dominated
say
New
is that
Zealand. And
in
stuff.
Europe
But
we
I
have,
don't want
like-
to give you a history lesson on my own home
No, I
country
don't
right
want
now.
either that. Yeah, yeah. So
Anyway,
you
listen,
do
if you're
history
serious, if you're serious about building Scooter Coin on PulseChain, I know for a fact that the fellas at BitJoin, the production company at BitJoin Studios, they're looking right now for solutions to fund their collective, their studio DAO collective thingy that they're building, and they're considering using Scooter Coin as the native token asset there.
I actually
But-
heard that
So
Elon is
bullish.
also building scooters, and he's going to tie that into Scooter Coin.
Exactly.
Without a limit, you would need like a separate device, and there you load your scooter coins in. And if you don't have the scooter coins, the scooter will not work.
Mate, I'm an expert on Scooter Coin. Honestly, I've still sit on a lot of bags of that stuff. There is a device. It's called the Buttercup 3. And it exists. And if it does what it says it should, we're all going to be going to the bloody moon together. And anti-gravity skate parks are something that, every kid is going to want to ride on an anti-gravity skate park in the near
All right,
future.
I'll set up like a Telegram chat room, or
please don't.
something more
I
with it.
actually really do not like Telegram. I actually prefer Twitter. Can you do a Twitter group chat?
Maybe, yeah, not right now because I'm on a conference, but after
Actually,
that,
do
I
you know
can.
what? What would be better is if you fax the production company, right? Fax them over
Yeah.
your proposal for putting
Okay.
Scooter Coin on PulseChain, and I'll review it with them online later on after this meeting, and we'll see if
I'll
we
just
can't
send
get
them
you
an
an
email.
internship, mate, because it looks like it's about time you accelerated your career to the next level. And I want to help you do that.
Yeah.
I want to
Perfect, Tom.
help
I
you do
really
that.
like you, and I think
I
we
don't-
will have a bright future
I'm
together.
blockchain agnostic, mate. I don't mind if we get funded through your blockchain, Pulse. That's fine with me. If it functions, it
Yes.
functions. Let's do it. Let's give it a go. But I can
PulseChain
tell
is
you right
working.
now,
We waited so long. We got through the depression. We now have
we're
a
building.
working decentralized blockchain, which is actually great. Like, people are even throwing conferences about that stuff. Like,
and
can
I
you
understand.
imagine?
I understand there are grants available as well by the PulseCoin LLC. They're giving out grants for new projects like this, right?
No, you got that wrong. There's no PulseChain LLC, and there's no PulseChain headquarters, and there's no HEX headquarters. and
Okay,
there's
but I
no
read something about
CEO.
grants. Somebody's handing out grants for people that want to build dApps on Pulse, right?
Let me pull out Google. I don't know what grants means, and you have to.
Oh, it's basically like money for free that you don't have to pay back. You don't have to pay it
all the
back.
German users. Grants is Zuschüsse. So extra money.
It's like government money, but instead of government, it's somebody that just wants you to build on their blockchain because they need it to look like something's happening.
Oh, like Binance does with their bots to pump their.
They all do it. They all do it, mate.
They all do it. If everybody is doing it, we can do it. So let's eat baby goats.
And I think German magicians are some of the best magicians on the planet, right? As far as I
Right, yeah, that's
remember
what I
reading.
wanted to tell you earlier about the history lesson. So we have cities that are from the 1300s, and you should Google. Wait, let me pull it up. Everybody Google Heidelberg. Heidelberg It's one of the most beautiful
Grab
cities in
myself a little
Germany.
bit more Kool-Aid.
There's like,
you need
we
it,
have
man.
castles, we have like old city towns with houses that almost collapse, but they're very beautiful. Sometimes we even have real story. In one city, there's a Starbucks, and they have a big sign on their front door saying that Goethe or Schiller, like some guys,
Cheers, mate.
they maybe once had a sleepover there. So that's
Sorry,
great.
was that German you were just speaking? Then I couldn't understand a bloody word you just said, mate.
It
No,
was
Speaking to
like
the German
all
side of the
German.
audience.
Jawohl, ja, immer doch. No, yeah, we need a magician. That's
Prost.
easy. Prost.
I think all
Okay,
Germans are
yeah, let's
magicians.
take another effort.
It is Brust, huh? Right?
Prost. Prost.
Prost.
Looks like apple juice.
No, but this has been fun. It looks like, I don't know how long you want to go for here, but is there any more
Depends.
specific stuff
I
you
can
want to
do this
dig
for
into
hours.
with me, mate?
Well, so I think we have about 10 to 12, maybe at maximum 13, at least 14 minutes left, depending on how much I talk about the time. Because then, like, we have to keep the YouTube video shorter than 12 hours, because if we keep it longer, then YouTube will delete it. That's at least what I understood.
Oh,
So,
really? Okay.
Yeah, so we
Oh,
will.
that's the German YouTube, mate. That's the German YouTube that does
Well,
that.
but we also want our German users to have the full experience, and even those that could not watch it will hopefully rewatch it multiple times in their free time, or even better, at work while getting paid. That would be preferable. So
You could even turn it into a podcast if you wanted to pull out the audio. And
Yeah,
I mean,
you could
you
just
know,
put the foot
audio
on.
content is much more accessible than video content, especially if you've got a bunch of talking heads.
Yes, when I go and drive in the train, I most of the time listen to one of Richard's old live streams, because that's like still one of the best contents and most informative stuff out there. It gets you thinking about the stuff that you want to build, like Schoolcoin. So yeah, we have like 10 more minutes left, and you can use it to shill your website, to shill your projects, like to
Yeah,
drink,
I'd like to just remind you that at the start of this year, I tried to develop the bit joinery myself to try to basically build out a bunch of good people and get them funded in order so that I don't have to do these investigations. You know,
yeah, how much money do you need?
Me and Tomo and Tommy, if he turns up. But I'm putting together a collective anyway. I failed in that regard, and the fellas at BitJoin Studios have taken over that project. So I'm just one other producer, documentary producer there. There's a bunch of others, but I think the bitjoinery.com, they're building something out there, like a creative collective that are sort of organized through a protocol that exists. I assume it's going to exist on a blockchain. I don't know. So the bitjoinery.com is the go-to place going forward. You can check out my previous productions at cryptoscamdemic.com as well. But the future looks like the bitjoinery.com, in my opinion. And
so what link do you want me to share the world? The BitJoinery or both? Just
mate, you share whatever you feel comfortable with, okay? But I can tell you that all my energy is going to be put behind the bitjoinery.com.
So bitjoinery.com, yeah?
Yeah. And I know that there's other documentarians on there now. So I'm just one of a few. It's no longer my thing that I'm pushing forward, because I just don't have the capacity mentally. And trying to get an internet connection out here can often be quite cumbersome. And, dialing it in all the time is not going to work out. So, yeah, but I can tell you the HEX doco, the HEX season, I've put season 2 up there for the vote. And I think there's 100 of those NFTs that are like $90 each or something. Can that be right?
Let me just okay, we have like 5 more minutes left.
Anyway, you can check it out yourself.
I will check it
soon,
out. I
as
will
soon
check it
as
out right
those,
here, right now.
as soon as
Don't-
those they're like votes, but they also fund the production, right? As soon as that gets 100 or maybe it's 1,000 or something, when they all get minted out,
okay. Look,
basically
this
what
is
happens.
Heidelberg. It's a beautiful city. Look at that.
Is this where you are? Is it?
I'm not that far, but like I'm not from Heidelberg. But like there are actually magicians living in that part of Germany.
And dragons, I heard as well.
And it's like beautiful. So
excellent. So I need to go and I need to get myself to Germany ASAP, basically, or at least
that's what I'm trying.
Yeah, because
to
it's also closer to Finland, so you can.
Yeah, we could. Look, Tom, if you
And you're
come
basically
to
already on a boat,
Germany,
so-
I'll invite you. We make like a in-person interview in Heidelberg, and then we could take a trip to Finland and find Richard Hart and tell him to pump our bags. And put some
honestly,
stickers on
that-
his.
This
on
is
his
too easy,
house.
mate. This story will tell itself.
Honestly, that would be a movie that I would watch. Sticker Guy and Tom Gillespie on the hunt for Richard Hart.
On the hunt for Richard Hart.
Yeah, that would be a good documentary.
I'm game. Let's do it. Let's have it done.
So Tom, you see the website. Where can I put my vote in for the thing?
I
the
can't
sticker
see the
guy and
website,
Gillespie.
mate. You need to change the tab or whatever screen you're sharing there, mate.
Yeah, I only see a bridge, and not the PulseChain bridge. So I don't care.
You'll see.
Well, actually,
I mean, yeah, I think.
So this should be
Europe.
better.
Europe in the summer's best. We wouldn't want to do it in the winter, would we?
No.
No. Give me at
Finland
least,
in the winter would be bloody horrible.
Yeah, it's
actually.
kind of nippy.
No, that's beautiful. I always wanted to see
Here you
them.
go. Look, touch that uncut button right there.
I mean, if you go there in winter, you basically have daylight all day and
Well,
night.
that's almost Finland feeling. Okay, I don't need to go there anymore. I can just watch
looks
the
a
pictures.
lot like Norway, actually.
That is not Finland, dude. Like Finland is
that's gotta
just
be Norway.
fields.
Okay, let's go
and,
to
like-
Finland and then go to the fjord. I don't care. So, Tom, again, where can I? Like, we
Dude,
only have,
Finland
like,
doesn't
iPhone.
have mountains.
Go,
It's flat.
go to that button that says uncut. It's yellow button, and it says uncut underneath it.
Uncut.
Yes, exactly. There you'll see a few
Yes,
different. Here we go. Season 2,
Let's see.
series 2. You see series 2 there.
No, I'm blind. Oh wow!
Hex-
There's you. You're on the internet, Tom.
Oh yeah,
Hexagons
these
and
are all my
Whoa.
previous.
5
Dude,
likes, 1 comment. Awesome.
He really is on the internet.
Influencer.
Wow.
So where can I vote for the new
Series,
one? Because
series 2 is right in front of your eyeballs. If you open them up properly, you'll see it's white text on a red background. You can
White
see
text.
Richard Hart.
Series 2, I got it. Oh my
there
God,
it is.
that was hard. Sorry, everybody. Series
There you
2,
go,
buy
mate.
asset.
Oh,
It's
wow.
just $91, everyone. So we should zero
So,
comment. So
If we get that sold out, then we
Wait,
can
so-
go and do our movie, mate. We can do it.
But only.
So we would need.
But you
how
should make it a
much-
new movie, dude. You should
How
make it a
much?
new movie and call it whatever Linus
That's
said
not going to
in
be
the chat.
enough money at all, is it?
Linus said,
Okay,
"Sticker
so
Guy
we just
Lesby, The Hunt for Heart." I like the
We
name.
just need the small amount of $10,000, and Tom Gillespie and Sticker Guy movie will be like in the production. For an
I
extra
mean-
$5,000, we can fly Tom Gillespie to Europe, so we can like investigate and find Richard in Finland, and take a nice holiday at the fjords because I would like to see them.
Dude, why
All
did
right,
we?
very
Why did
cool.
we actually pay millions for the Eyes of Steak guys if we can just get Tom Gillespie?
The solution can be so easy.
You could have me just buzzing
I agree.
around the planet all day long, fucking documenting shit.
When I'm a
Really good
millionaire, and the hopium finally kicked in, then I will.
Before we wrap, fellas, I do have a question. I've been I was contacted by someone called Richard's brother.
Yes.
What's your take on that fella? He wants to
cares?
he wants to make a movie with me as well.
Oh,
There's
yeah?
no take I have. Thanks for joining, everybody. Please go to the next live stream.
Okay, I take it he's not a hexagon then.
I don't know. You should ask him. You can do the research.
Okay, so
I don't know.
you have no comment then. That's what you're saying.
I
down,
actually
passed by, but
don't
now he's
know.
gone.
I'm sorry.
I don't care.
Yes,
Does he
I
change the
can-
code? No, so I don't care. It's all good.
Perfect. Yes, I stand behind that. He doesn't change the code. So, yeah.
What have you
Anyway.
something on PulseChain?
Anyway, thank you very much, Tom Gillespie. It was my honor talking with you. I
You're my hero,
would love
Tom.
to see you at the next conference again.
Oh, thank you, mate.